started with a debt of 80 million. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The incessant ringing of his phone, accompanied by the familiar WeChat notification sound, roused Chen Yang from his slumber. Surveying the surrounding environment of the rental apartment, both strange and familiar, Chen Yang's brow furrowed in disbelief. Yet he had to accept the reality. He had traversed through time. But why, without any forewarning, had he crossed over? There were no trucks, no lightning. He had just settled his mortgage and planned to indulge in a drunken revelry followed by a good night's sleep. How had he awakened to find himself in this new reality? Had he drunk himself to death? Upon further reflection, it seemed plausible that he had indeed perished from excessive drinking, reincarnating in this place, only to regain his past memories today. He unlocked his phone, and the latest messages appeared before his eyes. Sales department Zhang Feng. Bro, what's going on? You got fired. Damn it, if even you could be let go, your supervisor must be inhuman. His memory was still hazy. Hadn't he been part of the technical department? Why was he now entangled with people from sales? It appeared he had quite the social circle. But in the next moment, another message arrived. Sales department Zhang Feng. Bro, now that you've been fired, when are you going to pay me back the 5,000 you owe? I really need it urgently. What? Chen Yang was taken aback. He hurriedly unlocked the screen and opened his WeChat list. At that moment, a flurry of red notification dots bombarded him. Technical department Wang Qi. Bro, can you lend me the 2,000 you owe? I'm in a pinch. Quality control department Zhao Hai. Good brother, you borrowed 8,000 from me. Last time you need to pay me back first. Finance department Sun Miao. Chen Yang, don't ignore my calls. It's only right to repay your debts. Hurry up and return my money. When the world, just as he awakened to his past wisdom, an avalanche of debtors appeared. Had his previous self borrowed so much money? Flipping through his phone, Chen Yang noted over 20 missed calls. The most alarming sight was a plethora of familiar apps cluttering his home screen. Young Sidai, 99 borrowing notes, money in hand, Yanhai Finance, Yu Wallet, beautiful borrowing, Humming Financial Management, Nabai Yongbei Happy Bay. Damn it! Chen Yang sprang to his feet, the once muddled memories now crystallizing with clarity. This 8,000, that 20,000, this 6,000, that 7,004, this 9,008. Adding them all together, he realized he owed at least 200,000, and this was without accounting for the major debts. He clicked on Yanhai Finance. His previous self had been employed at Yanhai Group, naturally qualifying for a high employee credit limit, accumulating an astonishing debt of 14,000. Gasp. He inhaled sharply and revisited his WeChat list, summing the amounts, meticulously searching his memory for any omissions, ultimately confirming the total. 412,005. Goodness, what had his previous self been involved in? Had he been gambling? How could one accumulate such a staggering debt? Just then, a call came through, labeled as Yaya. Wife. Triggering a keyword, a flood of memories surged forth. Am I good looking? Very good looking. Beauty is cultivated since you cherish me so dearly. What more can you offer? I have given you everything. Is that truly the case? Indeed. If you don't believe me, check your phone. Quite handsome. Well then, I must head to work. Let us converse later. Upon finishing her shift, she departed, entwined with another man, as he watched, tears welling up, seeking solace in self-deception. That must be her father. It surely is her father. Chen Yang found himself in a state of bewilderment, reflecting on the past. Why, dear brother, it appears you are the highest card in the deck, the prime client of Batman, the mascot of McDonald's, the chief of Gotham City. Perhaps it's for the best that you're gone this way. Batman shall not pursue you any longer, nor shall I. With gritted teeth, Chen Yang answered the call. Hello, I heard you've been dismissed? A cold voice inquired. Indeed, then we are finished. You possess nothing now, not even a modicum of respectable employment. Our future is non-existent. The voice was devoid of hesitation. Was there ever a future? Chen Yang scoffed and replied, I shall overlook the gifts I bestowed upon you, but should you not return the over 100,000 you took from me? Do I owe you money? Wasn't that a token of your affection? The other party's patience waned as they retorted. Check the transfer records for yourself. I shall be leaving shortly. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang accessed the WeChat to review the transaction history, and his anger surged. Are you foolish? 1314, 1314, 1314, 5,200, all transfers laden with peculiar significance. Every couple of days, a new entry appeared, sometimes several in a single day. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Chen Yang clicked on a particular group chat within WeChat. With such a substantial debt, his only recourse now was to seek compensation from the company. According to the memories left behind, the former self was a veritable embodiment of labor, while others toiled 9 to 9. He nearly lived at the office, rarely taking a day off, always working through holidays to toil so tirelessly, only to be dismissed without recompense. It was typical of his predecessor to naively accept resignation enduring for so long. He returned only to find himself psychologically unprepared, leading to his immediate downfall. Upon perusing the group chat, Chen Yang understood why so many were seeking debts owed. Zhao Nan from the technical department. Goodness, our department's workhorse has been let go. Su Qian from the general department. Is that true? Lu Yin from human resources. Indeed, I processed the paperwork. It's rather unfortunate, as Chen Yang was diligent and talented. Wang Qi from the technical department. Who? Chen Yang? Good grief, he still owes me money. Zhao Hai from the quality control department. Huh? He borrowed 8,000 from me as well. Sun Miao from the finance department. No way. I lent him 20,000. Sales department. Zhang Feng. Enough already. Chen Yang has been fired. Why are you bringing this up? Let him have a couple of days to settle his affairs. Technical department. Zhao Nan. He borrowed from me last time too. I didn't lend him anything since I don't have the money. By the way, what does he need to borrow so much for? Comprehensive department. Su Qian. I know this, his girlfriend said he is ill. Human resources. Lu Yun. Oh, he really is ill? I heard he was fired because of his poor health and the intense overtime. The company was afraid he might collapse. His mother is the one who is ill. Chen Yang frowned. The reason given by Jean Yalan for borrowing money was that her mother was unwell and frequently hospitalized, which was why the previous version of him lent her money intermittently. How absurd to say such things publicly. With the previous version being fired, Jean Yalan had clearly played a significant role. The news had evidently reached higher-ups, and the company wanted to avoid any risks. Chen Yang chose not to explain. It would be futile, and explaining would only turn him into a bigger joke. With the shenanigans of the previous version, it could easily trend on social media. Chen Yang. Human resources. Lu Yun. Yunjie. The news came too suddenly today. I haven't had time to process it. Can we discuss severance compensation? Human resources. Lu Yun. Chen Yang. The resignation procedures have already been completed. It's too late to discuss this now. A silence fell over the group. Chen Yang. Human resources. Lu Yun. Yunjie. I'm not feeling well today. My heart hurts, and I've been lying down for half an hour but can't get up. If you say that, they'll have to call the police. In an instant, everyone in the group panicked. He hasn't even returned the money, yet please don't let anything happen to him. Yunjie. Everyone has seen Chen Yang's performance over the years. We can't let someone who has worked so hard feel disheartened. Yes, Yunjie, what if something goes wrong? What we do then? Our company could end up trending. Yunjie. Please apply for compensation. It's the right thing to do. His present situation reflects our future. If this gets out to the larger group, it will cause an uproar. Everyone voiced their concerns. Yunjie was clearly flustered. Chen Yang, don't panic. Go to the hospital first. I will try to discuss this with the leadership. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, Yunjie called. Hello, Chen Yang. I negotiated with the leadership, and they are highly concerned. They are prepared to offer you the maximum compensation, which is 2 in 1, that you have worked for 4 years and 7 months, calculated as 5 years with an average salary of 7,800. The total compensation will be 85,800. This amount will be transferred to you shortly. However, there is one condition. You must sign a contract stating no liability and that you voluntarily resign. Any future issues will have no relation to the company. I will send the contract to you via WeChat. Thank you, Yunjie. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude, opened WeChat, reviewed the electronic contract, and signed it without hesitation. Before long, the funds arrived. He opened WeChat and promptly transferred the owed money to his colleagues, leaving him with merely 13,000. Combined with the over 6,000 the previous version had, he had a total balance of 20,000. To be compensated to such an extent is quite remarkable. The company's leadership likely believes he is unwell, which accounts for their straightforwardness in this matter. Ordinarily, such a sum would be unattainable. Unfortunately, this amount is far from sufficient for any other endeavors. It scarcely covers the debts owed to Yunhai Financial. Indeed, Yunhai profits while Yunhai spends, leaving nothing to bring home. The women of Yunhai are truly expensive. One can only wonder what their predecessors were thinking. People often do not reflect deeply. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door swung open. The alluring and cool Jean Yalin entered without a word, immediately beginning to gather her belongings. The door remained ajar, and Chen Yang turned to see a man smoking in the dimly lit corridor. Damn it! Isn't this woman allergic to tobacco? It seems her allergies only apply to her predecessor. Frowning, Chen Yang observed as Jean Yalin emerged, dragging a suitcase. So swift? Was this premeditated? With a mocking tone, Jean Yalin remarked, "Stop staring. I heard you extorted over 80,000 from the company. Do you think I'm unaware of your condition? That's merely compensation from young Master Qi. It's time to return home. Yongsheng is not suited for you." With that, she strutted out, her legs provocatively apart. As she exited, the man reached out to take the suitcase, revealing a profile that made Chen Yang's brow furrow. Qi Xiao, Qi Yuming, the head of the comprehensive department at Yunhai Group, a Ritter with a master's degree, reputedly the young master of the chairman's family. At that moment, Qi Yuming seemed to sense something, turning back to offer Chen Yang a crooked, sinister grin. What a fool! Chen Yang closed the door. He felt no affection for Jean Yalin, let alone animosity toward Qi Yuming that was the past affair, entirely irrelevant to him. Yet, that crooked smile of the so-called Dragon King was truly nauseating. Picking up discarded shoes and feeling a sense of superiority, seeking thrill, and that wretched woman, claiming Yongsheng is not suitable for me? Is it suitable for you? Giving the impression of being a plaything or a potential princess. Turning back, he sank onto the sofa. The more he contemplated, the greater his headache became. What the hell? I just finished paying off the mortgage. If him to die, let be why awaken any latent wisdom? Is this awakening merely to settle debts for that brat? And where's the customary system? How am I to repay hundreds of thousands in online loans? Ding. Congratulations. Host has triggered a keyword. The debt repayment system is activated. Would you like to claim the novice welfare benefits? Yes, no. Is there truly a system? Claim. Rising. Chen Yang sought to defy fate just then. Congratulations, host. You have received a temporary debt of 80 million yuan. What? Chen Yang was taken aback. Claiming novice benefits resulted in an 80 million debt? Is this what you call a benefit? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang began to comprehend. The system was formidable. It allowed for the accumulation of points through unpaid debts, which could be exchanged for cutting-edge technology. The greater the debt, the more points accrued, leading to stronger technological exchanges. Chen Yang pondered thoughtfully, realizing that the system's designation of debt repayment system likely aimed to compel him to ascend the technological tree with the utmost capital at an accelerated pace. After all, engaging in honest business and developing technology could scarcely rival the swiftness of deceitful profit. As long as he demonstrated sufficient value, both capital and banks and even the state and private sectors would be eager to lend him money. However, the prerequisite was that he must possess intrinsic worth. Another advantage of this method of technological advancement was the significantly reduced resistance to development. The notion was that wealth could be amassed collectively. But what was the underlying significance of this? Chen Yang was no fool. Everything must inherently possess a purpose. The rapid accumulation of technology through unpaid debts clearly suggested an intention to elevate the global technological standard. Was something monumental looming on the horizon? Was the sun about to extinguish? Were the trisolarans arriving? Perplexed, Chen Yang glanced at the system prompt. Statistics in progress. Current debt. 80,340,000 yuan expected points by month's end. 8,034. Keep up the good work. A debt of 80.34 million. He understood the 340,000 were remnants of online loans from his previous life. But where had the 80 million originated? Ding. The sound of a text message interrupted his thoughts. Chen Yang picked up his phone to read. Your card ending in 0724 received a transfer of 80 million yuan from another bank at 1701 on June 21. Current balance. 80,020,000 and 1.90 yuan. The sender's account ends in 0701. Account name. Yongsheng Municipal Engineering. Yongsheng Bank. What? The money had been credited? No, that couldn't be right. Chen Yang scrutinized the account name logically. A system reward for debt should pertain to personal or bank obligations. Why, then, was the sender a municipal engineering entity? Something was amiss. A possibility dawned on him. The bank had made an error in the transfer. and no wonder it was termed a temporary debt. This implied that if he failed to safeguard this sum and the bank sought its return, this temporary debt would vanish, effectively eliminating his novice benefit. Chen Yang felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He could not touch the money, doing so would lead to imprisonment. Had seen similar news stories before. Yet, if he left it untouched, it would surely be reclaimed. This represented a monthly settlement of 8,000 points. He had just perused the exchange list. The prices for cutting-edge technology were relatively modest compared to their intrinsic value. But for an ordinary person like him, they were exorbitantly high. Setting aside the more advanced technologies, he focused on the already unlocked terrestrial civilization-level technologies. Chip lithography technology price, 20 million points evaluation. Although rather subpar, it is an essential milestone in civilization development, encompassing various processing techniques and technical documentation. Basic Internet of Things technology price, 5 million points evaluation. Applicable solely for short-distance interconnectivity communication within terrestrial civilizations. It holds no value in a stellar civilization. Comfortable aerospace fighter technology price, 8 million points evaluation. Capable of replacing rockets for access to near-Earth space with an interior speed of 19 Mach. The most cost-effective short-distance travel toy. Multifunctional medical capsule technology price, 15 million points evaluation. Exhibits powerful healing effects on lower life forms, capable of curing 98 of known diseases, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. Its cost-performance ratio is inferior to that of interstellar sleeping pods. A plethora of technologies fills the pages, each more numerous than the last, with only two salient characteristics. They are exceptional and exorbitantly priced. Aside from the high cost, there are truly no discernible flaws. Filtering for the most affordable technology, one is still confronted by the same two characters. Desire. Enhanced water quality technology. 5,000 points evaluation. In my opinion, one might as well purchase gene evolution liquid. Air quality purification technology. 5,000 points evaluation. Drinking the northwesterly winds won't lead to death. Save some money. Food and beverage formula optimization technology. 5,000 points evaluation. This one is excellent. Indulge in a leisurely life and savor the joys it brings. 1 point equals 10,000. Even the most inexpensive option incurs a debt of 50 million for a month. This system is certainly not designed for the impoverished. How could the destitute possibly owe 50 million? Even a debt of 5 million for a year would invite relentless reproach. However, one must admit that even without funds, resorting to deception and then evading debt or imprisonment would still be worthwhile, as any one of these technologies could. Transform a life. To mention just one. The food and beverage formula enhancement technology once mastered. Does it not guarantee wealth? Moreover, the enhanced water quality technology. Consider that today's richest individual amassed fortune through the sale of drinking water. No, the urge is undeniable. With a monthly income of 8,000 and an annual total of 96,000, serving a few years in prison could equate to hundreds of thousands. As long as this sum can be retained, it becomes a golden goose. The money itself pales in comparison to the debt. If retention proves impossible, how long would it take for one without capital to develop to a level capable of owing 80 million? Could imprisonment be a possibility? It is a gamble worth taking. Even if incarceration occurs, one could exchange technology for a reduced sentence, or perhaps emerge from confinement as a paragon of technological supremacy. With great deliberation, Chen Yang began to contemplate how to retain this sum of money. How could one swiftly squander 80 million? No. Transferring funds is unfeasible. Spending normally is equally impractical, as it could easily be reclaimed. Purchasing cars or homes requires too much time and would also risk recovery. Wait, buying property might be feasible. A spark of realization illuminated Chen Yang's mind. A plan began to form within him. Purchasing a new home may not be reliable. Transactions are not swift, and they are susceptible to recovery. Yet, acquiring an unfinished building is a different matter. The developer is already burdened with debt and on the brink of collapse. If this money reaches their hands, it would vanish without a trace in mere moments, as there are many eager to collect debts. It is evidently improbable for banks to pursue such individuals for recovery. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in whether the developers, upon acquiring sufficient funds, will proceed to secure loans for further construction. Should they choose to continue, not only would the project avoid abandonment, but it could also yield substantial profit. Even in the event that the developers abscond, the points accrued would remain intact. With those points secured, one would not incur a loss at worst. Incarceration or future repayment of the 80 million would be the consequence. Today is the 21st. If I can just delay for 9 more days, I will obtain 8,000 points. Let us witness this battle of wits. Chen Yang retrieved his phone and inquired within the group chat, "My friends, do you know where I might find abandoned buildings?" "What is this inquiry for?" Sun Miao from the finance department, having received the 20,000 Chen Yang repaid, felt a surge of satisfaction and his regard for Chen Yang elevated. "I am planning to purchase a property," Chen Yang replied. "Have you lost your mind? Wait, are you considering buying an abandoned building? Even with money, that isn't how one should spend it. You might as well toss it into the water and listen for a splash. Indeed, have you not been borrowing money all this time? Where do you find the funds for a house?" The group chat erupted in a lively discussion. Chen Yang responded, "I have a little money saved. It's not much, and I cannot afford a regular house. In merely looking into where abandoned buildings might be available at a lower price, perhaps there's hope yet. Your reasoning, that not a fool's dream? Were you not ill? Save your funds for treatment and refrain from frivolous spending." Everyone urged him against IT that moment. His phone rang. It was Sun Miao from the finance department. "Hello. Are you truly considering purchasing an abandoned property?" Sun Miao inquired. "Alas, I have no other options and merely gambling on a probability." Chen Yang chuckled. Sun Miao hesitated for a moment and said, "If you're serious about buying, consider Hinjialanchuan. This is merely a whisper of insider information. Do not ask further. Just take it as it is." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing that Sun Miao likely possessed some inside knowledge. He refrained from asking more questions and instead conducted an online search. Hinjialanchuan is developed by Wang Real Estate, and it has garnered significant media attention, trending for various reasons. Some attribute it to the developers' greed, as they embarked on multiple projects simultaneously, leading to a fracture in their financial chain. One particular project encountered issues, resulting in unsold units and a lack of capital recovery. With loans maturing, they began to siphon funds from other projects to fill the gaps, only to exacerbate the situation. Consequently, all projects were halted, and the once bustling sales office grew desolate. That a halt in construction signifies the potential for abandonment. Abandonment implies an inability to sell, which in turn means a lack of funds to continue operations, leading to further stagnation. This stalemate has persisted for some time. Rumor has it that the developers are facing an imminent loan deadline. With no money in sight either, they will leap from buildings or abscond entirely. With the emergence of such rumors, the homeowners have grown anxious. They are in an uproar daily. The internet is rife with news regarding the situation. After searching for the sales office's contact number, Chen Yang dialed it. "Hello? Good day." A bright female voice responded, "I wish to purchase a property." "Apologies, sir. What did you just say?" The other party was clearly taken aback. "I believe your boss can endure this. I intend to purchase a house, and perhaps several more. The current property prices must be quite low, wouldn't they? Please inquire with your employer." "Understood, sir. Please hold on for a moment." The other party seemed incredulous. "What? You believe our properties will appreciate? Are you jesting? Appreciate my foot? I might as well ascend to the heavens." Wang Yaozu, the owner of Wang Realty, wore a look of utter astonishment. "Indeed, Mr. Wang," the other party expressed a desire to buy multiple units and inquired about our current prices. "Provide me with their number. I've encountered plenty of gullible fools, but one who approaches me willingly to meet their demise is a rarity. This individual is more ludicrous than the National Army recruits of '49. Wang Yaozu began to harbor doubts. Before long, an unfamiliar number rang in. Chen Yang answered the call. "Hello. Are you the one interested in purchasing property?" Wang Yaozu's voice brimmed with skepticism. "Indeed, it is I." Chen Yang spoke calmly. "I wish to ascertain the current price of the Hinjialanchuan properties." "Are you certain you are not plotting something?" "To be frank, if you seek to extract information from me, I can tell you directly that there is a 300 million loan maturing at the bank. I have borrowed all I can, and the funds I possess are insufficient to cover the loan. I am prepared to divest the project. If you're a property owner, there's no need to worry about unfinished buildings. Yunhai Group will acquire Hinjialanchuan. However, you may need to pay a supplementary fee to the new company, and construction will continue." Wang Yaozu still harbored some doubt. "Yunhai Group? Understood." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. He had long heard that the Qi family of Yinhai Group intended to venture into real estate, but he never anticipated it to be true. Moreover, employing such tactics? Is this desperation? Recalling Qi Yuming's crooked smile upon his departure, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This is it. Let's get him. Is Mr. Wang agreeable? Chen Yang inquired. Agreeable? The hell with that. They've set a trap for me, but what can I do? Wang Yaozu erupted in a fit of expletives, feeling helpless. Brother, even if you manage to contact me, there's little I can do. But rest assured, I, Wang, have always conducted my business with integrity. The properties I developed in the past have received excellent evaluations, you may inquire. This situation is unavoidable, and I must accept it. Even if you were to kill me, I cannot produce the funds to complete the construction. You are a property owner, correct? Just wait. I, Wang, will remember this matter. In 2 years, once you have compensated Yinhai, I will refund you in full. This individual possesses some integrity? Chen Yang was taken aback and replied, Come to me. I have a sum of money. I am serious about purchasing property, and this amount may assist you. Brother, what good is it to purchase 10 properties? To be frank, this isn't merely a matter of money. Wang Yaozu offered a wry smile. I possess 80 million. Chen Yang stated calmly. What? Boss Wang exclaimed, taken aback. 80 million? Are you serious? If you truly have 80 million, I will sell you an entire building, 11 stories, 2 units, 44 apartments, complete with parking spaces and storage rooms. However, I must forewarn you, this matter transcends mere finances. It involves personal relationships. A sharp intake of breath. Indeed, it was a remarkable bargain. Chen Yang gasped, for he had just conducted a search. Although the location of the complex was somewhat remote, its future potential was promising. When others purchased, they had to pay $2,600,000 for each unit, plus an additional $100,000 for parking and another $100,000 for storage bundled together. That amounted to $2,800,000, and here he was, paying less than $1,820,000, with parking and storage thrown in a mere 60% of the original price. As for offending someone, that was of little consequence. I have but 2 inquiries. Chen Yang rose, pacing back and forth. First, do you have connections at Yongqing Bank for a substantial transfer? Can it be done immediately? Yes. Boss Wang nodded. That loan is sanctioned by the head office. They are pressing for it. And even at midnight, they would be willing to assist. Second, if this money were to be reclaimed, could you safeguard it? Chen Yang inquired further. Boss Wang was momentarily taken aback. Then after a pause, replied, Brother, are you implying this is illicit funds? Does it matter to you whether it is clean or not? Chen Yang countered. True enough. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Wang said, 80 million. Very well. I will manage this. When shall we finalize the transaction? Now at once. If you delay even a minute, the risks multiply. Chen Yang relayed the address to Boss Wang and then ended the call. 15 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Yang opened it to reveal a portly man, one he had just seen online. One of the prominent entrepreneurs in Yongchang Point. 2 others accompanied him, presumably bodyguards concerned about potential deceit. Please take a seat. Chen Yang gestured towards a sofa and then handed his bank card to the portly man. Boss Wang, the next steps are yours. Boss Wang appeared unremarkable, looking disheveled and unkempt. Leave it to me. He took a seat, first verifying the funds in Chen Yang's card, then pulled out his phone to make calls. Hello, Brother Liu. Hi. Rest assured, I have secured the funds, and I will repay them shortly. Can you grant me permission for a half hour? I'm asking for your assistance. My brother is transferring money, and it involves a large transaction. Thank you, thank you. He'll treat you to a drink later. After the call ended, Boss Wang nodded slightly at Chen Yang. He then proceeded to make several more calls. Xiangzi will transfer the money I owe your company shortly, but I need to borrow some more. Don't worry, I've found a way this time. Well, pull through. Brother Gao, hi, I'm still standing. Rest assured, I need to transfer some money through you, all right? Just under the pretense of repayment and borrowing, no worries. Trust me. Old Liu, lend me a hand. No worries. It's just a transaction. All right. We'll catch up later. A flurry of phone calls ensued, and at that moment, Chen Yang received a message. Your application for the temporary large sum remittance feature has been activated. Please complete your personal large remittance within 2 hours. This feature can be used in the transfer section. Thank you for your support of our bank, and may your business thrive. Give it to me. Boss Wang reached out for the phone, opened the banking app, and swiftly entered his account details. Soon after, he received a notification of the transfer. He returned the phone to Chen Yang and then took his own phone to the app, quickly transferring varied amounts to several accounts. Some were in the millions, others in the tens of millions, and there were two exceeding 20 million. Minutes passed, and a continuous stream of notification sounds filled the air. Boss Wang glanced at his phone. The transferred sums began returning under the guise of loans. He redirected these funds into the company's account and subsequently made repayments from the corporate account. Once all was completed, he sifted through his call records and dialed out. "Hello, Brother Liu, did you receive it? So, this loan is settled, right? Ha ha. I've encountered a benefactor. Excellent about my new loan? All right, we'll discuss it in a couple of days." After a brief exchange, the call ended. Boss Wang visibly relaxed, a smile spreading across his face, though beads of sweat adorned his forehead, indicating the considerable mental strain he had just endured. "Little brother, thank you so much. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." He wiped his brow and signaled to his bodyguard, retrieving a document folder from which he produced a stack of contracts. "Take a look. If everything is in order, please sign. The finest building in Henjialanshuan, which I deliberately held back from selling, is all yours as a token of my gratitude." Chen Yang barely glanced at the documents, unable to comprehend them fully for him. Securing the points was sufficient. Should the contracts prove fraudulent, the bank would surely hold the rotund man accountable. For Chen Yang, the next step was merely to deal with the bank's recovery efforts. All done. After signing the contract, they exchanged fingerprints and seals, each retaining a copy, thereby concluding the transaction. "Little brother, what about this money?" Boss Wang inquired with curiosity. "Is it appropriate to discuss?" "Not much to say," Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. "The bank made an error in the transfer." "Is that true?" Boss Wang appeared skeptical. Chen Yang opened the message to show him. Instantly, old Wang inhaled sharply, raising his thumb in admiration. "Little brother, you're something else. This could land you in jail. No wonder you aren't afraid of offending anyone." "I might not end up in jail," Chen Yang remarked with a hint of insinuation. "The municipal funds are untouchable by the bank my money is spent, but your funds are what the bank covets." Clearly, old Wang also realized this, and a shiver ran down his spine, especially since he was the one who facilitated the large remittance. Alas, this is troublesome. Initially, he thought Chen Yang might be embezzling public funds or dealing with overseas money, which could simply be resolved through litigation. What could he do to prolong the process? But this involved bank funds, specifically those of a local bank. This was catastrophic. Suddenly, he felt regret. Surely, old Liu from the provincial government would not escape unscathed either. Everyone was in dire straits, and his hopes of securing a bank loan to construct buildings were dashed. Everything was falling apart. "Think positively." Chen Yang spoke again, smiling. "You've fallen into the water, and the person you contacted at the bank has also taken a plunge. The municipal funds have disappeared, and the bank is desperate for money. Where's that money? You have none. Thus, the bank can only lend to you, so you can continue building. Only when the buildings are completed will there be funds available again. And everyone will be all right. The unfinished buildings will vanish. You will have weathered the crisis, and when Yunhai Group considers taking action, they will have to ponder the powerful backing you possess, namely, the bank, the municipality, and the increasingly agitated property owners. This is indeed the best course of action for everyone's stability. Once your buildings are erected, the price of the one I sold you will surely double. The bank will not only recover its funds, but also reap substantial profits. Will they refuse? Even if they did, there will always be someone willing to exchange 80 million for 150 million a year later, right? I might not even end up in prison. We all have a bright future ahead. Old Wang began to comprehend the situation and, upon reflection, realized Chen Yang was indeed correct. He could not help but gaze at Chen Yang in astonishment. This young man was rather enigmatic. With just a banking error, he had seized an opportunity in Yunhai Group's siege against Wang Real Estate, preparing to pull off a cunning scheme. Wang Yao's expression shifted on the return journey. Boss Wang sat in the back seat of his Mercedes, increasingly convinced that Chen Yang was a man of profound depths. "Incredible, simply incredible," he exclaimed. "This young man, due to a banking error, can orchestrate so much. It's remarkable. Is he really that impressive, boss?" The bodyguard beside him could not contain his curiosity. "More formidable than you could ever imagine," Boss Wang replied cryptically. "You only perceive the surface, believing he risks everything for profit. However, with his cunning, the day he faces imprisonment could very well be the day he becomes renowned across the world." In today's society, with fame comes everything. He could leverage his terrifying calculations for a resurgence, and there would undoubtedly be many willing to invest in him as a lifeline. Alternatively, he could accept invitations from various companies to become an executive, ultimately transforming into an elite and successful individual. Even if all else fails, this situation alone could catapult him to internet fame, allowing him to earn considerable wealth. Moreover, he may not even face incarceration. Truth be told, were it not for the deep entanglement that could lead to suspicions of conspiracy, I would have considered inviting him to join us. The bodyguard was taken aback, exclaiming, "I thought it was mere cleverness, but it is profound wisdom. This person possesses the intellect of Zhuge Liang, strategizing with finesse and using himself as a pawn to triumph over fate." Old Wang nodded in agreement, his voice gravely serious. "I trust you understand today's events must remain confidential. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, boss." "What? The payment hasn't been received? There must be a mistake." "That's impossible. I checked each digit meticulously." "Really? Is this true? How absurd. 8 digits differ between the two accounts? I made an error in all of them?" I understand now. I will come over immediately." In a somewhat aged, traditionally styled courtyard, the young girl transitioned from confidence to panic in less than a minute. "What's the matter? Why the rush? Is there something that can't wait until after a meal?" A middle-aged man, clad in an apron and balancing 2 plates of food, spoke softly, a hint of reproach in his tone. "You often say I'm busy and don't spend time with you today. I made an effort to return early and prepare a couple of dishes. And this is how you treat me?" "Dad." The girl's complexion paled as she confessed, "I messed up a payment, was sent incorrectly 80 million. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, then nodded, his demeanor calm and unruffled. "Learn from this lesson, approach your tasks with diligence. Money does not simply vanish, it can be retrieved. Do not fret if you face criticism. Endure it as a valuable lesson, that if you are dismissed, simply seek another job, it's not the end of the world. Above all, remain composed, haste resolves nothing. Contemplate before acting, and think carefully." "All right, I get it. Always lecturing. I'm off." The girl felt overwhelmed, quickly slipping on her shoes and grabbing her keys before hastily departing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The incessant vibrations of her phone drew Chen Yang's attention to the unfamiliar number, prompting him to switch to speaker mode. "Hello?" A panicked voice emerged, soft and youthful. "This is Chen Yang." He replied, "Hello, Mr. Chen Yang. I apologize for the intrusion. I mistakenly initiated a transfer 2 hours ago, and upon checking, I realized that the funds have already been sent. May I inquire how you intend to utilize this money?" The girl, with her gentle voice, conveyed urgency yet maintained a polite demeanor. Chen Yang felt a twinge of guilt, realizing her job may be at risk. He resolved to find a way to compensate her in the future. "I purchased a stalled development." Chen Yang maintained his composure as he explained, "The property at Hinjilanshan. The developer ran out of funds to continue construction, so I decided to invest the 80 million to buy the entire project, thereby providing them with the necessary capital to proceed. Rest assured, once the buildings are completed, I will sell them and return the funds to you." The girl was momentarily stunned, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. "You can't be serious, you bought a stall project? What if they refuse to complete it?" "Haha, if they don't, there's still you to consider." Chen Yang couldn't help but tease her, laughing, "Since your bank has already disbursed 80 million, why not invest a bit more? And take on the role of a benefactor? Once the construction is complete, you'll still profit. We only engage in finance, not real estate." The girl, growing anxious, was interrupted by a sudden cacophony of sounds, and the call was transferred to another person. "Hello, this is Zhao Jiangwo, the branch manager of Yongcheng. I must warn you, this money was transferred in error and is considered illicit gains, which could land you in prison. Then come and arrest me." Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, "I had already contemplated imprisonment when I embarked on these ventures. That I reside at Unit 6, 6th floor, West Side, Wudong Lane, Cultural Street. Feel free to contact the authorities." "Are you resolutely determined to be a deadbeat?" Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed in frustration. "Calm down, agitation won't resolve anything. Reflect on the situation, and if you remain perplexed, do not hesitate to call the police." With the other party failing to grasp the situation, Chen Yang chose not to elaborate further and ended the call. Let him take a moment to gather his thoughts. Chapter 4. bearing the burden reluctantly. I shall risk it all. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. In the conference room of the Yongqing branch, a group of individuals exhibited a range of expressions. Some were peculiar, others appeared astonished, while a few wore grim visages, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Only the girl with the dulcet voice seemed lost in thought, her demeanor clouded with anxiety as she sat in her chair. Even the fund transfers can go awry. Zhao, the bank president, exclaimed in frustration, turning towards the girl with a trembling finger, for this matter was indeed grave. Should it be reported? Not only would it tarnish the girl's reputation, but it would also bring calamity upon him. What shall we do, President? Someone ventured to ask. Shall we call the police? Wait. Zhao pondered for a moment, then suddenly declared, indeed, we must investigate. An ordinary person cannot transfer such a large sum without assistance. Could there be an insider involved? Furthermore, scrutinize Wang Yuzu's account to ascertain where the funds had disappeared. Utilize all connections. This issue cannot be concealed, but if we can provide an explanation and recover the money, the higher-ups will not be overly concerned. Although the amount is significant, it is merely a case of misdirected funds. Understood. The crowd's expression shifted. The implication of an insider sending shivers down their spines as they involuntarily glanced at the girl. The girl, too, paled, for it was indeed a genuine mistake. Nearly a lapse in her duties. If she were to be branded as an accomplice to an insider, her fate would be sealed. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to her distress as Zhao pounded the table with determination. Let us commence, everyone. Soon, various documents were presented before Zhao. As he perused the materials, incredulity washed over his face. The others shared his disbelief. How could this be? The funds had arrived less than 20 minutes prior. And yet the transfer had been executed with such alacrity? President, Wang Yuzu's account transferred the money to 8 different accounts in under a minute. All were corporate accounts. Among them were 2 significant companies, one from the provincial capital and another local to Yongqing. Upon inquiry, they claimed it was repayment of debts owed by Wang Yaozu. Moreover, my investigation into Wang Yaozu and his corporate accounts revealed that those 8 companies transferred a total of 80 million in a series of loans to Wang Yaozu's account within mere minutes. This is money laundering, a coordinated operation. And there is something even more outrageous. President, Wang Yaozu's company account, having received the funds, transferred them back to the head office under the guise of repaying a bank loan, overseen by Vice President Liu. We confirmed it, President. According to the head office's response, the large transfer capability for Chen Yang's account was authorized by Vice President Liu over the phone. Gasped. The insider is Vice President Liu? The crowd was visibly astounded. Zhao was rendered speechless. An insider at such a high level? He retrieved his phone and dialed urgently. Vice President Liu had once been his superior, having ascended from the Yongqing branch. If trouble had befallen him, Zhao would not escape unscathed. Hello? My esteemed superior. You're in trouble. Truly. I am not deceiving you, nor am I cursing you. A grave matter has arisen. 80 million, the substantial transfer you initiated. Very well. I await your call. After hanging up, President Zhao collapsed into his chair, feeling somewhat dizzy. How could a mere error in funds involve so many people? In the past, such matters were easily rectified. Yongqing, the capital of Dongjiang province, is home to both the headquarters and the branches of the bank. At the headquarters, in the office of the Deputy President Liu, in a fit of fury, dialed a number, nearly succumbing to an apoplectic fit. What on earth are you doing? Are you asking me to facilitate the transfer of illicit funds? Have you lost your mind? Old Wang's calm voice resonated. Am I the one who has lost my mind? Liu, this is my sole path to survival. Do you truly believe I am insane? Deputy President Liu fell silent, overwhelmed by frustration. Realizing he was dealing with a desperate individual. This has nothing to do with me. The refusal of your loan and the demand for repayment comes from another deputy president, surnamed Zhou. I don't care who is responsible. We are all in this mess together now. If we live together. If we die together. Live together? What nonsense. Deputy President Liu suppressed his anger, stating, if this matter were to leak, my career would be over. Do you understand? No, you still have a chance. Old Wang reiterated Chen Yang's proposal over the phone. So do you understand? You are already in the water, with no options left. Besides, consider this. If we complete this building, it will be worth 1.5 billion. Kept in the bank, it will yield substantial gains. If it is in private hands, it will generate a profit of 70 million after a year. The choice is yours. As long as we navigate this situation smoothly, I will be fine. You will be fine. The Yongcheng branch will be fine. Chen Yang will be fine. And everyone will have a bright future. Old Wang was reluctant to part with the idea of selling the building for 80 million, yet he had no choice. The Yuhai Group wielded too much influence, and no one dared to offend them. Surviving was already a significant achievement. Had it not been for Chen Yang's unexpected intervention, his fate would have been sealed. Hearing this, Deputy President Lu fell silent. Previously, he would have been unwilling to assist. Although he coveted the tens of millions in profits, accepting would mean offending the Yuhai Group, a pillar of the local economy in Yongcheng. Now, the only option was to escalate matters and drag more influential figures down with him. He needed to save himself, even if it meant incurring losses. Is that brat willing to transfer the contract? That's 70 million in profit. You can't expect to profit entirely, can you? Old Wang sensed the other party's concession and chuckled. After all, you won't end up in prison. If he doesn't exert himself, he won't profit either. There is room for negotiation. Perhaps you could ask what conditions he has? Everything is negotiable, especially considering the Yuhai Group's involvement. Deputy President Lu wore a troubled expression. You are aware of Yuhai Group's standing in our province, aren't you? With a mere flick of their fingers, you could be staring at bankruptcy. I can't bear that pressure. I need to ensure the profits are adequate to pull others down with us. You must endure, for the alternative is death. Old Wang replied coolly. This is our only opportunity. The stage has already been set for us. If I don't take the plunge, I would only become the subject of ridicule among the younger generation. My apologies, old Lu. Damn it, I'm going all in. Vice President Lu slammed the table and declared. At my position, can I be dismissed just like that? I have my own connections. There will always be someone willing to withstand the pressure for this sum of money. I approve the loan you applied for, and once this matter is settled, the funds will be transferred. From there, it's up to you. Rest assured. Old Wang chuckled heartily, saying, I have my own capabilities in Yongcheng. The relationships cultivated by Yuhai Group over such a long period have been completely exhausted. Crossing Industries is akin to scaling mountains. A company that started with bottled water haphazardly meddling in real estate, what foundation do they have in this field? All right. Let's leave it at that. Vice President Lu, feeling somewhat irritated, abruptly hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly picked up the phone again and dialed. Hello? Old leader, I have a matter under my purview that perhaps you could assist with. Yes, all right. Tomorrow morning? Certainly, I will be ready at any time. At the Yongcheng branch, Zhao Jiangwo hung up the phone, exhaling in relief as he turned to the others. Everyone was fixated on him, eager for answers. Zhao Jiangwo smiled and announced, the matter has been resolved. Someone will come by tomorrow morning, and I will accompany them to take a look. This should not affect our branch. You all may return home and rest. The workday is over. Fantastic. It's finally concluded. The group collectively sighed in relief and began to rise. The girl with the sheep-like voice gazed at Zhao Jiangwo with anticipation. Zhao Jiangwo pondered for a moment and said, Lu Washu, you should return home to reflect on this experience and remember the lesson. If this incident passes smoothly, you will be fine. Otherwise, I understand. Lu Wangshu nodded repeatedly, secretly relieved that as long as she wasn't an accomplice or an insider, all would be well. In the late hours of the night, Lu Wangshu rode her electric bike back home. Just as she changed her shoes, the lights flickered on. It was then she noticed her father still sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Dad. Lu Wangshu's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling both warmth and a tinge of grievance as she settled beside him. The middle-aged man remained composed, casually asking, has it been resolved? I think it's not over yet, she replied uncertainly. Lu Wangshu recounted the events and developments to her father, who pondered for a moment before suddenly chuckling. Ah, how amusing. The chief family of Yuhai Group has truly come up empty-handed this time. It might even be a blessing in disguise. The homeowners at Wang Real Estate have been causing a ruckus for days. Resolving it themselves is certainly preferable. You're still laughing? I was terrified. Lu Wangshu exclaimed in frustration. You have no idea. They suspect an insider. I almost became an accomplice. And if that happened, you would be in trouble too. Not at all. The middle-aged man raised his voice somewhat imperiously, then softened his tone to comfort his daughter. This matter cannot withstand scrutiny. You can rest easy. Who knows how things will unfold? Alas, it seems I might lose my job. Lu Wangshu sighed in response. A middle-aged man rose with a smile and remarked, there is profit to be made here, and naturally, someone will seize the opportunity. The previous inaction was due to the reputation of Yuhai Group, but now that a bold young man has trampled their dignity into the mud, their hesitations have dissipated. Although Wang Real Estate has incurred substantial losses by selling properties at low prices, such losses are trivial in the face of a life-and-death crisis. That young man named Chen Yang has, whether knowingly or not, deeply offended Yunhai Group. What follows? What follows is a return to the status quo. Yunhai suffers significant losses while Wang Real Estate reaps substantial gains. As for Chen Yang, whether he profits or suffers, it solely depends on his own perspective. If this is not mere coincidence, then it must involve a remarkable scheme. Nevertheless, even if it is serendipity, being able to capitalize on the situation and extract benefits from adversity shows that Chen Yang is indeed a remarkable individual, resourceful and unorthodox in his approach. You, however, are merely collateral damage. Do not overthink it. Get some rest and avoid staying up late. In his rented apartment, Chen Yang waited for a considerable time without the arrival of the police. Understanding the unspoken, he ordered takeout, casually ate a couple of bites, scrolled through his phone for several hours to grasp the state of the world, and then retired early for the night. Reflecting on the events of the day felt surreal. The next morning, he awoke early, feeling refreshed, having not experienced such a natural awakening in a long time. After completing his morning routine, Chen Yang boiled some noodles for breakfast and turned on the television, which was broadcasting the morning news. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to the morning news. Today's headlines include: a university student heroically rescuing a child from drowning yesterday, Mr. Zhao Quanwei winning the championship in a Go tournament, and Speaker Liu Qiming attending a municipal engineering acceptance ceremony. The news continued in its tranquil manner, painting a picture of national peace and stability, seemingly oblivious to the upheavals of the previous day. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Chen Yang switched off the television and rose to open the door. Two individuals stood outside, a young man and a middle-aged man. Hello, Chen Yang. I am Hu Guangyu. Allow me to introduce myself. The young man extended his hand, his slender frame clad in a well-fitted suit, his smile warm and refined. Chapter 5. This is something I could boast about for half a lifetime. Hello. Chen Yang smiled back, inviting them inside. Upon seeing the simplicity of the rented space, the two men grew even more curious about Chen Yang. With a calm demeanor, he approached grand matters without haste. Strategically maneuvering through the unexpected circumstances that led to this moment, he exuded confidence, feeling assured of victory. Such composure and tranquility were remarkable. Was this truly a child of humble origins? What was the source of his confidence? Where did it originate? The two men exchanged glances, astonished and impressed. Yet a sense of unease began to creep in. With such a character involved, the negotiations ahead might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Please, have a seat. Chen Yang gestured for them to sit and inquired, what would you like to drink? A cup of coffee would be nice, Hu Guangyu began, only to realize halfway through that requesting coffee in such a modest dwelling would be akin to imposing a hardship. I haven't tea brewed any. Chen Yang glanced at the kettle, contemplated for a moment, and then rose from the sofa to retrieve 2 large bottles of iced red tea. Placing them before the two men, he smiled and said, let us partake in this tea. It is a generous offer. Indeed. Is this truly tea? Zhao Zhangwo remained silent. However, Hu Guangyu, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, back in my school days, I did enjoy it. It has been years since I last had some. Very well, let us drink this. It must be noted that, in comparison to Qi Yuming, the offspring of a business magnate, Hu Guangyu exhibited a far more reserved and mature demeanor. You two are not merely here for tea, are you? Chen Yang, recognizing Hu Guangyu's amiable nature, delved directly into the matter at hand. This man was commendable, neither arrogant nor hasty, exuding calmness and kindness, regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned. It indicated that he was not of the type Chen Yang despised, and he afforded him due respect. We have come regarding the building in your possession, Zhao Zhangwo stated solemnly. The building was purchased with bank funds, albeit mistakenly. Nonetheless, it remains illicitly obtained. We have conducted our research, and since a mistake has been made, we shall endeavor to remedy it. We will remit the municipal funds once again, and this matter shall be settled. You need not serve time. But the building will belong to us, which should be beyond dispute, correct? In that case, let us negotiate. I shall make amends. The building remains mine, and I will arrange for you to receive 80 million. Thus, the matter will be resolved, will it not? Chen Yang responded with a smile. Zhao Zhangwo fell silent. Enough. Uncle Zhao, do not probe further. Hu Guangyu sighed, exasperated. Brother Chen is not foolish, a building worth 150 million in a year, to you? Moreover, should this matter escalate, it would not only bring misfortune to Brother Chen, My purpose in coming here is primarily to assist you and Uncle Lu in resolving this predicament. The profit is of little consequence. We are all in the same boat. Since we are all striving to rectify a mistake, let us speak candidly." As he spoke, he turned to Chen Yang. "Brother Chen, this matter involves the Yunhai Group. The pressure cannot solely be borne by the Yongqing branch and Vice President Lu from the headquarters. If you refuse to relent, the outcome will be mutually destructive. The Yongqing branch will suffer, Uncle Lu will be ousted, you will face imprisonment, and Wang Yuzu will be unable to secure a loan, leading to the continued abandonment of the property, ultimately benefiting the Yunhai Group. My father can withstand the pressure. But while assisting Uncle Lu and Uncle Zhao, I must acknowledge the potential for enmity. Let us discuss your terms, as long as they are reasonable. I can make a decision. Now, that is more like it." Chen Yang replied with a smile, casting a glance at Zhao Jiangwell. "Truth be told, I hold little interest in the property itself, but I am quite intrigued by the debts. Here is my proposal. Lend me 80 million, and the building will be yours. By this time next year, when the building is sold for 1.5 billion, I shall repay the 80 million with interest, effectively placing you in a position of profit without any conditions attached." "Impossible." Hu Guangyu shook his head with a sense of resignation. "It is not that I doubt you, but the fact remains that you have never engaged in business before. Lending you 80 million, I fear even 80,000 might not be returned. Thus, allow me to present my terms. I can offer you 10 million, transfer the building to me, and thereafter, you will have no further involvement in the matter. This would amount to a pure gain of 10 million. What do you say?" An unexpected turn of events, seizing opportunities amidst the chaos, and amassing a fortune of millions with bare hands, truly a remarkable feat. If this were to happen to me, the monetary gain would be secondary. I could boast about this for a lifetime. 10 million? Chen Yang pondered. While this sum is substantial, it represents earned wealth rather than indebtedness. And it does not equate to points. Without points, one cannot acquire skills. Without skills, what purpose does this 10 million serve? To truly engage in business? That would be sheer folly, likely resulting in a total loss. Chen Yang understood his own limitations. To thrive, one must possess the ability to dominate. Engaging in honest business would surely lead to ruin. In the world of commerce, playing mind games is a realm he is yet to master. Deceiving customers is a path devoid of integrity, and with a promising future ahead, there is no need to tarnish his own reputation. The two remained at an impasse, evidently dissatisfied with the conditions proposed by the other. "I have an idea." Suddenly, Zhao Jiangwo spoke up with a suggestion. "What idea?" Both Hu Guangyu and Chen Yang turned to him. "You take the building." Zhao Jiangwo pointed at Hu Guangyu and then at Chen Yang, stating, "You secure 10 million. Sensing their confusion, he quickly elaborated. "Then, crucially, Chen, you should acquire an industry, preferably one that is boastful yet difficult to verify in terms of value, and then use that industry as collateral to secure a loan from our bank. Is this feasible?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. It sounded plausible, yet its actual execution would be far from straightforward. "Feasible." Zhao Jiangwo nodded, adding, "If it were up to me, I wouldn't dare to approve such a loan, but with Vice President Lu above us and the elder of the Hu family even higher, this matter can be maneuvered, provided it is done discreetly. No one would find fault. However, there is one critical point." Hu Guangyu interjected, looking at Chen Yang with a warning. "Once you proceed this way, you will truly owe 80 million. Such a contract that manipulates the system carries exorbitant interest. If you can indeed leverage vast wealth, then splendid. However, if you merely engage in ordinary business, I advise you to reconsider. The profits may not suffice to cover the interest, and should you falter, you would find yourself in dire straits. Rest assured, I am confident." Chen Yang replied with determination. Moreover, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly added, "I must emphasize one more thing. Given the magnitude of this loan and your unique circumstances, I require certain guarantees. Therefore, regardless of your plans, the person managing the accounts must be from our bank. To safeguard you from potential dangers, we will assign 2 bodyguards, with their wages covered by us. Lastly, and most importantly, should your business incur substantial losses, we reserve the right to demand immediate repayment." Goodness! Chen Yang couldn't help but regard Zhao Jiangwo with newfound respect. The accounts would be managed by their personnel, ensuring that funds would not be misused, but rather employed judiciously. The bodyguards, also their personnel. Was this indeed a precaution against his potential flight? This is the only viable method for you to legitimately secure 80 million. Zhao Jiangwo remarked with a wry smile, "Do not underestimate the stakes. If you lose everything or attempt to escape, my life would be irrevocably ruined." "Very well. I accept. Chen Yang nodded. For him, nothing else mattered. The crux lay in the month-end settlement, the points acquired, the technological exchanges, and subsequently, the initiation of an overwhelming advantage. Losses? Absolutely out of the question. What constitutes a dimensional strike at the technical level? You play a 2. I play a royal flush. You play a 3. I play a royal flush. You play a single card. I play a royal flush. Indeed, I hold nothing but royal flushes. Is there any chance of defeat? Let us sign the contract. Seeing Chen Yang's agreement, Zhao Jiangwo refrained from further discussion and presented the prepared contract. He then extracted a blank sheet of paper and stated, "You need not worry about any subsequent changes of heart. I shall draft a letter of commitment. Should I retract, I will join you in prison." He swiftly began to write, and upon completion, he pressed his handprint and signed, subsequently handing it to Chen Yang. Be mindful. This document must remain unknown to anyone outside of us. Examine its contents, and if you find it agreeable, I shall seal it. After you secure the loan, you must return it to me intact. It must not be opened en route, for I cannot ascertain whether you will make a copy. Zhao Jiangwo spoke with gravity. Chen Yang took the document and perused it momentarily before nodding. Agreed. Seal it. At this, Zhao Jiangwo nodded, retrieving a special envelope into which he folded the letter of commitment and sealed it securely. Chen Yang observed that it appeared to be affixed with a peculiar adhesive, its pungent odor suggesting that conventional methods would likely compromise the integrity of the document upon extraction. All right, let us proceed with the signatures. The contract was pushed forward, and Chen Yang swiftly inscribed his name, followed by mutual handprints with Hu Guangyu. A pleasurable collaboration. Hu Guangyu exhaled, promptly transferring 10 million to Chen Yang. A pleasurable collaboration. Chen Yang rose to see them off until their departure. Yuhai Group? Chen Yang furrowed his brow. His actions had undoubtedly incurred the ire of Yuhai Group. Having previously been an employee there, he possessed an intimate understanding of the company. Yuhai Group was no small enterprise. It spanned multiple industries and boasted a market value in the hundreds of billions, ranking among the top 500 private enterprises in the country. Its primary sectors included beverages, namely mineral water, fruit-flavored sodas, and juices, as well as various health foods, canned goods, snacks, instant noodles, and self-heating pots. In his previous role, he had been a technical personnel specializing in the research and development of convenient and leisure foods. When he first joined, Yuhai Group had intended to venture into the dairy and financial markets, only to suffer catastrophic losses that nearly halved its market value, only now beginning to recover. The real estate endeavors were surely led by senior executives from the Qi family lineage. In recent years, the escalating housing prices had drawn national attention, with various parties striving to curb the surge, rendering real estate nearly a sunset industry. To intervene at this juncture was tantamount to folly. Was one seeking to profit from the final revelry? Reflecting on the plight of Wang South real estate and the internal strife within Yuhai Group, Chen Yang came to a realization it was likely the latter. However, having incurred such enmity, it could not be disregarded. Waiting for others to stir trouble was not in his nature. He would take the initiative. Chen Yang's gaze inevitably drifted toward the least expensive technologies listed in the system. Health water quality enhancement technology, 5,000 points. Review. Honestly, I'd rather purchase the gene evolution liquid. Food and beverage recipe optimization technology, 5,000 points. Review. This is excellent, indeed. Indulging in a laid-back life while enjoying the finer things. If he were to acquire these two technologies, wouldn't it be a breeze to take down the Yuhai Group? No. The target should be a world-class beverage brand. The mere Yuhai Group would be but collateral damage, easily dispatched. Thus, he resolved to proceed. A mysterious smile spread across Chen Yang's face as he checked his balance of 10 million. After a brief search, he located a phone number belonging to an old classmate. Hello? Gongzi, I heard your hometown is renowned for longevity, with nourishing water and a natural reservoir? I've recently become unemployed and am considering starting my own venture. Would it be all right to visit your area for a look around? No need for leave, just spare some time to show me around when I arrive. Great. It's settled then. I'll book the tickets and head over now. See you at noon. Chapter 6. This is what fate has prepared for you. An hour later, Chen Yang leisurely opened his door, only to find 4 individuals standing outside. One of them raised his hand to knock, startling both parties. Goodness. Upon seeing the 2 burly men, Chen Yang instinctively stepped back, finally noticing Zhao Jiangwo standing behind them. Director Zhao? What brings you here? Chen Yang exhaled in relief. Zhao Jiangwo, equally startled, was about to speak when he spotted the bag on Chen Yang's back, arousing his suspicion. What are you up to? It was impossible for him not to be suspicious. With the matter concluded, the two most unfortunate entities in the world were either the Yunhai Group or himself. In an attempt to impress young Master Hu, he had voluntarily taken on subsequent responsibilities, drafting a letter of commitment for Chen Yang. Initially, he merely sought to showcase his capabilities, but upon reflection, he grew increasingly anxious about having left behind evidence that could lead to his downfall. Was it worth it? He hurriedly mobilized his connections, recruited 2 capable veterans, and personally selected a suitable accountant before rushing over. It was merely a precaution. Coincidentally, he encountered Chen Yang, who appeared ready to flee. Do you not want that 80 million anymore? Zhao Jiangwo inquired, his voice trembling. Of course I do. Chen Yang was taken aback. Observing Zhao Jiangwo's demeanor and quickly comprehending the situation, he retorted, so these are the bodyguards and accountants you arranged? You're quite hasty, aren't you? The money has even arrived, and you've brought people along? The funds in my pocket are mine alone. I don't need you to manage them. Zhao Jiangwo let out a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. It won't be long now. Once you decide on your course of action and make the necessary preparations, you can apply for the funds at any time. They receive a fixed salary regardless of when they arrive, so it's all for ensuring your safety. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You're merely securing the safety of that letter of commitment, aren't you? Chen Yang was at a loss for words and said, I have arranged to meet with an old classmate to investigate a project at his hometown. If everything goes smoothly, we will confirm it soon. There is no need for concern. I am far more anxious than you are. Bring them along. It ensures safety and convenience. And they will take care of any arduous or unpleasant tasks. As he spoke, Zhao Jiangwo gestured towards the 4th person, a young woman standing beside him. Chen Yang looked up to see a girl in the bloom of youth, her face still bearing a hint of baby fat. Dressed in professional attire that accentuated her vibrant youthfulness and beauty, stunning yet unpretentious, the kind of beauty that grows more captivating with each glance. Her? Doing the dirty work? Chen Yang thought, puzzled. Old Zhao, what are you playing at? The girl also lifted her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity and indignation. Hello, I am Lu Washu. From now on, I will be your secretary, assistant, financial manager, and life steward. Our bank manager has instructed that I must not leave your side. I hope you will accept this arrangement. Her soft voice rang out, and internally, Lu Washu felt a twinge of annoyance, hoping Chen Yang would refuse. She had no desire to engage in such duties. However, it was a mistake on her part, as Zhao Jiangwo had already designated her, leaving no room for rejection. Quit? Absolutely not. To evade responsibility for a mistake would lead to years of scolding from my father. Moreover, if I resign and flee, word would spread, and I would be utterly disgraced among family and friends. How could I hold my head high? I would be the subject of ridicule for years. Remember so-and-so? You know. The one who worked at the bank and mistakenly transferred 80 million? She resigned and disappeared, that's me. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wangshu fixed her gaze on Chen Yang, her eyes blinking with curiosity. She had merely made a mistake, yet he had orchestrated an astonishing feat. Even her father, who held himself in high esteem, acknowledged him as a talent. How could someone so young possess such sharp intellect? Moreover, where did he find the audacity? Was he truly the type to seize opportunities without hesitation? Did he not experience doubt or indecision? Why was he so resolute? A single misstep could land him in prison. As her curiosity flourished, Chen Yang recognized the familiar and distinctive voice, suddenly enlightened. Oh, you're the one who made the error with the funds, aren't you? Lu Wangshu's expression darkened instantly. Zhao Jiangwo chuckled softly, affirming, indeed, that's her. This calamity should be left to wreak havoc elsewhere. I have a heart condition and cannot withstand such shocks. You want her to manage my accounts? Chen Yang, however, was taken aback and pulled old Zhao aside, whispering, aren't you worried she might lead me to bankruptcy? Absolutely not. Zhao Jiangwo's expression subtly shifted, and he began to ponder internally, yet he maintained a facade of forced joviality. When she was transferred to our branch, I reviewed her credentials, an esteemed university graduate with a major in accounting, possessing numerous certifications. I could hardly believe that such talent would grace our modest establishment. After all, those who excelled typically gravitated towards illustrious investment banks or the Big Four. In hindsight, this opportunity seems providential, my dear brother Chen. You are the strategist, and she is the formidable warrior. You two are a perfect match. He contemplated quietly. Realizing that it was no wonder such an impressive resume found its way to them, it seemed that while her academic prowess was commendable, her reliability was questionable. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider an alternative? Yet, having already brought her on board, any misstep should remain within manageable bounds. Chen Yang, the cunning rogue, would undoubtedly find a solution. With these thoughts swirling, Zhao Jiangwo dismissed any further niceties and addressed Chen Yang. Brother Chen, let it be as such. Proceed with these three. Allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Gang, and this is Zheng Chong, both seasoned veterans who recently retired from military service. Your safety is assured. His underlying message was clear. I am making it known that there is no escape for you. Chen Yang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Then they shall accompany me. After all, it's merely a matter of having a few more voices, a few extra votes, and a couple of additional beds. Let them follow along. Well then, brother. You have your affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Young Master Hu and Boss Wang have gone to discuss business, and it is high time I bid farewell. Zhao Jiangwo greeted him briefly before hastily departing. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by this news. It seemed young Master Hu was intent on playing both sides. It was no surprise he generously offered 10 million. He would likely extract a significant sum from Wang Yuzu as well. However, it was also understandable, offending the Yuhai Group for a mere few million in profit was hardly worth it, although it was ostensibly to rescue his subordinates. Wang Yuzu's ability to endure the crisis was solely due to his own resilience. Sacrificing some future profits was, therefore, not unreasonable. Let us proceed. In the bustling commercial district of Jinjiangnu area, the Yunhai Group's towering edifice stood prominently. Unlike the myriad factories scattered across East Jiang Province and beyond, the Yunhai Group was not engaged in production. Instead, it specialized in sales, coordination, channels, networks, and finance. The founder of Yunhai Group was the late Qi Yunhai, and for many years, the entire enterprise was a family-owned venture. However, following Qi Yunhai's passing a few years ago, his eldest son took the reins of the group. This ambitious heir invested heavily in the construction of the Yunhai building and sought to attract capital from the financial sector, aiming to expand into new industries such as finance and livestock. Regrettably, the leap was too ambitious. Within just 2 to 3 years, Yunhai Group suffered significant setbacks in several new sectors, leading to a halving of its assets. Although the company managed to stabilize following its public listing, stock splits, and financing, it was no longer under the Qi family's control. The Qi family had become more of a symbolic figurehead, holding less than 15 of the company's shares, with the majority now in the hands of various capital entities. Although the eldest Qi remained the nominal chairman, he had long been rendered powerless. Presently, the president of Yuhai Group was a professional manager, Fan Wenping. Fan Wenping is a man in his 40s, in the prime of his life. He has held executive positions in several companies, and, due to his exceptional capabilities, has been recruited by multiple investors to serve as president. Young, passionate, prudent, energetic, and driven, he possesses remarkable skills and an extraordinary vision, along with a broad perspective. This is how numerous headhunting firms characterize him. After assuming the presidency of Yuhai Group, he leveraged capital to accomplish a thorough internal restructuring within just 2 months, achieving significant layoffs and the refinement of key personnel. Furthermore, he seized the opportunity to marginalize the chairman. One cannot overlook the strength of this individual's abilities. With the trust of investors and the support of employees, Fan Wenping now holds considerable sway within Yuhai Group, akin to the authority once held by the Qi family. At this moment, an internal meeting is in progress. The large screen displays the sequence of events, presenting a comprehensive narrative through text and images for all attendees. A woman in formal attire speaks calmly, stating, "This is how the situation has unfolded. Although I do not agree with the group's involvement in the waning real estate sector, now that the incident has occurred, we must not allow Yunhai Group's reputation to be trampled upon. This could lead to a decline in our evaluation by investors. I hope the Qi family and everyone present can propose solutions." Zhang Wanning, your words are excessive. Suddenly, Qi Yuming interjects, his expression dark. Is it my words that are excessive? Zhang Wanning replies, her cold demeanor unyielding. If one lacks ability, one should refrain from acting. The more one does, the more mistakes one makes, leading to a loss of face. What do you think of my statement, Supervisor Qi? Furious, Qi Yuming rises abruptly. Fan Wenping, seated at the head of the table, gestures for silence, saying, "Enough, sit down, no need for shouting. What I require now are solutions." Yuming, behave, sit down. The elder of the Qi family, currently the chairman Qi Ruihua, occupies the second seat. The crowd below breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the pressure of the power struggle above them. Friends from the main office have already sent a letter, applying pressure. Deputy President Zhou has stated he is powerless to assist. Someone speaks up. According to our investigation, it was our Dongjiang supervisor of financial economics who made the call. Another adds, is there any possibility of mediation from the capital side? Qi Ruihua glances at Fan Wenping. It is no longer feasible. Some matters involve more than just interests, and deeper issues are at play. It can only be described as a series of unfortunate events. Fan Wenping shakes his head. Are we to simply abandon this? Qi Yumming, unwilling to accept defeat, clenches his teeth, especially upon seeing that familiar face. Is this revenge? All because of a detestable woman? This retaliation seems excessively harsh. From now on, the Qi family's control over Yuhai Group has diminished another notch. Wretched woman, it is all you're doing. He wishes he could return and deliver a resounding reprimand to her. What alternative do we have if we do not abandon this? Here, relationships and rules have always been paramount. The reckless ways of capital do not apply so simply. A Ritterni executive speaks up. Enough. Fan Wenping waved his hand once more, stating, it is merely a trivial matter concerning Wang's real estate. Although the financial loss is not insignificant, it remains within an acceptable range. In the realm of investment, nothing is ever absolutely secure. One should have contemplated the potential for failure beforehand. At present, the unforeseen variable is merely a certain individual named Chen Yang. Our Yuhai Group is not incapable of enduring losses. Rather, we cannot afford to be bested by such an inconspicuous and insignificant figure, especially one whom our group has expelled. What you must now consider is how to salvage our reputation and prevent a downgrade in our ratings. Upon the utterance of these words, the conference room fell into a profound silence. As Fan Wenping articulated, losing is a common occurrence, however. Losing to a nameless underling transcends mere frustration. It is a matter of how to restore our dignity and maintain our ratings. You speak of unexpected circumstances. The outside world must be convinced otherwise. Our immediate task is to control the rumors within manageable limits. We must either convey that Yuhai Group's losses are not disgraceful or assert that we are not to be trifled with. Chapter 7. What are a few coins worth in a year? Are we to gamble our lives? All right, the meeting is adjourned. Whoever devises a solution, come find me in my office. After a brief pause with no answers forthcoming, Fan Wenping could no longer remain seated and stood up impatiently. The moment he and Qi Ruihua left, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices, with executives engaging in fervent discussions. It's quite troublesome. According to the information, that fellow is truly destitute, having just been dismissed by us and reportedly suffering from illness. Seeking revenge on him would be a challenge. Indeed, he is too destitute. It's difficult to find a point of attack. What if we expose the circumstances behind this matter? Are you out of your mind? Such matters must only be discussed privately. Have you considered how many people are involved? As long as the higher-ups remain unscathed, your actions would be akin to kicking a monk at the foot of Lingshan Mountain. You are correct. This incident cannot topple anyone, as they have suffered no loss. If this were to leak, we would become a laughingstock, outmaneuvered by someone we expelled from our own company. If all else fails, we may have to resort to the old methods. Let us boast about him. That could indeed be a strategy, if we can elevate his reputation sufficiently. Our losses may not seem so disgraceful. I find that unrealistic. In the past, boasting about large institutions was one thing, but how can we embellish a single individual? Is Zhuge Liang still among us? It requires belief. Indeed, that seems rather far-fetched. Not only is it implausible to exaggerate, but upon further reflection, this individual's actions are quite absurd. You're only just realizing this? I was left speechless earlier, utterly dazed. My head is still buzzing. Who was responsible for his dismissal? Such actions defy reason. It is utterly ridiculous. In the president's office, Fan Wenping plopped down into his chair, requesting his secretary to pour him a cup of tea as he rubbed his temples in frustration. What is the meaning of all this? Naturally, he could conceive of the same solutions as the other executives. However, those solutions were either impractical or would lead to even more absurd outcomes. The art of boasting in the business world is indeed widely known. In the realm of business, it is often the case that the defeated lavish praise upon the victors, projecting an image of magnanimity while subtly suggesting that their own shortcomings are overshadowed by the prowess of the adversary. Ultimately, this act serves to preserve dignity and allows the matter to be put to rest. While the marketplace may resemble a battlefield, it is wise to remember the adage, only interests endure, while enmities are transient. The skirmishes in business exist for the sake of profit. When one incurs a loss, they relinquish their gains, yet this does not necessitate animosity. After all, wealth is inexhaustible, and future collaborations may arise. True vendettas are rarely witnessed. For sustaining a long-term presence in commerce is a challenging endeavor. President. Suddenly, the secretary approached and whispered. The head of the snack development department claims to have a solution for this matter and is waiting outside. Oh? Fan Wenming expressed mild surprise. I recall that Chen Yang was in charge of that department, wasn't he? He was the one who initiated the dismissal. Allow him to enter. I am curious to see what solution he proposes. Before long, the secretary ushered in a young man. He stood tall, dressed impeccably, exuding confidence and an air of assured success. Notably, he bore no relation to the Qi family. Such a young individual ascending to a managerial position and not being a part of the Qi clan. Could it be that our company harbors a prodigy? Had I previously overlooked his talents, allowing Chen Yang, that schemer, to depart and leaving this promising talent to languish in obscurity? Fan Wen pondered quietly, sensing it was time for a comprehensive evaluation of talent within the group. After witnessing Chen Yang's outrageous maneuvers, the once straightforward business competition had begun to appear rather intolerable to him. In his earlier readings of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he had always perceived it as embellished and exaggerated. Under conditions of scarce information, no amount of wisdom could orchestrate grand strategies from afar. However, today, he found himself compelled to revisit this classic. The lessons of opportunism and coalition building. Chen Yang had imparted a significant lesson. Greetings, President. The young man, brimming with self-assurance, only heightened Fan Wen's anticipation. I have heard from the secretary that you possess a solution. What is it? Speak freely, regardless of its feasibility. I shall not hold you accountable. Fan Wen adopted a notably humble demeanor, unconsciously mimicking the courteous deference often depicted in television dramas. Thank you, President. The young man responded with palpable excitement, first offering an apology. I must clarify, I am responsible for the technical department, and it was I who approved Chen Yang's dismissal. He has been unwell for an extended period, and I feared he might cause unexpected losses for the company. Following this incident, I have felt a profound sense of responsibility and guilt towards the organization. After all, he was under my supervision. Despite all precautions, I failed to prevent such a considerable loss for the company, which is utterly regrettable. Fortunately, we provided him with generous severance compensation, since he was under my purview. I received the news promptly and immediately arranged for an investigation. To my knowledge, he has disclosed intentions to acquire a failed development project in a private employee chat. Few were aware of our plans concerning Wang's real estate, indicating that there must be a leak. We could potentially charge him and the informant with theft of trade secrets. Unfeasible. Fan Wenping shook his head in disappointment and remarked, there are quite a few who are aware of this matter, and ultimately, it is merely the Qi family using their influence against Wang Realty. There is no confidentiality at stake, and the accusation of stealing trade secrets is unfounded. The young man's eyes flickered as he responded, I have tracked his whereabouts. He has gone to Wenming Lake and Wei Sin. He's already unwell. And if someone were to give him a little push. Suddenly, a foreboding sensation gripped Fan Wenping, and he inquired, do you also know if he has gone elsewhere? Did you have someone follow him? No. The young man shook his head, prompting a sigh of relief from Fan Wenping. However, the young man continued with a smile, I have his information and address. I hired 5 individuals to follow him. Now, all it takes is your command, President. And those 5 can discreetly push him into the lake, leaving no trace behind. This way, not only will he learn a lesson, but those who possess clear insight will think twice before looking down upon our Yunhai group. Bang! Fan Wenping abruptly stood up, slamming his hand forcefully on the table. His face flushed with rage as he shouted, get the hell out of here. The young man was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Get out. Fan Wenping bellowed again. The young man, startled, hurriedly fled the room. The secretary, alarmed by the commotion, rushed in. Find out who brought him in, who he works for, and who his subordinates are. Is he connected to the Qi family? Is it the Qi family? Damn it. Fire them all. All of them. Fan Wenping seethed. The secretary, upon hearing this, hastily exited. After a moment of heavy breathing, Fan Wenping remained agitated, pacing back and forth in his office. He picked up a cup of water intending to take a sip, but, in a fit of rage, smashed it onto the floor. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He fumed. He had long heard of the Qi family's dark dealings, but he never anticipated it to be so sinister. I came here to be a professional manager. And they expect me to engage in underhanded activities? What do they think? That they can drag me down with them? As he pondered these thoughts, his anger intensified, and he felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, he had refrained from promising rewards for resolving issues, instead insisting on concrete solutions. Had he phrased it differently, Chen Yang might have already been submerged in the lake. Would he then become the puppet master in this scheme? Breaking out in a cold sweat, Fan Wenping picked up the phone and dialed. Hello? Manager Zhang Wanning, come to my office. I have discovered some matters that indicate internal issues within our company. And there may be layoffs that require your attention. After hanging up, Fan Wenping sat down, rubbing his temples. What kind of people are these? This company is not their family business. They're merely employees earning a modest salary. What are they risking their lives for? What benefits has the chief family provided them? Meanwhile, at Yueming Lake in Weixian, the autumn breeze caressed the surface of the water. Chen Yang sat contentedly in a small boat, while Lu Wangshu busied herself with brewing tea. As Chen Yang opened his phone to urge an old classmate, he was greeted by a flurry of WeChat messages. From the finance department, Sun Yao messaged, Chen Yang, have you purchased an entire building? Are you not the one who, due to financial constraints, resorted to purchasing a dilapidated building? And now, you have indeed acquired such a property? Comprehensive Department Su Qian. Is this true? Chen Yang. Has the boss struck it rich? Did you find work uninteresting and decide to return to inherit a vast fortune? Human Resources Department's Lu Yun. It's true. I have seen the internal meeting documents. The name matches, the photo matches. It is indeed him, Chen Yang. Technical Department's Wang Qi. A whole building. Quality Control Department's Zhao Hai. Good heavens, is young Master Chen really that wealthy? Yet he came to us for a loan? Is this some sort of experiential living? Sales Department's Zhang Feng. I always knew people are different. Some are born to greatness, while others merely pretend. He may ride a horse, but he is still just a rider. Technical Department's Xiao Nan. He borrowed from me last time too, but I refused. That would have been a significant loss. The big shot, Chen Yang, is indeed a climber. Aside from the group chat, there are private messages. Finance Department's Sun Miao. Brother, dear sir, father, I implore you. Do not divulge that I leaked this information. Otherwise, I am finished. You have no idea how monumental your actions are. The entire group is in an uproar, and the leadership is furious. Chen Yang replied, there will be rich rewards in due time. Finance Department Sun Miao. The next message is from the Technical Department Supervisor. Supervisor, do you understand what you have done? Why did you act in such a manner? The company owes you nothing. You should be grateful. Chen Yang replied, fool, and then promptly blocked and deleted. The next message is from that wretched Jean Yalin. Jean Yalin, where did you acquire all this money? Did you not say you would provide me with everything? A liar. You miserly man, even with wealth, you cannot compare to Qi Shao blah blah blah. Chen Yang felt his eyelids twitch, and without hesitation, he responded, yes, I did not give you everything. There is one thing I have yet to give you. Hasn't your mother been unwell? I will send you your mother's ashes. Blocked and deleted, all in one breath. What kind of person is this? Truly an eye-opener. Chen Yang reflected, and at that moment, his phone rang. Looking up, he saw someone on the shore waving a phone. Come ashore. Soon. The person on the shore boarded the boat. He looked with surprise at Lu Wangshu, Zheng Chang, and Wang Gang. Curious, he asked, Yangzi, is this your girlfriend? Who are they? No. Chen Yang raised his hand in refusal and stated, I am single. This is my assistant, Lu Wangshu, and they are Zheng Chang and Wang Gang. My bodyguards. Assistant? Bodyguards? The newcomers were left speechless and asked, what is going on? We have come to invest in Weixian. Chen Yang smiled and pointed to Moonlight Lake, saying, Gongzi, I plan to build a water plant here to produce bottled mineral water. What do you think? Are you joking? Gongzi was somewhat bewildered, saying, not to mention anything else. While Moonlight Lake may communicate with underground rivers and is inexhaustible, Weixian has the reputation of being a land of longevity. But there are no minerals here. This is pure river water, and I just saw someone urinating by the river. Who would buy that? Only a fool would. It is precisely about transforming the impossible into the possible. On the surface, Chen Yang exuded confidence. Yet internally he was filled with sarcasm. Even if I wanted to buy a more reliable place, I couldn't afford it. Chapter 8. The water quality is exceptionally good. Drinking it can lead to longevity. Wait, what exactly is your situation? Gongzi, bewildered, took a seat. He glanced at Lu Washu and the two bodyguards. Then back at Chen Yang, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just recently, had this lad been a sycophant? How did he suddenly become prosperous? Chen Yang gazed at the shimmering lake under the sunlight and remarked, this lake belongs to a natural reservoir. Why hasn't it been transformed into a tourist attraction? Are you serious? Gongzi still found it hard to believe, but he replied, Yongcheng is the provincial capital, and there are plenty of scenic spots nearby. Although Wei-Yin falls under Yongqing's jurisdiction, it is still somewhat remote. Furthermore, most of the young people from Wei-Yin have gone to work in Yongqing, leaving our local economy stagnant, let alone tourism. This reservoir, while splendid, is too isolated. Transforming it into a tourist site would require significant investment, which isn't worthwhile. The county had considered it before, but ultimately abandoned the idea after comprehensive comparisons. However, if you genuinely intend to lease this reservoir, the price will not be low. Gongzi, who had always worked within the system, was well acquainted with local affairs since Wei-Yin was his hometown. How much? Chen Yang inquired. It's hard to specify an exact amount. Gongzi frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. The reservoir was sizable but not excessively large. Due to the underground river, aquaculture was not feasible. I recall a few years ago, someone did consider leasing it, but after consulting experts, they chose to forego it. Back then, the county's quote was around 20 million for 30 years. At this point, Gongzi couldn't help but interject. Yangzi, don't be ridiculous. Where would you get the money? Even if you had it, this is no way to squander it. Take my advice. Let us go eat first, and then you can return to Yongqing immediately. This money cannot be wasted. Do you still not understand me? Chen Yang chuckled. I have absolute confidence. Have you considered what I do? If I dare to start a business, it's impossible for me not to have some backing. What do you do? Food product development? Gongzi hesitated briefly, then recalled that Chen Yang worked for Yunhai Group, which originally focused on bottled water. Could it be that he had acquired some core technology? But what core technology could there possibly be in bottled water? Gongzi continued to be perplexed. Are you truly not joking? Not at all. All right, then I'll make some inquiries for you. Gongzi, being a straightforward person, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He stood up and walked to the bow of the boat. After a brief conversation, he expressed his gratitude multiple times. I checked with a friend, and if you genuinely want to pursue it, you can negotiate. The price is approximately around 1.5 million, still for 30 years. Thank you. Chen Yang nodded and turned to Lu Washu, saying, you go negotiate, aim for under 1 million, for 20 years. Me? Lu Washu pointed at herself, incredulous. Indeed. Chen Yang stroked his chin and remarked, currently you are my only trusted general. If you don't go, who will? As Lu Washu attempted to retort, Chen Yang interjected. Perhaps you should reach out to your bank president and request a more capable individual. Lu Washu immediately lowered her head, feeling conflicted and constrained. She yearned to counter his remarks but found herself unable to do so. The president had already made it clear that if she were to be replaced, she could pack her belongings and leave, a prospect she could not accept. If it comes to that, then let it be. Lu Washu bit her lip. And as the boat docked, she departed with Zhang Chang. Chen Yang shrugged. He was never cut out for business. In his view, this venture into the flames was merely a consequence of his fearlessness of imprisonment, bolstered by a systematic foundation and a stroke of luck. The notions of strategic planning and commanding from afar were mere fabrications. He considered himself an ordinary person, who firmly believed in the principle that specialized tasks should be left to specialists, avoiding unnecessary interference. In comparison to Lu Washu, a financial elite, Chen Yang felt his only role was to recline, relish the moment, showcase his technical prowess, and begin counting the profits. Details were beyond his comprehension. Let us go for a drink, Chen Yang proposed. No way, Gongzi countered, suddenly concerned. Is it wise to let her go alone? Perhaps we should accompany her. Trust her, Chen Yang insisted, dragging Gongzi into the rural restaurant by Moonlight Lake. They indulged in food and drink until the afternoon. Finally, Lu Washu returned with Zhang Chang, utterly drained. She slumped into a chair, her gaze falling upon the leftover dishes, and her heart swelled with indignation. After several hours of toil, was she to return and consume scraps? What kind of boss was this? Have you managed to sort things out? Chen Yang inquired. Yes, Lu Washu replied weakly. 9 million, over 20 years. We've settled on the price. They stated that any further reduction would hinder their ability to report upwards, and clearly. They are eager to exploit you as a generous benefactor. They insist on wrapping it up quickly, with the contract to be signed this afternoon. Impressive. Truly a professional. Chen Yang commended, raising his thumb and instructing the owner to bring out more dishes. Lu Washu felt a semblance of relief, and upon seeing Chen Yang's thumb raised, a faint smile crept onto her lips. After lunch, Chen Yang summoned a vehicle, first escorting Gongzi home before heading to the county with the three of them. Hello, Mr. Chen, greeted a balding middle-aged man named Lu, the deputy county chief responsible for investment promotion in Wei County, his demeanor amiable. Once seated and reviewing the agreement, Chen Yang affixed his signature. Deputy Chief Lu approached Chen Yang for a handshake, smiling. I hear you're contracting the reservoir to establish a water plant? Should you require any assistance from our county, don't hesitate to ask. Here is my business card. You're too kind. Chen Yang replied with a smile, shaking hands. Contracting the reservoir is merely the first step. Subsequent plans for a water plant and a food and beverage processing facility will follow. I hope the county will facilitate our endeavors. Absolutely, absolutely. Deputy Chief Lu beamed, for Wei County's proximity to the provincial capital was indeed beneficial. Although it was not without its challenges. The advantageous aspect is that everyone's workplace has become more accessible, while the disadvantage lies in the county's struggle for development. Nowadays, the emergence of factories is perceived as a positive development, despite the absurdity of the industries involved. After bidding farewell, Chen Yang returned to the hotel with 3 companions. He captured photographs of the contract and sent them to Zhao Jiangwo. The bank manager promptly called back, expressing disbelief. Brother, are you joking? 9 million for a reservoir? We had agreed on establishing a venture that would be impressive yet difficult to appraise, but this dilapidated reservoir cannot secure any loan. Even the mightiest would hesitate to lend you 80 million. The water quality is exceptional, and drinking it promotes longevity. Chen Yang asserted. Are you boasting with me? Zhao Jiangwo retorted, rendered speechless. Brother, I cannot assist you. This truly isn't feasible. I am not deceiving you. Chen Yang then turned his attention to the health water quality enhancement technology within the system. Why is it termed health water rather than purified water? This is because it is neither mineral water nor pure water, but rather a beneficial substance for the human body that has been processed and enhanced. It is more akin to a health supplement than mere water, and indeed, it is a genuine health product. The system even remarked that purchasing this is less advantageous than acquiring gene evolution liquid. What does this imply? It suggests that this product possesses some of the effects of gene evolution liquid, albeit perhaps less than 1% or even 1,000th. Nevertheless, it is effective. Regrettably, without points in hand, Chen Yang could not produce a sample. Chapter 9. Extraordinary individuals undertaking extraordinary matters. The two sides engaged in a tug-of-war for over 10 minutes, with neither party persuading the other. Ultimately, Zhao Jiangwo, feeling fatigued and frustrated, hesitated to express his concerns more sternly. Chen Yang held leverage over him. And should that young man succumb to the pressure and report him, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, he had arranged for bodyguards and assistants in advance. As long as the funds were safeguarded by Lu Washu, problems were likely to be averted. If losses were to occur, they could withdraw the remaining loan and subsequently seal off the factory for resale. He believed that even if some losses were incurred, it would not lead to total bankruptcy. He was assisting young master who would likely extend a helping hand in return. Even if he lost his position as bank manager, it was preferable to imprisonment. With such thoughts, Zhao Jiangwo's countenance turned ashen, and he weakly stated, I will have Lu Washu prepare the necessary documentation. Funds will be allocated within 3 days. You must consider this carefully. Failure to repay will lead to imprisonment, you rat. The call ended. Chen Yang shrugged. He had never concerned himself with trivial matters. How could advanced technology fail? Meanwhile, Zhao Jiangwo's expression shifted, filled with regret. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Hu Guangyu's number. Yes, young master Hu. It is as I said. I believe I am finished. That young man is utterly incompetent in business. Thank you very much. I assure you, it is absolutely true. That fellow lacks any commercial acumen, borrowing 80 million only to sell bottled water. Can you believe it? Well, I understand now. Let it be. In a residential area of Yongcheng, Hu Guangyu, perplexed, hung up the phone, unable to comprehend the situation. At the adjacent dining table, an elderly man was leisurely sipping porridge and inquired, What is the matter? Is there a problem? It's nothing serious, Hu Guangyu replied, furrowing his brow as he recounted the details. I initially thought Chen Yang was worth befriending. But what is he doing? 80 million to sell bottled water? Not to mention the national market is already dominated by major brands, even here in Dongjiang province. The colossal Yuhai Group firmly holds the beverage market. What he is doing is akin to courting disaster. Extraordinary individuals engage in extraordinary endeavors, the elderly man said slowly, wiping his mouth. As one ages, nothing seems surprising anymore. There will always be madmen with their eccentric methods. The victors shall reign. Do not focus solely on his actions. Consider the outcomes he produces. Anyone daring enough to undertake such measures must possess some confidence. It now remains to be seen whether that confidence is worthy of your friendship. You speak wisely, grandfather, Hu Guangyu acknowledged, enlightened. The following day, After spending a night in Weixian, Chen Yang and his 3 companions took the high-speed train back to Yongcheng. In the words of Lu Washu, since everything was prepared, it was time to recruit personnel. She was unfamiliar with running a business and needed to find professionals. Chen Yang concurred, thus he managed to sleep until 10 in the morning. By the time they arrived at the talent market, it was already 11:30. And some recruiting companies had begun to pack up and leave. Lu Washu could not help but complain. It took several calls to wake you, and now look. It's all over. How can we recruit people now? Everything is a matter of fate, Chen Yang replied. Just like sifting beans, the lesser candidates have already departed. The more substantial ones will certainly have their standards and will not easily accept meager compensation from those companies. Chen Yang remained unfazed. The money had yet to materialize, so whether it was a day sooner or later was inconsequential. With cutting-edge technology on their side, as long as the recruits were not foolish, they would surely achieve something remarkable. Lu Washu rendered a booth and hastily crafted a sign. Chen Yang then casually took a seat. Those passing by were instantly intrigued by the scene, yet few dared to approach and introduce themselves. After all, there were assistants and bodyguards present. The imposing atmosphere suggested they were not seeking ordinary candidates. However, there were always exceptions. A few minutes later, a disheveled man with an unkempt beard and a defeated demeanor approached and plopped down in front of them. "What positions are you hiring for?" he asked. "We're hiring for everything. What do you wish to do?" Chen Yang replied. "Everything?" The man chuckled. "Are you hiring a general manager? Do I seem suitable?" "I think you are," Chen Yang declared, producing a contract and placing it on the table. "Please sign here." The contract had been prepared by Lu Wangshu, and the company had been facilitated by Deputy County Head Lu just the previous day. Ah? The uncle was momentarily taken aback, while Lu Washu stared at Chen Yang in bewilderment. "Is it really that casual?" Chen Yang chuckled. "What? Are you intimidated? What is there to be afraid of?" The uncle flipped through the contract and remarked, "Shanghai Beverage Food Company, Limited? Oh, it was just established yesterday? In Weixian? It seems to be in the preliminary stages. How much are you prepared to offer me?" Chen Yang shook his head and replied, "I don't know your worth." "But you certainly do. The position, the salary, write it down yourself. If you are confident enough, $1 million a year is within reach." "Goodness." Jiang Lihai laughed. After suffering setbacks in both love and career, he had been cooped up at home for 2 months, and he never expected to encounter a madman upon stepping outside. Yet, this madness was refreshing. While everyone around him deemed their lives a complete failure, this stranger was willing to trust him and offer him an opportunity. An overwhelming surge of ambition welled up within him, and he felt a flicker of emotion. "You won't regret this." Jiang Lihai wrote general manager in the position section and 800,000 annual salary in the salary section, then dropped the pen. "This price is absolutely reasonable for hiring me. I will prove my worth." "What confidence?" Chen Yang gave him a thumbs up and stood up. "Come, sit here." "Do what?" Jiang Lihai was momentarily taken aback. "What else?" "Recruit." Chen Yang replied. "I have no experience in hiring. Each profession has its specialist. Since you are the expert, you handle the recruitment." Jiang Lihai felt even more moved. To delegate authority right after signing the contract, what a tremendous display of trust. He rose to take the recruitment seat and said solemnly, "Rest assured, boss, since you trust me, just tell me what positions to fill, and I'll take care of the rest. Currently, our company consists solely of the boss's assistant, the boss's bodyguards, and the only employee, which is you as the general manager. The rest is up to you to recruit." "Huh." Jiang Lihai felt a chill run down his spine, instantly sobering up, as the warmth in his heart dissipated, replaced by a sense of dread. Was he being taken for a ride? A rich second generation starting a business? Or was it just a shell company? This boss was not only young but also rather carefree. Establishing a company with a beautiful assistant and 2 bodyguards at its inception, was that serious? Surely this company wasn't just a joke, was it? "What do you mean?" Chen Yang patted him on the shoulder, painting a picture of opportunity. "This is a chance to hone your skills. A chance to build a company from the ground up. You must cherish it. Once you complete the establishment of a business from scratch, it will embellish your resume for future job searches. Then why shouldn't I start my own venture?" Jiang Lihai instinctively countered. "Do you have the funds?" Chen Yang inquired. This question struck Jiang Lihai like a bolt from the blue, leaving him speechless. "I understand now. Let's go have a meal first. I'll bring you something when we return," Chen Yang said cheerfully as he led Lu Washu and the others away. Jiang Lihai clenched his fists, pondering, why on earth did I feel so moved? This insufferable boss truly lacks the qualities of a decent human being. Nevertheless, let us first assess the situation. After all, I have yet to sign any non-disclosure or non-compete agreements, and there are no penalties for breach. If things go awry, I shall make my swift exit. Chapter 10. Boss. What is your dream? Having departed from the recruitment market, Chen Yang and his 3 companions settled into a hot pot restaurant. Without hesitation, they ordered the signature dishes. As this establishment catered to a mid to high-end clientele, such a meal would undoubtedly cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Compared to the past, this expenditure was akin to money flowing like water. Chen Yang was filled with a multitude of reflections. Regardless of whether it was in his awakened past life or his previous existence, when had he ever spent so extravagantly? In his former life, he was perpetually consumed by work, tirelessly toiling just to earn a meager salary and pay off his mortgage. In this life, he found himself as a sycophant, working tirelessly day in and day out, ultimately driving himself to exhaustion, with no enjoyment of life to speak of. What could this behavior be called? Revenge spinning? No. It was simply a result of newfound wealth. Having faced death twice, Chen Yang gained profound insights. Everything is ephemeral, and perhaps indulging in life's pleasures without regrets is the true essence of existence. In this lifetime, regardless of whether he possessed a system or not, Chen Yang resolved to live with greater ease. However, his various actions appeared somewhat unconventional to Lu Wangshu. Throughout the past few days of interaction, Lu Wangshu felt an indescribable sensation. Growing up in a well-off family, she was accustomed to a diverse array of people. Her father's constant lectures had rendered her mature from a young age, instilling in her a confidence that allowed her to see through others. Yet, when it came to Chen Yang, she found herself perplexed. If one were to claim that he had cleverly manipulated a situation to amass a fortune, the psychological strain endured in the process would undoubtedly be immense. This alone indicated that Chen Yang was a person of considerable cunning, intelligence, and audacity, unconfined by conventional norms, and unburdened by inhibitions. Such a character, once in a position of power, should ideally orchestrate everything, rapidly building momentum to achieve their lofty aspirations, should they not? Lu Wangshu had certainly heard of similar individuals before, often found in gray industries or during the rise of certain enterprises, all of whom pursued rapid and unscrupulous advancement. Moreover, these individuals were invariably marked by a heavy sense of suspicion and distrust. Yet, why was Chen Yang so different? This fellow, having just received money, was seeking loans, which on the surface seemed standard, as leveraging loans for development is often a shortcut. But instead, he opted to delve into bottled water? Truly absurd. Most absurd of all was his apparent indifference. Not only did he delegate responsibilities to himself during yesterday's handover with Wake County, but he also approached today's recruitment with such casualness, appointing a complete stranger as the general manager and allowing them to recruit personnel. Was he not afraid of being sidelined? Did he not worry about being deceived? Lu Wangshu found Chen Yang increasingly incomprehensible. Boss, what is your dream? She could not help but inquire. Dream? Chen Yang chuckled, remarking that discussing dreams with employees was akin to drawing illusions for them. And he questioned what it meant when one spoke of aspirations to a boss. What? Do you intend to paint me a picture of dreams? Lu Wangshu pressed his forehead and replied, That is not my intention. I genuinely find your actions over the past few days perplexing. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? What I desire is, in essence, rather straightforward. Chen Yang observed Lu Wangshu's earnest demeanor and adopted a more serious tone. Before yesterday, my dreams encompassed owning a home, possessing a reliable vehicle and having some savings, leading a life that was not overly burdensome. But now, things have shifted. How so? Lu Wangshu inquired with curiosity. While Zheng Chang and Wang Gang also turned their attention to their boss, they were already aware of Chen Yang's recent endeavors and admired him, yet were equally intrigued by the future aspirations of this suddenly affluent individual. They could relate deeply. A house, a car, and savings represented the dreams of the vast majority. Now, I hold 3 dreams. Chen Yang raised 3 fingers and declared, First, I wish to live more comfortably, free from the anxieties of financial concerns. The 3 nodded in agreement. This dream was quite practical. Second, I aspire to witness the vistas from greater heights. Chen Yang continued, with humanity's technological advancements today, most things can be achieved with sufficient wealth, yet some remain beyond the reach of current technology. Therefore, I aim to personally instigate a technological revolution, realizing my life's purpose and driving technological progress. The trio hesitated slightly but eventually nodded, although it bore a hint of boastfulness. Who could dismiss the possibility of their boss striking it rich selling bottled water? After all, if some could achieve nuclear fusion, then pursuing high-tech ventures through bottled water was not entirely absurd. And the third? Lu Wangshu inquired. Since my childhood, I have often heard the saying that if every person in the nation lent me $1, I would possess billions. Have you heard this? Chen Yang asked. The three nodded in unison. This notion was widely recognized across the country. However, how did this relate to dreams? My third dream is to be in debt, Chen Yang said with a smile, integrating his system and ideas. If every person in the nation, indeed, everyone in the world, were my creditors. Do you not find that to be an intriguing scenario? The three exchanged glances. Intriguing? Not in the slightest. The mere thought was overwhelming. Especially for Zheng Cheng and Wang Gang, who hailed from impoverished backgrounds and had witnessed too many lives shattered under the weight of debt. Seeing their silence, Chen Yang gently shook his head, suggesting that their experiences were too limited. Much like in a former life, some thrived despite their debts. Extremes tend to reverse. With little debt comes pressure, but with substantial debt, the burden grows immensely. When one's debts become so vast that they threaten to collapse everything, people will rally to assist you, for your downfall resembles an economic catastrophe that could obliterate all. Thus, this was merely a reflection on the nature of debt. If there were yet another technological marvel capable of incurring debt while simultaneously generating immense wealth, this grand banquet would engulf everything. And those who dare to obstruct would not require Chen Yang's intervention. The creditors would tear them apart. Beneath the surface lies a deeper truth. What appears absurd is, in fact, a reflection of a more absurd reality. As the hot pot is served, the diners rave about the delectable offerings. Yet it remains a privilege reserved for the affluent. Expensive items, aside from their high cost, hold little deficiency. Upon finishing the meal, the waiter was summoned to replenish a variety of ingredients. Wang Gang took the initiative to carry them, and the four of them set forth towards the recruitment market. The distance was minimal, merely a few hundred meters across the street. Upon their arrival, Jiang Lihai was conducting a training session for a group of individuals. We are a startup, with much to accomplish. Everything begins anew. This process may be arduous, but undoubtedly, those who remain will be considered founders. Do not dwell on what the company can provide for you. Rather, ponder what you can contribute to the company. We are a food and beverage enterprise, and market sales channels are undeniably paramount. Each of you possesses relevant talents, which is precisely why I wish for you to stay. Are large corporations truly advantageous? Not necessarily. The competitive pressure is intense, and promotions and salary increases are challenging to attain. Are smaller companies favorable? Not so. They often present poor working conditions, low income, and demanding sales targets. So, what type of company serves us, the workforce, best? Undoubtedly, it is a startup. In the initial phase, the owner is willing to invest. Promotions are attainable, and although competition may be fierce, earning profits is assured. Why is this so? Because even if external revenue is elusive, one can still profit from the owner's resources. Consider this carefully, will you? If the company fails, it is merely due to a lack of competitive products. If the owner falters, it is a matter of poor judgment in selecting the wrong industry. What do we stand to lose? Nothing. Thus, my brothers, heed my words, sign the contract, work diligently, and should we excel, we shall reap great rewards. If we falter, we shall still gain modestly. As your general manager, I assure you, I stand firmly with you. The atmosphere was invigorated. Those who had hesitated now found resolve. After all, there is no loss to be considered. His reasoning is sound. The general manager has spoken. What hesitation remains? Let us commit. Let's take a chance and sign the contract. I want a copy too. Meanwhile, Lu Wangshu and her companions were left astonished. Is this how one recruits? Goodness, you were brought in to sell bottled water, not to engage in a pyramid scheme. Chapter 11. The First Point Settlement. What talent? Chen Yang was taken aback, never anticipating that the casually appointed general manager would turn out to be a genius in multi-level marketing. As the saying goes, those who labor with their minds create, while those who toil with their hands are created by others. It is no wonder that this fellow, despite his despondency, dared to pursue the position of general manager. He is evidently shrewd and cunning. Boss, Jiang Lihai turned at the mention, casting an awkward glance at Chen Yang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Goodness, I hope the boss did not overhear everything I just said. Am I to be dismissed right after assuming my position? Chen Yang remarked with a light-hearted tone. He patted Jiang Lihai on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Indeed, you are a genius. Rest assured, I hold no grievances against you. Now, let us dine. He reached over, retrieving a stack of lunchboxes from Wang Gang's hands and placing them on the table. Turning to Lu Washu, he instructed, "Please assist them with the contracts." He then pulled Jiang Lihai to sit down. As Jiang Lihai gazed at the bountiful spread before him, he felt a surge of appreciation for his employer's regard. "Boss, what do you suggest should be our next steps?" "Patience," Chen Yang replied, glancing at the individuals engaged in contract signing. "How is the recruitment progressing?" "It is largely sufficient for the company to operate smoothly now. Basic labor can be recruited in Weixian, but there is one critical issue." Jiang Lihai pondered briefly before continuing. "I was previously a professional manager, albeit one of lesser renown. Nevertheless, I have explored the food industry, where the core focus lies in research management and sales. Management is the simplest aspect. In the company's nascent stage, I can oversee it, and we can gradually recruit or promote talent for procurement, manufacturing, and distribution. The sales aspect is manageable as well. Those engaged in sales previously can be coordinated temporarily to form a makeshift team and commence operations. The primary concern lies in research and development. Does our company possess any products? How much are we prepared to invest in R&D? This is a pressing question." Jiang Lihai turned his gaze towards Chen Yang, recognizing the significance of the matter. Any entity venturing into this industry must possess core technology, specifically the formulations for food and beverages, before embarking on such an endeavor. "I presume you share this understanding," Jiang Lihai reflected. "However, one must not underestimate the potential pitfalls. What if our boss is an inexperienced novice, embarking on this journey without any groundwork? In that case, all efforts would be in vain, and one could simply pack their belongings and leave." "Rest assured," Chen Yang affirmed, nodding. "We possess a unique formulation with immense market value. You need not worry about that. Our current priority is to establish the factory, acquire a custom production line, and procure raw materials." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lihai exhaled with relief and smiled. "That simplifies matters significantly. I have perused the details, and our company's factory location is at Yuming Lake in Weixian. This area is nestled among mountains and rivers, a natural hub for the construction industry's raw materials, ensuring swift transportation. Once the project is finalized, it can be completed in less than half a month." "That quickly?" Chen Yang expressed astonishment. "Not quite so," Jiang Lihai countered, shaking his head. "Initially, we will construct the factory building, which can be assembled with steel structures. This is the simplest part. The majority of time will be spent on leveling the ground, paving the factory area, and erecting walls. Overall, while the timeline is tight, we can certainly commence manufacturing within half a month. However, the employee dormitories and office buildings will take longer to complete. Although our company is modest, requiring only a few small buildings of 3 to 5 stories, it will still necessitate several months." "Excellent," Chen Yang remarked. "Since you are the general manager, I shall grant you the authority to build a beverage factory from the ground up, as long as you perform well. You need not worry about promotions or salary increases. This food and beverage company is merely a modest venture of mine. Given your capabilities, I shall provide you with a grander platform to realize your ambitions in the future." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lihai's heart stirred with intrigue. He began to speculate. Why was his boss so nonchalant? Why did he appear utterly unconcerned? He must be a second-generation wealthy individual embarking on an entrepreneurial journey, or he possesses a formidable background. Although this enterprise seemed to be a casual endeavor, it was likely that it indeed was one. However, while the boss could afford to play, he could not. He needed to perform admirably. Taking a deep breath, a surge of passion welled up within Jiang Lihai as he declared, "Rest assured, boss, whether it is a major task or a minor detail, I will ensure everything is executed with utmost clarity. Just observe my performance." Chen Yang was taken aback, glancing at him in surprise. Did this fellow trust him so implicitly? Nonetheless, this was ultimately a positive development. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang replied, "Then I entrust the rest to you. Tomorrow, take your team to Weixian. Feel free to proceed with whatever needs to be done. I will provide 50 million by next month. I expect to see the factory established along with the necessary bottling production lines typical of a beverage company. Rest assured, 50 million, merely for the construction of the factory and the procurement of production lines." This was no small-scale operation. Was it truly possible to engage in such a casual endeavor on this scale? What kind of confidence must the boss possess? What immense backing? What substantial wealth? Jiang Lihai's excitement grew ever more intense. For accommodations and meals, simply report the expenses to her. At that moment, Chen Yang pointed to Lu Washu and addressed Jiang Lihai. "Yes, boss." Jiang Lihai quickly rose to obtain Lu Wangshu's contact information. Lu Wangshu's gaze was rather peculiar. She sensed that Jiang Lihai seemed to have misunderstood something. However, the loan situation involved many complexities and was destined to remain confidential, so she opted not to elaborate. Once the business matters were concluded, Chen Yang departed with his team, leaving everything else in Jiang Lihai's hands. In fact, when Jiang Lihai set out for Weixian the following day, Chen Yang did not accompany him but merely offered a few reminders over the phone. 2 days later, the 80 million loan was credited, with Lu Wangshu managing the entire process, while Chen Yang only needed to sign at the final moment. A few days passed, and finally, on the night of June 30th, Chen Yang set down his phone and walked toward the bedroom. In the living room, Zheng Qiang and Wang Gang exchanged glances, somewhat astonished. They had followed Chen Yang for many days, and he bore no resemblance to a wealthy individual. Rather, he appeared much like an ordinary person. Aside from slightly elevated expenditures on food and drink, he had not changed in other respects. He still resided in this rental apartment and had not purchased a car. As if he had lost all desire for material possessions like vehicles and housing. Even on ordinary days, he found himself indulging in the same habits as others. Lounging about while scrolling through his phone, captivated by charming young women and a plethora of intriguing short videos. He had always been one to remain awake until the witching hour and to rise only after noon. This lifestyle had even led to the disarray of his 2 former comrades, once elite soldiers, who now also struggled with their routines. Little did they know that Chen Yang refrained from purchasing a car or a house due to his limited financial resources. He could not afford the good options and was too indifferent to settle for the inferior ones. His indulgence in short videos and gaming was merely a pursuit of personal joy, and staying up late had become second nature to him. The reason he returned to his room early today was simply because the time had come for his points to be credited. 8,000 points, the very foundation of everything. Ding. A notification echoed in his mind. Subsequently, a series of prompts appeared before Chen Yang's eyes. Monthly settlement commencing. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Congratulations, host. You are now indebted by 80 million yuan but have gained 8,000 points. Chapter 12. Cutting-edge technology and bioenergetic microorganisms. Finally, the points had been credited. A smile graced Chen Yang's face as he opened the redemption marketplace, filtering for the most economical technologies. He selected the health water quality enhancement technology and clicked to redeem. Redemption successful. 5,000 points deducted. Remaining balance. 3,000 points. A surge of data flooded into Chen Yang's mind. It was as if he were born with this knowledge. The information, which would confound an ordinary person, revealed its secrets effortlessly to him, just as he had surmised. The health water quality enhancement technology was not merely about purifying water. Water purification lacked any sophisticated technology, whereas this innovation was pure black magic. From the information swirling in his mind, he learned that the so-called health water was a technology for producing drinking water for ordinary people during the Stellar Age. In that era, as humanity colonized the cosmos, water had become a precious commodity. While the universe boasted countless planets, few contained fresh water, and even fewer harbored water suitable for human consumption. Thus, the health water quality enhancement technology was born. The water produced by this technology was not simply freshwater or purified water. It underwent initial purification, followed by a unique formula that infused it with hundreds of trace elements, creating a blend enriched with energy and self-sustaining bioenergetic microorganisms. The essence of this innovation lay in these microorganisms. They would reproduce autonomously, enabling a self-circulating water quality that would remain unspoiled even after decades or centuries of storage aboard a spacecraft. Moreover, the longer the water was stored, the more prolonged the microorganism's self-optimization, resulting in an increasingly sweet taste and a greater abundance of bioenergetic energy. In simple terms, it provided energy, cultivated microorganisms, and allowed these organisms to die and generate bioenergetic energy that the human body could absorb perfectly. Not only the deceased microorganisms but also the living ones proved beneficial to human health. It possesses the capability to enter the human body, optimizing hydration and establishing a self-sustaining cycle within, thereby continuously supplying minute quantities of bioenergy in a short period. This process slows the rate of cellular division, subtly extending human lifespan, ensuring ample bioenergy, and significantly enhancing vitality. The sole drawback is that this microbial consortium, once introduced into the body, cannot acclimatize to human temperature and will perish entirely within a few hours. In simpler terms, it is resilient to low temperatures but vulnerable to high temperatures. It can survive in icy conditions, yet succumbs gradually when the temperature exceeds 35 degrees Celsius. What a remarkable invention. Chen Yang's eyes sparkled at this pure black technology, with the only disadvantage being its thermal sensitivity, necessitating cold chain transport and storage. However, compared to its myriad advantages, this flaw is utterly negligible. A slight increase in cost and consequently in retail price would suffice. Chen Yang retrieved his phone to search for the requisite materials, all of which were quite common. The primary challenge in producing this water quality lay in cultivating the original microbial strains. He made a phone call. Hello. A soft, sheep-like voice emerged, slightly drowsy. Lu Wangshu had been sleeping. Why so early? Huh. Oh, boss, what's the matter? Lu Wangshu perked up. I need to rent a biological research lab for special microbial cultivation. Please arrange it for tomorrow. Chen Yang instructed directly. Cultivating the original strains requires a week. And the factory at Moonlight Lake would likely be operational in about a week, making the timing impeccable. What? Aya. Before she could finish her sentence, the call had ended. Lu Wangshu, in a fit of frustration, clutched her head. What's wrong? A knock at the door interrupted her. Nothing. Lu Wangshu answered while wearing her pajamas. Opening the door to her father, who had just returned from work, she filled a glass of water with exasperation and said, My boss, always coming up with ideas, wants me to rent a biological research lab for some special microbial cultivation. I study finance, not biology. Then just quit. Lu Qiming ruffled his hair, tossed the documents on the table, and accepted the glass of water from his daughter. Your bank manager is quite something. Sending you to be an assistant. What kind of logic is that? I'll have Xiao Zhang give him a heads up. Don't. Lu Wangshu shook her head. I don't want others gossiping about me. Although Chen Yang is a bit of a fool, he treats his employees well, providing good food and drink. And the work isn't overly complicated. He does have his moments of wild ideas, but never mind. I'll ask my classmates tomorrow. Ask Xiao Zhang. Lu Qiming set down his cup and said, Dongjiang is not a hub for research. There aren't many research centers, and finding one on short notice is nearly impossible. Besides, those places aren't just available for borrowing. Let Xiao Zhang help you inquire. Fine. Lu Wangshu pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems that's the only option. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What project is he working on? How could a biological laboratory come into play? Lu Qiming inquired, perplexed, while brushing his teeth. Selling mineral water, of course. Lu Wangshu shrugged and replied. Who knows what he's up to now? Perhaps he intends to peddle probiotic drinks as well. Is that for real? Lu Qiming paused in his brushing, momentarily bewildered. He slapped Yu Hai Group in the face and now wants to engage in the same business? Has he lost his mind? What deep-seated grudge could he possibly harbor? You ask me, who should I turn to for answers? Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes and added after a moment's thought. It seems there's some truth to it. Qi Yumming from Yu Hai Group snatched away his ex-girlfriend. Qi Yumming? From the Qi family? Lu Qiming frowned. Realizing that the Qi family had indeed deteriorated since the passing of their patriarch. The following morning, Chen Yang unusually rose early and accompanied Lu Wangshu to the laboratory. It was evident that this was a professional biological laboratory. The majority of the raw materials Chen needed were readily available, and the rest could be procured directly. After numerous adjustments and undergoing 17 different fermentation processes, the medium capable of nurturing the primordial microbial community finally came into existence. By the time they finished, evening had descended. Chen Yang deliberately placed the medium in a low-temperature environment and awaited the emergence of the bioactive microbial community. This community was a hybrid or evolved strain cultivated from various special bacteria found in both humans and animals. Chen Yang had dedicated half of his day to nurturing and isolating this strain. It was not merely a matter of cultivation. Special methods were required to separate it from the normal flora, lest it yield harmful rather than beneficial results. Only after thorough isolation could it be introduced into the medium for large-scale cultivation, achieving self-sustaining proliferation of the microbial community, marking true success. After giving specific instructions to the staff, Chen Yang, feeling famished, departed with the three companions. Upon exiting the research facility, Lu Wangshu found herself increasingly baffled by Chen Yang. Initially, she thought he was merely jesting, but to her surprise, he was genuinely knowledgeable and remarkably professional, to the astonishment of the laboratory staff. Boss, is there anything else? If not, I'll call it a day, Lu Wangshu inquired. Chen Yang rubbed his forehead and replied, No rush, let us eat first. Also, please contact Jiang Lihai to procure a large purification system. Our water quality must meet sterile standards. Understood. Anything else? Lu Wangshu asked. Order 20 refrigerated trucks and hire drivers. Additionally, inform him that the bottling process must also achieve sterility. Time is of the essence. Have him put in extra effort. Got it. Chapter 13. What mineral water? I sell health supplements. A week swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Chen Yang visited the laboratory daily to observe the microbial community. Finally, on this particular morning, the community began to exhibit significant proliferation and mortality. The primordial microbial community had entered a self-sustaining cycle, and Chen Yang was overjoyed. Separating a portion, Chen Yang utilized sterile water from the laboratory and mixed it with pre-prepared trace elements, ensuring that the sterile water contained sufficient material energy. He then introduced a minuscule amount of the isolated microbial community into this mixture. After a thorough observation lasting 3 hours, he confirmed that the microbial community exhibited no abnormalities and began to proliferate rapidly under the provision of material energy. Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was accomplished. After a week of diligent effort, he had achieved a significant milestone. Pouring the solution into a sterile container, he exited the laboratory with a smile. Is it successful? Lu Wangshu inquired. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang shared a sense of anticipation, eager to uncover what Chen Yang was truly endeavoring to create. It's done. Congratulations. Although unaware of Chen Yang's specific undertaking, Lu Washu extended her congratulations and then added, President Jiang called, mentioning that the factory is ready for operation and inquiring when you would like to visit. Let us go now. Chen Yang, filled with excitement after such prolonged effort, was eager to resolve this matter entirely. As long as the culture medium was delivered to Wei Xian and infused with a substantial amount of trace elements, the microbial community would rapidly multiply. Zheng Chang, please fetch the culture medium and remain vigilant. This substance must not be lost. Ensure that the incubator maintains a steady power supply. Understood, boss. Wang Gang, find a vehicle. We are departing immediately. Right away, boss. The two quickly set to action, while Lu Wangshu curiously observed the sterile container in Chen Yang's hands. Boss, is this a probiotic? Strictly speaking, it is indeed a probiotic, Chen Yang pondered. He had not yet considered how to name this novel strain. Reflecting on it now, simply calling it bioenergy bacteria seemed inadequate, as it conjured images of a biochemical crisis, potentially deterring buyers. Referring to it as probiotics might work, yet it could appear somewhat low in prestige. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang ultimately decided to combine both concepts, designating it as bioenergy probiotics. Soon, Wang Gang and Zheng Chang were prepared. The group boarded the vehicle and set off for Wei Xin. Upon their arrival at the expansive factory near Moonlight Lake, they found it largely complete, with only a few small buildings still under construction. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Lihai had organized a thorough cleanup. By the time Chen Yang and his companions arrived, the factory presented a refreshed appearance. Following Jiang Lihai into the factory, he remarked, Boss, according to the design plans, there are 2 large filling facilities which have been sterilized as per your specifications, resulting in a substantial increase in costs. Additionally, we have the raw material processing facility, the sterile water production and distribution facility, and a newly added inactivation sterilization facility specifically for the disinfection of filling containers. Due to time constraints, we were unable to customize. We had to rely on the subcontractor to carry out the modifications, which are now nearly complete and ready for inspection today. At this point, Jiang Lihai expressed some confusion, saying, Boss, aren't we a food and beverage company? What purpose do these modifications serve? Although you assured me that I would certainly comply, I truly find it difficult to comprehend. This not only escalates costs to nearly threefold, but is also entirely unnecessary. I feel that even in the medical field, such standards may not be achievable. What exactly are we producing? Producing this. Chen Yang placed the sterile container, resembling a thermos, into Jiang Lihai's hands. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, he elucidated, We have never sold mineral water. It is your perception that is skewed. What we offer are health supplements. Ah? Jiang Lihai exclaimed in astonishment, hastily responding, Boss, you must be joking. We are a food and beverage company and lack the necessary qualifications. The surrounding crowd also appeared bewildered. No qualifications required. Chen Yang chuckled. We will market it as mineral water, albeit at a higher price. Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly confounded. So, in essence, it is still mineral water? They were at a loss. Jiang Lihai, however, suddenly grasped the concept, stating, I see, boss, you are concocting a gimmick, aren't you? Sterile. Health-oriented, selling products under the guise of wellness. Ultimately, it is merely water, a zero-cost venture. Indeed, Boss, you are quite astute. Is it truly that unscrupulous? The crowd cast peculiar glances at Chen Yang. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yang retorted, "You know nothing." Just then, they arrived at the raw material production workshop. Observing the two colossal raw material storage tanks within, Chen Yang displayed a contented smile. By simply filling the tanks with sterile water and infusing a plethora of trace elements, the microbial cultures would rapidly proliferate. Subsequently, they would be automatically blended with sterile pure water at a ratio of 1 to 10,000, followed by the addition of a specific quantity of trace elements to the sterile pure water, culminating in the flawless emergence of the final product. At this moment, the engineers dispatched by the other party had not yet departed and were conducting tests. After Chen Yang offered additional compensation for minor adjustments according to his vision, the project was officially concluded. Come. Chen Yang summoned Jiang Lihai and the others, opening the sterile container. Thanks to its built-in insulation, the microbial cultures had thrived for several hours, rendering this first batch of product sufficiently qualified. He instructed Wang Gang to fetch several paper cups, pouring a cup for each person. "This is our product. Come, drink, and you shall understand." The atmosphere fell silent, even becoming somewhat awkward. Lu Washu hesitated to take a sip from the cup in his hand. Wang Gang and Zheng Chang shared his apprehension, well aware of its contents, bacteria. Who in their right mind would dare to drink this? Although the boss claimed it was probiotics, it had not undergone professional or market testing. Should any complications arise from consumption, it would spell disaster. Conversely, Jiang Lihai and two of his younger subordinates, oblivious to the details, learned it was a company product and unhesitatingly gulped it down. They smacked their lips together, amid the admiring gazes of Lu Washu and the others. Jiang Lihai licked his lips and remarked, "It has a bit of sweetness?" "No, it is not the sweetness of sugar, but rather a refreshing clarity that leaves a lingering aftertaste. Though it ultimately remains water, it somehow feels more palatable than tap water." "Ah." The young man beside nodded in agreement, noting the absence of any unpleasant odor. Aside from a slight aftertaste, there was no discernible flavor. It would indeed be odd if there were. This substance is, after all, sterile and pure water, subjected to repeated purification and sterilization, devoid of any impurities, pure water. Were it not for the addition of trace elements and microbial cultures, even that subtle aftertaste would not exist. Draining the glass, Chen Yang patiently awaited the effects. A few minutes later, he felt a distinct change within his body, a sense of mental clarity and renewed vigor, a stark contrast to his earlier fatigue. Wow! Jiang Lihai also began to feel it, exclaiming, "I feel a refreshing coolness throughout my body, my mind is clear, my limbs are invigorated." Although the sensation is faint, it is undeniably present. At this moment, Jiang Lihai seemed to recall something, abruptly turning to Chen Yang with a look of alarm. "Health supplements? Aren't those prohibited substances?" Chapter 14. Dimensional Strike. Jiang Lihai could not afford to entertain further thoughts. Such remarkable effects could only be attributed to illicit substances unless it was the adrenaline that could compare. Health supplements? That is a scam. Regardless of any potential efficacy, one would have to consume them over a prolonged period to notice any effects. Yet, this so-called company product exhibited results within mere minutes. What else could it be if not a prohibited substance? Jiang Lihai was filled with trepidation, and the two young men nearby were also sweating profusely. Could it be? Did I step out to work only to find myself entangled in drug trafficking before even receiving my wages? How unjust. In contrast, Lu Wangshu and Zheng Chang, upon hearing of such miraculous effects, hesitated only slightly before also partaking, for Chen Yang had already consumed it, and they felt emboldened. They were skeptical of any notion of prohibited substances, having witnessed the situation unfold over the past few days. After drinking, within mere minutes, the effects became apparent, and the three exchanged astonished glances at Chen Yang. Observing Jiang Lihai's anxious expression, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. This is indeed the company's product. It is certainly not a prohibited substance. He clarified, "This originates from my research in science. I unexpectedly discovered a mutated, or rather evolved, strain of bacteria that possesses the ability to absorb trace elements and material energy to produce biological energy. Biological energy is not a fuel. It is the energy required by the human body. You might consider it an esoteric essence, or the energy necessary for human movement. Typically, the body generates energy through the cooperation of multiple organs, but this biological energy can be supplemented directly. In simple terms, it replenishes energy, purifies the body's water quality, and temporarily enhances bodily functions. It is not a stimulant, it is a genuine enhancement. Is that true?" Jiang Lihai inquired urgently. Indeed. Then why sell mineral water? This could change the world. Jiang Lihai paced back and forth, excitedly stating, would extensive use transform people into superhumans? If such a strain of bacteria were to exist in abundance within the human body, could it potentially prolong life? If it could replace organs to provide energy, might it not offer a panacea for all ailments? Could it allow those on the brink of death to continue living indefinitely? Could it supply cancer patients with the energy required by malignant cells? Upon hearing Jiang Lihai's musings, those around him were filled with fervent imaginings, their breaths quickening as they turned to Chen Yang. It need not be said that the realization of even one of these possibilities would be a groundbreaking revelation, capable of astonishing the world. Lu Wangshu, Zheng Chang, and Wang Gang could not help but recall Chen Yang's declaration from days past. He intended to initiate a technological revolution. Undoubtedly, if this phenomenon truly possessed such effects, Chen Yang would have succeeded in igniting a revolution in biotechnology. Regrettably, Chen Yang shook his head. The gene evolution liquid was undeniably related to this matter, but it paled in comparison. This was merely one of the foundational elements required for the gene evolution liquid. In the system marketplace, the gene evolution liquid is prohibitively expensive, encompassing technologies far beyond a mere enhancement of water quality. The concept of superhuman abilities is unattainable. The human body has its limits, and relying on this to augment strength is impossible. Regardless of how much one consumes, the outcome remains the same, merely extending the duration of effect. Theoretically, if the bacteria were to exist in large quantities within the body, life could be prolonged, but this is not feasible. Such microbial colonies must be preserved at low temperatures, as they begin to perish above 35 degrees Celsius, and their presence within the human body cannot exceed 4 hours. In a state of fever, their lifespan is even shorter. Of course, a slight extension of life is achievable. Consuming 6 bottles daily could maintain the presence of the bacteria within the body, promoting a sustained sense of well-being and enhancing immunity to prevent illness. With the continuous optimization of bodily water quality, theoretical lifespan could indeed be extended somewhat, while also improving physical constitution, skin condition, and alleviating certain suboptimal health states. However, curing diseases is out of the question. It may complement medications, maximizing their efficacy, but cannot directly remedy illness. It is crucial to understand that the biological energy provided by this substance can only serve as an auxiliary function, incapable of directly interfering with diseases. For those on the verge of death, this would yield little effect. Perhaps it could delay the inevitable, but it cannot alter reality. And as for supplying energy to cancer cells, what were you thinking? Wouldn't that merely accelerate the division of cancer cells? Chen Yang, somewhat exasperated, ultimately concluded, while it is impossible for this entity to change the world, it can indeed create ripples within it. Its value is substantial, yet not nearly as outrageous as one might envision. That is sufficient, exclaimed Jiang Lihai, rubbing his hands together in excitement. This is more than enough to outshine any beverage or health product on the market. The market is vast, even if our costs are high and our prices elevated. Detaching from the lower-tier market, it would still be enough for you, boss, to become the wealthiest individual. Is it truly just based on this? Zheng Chang interjected, unable to contain his skepticism. While the substance is remarkable, becoming the wealthiest person based solely on this seems far-fetched, does it not? Indeed, it is just this. Jiang Lihai exclaimed passionately, you fail to grasp its true value. Undoubtedly, it is a game-changer for the entire beverage and health product market, capable of shattering the illusions of all competitors. The crowd was stirred, their emotions tumultuous and difficult to quell. Jiang Lihai felt an overwhelming excitement. Despite experiencing failures in both his personal and professional life, he sensed that he was on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of his existence. One could hardly say it was just him. Even a pig occupying the general manager's position could swiftly achieve success and become a nationally renowned professional manager, propelled by such a prodigious product. The other employees could only perceive wealth within arm's reach. However, Zheng Chang and Wang Gang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Being in charge of personnel was not their forte, especially considering how kind Chen Yang had been to them. Now, with Chun's enterprise poised for success, they could comfortably continue in their roles as bodyguards. As for Lu Wangshu, she was utterly stunned. She gazed at Chen Yang, finding it almost surreal, as if caught in a dream. Was this fool who dared to take risks really on the brink of a monumental career breakthrough? An 80 million loan, which once seemed utterly outrageous to her, now paled in comparison to the audacity of Chen Yang. She calculated in her mind the product, its efficacy, the potential profits, and the impact on the entire market. along with the ensuing chain reactions. She had to concede. A mere 80 million was insignificant. Once the product was unveiled and launched, it wouldn't be just 80 million. Even 8 billion or 80 billion would attract ample investors. It seemed her role as an assistant would soon come to an end. Pondering this, she felt not relief, but a tinge of melancholy. Boss, when do we commence production? Jiang Lihai inquired. The sooner, the better, Chen Yang replied, pointing to the raw material storage tank. This afternoon, I will begin culturing the microbial strains. It should take about a night. By tomorrow morning, we can start production. I need a batch of products to attract investments, and we can also initiate some product placements in the market. Any advertising strategies or operational specifics can be entrusted to you. However, I must see our product in the market within 3 days. He always remembered that debt was the primary driving force behind innovation. Ensure the task is completed. Chapter 15. Bioenergy Injection, Oral. Jiang Lihai was filled with fervor. He beckoned the 2 individuals behind him forward. Boss, allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Feng, 30 years old, full of vigor. He has been diligently managing company affairs lately and possesses a solid management approach. Notably, after these past few days of learning with the engineering team, he has gained a comprehensive understanding of our Factory S operations. I propose to temporarily promote him to oversee the filling workshop, specifically managing our 2 major filling lines. Our filling workshop operates on a fully automated assembly line, requiring only a minimal number of employees. I have already acquired the contact details of several labor agencies in Wei-Sin. For the time being, we can recruit a few temporary workers, and as the company evolves, we shall establish a dedicated human resources department for internal training and external recruitment. This is Zhao Qi, 28 years old, a sales professional who has recently been responsible for the marketing and sales departments. He is diligent and proactive, having conducted extensive market research, though it is unfortunate that such research may ultimately prove redundant. The 2 individuals felt somewhat anxious. Previously, they had a sense of confidence, believing that where one does not stay, another will. However, the circumstances have changed. The opportunity for rapid advancement looms near. And failing to seize it would mean missing one of life's most significant chances, just as they prepared to demonstrate their worth. Chen Yang waved his hand and stated, I have faith in their capabilities. The pressing issue at hand is the name of our product, its packaging design, and pricing. I encourage you all to express your opinions freely. As for the cost of this product, Jiang Lihai hesitated. Chen Yang reflected for a moment before responding. It requires low-temperature storage. In winter, this is manageable, but in summer, the preservation time is entirely dependent on the weather. Hence, aside from production costs, the storage expenses are considerable. Jiang Lihai inquired, what is your intended pricing? Chen Yang countered, if it were up to you, how much would you be willing to pay per bottle without regret? To be honest, with such miraculous effects, I would certainly buy it at 50 yuan per bottle. But if the price is too high, it becomes unfeasible, not because it isn't worth it, but simply because I cannot afford it. Personally, I would say 30. 30 is too low. A cup of coffee typically costs more than that. Well, that is why I don't drink coffee. The group began to murmur among themselves. Chen Yang discerned their sentiments. They all recognized the product's value, yet their purchasing power imposed limitations on acceptable pricing. Ultimately, while the product is excellent, frequent purchases may not be viable. This indicates that establishing a price point is quite challenging. For the impoverished, even 10 yuan may seem steep, whereas for the affluent, a price in the thousands would not be considered excessive. Typically, resolving such dilemmas is straightforward. One simply needs to delineate the target audience. However, this product diverges from previous cases as its audience encompasses the entire market. What about you? What are your thoughts? Chen Yang turned to Lu Washu. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Washu remarked, I believe you are overthinking it. Pricing and packaging need not be studied in isolation. I have 2 solutions. First, offer medium, large, extra large, and supersized options, each with varying prices. As you mentioned, the effects remain largely consistent regardless of quantity, so there is no need for uniform packaging. This approach is quite astute. The group brightened at this suggestion. And the second solution? Chen Yang inquired. The second solution is even simpler. Lu Washu replied somewhat bashfully. You must have received vaccinations, haven't you? The small glass vials used for storing vaccines, which can be easily opened by a simple twist, resemble the design of rifle bullets and are referred to as ampoules. Each vial typically holds a capacity of 125 milliliters. I find this type of packaging quite satisfactory. Of course, the glass requires heat sealing, which is evidently unsuitable for our needs. However, there are plastic alternatives available. We could easily acquire machines that facilitate a 3-in-1 process of blowing, filling, and sealing. To my knowledge, these machines are inherently sterile, offering not only cost and labor efficiency but also more favorable pricing strategies. The crowd was left astounded, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Lu Washu. "Incredible!" Jiang Lihai exclaimed, clapping in admiration. "How did I not think of this? We are selling results, not just the water itself." So the quantity of water in each bottle is inconsequential. It is the effect that holds significance. According to Assistant Lu, a single bottle might contain no more than 25 milliliters, whereas a standard bottle of mineral water typically holds 500 milliliters. This means we could easily divide it into 20 smaller bottles for sale. Even if we price each at 30 yuan, that amounts to 600 yuan in total. A genius, Chen Yang praised, giving a thumbs up. Lu Wangshu, who would have thought you were such a prodigy? It seems a disservice to confine you to finance. You should be a cunning entrepreneur. This method is brilliant, resolving both pricing and packaging issues. Work diligently, and when I achieve wealth, I shall reward you handsomely. However, won't this render our already prepared filling equipment redundant? Chen Yang inquired further. Not at all, interjected Wang Feng, who was overseeing the workshop. Boss, since we haven't finalized the packaging, a portion of the filling equipment remains unassembled. Currently, only the filling spouts are in place. And we can definitely reach out to our partner company to modify it for an additional fee. How long will this take? Chen Yang asked. It's uncertain. But the partner company specializes in modifications and is quite familiar with such tasks. If we expedite the process, it should not exceed 3 days. They haven't left yet, so I can consult with them right away. Go quickly, Chen Yang urged. Yes. Wang Feng hurried off. The group began to extol Lu Wangshu, causing the young lady to blush. However, the only person left bewildered was Zhao Qi, who was responsible for sales. He had contemplated every conceivable sales strategy and packaging design, whether aesthetically pleasing or rather rudimentary. Yet, he had never envisioned marketing a product packaged like small medicine bottles, considering that this product requires refrigeration and is priced exorbitantly. Placing it on the shelves of a conventional supermarket seems implausible. It would have to be stored in a freezer instead. Moreover, it appears that this product is primarily targeted at the youth demographic, who may not be inclined to purchase it. Would only inebriated individuals be interested? Zhao Qi envisioned the dimly lit nightclubs, pulsating with frenetic music, where men and women embraced and danced wildly. He pictured himself lurking in a shadowy corner, offering, "Brother, a fine product, care for a taste?" A shiver ran down his spine. No, that is far too frightening. Isn't this still an illegal substance? Wouldn't we be apprehended? He was filled with trepidation, yet those around him paid no heed to his opinions. Chen Yang and the others had already commenced deliberating on the name for their product. If it were a large bottle, a plethora of stylistic names could be conjured, perhaps evoking a national aesthetic akin to certain teas, or a sci-fi flair reminiscent of specific electrolyte waters. However, what would be suitable for a small vial? The group found themselves in a quandary. Lu Washu, recently praised and eager to contribute, ventured, "I believe bioenergy would suffice. It is both futuristic and simple, provoking the imagination and making it memorable." Intrigued, Chen Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Jiang Lihai, reflecting deeply, remarked, "But what category does our product fall into? Health supplements? Mineral water? Neither seems quite fitting. The former suggests deceptive advertising, while the latter presents a comical packaging." Chen Yang suggested, "Let us add a few words. We shall call it bioenergy injection liquid, but suitable for oral consumption." "Ah, but that implies false advertising, boss," Jiang Lihai exclaimed, rubbing his forehead. "Injection liquids are medical. We are merely selling mineral water." "You are mistaken." Lu Wangshu's eyes sparkled with insight. "Naming it an injection liquid does not necessitate it being a pharmaceutical. Our sterile packaging fully complies with injection standards. If someone prefers to drink it as an injection, we cannot deter them, while it may carry implications of misrepresentation. As long as no incidents arise, no one shall intervene." Nearby, Zhao Qi, responsible for sales, trembled with anxiety. He felt everything was veering toward the perilous path of his imagination. Surely, they would be caught, wouldn't they? Chapter 16. Commencement of Production. Once the product's packaging and name were finalized, the next step was pricing. Ultimately, the price was set at 30 yuan, although Chen Yang was indifferent to the exact amount. As Jiang Lihai stated, a quality product must command a worthy price. Even a discount should be preferable to being inherently cheap. The group reached a consensus, and Wang Feng arrived with engineers. After assessment and following Chen Yang's price increase, the other party assured that they would not require 3 days. They would immediately produce the blueprints, and the company would expedite the work, delivering the materials by morning, with welding completed by noon. Consequently, Chen Yang invested an additional 3 million yuan. Both parties were content, sharing a meal together at noon. Next came the task of cultivating the microbial culture. As night fell, the 2 enormous storage tanks within the raw material facility brimmed with sterile water, enriched with a multitude of trace elements, and the original microbial culture had been introduced. By the following morning, after a night of propagation, the culture would fully occupy the entire raw material storage tank. During this time, Jiang Lihai expressed his concerns, inquiring whether the microbial culture could be replicated, or if others might cultivate it independently and replicate their efforts. After considerable contemplation, Chen Yang provided his response. The propagation of the microbial culture hinges on the presence of trace elements. While it may survive for a limited time without them, it would gradually perish once the trace elements were depleted. Theoretically, the longer the culture proliferates, the more abundant the bioenergy becomes, provided that sufficient trace elements are available. In essence, apart from acquiring the method of producing trace elements from Chen Yang, replicating this substance seems plausible yet requires extensive experimentation with the current state of human technology. It remains unattainable for at least the next decade. By the time a decade passes, this product may no longer hold significance. That evening, Chen Yang and his associates took residence in the makeshift dormitory at the factory. The following morning, as trucks arrived, engineers from the contracting company rushed into the 2 expansive infusion workshops, while the various goods ordered by Jiang Lihai also reached their destination. 3 labor agencies collectively dispatched over 300 workers, who, under the guidance of Jiang Lihai and his team of a dozen employees, commenced the transportation of goods and the adjustment and instruction of machinery. As noon approached, more than 20 refrigerated trucks also arrived, and the newly hired drivers were summoned by Zhao Qi for a meeting. At midday, lunchboxes were delivered, and after a hurried meal, the team began the inspection. The contracting company reported that their work was flawless, inviting scrutiny for any faults while guaranteeing 3 years of after-sales service. After the contractors departed, Chen Yang conducted a final check on the proliferation of the microbial culture and subsequently announced the commencement of operations. The entire process unfolded smoothly, and by evening, the first batch of products was completely manufactured. Chen Yang held the products packaged in aluminum foil vacuum bags, inspecting them thoroughly. The silvery bags, having been vacuum sealed, displayed a simple surface with a prominent inscription, Biological Energy Injection, Oral, Net Content 25. The reverse side was adorned with numerous small print details, including the origin, company, and production license code. The most conspicuous feature was the nutritional composition table, which, due to the sterile water and pure water, contained nothing but the special microbial culture and trace elements, rendering the entire list as 0 for every 100 units. Following this, the shelf life was specified, 4 hours above 35 degrees and 3 years below that temperature, as the trace elements could sustain efficacy for a little over 3 years. Lastly, the cautionary notes and ingredient list were provided. The precautions were standard, primarily advising refrigeration, consumption within 4 hours after opening, and avoiding direct sunlight and heat. The ingredient list, however, was astonishingly succinct: water. There was no alternative, as the trace elements were unnecessary to list, and the special strains could not be disclosed, leaving only the conventional known component, water. Upon tearing open the silvery aluminum vacuum bag, Chen Yang found a tray of 10 plastic ampoules, each priced at 300 yuan. A wholesale price, with a suggested retail price of 320 yuan. Extracting one, he twisted off the plastic connector and squeezed the 25 biological energy injection into his mouth. In mere moments, a refreshing sensation surged through him. The effect remained consistent, albeit slightly diminished, yet that was inconsequential. What mattered was that they were ready to commence sales. Boss, a call came from the county, indicating they had heard of the production start and inquired about the celebration for the company's establishment. Expressing their intent to attend and welcoming external enterprises, Jiang Lihai entered and inquired. Chen Yang shook his head and replied, "You are responsible for these matters. I only desire results. Inform me of today's production figures and the anticipated daily output, as well as our projected profits." Boss, what I am about to reveal will undoubtedly astonish you. Jiang Lihai exclaimed with excitement. Thanks to Assistant Lu's cunning and deviousness, we have devised such a method. Our two major workshops are now operating in tandem, producing over 80,000 bottles in just 1 hour. This afternoon, we have been in production for 5 hours, accumulating approximately 400,000 bottles. If we implement a 3-shift system and run the machines for 24 hours, we can produce nearly 2 million bottles in a single day. 2 million bottles. If everything is sold out, after tax deductions, our revenue would approximate 50 million. That is 50 million in a day, boss. If we subtract costs from that, it translates to your net income. Costs? What costs? Chen Yang scoffed. The materials for producing trace elements amount to mere pennies. Hardly even a fraction of the revenue. The cultures reproduce on their own, and apart from employee salaries, there are virtually no costs involved. All right, bring me some finished products. I need to return to Yongcheng. I leave everything here in your capable hands. Should you require anything further, feel free to proceed, and I will lend my full support. Chen Yang began to gather his belongings. Jiang Lihai's emotions were a mix of gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him by the boss and an overwhelming sensation of being in a dream. For the past 2 days, he felt as though he were walking on air, devoid of any grounding. Yet, he understood that this was reality, not a dream. The only thing he could do was to strengthen himself, not to betray the trust of his boss, seize this opportunity to realize his life's worth, and show those who look down upon him a resounding defeat. Outside the temporary dormitory area, amidst a pile of construction debris, Lu Wangshu kicked at the stones on the ground, gritting her teeth. Dad, could you please refrain from worrying unnecessarily? I'm merely on a business trip. Having stayed out for 1 night, I'm not in a romantic relationship with that bastard. Why can't you trust me? How can I not worry? Lu Qiming's voice echoed from the phone. Your mother passed away early, and I raised you through thick and thin. I cannot stand idly by while you fall into a pit of fire. That Chen Yang, his methods are extreme and unstable. If that were all, it might be acceptable. However, he took an 80 million loan for revenge against Yunhai Group over a relationship, neither rational nor reliable. Even if you were to date an ordinary person, I would have no objections, but he is different. I truly am not. Lu Wangshu wished to argue that Chen Yang was not merely playing with mineral water, but rather dealing with a product of divine nature. However, as it pertained to company secrets, even though Chen Yang had not explicitly stated to keep it confidential, none dared to spread rumors. Lu Wangshu held her own principles, thus she could not voice her thoughts. Instead, she could only express her frustration. Please do not view him through tinted glasses. That bastard is quite formidable. He is not nearly as unreliable as you portray him to be, and he is very rational. Look, you say there is nothing wrong, yet you have already begun to turn against him. Lu Qiming seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Lu Wangshu, exasperated, abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 17. My product is truly astonishing. What is wrong? Chen Yang had just finished tidying up his belongings when he noticed Lu Wangshu approaching with a stern expression. It's nothing. My father has simply overstepped his bounds, she replied. Who? Chen Yang paused for a moment, then realization dawned upon him. Your father, right? Is it because you stayed out all night? Your dad is quite the doting father. And your mother? Doesn't she intervene? My mother has been gone for many years, Lu Wangshu replied, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Apologies. Chen Yang instantly comprehended the mindset of Lu Wangshu's father. After all, he had raised his only daughter with great care, and the thought of her being led astray by some rogue was indeed enough to incite a nuclear reaction. It's nothing. I've long since come to terms with it, Lu Wangshu said, shaking her head. Chen Yang refrained from saying more. Such matters were beyond discussion. In this life, he was an orphan, and his previous self had been easily manipulated by the words of Jean Yalin, a deceitful woman, due to a prolonged lack of affection. He called upon Zheng Chang and Wang Gang, and the 4 of them set off for Wei Sin. Wei Sin was in close proximity to Yongqing, with the 2 locations bordering each other, and they arrived in the urban area of Yongqing in less than an hour. Chen Yang dialed Wang Yuzu's number. He had refrained from contacting him until this moment. Without a product, even the most eloquent discussions would amount to nothing more than empty boasts. Securing a product was essential for attracting investment. The system's marketplace contained an abundance of items that Chen Yang desired. He was in dire need of investment. However, he wasn't looking for corporate investments, which would equate to shares and not debts. Chen Yang would never allow anyone to buy shares. If that were the case, who would still lend him money? What he needed was personal investment. In simpler terms, he needed to borrow money. Hello, Brother Chen? What a coincidence. I was just about to contact you. A few old friends have heard about your situation and insisted that I bring you out for a meal. Do you have time? Wang Yuzu's boisterous voice came through the line. Absolutely. I just happen to have a new product ready. Would you care to sample it? Chen Yang replied with a smile. Great, it's settled then. I'll send you the address. After hanging up, a message quickly arrived with the location of a high-end hotel in Yongqing. Chen Yang relayed the address to Wang Gang, who was driving, and then turned to Lu Washu. Shall I take you home first? No. Lu Washu pouted. After a long day's work, you expect me to leave just as we're about to enjoy a feast? Understood. You're having a spat with your father, right? I get it. Meanwhile, in an office, Lu Qiming felt increasingly frustrated. He called for his secretary and said, At this hour, she should be home. Please contact the personnel at the compound and inquire if she has returned. Understood, sir. Secretary Zhang nodded in response, secretly astonished. This was the first time she had seen her superior in such a state. Yuhai Group. Zhang Wanning handed a layoff list to Fan Wenping, remarking, Manager Fan. We've managed to recruit quite a few talents this time. However, it seems this round of layoffs has struck at the very heart of the chief family. And their resistance is rather fierce. Pay them no heed. They are like grasshoppers in autumn. Fan Wenping scoffed. Having grown increasingly disdainful of the chief family since the last incident, after enduring a long process to redeem themselves, they still engaged in covert maneuvers. None of them appeared to possess a coherent thought. And what of Chen Yang? How is he faring? I haven't heard news of him in quite a while, Fan inquired while perusing the list, still harboring some lingering thoughts about Chen Yang. Though the young man had amassed over 10 million, what if he still wished to continue working? After all, young people often grow restless after a period of idleness. Bringing him back would be advantageous, whether for his contributions or to vex the chief family. There is some news, Zhang Wanning replied, her expression peculiar. What is it? Fan Wenping asked, intrigued. After that incident, not only did he profit over 10 million, but he also secured an 80 million loan from the Yongqing branch. Zhang Wanning gestured. 80 million? Fan Wenping exclaimed, somewhat astonished, then shook his head and said, This young man is quite capable. I had intended to recruit him. Yet it seems he has embarked on his own entrepreneurial venture. What industry is he in? He's selling bottled water. Zhang Wanning's expression turned even more strange. What? Fan Wenping was taken aback. Are you jesting? Him? Bottled water? Is he slapping us in the face and then kicking us too? It is indeed true, Zhang Wanning replied. Rather speechless. Out of curiosity, I conducted some investigation, and it appears he has already developed a finished product. Tonight, Wang Yaozu is hosting a dinner, and one of my acquaintances mentioned that Chen Yang is the star of the evening, bringing along some mysterious product. Let us go, Fan Wenping declared, discarding the documents and rising. Wait, Zhang Wanning hesitated. Even if he is in this industry, he is merely at the beginning stage. Wouldn't our presence be somewhat overwhelming? There is already so much gossip outside, and now that things have just settled, if you go, one must take competitors seriously, Fan Wenping asserted gravely as he departed. Zhang Wanning watched his retreating figure, shaking her head slightly. She felt that Manager Fan was overthinking the situation, purely indulging in excessive conjecture. There were no masterminds orchestrating everything. It was merely a matter of chance. Nevertheless, since Manager Fan had spoken, she had no choice but to follow. At the Longan International Hotel in Yongqing, Chen Yang and his companions exited the vehicle and, guided by the staff, took the elevator to the private room mentioned by Wang Yuzu. The room was quite spacious, large enough to accommodate a 3-bedroom apartment, and its opulent decor shimmered luxuriously under the lighting. Wang Yuzu and his associates were seated, engaged in smoking, chatting, and sipping tea. Upon Chen Yang's arrival, Wang Yaozu immediately stood up, embracing him with a smile, and announced to the group, Our star has arrived. This is Chen Yang, my dear brother. Indeed, he is quite the handsome figure. A talented youth. The young man with an exceptionally sharp mind. I have high hopes for you. Old Wang has recounted your affairs repeatedly, to the point where my ears had developed calluses. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you in person. Come, come. Take a seat. The crowd rose to greet each other, a lively gathering of 7 or 8 men. On one side of the private room, there was a smaller compartment with its door ajar, housing both men and women, clearly designated for the secretaries and drivers of these entrepreneurs. Lu Washu, clearly accustomed to such gatherings, exchanged greetings with Chen Yang before leading Zheng Chang and Wang Gang to the adjacent compartment. Wang Yaozu, on the other hand, took it upon himself to introduce Chen Yang to the others. Come, my brother, let me introduce you. This is Lu Chuwei, the branch manager of Yongqing Bank. This is Sun Hai, the general manager of Hengyuan Securities. This is Zhao Shun, the owner of Longan International. And this is Liang Chaochuan, the general manager of Yonghua Construction. Among those introduced, Chen Yang recognized some of the companies either by name or through recent inquiries. Lu Qingwei was likely the unfortunate soul who assisted him with a significant transaction. Sun Hai from Hengyuan Securities was a robust figure. Zhao Shun, the owner of Long'an, was the proprietor of the five-star hotel beneath their feet, known for its chain of establishments, reportedly thriving even beyond provincial borders. As for the others, Chen Yang admitted he was not well acquainted with them, and they did not appear to be in a position to lend him money. He approached each individual to extend his greetings. Wang Yuzu chuckled. "Brother, I heard you secured an 80 million loan to start your own business. What venture are you embarking upon? Where's your new product? Let us have a look." "That's precisely what I was waiting to hear," Chen Yang replied with a grin. "My product is sure to be nothing short of astonishing, leaving you all in awe. Let me clarify, I am in urgent need of funds. But once my product hits the market, it will yield mountains of gold and silver. There is no need to worry about my ability to repay. I can secure high-interest loans, but I do require your investment." The crowd nodded in understanding. They were all seasoned businessmen. While they might hesitate to invest in a company for fear of turning tangible assets into worthless shares, they were more inclined to provide loans for operational purposes. This indicated that the borrower had confidence in their company as profitability and was not planning to sell shares at a low price, which in turn suggested significant potential for the enterprise. Chapter 18. What are you? Some sort of Breaking Bad? Within the private room, the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. "Let us see it. Since you are so confident, if the product proves reliable, we are ready to lend. Hengyuan Securities is also quite interested." The group chimed in, showing their support. Chen Yang, not one to linger on words, promptly retrieved a stack of biogenic injection fluids from the temperature-controlled box he had brought. Each person received a bag as he distributed them. Upon witnessing Chen Yang's actions, the attendees appeared puzzled. "What is this? Why does it require a temperature-controlled box? Is this not specialized high-tech?" As they held the product in their hands, their expressions grew more perplexed, scrutinizing the packaging and the accompanying instructions. Everyone seemed somewhat bewildered. "Brother, I must admit, I am truly at a loss here. What exactly is this?" Wang Yuzu posed a profound question, prompting the surrounding individuals to turn their gaze towards Chen Yang. With a mischievous smile, Chen Yang tore open the packaging and extracted a vial of bioenergy injection, saying, "Trust me, just try it and you'll understand. Go ahead, unscrew it and drink." With him leading the way, the others hesitated momentarily, eyeing the substance in their hands, questioning its legitimacy. Was this truly a product of sincerity? However, the label indicated it was a beverage, albeit a rather peculiar one. Could it be sweetener or syrup? As they witnessed Chen Yang consume it, they cautiously followed suit, slowly bringing it to their lips. Silence enveloped the room for a few moments until suddenly, one person stood up, incredulously exclaiming, "This sensation is rather extraordinary. What is this? Is it too exaggerated?" The others chimed in, filled with uncertainty, as they all sensed something unusual within themselves. Among them, Liang Chaochuan, the CEO of Yonghua Construction, displayed a fluctuating expression and announced, "I need to use the restroom." "Brother, what is this substance?" Wang Yaozu and the others were filled with curiosity and shock, harboring a burgeoning suspicion about the nature of the product. Chen Yang replied with a grin, "It's a new product from my company. What do you think? Isn't the effect quite astonishing? It's hard to say if it's truly good since I've never tried it before." Wang Yaozu, conflicted, remarked, "But brother, this isn't even legal?" Chen Yang retorted with a laugh, "This is entirely new, unprecedented. If you insist on calling it illegal, I must disagree. There are no laws explicitly prohibiting this." The group exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the novelty of it all. New? Never seen before? What is its production capacity? What is the price? Vice President Liu trembled as he held his cup. "We can supply 200,000 vials a day, priced at 30 each, Chen Yang said, holding up 3 fingers. A collective gasp escaped the group, and one individual, pale-faced and trembling, stood up, saying, "Forgive me, I'm feeling a bit hypoglycemic. I need to take some medication." Others, witnessing this, contemplated leaving as well, but Chen Yang's sparkling eyes made them hesitate. What if he was armed? Damn it, it's all Wang Yaozu's fault. They resented him immensely. "Shall I elaborate on this product? How much could you lend me?" Chen Yang inquired. "No." Wang Yuzu forced a smile, feeling the weight of the group's scrutiny. "Brother, let us eat first. We're all starving. We can discuss this over dinner." "All right." Chen Yang sensed something amiss. Yet as a guest, he acquiesced to the host's wishes. Subsequently, Wang Yaozu summoned the staff to bring out the dishes. Soon, The table was laden with exquisite delicacies. The group raised their glasses, and Chen Yang, not refusing, joined in the revelry, contemplating that these individuals might become his future creditors. However, what he did not anticipate was that, merely 20 minutes after eating, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud crash. Everyone was startled. Soon after, a group of fully armed law enforcement officers, wielding flashlights and handguns, rushed in. The crowd swiftly rose, pointing their fingers in unison at Chen Yang. In a daze, Chen Yang found himself handcuffed. Then he heard someone shouting, "There are 3 more in that room. What is happening? Why are they arresting us? This is a misunderstanding." The furious roars of Zheng Chang and Wang Gang snapped Chen Yang back to reality. He hurriedly exclaimed, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." "Shut up." Liang Chaochuan, who had been in the restroom for half an hour, emerged, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yang. "Do you know who I am? Before I ventured into business, I was with the narcotics team. You're finished. I've recorded everything, developing new types of contraband, producing 200,000 units daily, selling them for 30 each. Are you aiming to dominate the global contraband market? You might as well wait to die, loser. With a guy like you, after executing 300 pounds, the bullets would weigh 150 pounds. Chen Yang glared at the old man in fury, never expecting this guy would report him after just a taste. "Can I make a phone call?" At that moment, Lu Washu spoke calmly, her serene demeanor casting doubt among those present. "No." The officers immediately refused, leaving Lu Washu speechless. The 4 were escorted forward, attracting whispers from onlookers, particularly a man and a woman standing in the hotel lobby, who looked on in disbelief. "Him? Manufacturing and selling contraband? Isn't he just selling bottled water?" Fan Wenping exclaimed in shock, turning to Zhang Weining. Zhang Weining, equally astonished, gaped and said, "I can't believe it. Quick, find out." "All right." Soon, Zhang Weining ended a call, appearing dazed as he remarked, "It seems he's been using the guise of selling beverages to develop new types of contraband, with a reported daily output of 200,000 units. Wow." Fan Wenping murmured, astonished, "Incredible. This kid truly is a talent. If he hadn't been caught, he could have easily dominated the global contraband market. This is a major case. No, it's a sensational case. The entire Dongyang will become infamous. And this kid's name will surely be on the news tomorrow. Name: I am innocent. There are no contraband items. Those are beverages without any side effects. Be honest. Name: Chen Yang. Age: 25. Soon, due to Chen Yang's refusal to cooperate, the interrogation concluded. Get in there. Chen Yang was taken into custody. Confined in the detention room of the law enforcement agency, a large space transformed with iron bars. Mostly empty save for a small cell where a chubby man lay on the ground. "Brother, how did you end up here?" the fat man inquired. "Selling beverages." Chen Yang replied, exasperated. "What a coincidence. I sell candy." The chubby man, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Damn it. I merely sold some candy. What's wrong with charging a higher price? Is it illegal? Why am I being apprehended? Is this for real?" Chen Yang, taken aback, responded, "So they arrest you for high prices? Don't frighten me. What do you charge for your drinks?" 30 yuan per bottle. The chubby man retorted. "Though a bit steep, it's not outrageous. Why would they arrest you?" His astonishment grew as he continued. "How much is in each bottle?" 25 milliliters, Chen Yang replied. "Wow." The chubby man gasped. "You're even more unscrupulous than I am. What kind of drink costs nearly a yuan per milliliter? Are you selling liquid gold? My rock candy only costs a few hundred per pack." Silence. No more discussion. At that moment, 2 armed enforcement officers intervened, one of whom fixed his gaze on Chen Yang. "Stop being obstinate. You're accused of developing a new type of contraband with a production capacity of 50 tons per day. No one can save you now." "What?" The chubby man was once again shocked, exclaiming, "Are you serious? A new type of contraband? 50 tons a day? What are you, some sort of Walter White? I didn't do anything. Stop making baseless accusations." Chen Yang felt powerless to explain, yet he remained calm, knowing he was not in any real trouble. Chapter 19. Collaboration with a national laboratory. Half an hour later, a commotion erupted as a group of individuals donned in black hoods were led in and handcuffed to a railing. Once the hoods were removed, they immediately rose, protesting their innocence. At that moment, one of them glanced at Chen Yang, who quickly turned away. Boss, don't hide. I see you." Zhao Qi shouted excitedly, gripping the railing. "You must explain to them. We are innocent." "Goodness." Chen Yang covered his face, realizing that every salesperson in the company had been caught without exception. "You were just shouting your innocence, and now even your underlings have been brought in." The chubby man stood, his face filled with wariness. This is absurd. Chen Yang was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, in a solemn and austere office building, urgent knocking echoed through the halls. Lu Qiming frowned and replied, "Come in." Secretary Zhang rushed in, drenched in sweat, and before Lu Qiming could speak, he urgently stated, "Leader, there's trouble. Miss Lu has been arrested for allegedly developing new contraband and manufacturing it in bulk." "What?" Lu Qiming was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply. "That's impossible. She would never do such a thing." "It's true." Secretary Zhang wiped his sweat, continuing. "Miss Lu identified herself, and the enforcement agency contacted me urgently." "Do you think what?" Lu Qiming shot a cold glare at him. Secretary Zhang hastily added, "That Chen Yang, he tends to take unconventional approaches. Could it be that he has caused a problem, and Miss Lu has been implicated?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming's expression shifted. Though that boy is unconventional, he wouldn't be reckless enough to dance on the edge of a blade. Let us go see. Your identity as a leader in this matter, once confirmed, leaves no room for pretense. Quickly. Yes. That night, the winds surged and the clouds roiled. Early the next morning, Chen Yang was awakened. "Mr. Chen, my apologies for the misunderstanding." The head of the law enforcement agency, with a broad smile, arrived with a group of individuals to unlock the cell doors of Chen Yang and Zhao Qi. Good heavens! The portly man beside him, groggily opening his eyes to this scene, immediately jumped up and grabbed the bars. "How is this possible? What kind of extraordinary backing do you have? What is his profession?" The head furrowed his brow and inquired of the nearby law enforcement personnel. "Disguising rock candy as contraband for sale, though not illegal, constitutes fraud. Yet the victims are unable to pursue accountability. We have no choice but to detain him for now," the enforcement officer replied helplessly. "This is unjust, leader. I am an innocent man. I only sold a few portions and was arrested for an amount that doesn't even reach 3,000. There is no reason for me to be imprisoned." The portly man protested vehemently. The head of the agency rubbed his forehead, having just encountered a significant blunder. Concerned that the man might cause further disturbances that would negatively impact their reputation, he could only respond with exasperation, "Release him." Thank you. The portly man was ecstatic and rushed out after the crowd. As Chen Yang entered the hall, he happened upon Lu Washu, who stood beside a middle-aged man. This man held a bioenergetic injection and was engaged in conversation. Two elderly gentlemen nearby appeared highly agitated, their hands trembling with excitement. "Boss," Lu Washu waved. The crowd turned to Chen Yang, and the two elderly men quickly approached him. "Are you the developer of the bioenergetic special strain?" One exclaimed. "You are remarkably young. It's hard to believe." "And you are?" Chen Yang queried, puzzled. "I am Chen Jian, a professor at the medical school of Yongqing University, the leader of epidemiology at Yongqing Affiliated Hospital, and the head of the infectious diseases department." One of the men introduced himself, then gestured to the elder beside him, saying, "This is Professor Su Diyuan, who recently delivered a lecture at the Biology Institute of Yongqing University. Professor Su is a top scholar in the field of microbiology in our nation, a researcher at the National Academy of Sciences Microbiology Institute, and one of the leaders of the National Biological Laboratory." Wow! Chen Yang gazed in astonishment at the two. It was inevitable that the bioenergetic strain would capture global attention, but to attract such distinguished figures in such a short time was astonishing. "Young man, may we engage in a discussion?" Professor Su Diyuan, visibly excited, remarked. "The strain you have discovered is remarkable. It represents a groundbreaking revelation that will astonish the world. Last night, we conducted preliminary research on this strain and discovered that its emergence will create significant ripples among contemporary scientists. There are numerous research directions associated with it, and one could say this entirely new mutated strain has opened up a fresh avenue in modern biology." "You flatter me." Chen Yang nodded slightly and remarked, "We have conducted extensive research on this particular strain and can unequivocally inform you that its emergence may cause a tremor. Yet it will not pave the way for an entirely new avenue." After discussing the characteristics of the strain with Professor Su, the latter appeared somewhat disheartened. However, it was not long before a spark of excitement lit up his eyes as he inquired, "Is there a possibility of the strain mutating again? If it could simply endure a 10-degree increase in its living conditions, it would have the potential to transform the world, altering the constitution of humanity and facilitating a comprehensive evolution. Such a possibility is, of course, implausible." Chen Yang thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. The technology he had exchanged from the system's marketplace was predominantly mature, indicating that a secondary mutation of the strain was out of the question. Thus, It could not usher in human evolution but could only serve as an auxiliary material for the gene evolution liquid. Nevertheless, Chen Yang refrained from stating this bluntly. Instead, he brightened and suggested, "As you know, I run a company and cannot devote extensive energy to such research. Perhaps we could collaborate on this endeavor?" "Excellent," Professor Su exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "I am not a person driven by greed. Your discovery is sufficient to send shockwaves through the world. Once I take charge, it will undoubtedly attract global talent, yielding immense benefits for both myself and our various research initiatives. Thus, I can promise that any results we produce will only be utilized for our own purposes, and any profitable actions will require your authorization before proceeding, with all profits, minus costs, being yours." "Thank you, Professor Su." Chen Yang beamed with joy. The old gentleman was indeed trustworthy, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. This exemplified a genuine pursuit of knowledge and recognition rather than profit. He was wholly dedicated to scientific research, indifferent to any supplementary gains. Undoubtedly, while the special strain could not be directly used as an evolution liquid, it possessed substantial research value, and with proper development, future profits were assured. "Here is my proposal." Chen Yang pondered for a moment before continuing. "For the time being, I will not invest any funds into our collaborative project. You will assume the financial responsibility. However, I can assure you that once any results yield profits, 20 of the net earnings will be allocated as research funding for you to utilize at your discretion." "Thank you." "Thank you." Professor Su grasped Chen Yang's hand with deep gratitude. There was no doubt that the novel strain, which was Chen Yang's exclusive secret, would attract numerous institutions willing to invest in research, provided Chen Yang was amenable. Professor Su's willingness to forego profits was solely to secure this project. Genuine scientific research often experiences far more failures than successes, and he had prepared himself for considerable losses. However, Chen Yang's offer of 20 in profits ensured that losses were unlikely, representing a win-win scenario. Of course, Chen Yang would not incur any losses. He merely needed to await the influx of funds. As for conducting research personally, such a prospect is utterly implausible for him. It would be far more prudent to devise means of acquiring additional funds. The bioenergy strains are trivial in comparison to the technologies within the system marketplace. Chapter 20. I am simply too eager to progress. At this moment, beside him, Chen Jian could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Mr. Chen, we too require such strains for our medical endeavors. In numerous aspects, your bioenergy injections could significantly enhance our treatments. Our Yongda Medical College possesses a relevant laboratory, a nationally recognized key laboratory, and we are keen to explore a collaboration. Might we be afforded such an opportunity?" "Of course," Chen Jian hastily added. "Our terms mirror those of Professor Su, and since the Yongda-affiliated hospital is under the aegis of Yongda Medical College, we are not lacking in funding. We can forego research expenses. All we seek is the opportunity to collaborate." Chen Jian had already experimented with the special strains the previous night, and the results were nothing short of astonishing. He understood that Chen Yang had no imperative to partner with them, as they could sell the product directly as a beverage, and the hospital would have no choice but to procure it. Furthermore, to achieve optimal clinical results, they would have to finance their research independently. Thus, he dared not request research funding. He was merely grateful for the prospect of collaboration. With the name of Yongda attached to the bioenergy injections, the process of sales would undoubtedly become more straightforward, alleviating concerns about unfounded rumors. Additionally, collaborating with such institutions could bestow numerous hidden advantages upon the company. "Mr. Chen," Chen Jian suddenly raised the stakes, stating, "To my knowledge, your Shanghai company has only recently been established. Many employee benefits must still be in development, correct? Once we become partners, your employees can receive free regular health checkups at the Yongda-affiliated hospital, and in the future, they and their families can utilize the internal employee channels for medical treatment. This is a unique benefit we can extend to our partners. To a fruitful collaboration." Chen Yang extended his hand to shake Chen Jian's, who instantly beamed with joy. After concluding their discussion, Chen Yang turned his attention to Lu Washu. At that moment, Lu Wangshu stood beside a middle-aged man, exuding an air of grace. "That must be your father." Chen Yang approached and shook his hand, greeting, "Uncle. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Ah, Mr. Chen, you are too courteous," Lu Qiming remarked, scrutinizing Chen Yang with a smile that barely reached his eyes. "After a night of upheaval, you appear remarkably invigorated. Do you harbor any grievances against me?" Chen Yang glanced at Lu Washu, pondering that indeed. Her father might have been worried all night about his daughter being embroiled in the development of a new type of contraband. With great urgency, he expressed his apologies, saying, "I sincerely regret my oversight. I should have ensured Assistant Lu returned home last night." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming's expression softened considerably. He patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and remarked, "It's all right. The child has grown up. A late onset of rebellion, but you, my boy, keep pushing forward. I have seen the product. It is exceptional. As long as you remain grounded and steadfast, the future holds limitless potential." "You flatter me," Chen Yang replied, nodding repeatedly before bidding farewell to the others. Upon exiting the enforcement office, he found Jing Chang and Wang Yang waiting. Once in the car, Chen Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Yuzu. "Hello?" Wang Yuzu's cautious voice came through. "It's me," Chen Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. "Old ding, what is going on? You invited me to dinner, only to have me thrown in here? Brother, you're out?" Wang Yuzu exclaimed in shock, initially thinking it was an enforcement officer calling. He quickly inquired, "How did you manage that?" "I told you all, it's not contraband. It's a brand new product," Chen Yang retorted, somewhat irritated. "Oh dear," Wang Yuzu stammered. Embarrassed for a moment. "It was a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. Here's what we'll do. You go home and rest for now. Tonight, I'll arrange a gathering for us. I'll have Liang Chaochuan personally serve you tea and apologize. Spare me the tea service." Chen Yang rolled his eyes and replied, "I'm quite busy at the moment. The product is phenomenal. The academicians from the Academy of Sciences have approached me, and so have the Medical School of Yongda, seeking collaboration. We won't be gathering anytime soon. I just wanted to inform you." With that, he hung up. This entire affair was merely a colossal misunderstanding. Chen Yang was not the type to harbor resentment over such trivial matters. Those individuals were, after all, potential sources of wealth, future creditors, and he aimed to maximize his benefits. While a gathering was out of the question, if they were to approach him with financial offerings, he would certainly not turn them away. Thinking of this brought a smile to his face. At that moment, Wang Gang suddenly suggested, "Boss, why not give President Zhao a call?" After the enforcement officials interrogated us last night, they contacted him. We haven't reached out since we got out, and he must be under considerable psychological pressure right now. Is he under pressure? Immense pressure. At that very moment, within Zhao Jiangwo's home, his eyes were red from a sleepless night as he prepared a noose. "Old Zhao, don't do anything rash," a plump woman cried out, grasping Zhao Jiangwo's arm. Zhao Jiangwo, in anguish, covered his face with one hand while gripping the rope with the other. "I have wronged you all. I aspired for progress too much. One misstep leads to an abyss. This is all my fault. I should never have lent that boy money. It was a violation of regulations. I took every precaution. Yet never anticipated he would resort to drug production. Damn it, 80 million. 50 tons a day. Is he a deity, or is he insane? No wonder he was dissatisfied with $1 million in profits. He insisted on borrowing 80 million at exorbitant interest. I find myself perplexed, pondering what kind of enterprise could yield such immense profits. What business could instill such confidence and secure financing? I foolishly believed him to be a simpleton, selling mere bottled water. Little did I know, it was I who was the fool. Please, no. The distressed matron wailed, "Let us abandon everything. We need nothing but to leave now, as long as we are alive. Do not persuade me otherwise. I must shoulder this burden alone. If it implicates Hu Shao, we shall all be doomed. Only my demise will ensure your prosperity. So be it. I am weary. Let it all be destroyed." Zhao Jiangwo lamented, despairingly closing his eyes. At that moment, a phone on the ground began to ring. The woman glanced at it and exclaimed, "It's Hu Shao. Answer it quickly." Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly picked up the phone and connected the call. "Director Zhao, please arrange a meeting with Chen Yang." Hu Guangyu's voice resonated, tinged with both astonishment and nostalgia. "What? Arrange a meeting with Chen Yang? How can I? The lad is still imprisoned and likely facing execution soon." Suddenly, realization dawned upon Zhao Jiangwo. Indeed, Chen Yang was nearing death, and Hu Shao was subtly suggesting he visit the underworld to meet him. "I understand," Zhao Jiangwo sighed, despondently stating, "Hu Shao, I only ask that you take care of my wife and children. I do not seek great wealth. I merely wish for them to be free from harm." "What are you saying?" Hu Guangyu was bewildered, taken aback by the gravity of Zhao Jiangwo's words. Chapter 21. If it weren't for my limited authority, I would bestow the entire bank upon you. "I comprehend," Zhao Jiangwo mournfully declared. "Hu Shao, this matter will inevitably implicate me. The 80 million was sanctioned by me. I shall bear the responsibility. Rest assured, I will not involve you. Today, I shall end my life by hanging, and I mean it. No one can stop me. Don't say that. Hu Guangyu exclaimed, exasperated. Your information is rather outdated. Chen Yang has been released. He is unharmed. What he possesses is not contraband but a product poised to shake the world. Your 80 million is but a drop in the ocean. He will recoup that in mere days. I need you to assist me in arranging a business meeting with him. Please do not truly consider ending your life. What? Zhao Jiangwo trembled, overwhelmed by disbelief. Really? Are you serious? Hu Guangyu hastily clarified. Who could have anticipated it? That young man's bottled water is not what it seems. He is merely marketing something extraordinary as bottled water. His factory's daily revenue reaches tens of millions. I have had limited interactions with him. Hence my request for your assistance in meeting him to discuss potential business opportunities. As he spoke, Hu Guangyu was genuinely moved. When he received the news last night, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Good heavens, this young man borrowed 80 million to produce contraband. It is utterly terrifying. With a daily output of 50 tons. If this is true, even his grandfather would pay a heavy price. Yet, in a mere night's time, the tides have turned dramatically. It is not contraband, rather. It is an astonishing marvel that could potentially lead to immense wealth. Who among us would not wish to partake in such a fortuitous opportunity? As for indulging in lavish feasts, that seems rather improbable. Why? Zhao Jiangwo, perplexed, remarked, with your esteemed status, Hu Shao. Is it not entirely reasonable for you to indulge in a sumptuous meal? Moreover, with your assistance, the venture can only prosper. Why should I be the one to offer aid? Such nonsense. Hu Guangyu, rendered speechless, replied, I have only just realized how formidable you truly are, Zhao Jiangwo. You have bestowed the daughter of Chairman Lu upon someone as an assistant. This is your vision of advancement? Who? Lu Washu? The daughter of Chairman Lu Qiming? Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed in disbelief. Is this for real? Lu Qiming, a figure of far greater influence than even Hu Guangyu's patriarch, the elder who merely oversees a division. While Lu Qiming holds the reins of authority in the entirety of Dongjiang, his word is law. You are wise to acknowledge this, Hu Guangyu conceded. Moreover, setting aside other considerations, the new product developed by Chen Yang alone warrants significant attention from all levels of authority. Thus, any underhanded maneuvers are utterly unfeasible. Have you ever witnessed anyone daring to overreach under the glaring spotlight of public scrutiny? Furthermore, with Chairman Lu providing protection, who in the entire nation would dare to act recklessly? Therefore, it now hinges upon who is willing to invest more. It will depend on Chen Yang's desires. As the difficulty of boarding this vessel is not trivial. I understand. Zhao Jiangwo grasped the situation, declaring, rest assured. I shall exert every effort to arrange a meeting with him. Thank you. Should this endeavor succeed, there will be ample rewards. What? You wish to lend me money? Chen Yang's spirits lifted instantly as he straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Director Zhao, I still owe 80 million. Are you certain you can still lend? Do not speak so lightly. Director Zhao laughed heartily. My dear brother, you are a person of considerable talent. In the past, when you lacked a product, I dared to lend you 80 million. Now that you possess a product, not only 80 million but even 8 billion could be possible. Were it not for my limited authority, I would gladly hand you the entire bank. Good heavens, you certainly know how to flatter. Chen Yang chuckled. His eyes opened wide in amazement. Very well, shall we meet at my residence in half an hour? Absolutely, I shall be there post-haste. Half an hour later, Director Zhao and Hu Guangyu arrived at Chen Yang's abode. Chen Yang was not surprised. The events of the previous night had undoubtedly established the reputation of the bioenergy injection solution. While it may not yet be famous in the market, it has likely already circulated within the circles of capital and power. This bodes well for Chen Yang. As July approaches its midpoint, he is eager to borrow more funds. The more he borrows now, the better technology he can acquire next month, allowing him to continue boasting and securing further loans. It is a cyclical endeavor. Welcome. Chen Yang gestured, inviting the two to take a seat. Zhao Jiangwo promptly responded, maintaining a constant smile. For him, Chen Yang had transcended the status of a mere fortunate impoverished youth, even young master who was eager to seek collaboration with him, marking his ascent to prominence. Hu Guangyu gazed at Chen Yang, who appeared unchanged from a fortnight ago, and felt an involuntary sense of astonishment. He had previously marveled at the man's unflappable demeanor, curious about the source of his confidence, only to discover it was astonishingly profound, a revelation that was nothing short of earth-shattering. Setting aside other matters, the mere existence of the biological energy injection product was sufficient to propel Chen Yang to the pinnacle of success and establish him as a significant figure. Moreover, Whispers suggested that Chairman Liu harbored resentment towards this young man yet offered him considerable assistance. It was reasonable to suspect that this young man had an entanglement with Miss Liu, as otherwise, how could that devoted father display such favoritism? It was truly a meteoric rise. Hu Guangyu felt a pang of envy. Lu Wangshu was someone he could scarcely aspire to reach. Had he known he would be working under Zhao Jiangwo, he would have endeavored to ingratiate himself long ago. Previously, he had only heard that Chairman Liu had a daughter. Mistakenly believing she was in Kyoto, only to find out she had been secretly working as a bank employee in Yongqing. Indeed, a great talent hidden in plain sight. Brother Chen, Hu Guangyu adopted a very humble demeanor. In his eyes, even without Lu Washu, Chen Yang was destined to be his equal, and with her, he would undoubtedly surpass him. Brother Hu, please take a seat. Chen Yang gestured for them to sit, producing 2 bottles of iced red tea, and remarked with a smile. I haven't tea moved yet. There is not much to drink at home, so I hope this will suffice. That is fine, Hu Guangyu replied, chuckling. Every time I come here, Brother Chen, you manage to evoke memories of my youth. Zhao Jiangwo was quick to interject, saying, in my opinion, all teas are the same. I can't discern any differences, but I do enjoy this iced red tea. It's sweet. Nearby, Zheng Chang and Wang Gang exchanged peculiar glances. They distinctly recalled Zhao Jiangwo's lengthy complaints about iced red tea when they were first recruited. To cut a long story short, today might be quite busy. Chen Yang smiled. Professor Su Diyuan from the Academy of Sciences is set to sign a collaboration agreement with our company regarding a national-level biological laboratory, along with the Yongda-affiliated hospital. Therefore, I may need to head to Weixian to sign some contracts, and there will be reporters following us. I might not have much time to spend with you. I will treat you to dinner separately another time. You're too polite. Business comes first. Hu Guangyu thought to himself in astonishment, realizing that someone had acted so swiftly. Although not from the capital circle, it was evident that once a press conference was held, seizing the opportunity would become increasingly difficult. Brother Chen, I won't beat around the bush. We were very satisfied with our previous collaboration. So I would like to inquire if there is a possibility of continuing our partnership? Hu Guangyu began, adding, as for the price, set it as you wish. I won't negotiate, just give me a chance. I'm afraid that won't be feasible. Chen Yang shook his head, leaving Hu Guangyu quietly disappointed, though this was anticipated. However, there is an alternative investment opportunity. I wonder if Brother Hu would be interested. What opportunity? Hu Guangyu's spirits were lifted. Invest in me personally. Chen Yang pointed to himself and said, to be candid, Shanghai Company is not short of funds. Acquiring a loan is exceedingly simple. Financing holds no advantage for Shanghai. And exchanging shares for market access is utterly ludicrous, as this is a groundbreaking product capable of dominating the market. However, I genuinely require capital. Since childhood, I have harbored a passion for research across various disciplines. I refuse to rest on the laurels of Shanghai's achievements. Thus, I need substantial funds to pursue research and expand operations. I trust you have calculated the future profits of Shanghai. To describe it as a money-printing machine would be an understatement. Therefore, I seek a significant sum. The more, the better. And I am willing to pay a higher interest rate for it. Chapter 22. It's all your fault, Yang Chaochuan. Hu Guangyu felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. When it comes to borrowing money, how high can the interest truly be? For individuals like them, investing would yield far greater returns, albeit with inherent risks. Yet, Hu's status ensured that the risks remained minimal. The interest is indeed high, Chen Yang reiterated. Suddenly, Hu Guangyu's eyes lit up. Hi, what do you mean? Is it a purely credit-based loan, without collateral? That is indeed the case, Chen Yang replied with a smile. I have already stated that I need a substantial amount, therefore, the interest must be exceptionally high, or else how could I secure the funds? Subsequently, I will use shares of Shanghai Company as collateral for a loan, specifically from the bank, not private lenders. After all, banks offer lower interest rates, and they would not pass up a guaranteed profit. Once the shares are mortgaged, I will borrow in my personal capacity, at which point the absence of collateral will naturally entail a very high interest rate. Well, Hu Guangyu and Zhao Jiangwo were both taken aback. Is that how it works? They initially assumed Chen Yang was discussing a conventional mortgage loan, curious as to why he would agree to high interest rates instead of seeking a bank loan. They never anticipated that he intended to borrow at all. How much do you actually need? Hu Guangyu exclaimed. The more, the better. Chen Yang responded, pulling out a calculator and beginning to tally figures. Presently, Shanghai Company's daily profit is estimated at 50 million, yielding a monthly profit of 1.5 billion. and an annual profit of 18 billion. Theoretically, such a premium asset should be valued at 1 trillion, and that is no exaggeration. However, it is evident that for a newly launched product, no matter how miraculous its effects or how enticing the pitch, the bank would never value my company at 1 trillion. After all, unforeseen events could occur at any moment. What if there were a technology leak or someone managed to outsmart us? At that point, our company would hold no value. Unless we secure the entire health supplement market nationwide, 1 trillion valuation is unattainable. The risks are too great. A valuation of 100 billion would be commendable. Thus, I can only resort to borrowing from the bank first, and then seeking private credit loans. The more, the better. It hinges on the market's valuation of me as an individual, their recognition of my product, and their belief in how much they can lend without facing collapse. Isn't 100 billion insufficient? Hu Guangyu and Zhao Jiangwo listened, dumbfounded. You plan to borrow this much money? What are you intending to do? Are you planning to cash out and run? Are there hidden dangers associated with the product? Why is he pursuing this course of action? What does he intend to do with such a vast sum of money? The two individuals found it difficult to comprehend Chen Yang's thought process. What kind of research requires hundreds of billions? Are they attempting to construct an aircraft carrier? Little did they know that what appeared to be an astonishing new product was, in Chen Yang's perspective, a means of maximizing profits through mortgage loans. 1 trillion was unrealistic, a mere fantasy. No one would dare to lend such an amount. However, acquiring 100 billion was feasible, which could translate into 1 million points. The mere health water quality enhancement technology amounted to a mere 5,000 points. What then is the significance of 1 million points? It could be deployed comprehensively, surpassing various high-tech companies. This was Chen Yang's plan for a meteoric rise. The trivial matter of health water quality hardly occupied his thoughts. My friends, while I may not fully grasp the situation, I am indeed taken aback. To be candid, I cannot make decisions on my own. Allow me to consult with my family and I will be in touch at any time. Hu Guangyu, visibly shaken, rose to take his leave. Zhao Jiangwo appeared equally dazed throughout the conversation. Evidently, the sums involved were staggering, and he too was unable to make a decision. Chen Yang rose to see them off, smiling. My discussion with both of you reflects my sentiments. Should anyone inquire, I understand. Hu Guangyu suddenly realized why Chen Yang held him in such high regard. He began to question whether his family truly possessed several billions. It turned out that he had been perceived merely as a conduit for communication. Indeed, within a circle of power and finance, they were the most effective messengers. Impressive. Truly cunning, he remained the same audacious figure who dared to seize opportunities without change. What a pity. At High Group, Fan Wimping expressed considerable frustration. We should not have left so abruptly. Had we demonstrated sufficient goodwill, there may have been a chance for collaboration. Is that even possible? Zhang Weining remarked in surprise. His grievances with us are well known. How could he possibly collaborate with us? You are mistaken, Fan Wimping replied, picking up a vial of bioenergy injection from the table. He bears no grudge against us. It is the chief family that has the issues. For High Group as a whole, the chief family is but a minor component. If we could achieve collaboration, do you think the capital above would hesitate to invest in ousting the chief family? He scrutinized the injection vial and continued. Our relationship with him is not poor. One must look beyond the surface to perceive the essence, not to mention the generous severance packages during layoffs. Many employees within the company maintain decent relations with him. From a certain perspective, we hold an advantage. But alas, Zhang Weining shrugged. Before securing an opportunity for collaboration, capital will not spend exorbitantly to remove the chief family. As long as the chief family remains, there will be no chance for collaboration. This is a deadlock. Nothing is absolutely impossible. We shall await the opportune moment. Fan Wimping sighed softly, then inquired, is this the only one? Zhang Wanning rolled her eyes and remarked, two. One has already been sent for testing. Do not underestimate their significance. I had to speak highly of them to obtain these two. You have no idea how frantic Wang Yaozu and his associates have become. Ha! Fan Wimping laughed heartily, relishing the misfortune. Yesterday, Chen Yang brought the product to meet them and even conducted a live demonstration. Clearly, they were in dire need of funds. That was the prime moment to exchange money for camaraderie, yet they failed to seize the opportunity. Now, it is no longer Chen Yang seeking their financial support. Rather, they are the ones begging to hand over money. As joy and sorrow coexisted, at the Long and International Hotel, in the same private room, a cloud of smoke hung in the air as several individuals sat with furrowed brows. Wang Yuzu wore a grave expression. I told you, Chen Yang is no ordinary person. Yet you all refuse to believe me. What do you say now? He not only emerged unscathed, but has also reportedly garnered the interest of major banks and investors eager to offer him funds. The others felt even more disheartened. Initially, it was of little consequence if they failed to forge a friendship. Each of them was wealthy in their own right and had no need to chase after connections. However, the circumstances had changed. Chen Yang was no ordinary individual. In the realms of the elite and the financial circles, secrets were scarce. Chen Yang's product was poised to dominate the market, with limitless potential for future success. The item he was selling was not only highly sought after, but also a unique formula. He had not even registered a patent, making it impossible to accuse him of monopolistic practices. Since he had not deliberately sought to corner the market, anyone capable of discovering the formula could also sell it. Those who could not decipher it had no one to blame but themselves. To think they had missed the best opportunity to befriend a future billionaire was a disheartening thought. Furthermore, whispers suggested that Chen Yang might be the son-in-law of Chairman Liu. Damn, that made it even more distressing. Such a figure would undoubtedly be an unattainable presence for them in the future. It's all your fault, young Chaochuan. Someone slammed the table in frustration. You acted so cleverly, and now look at the mess we're in. Young Chaochuan sat in silence, not uttering a word. Although he had done nothing wrong, this was merely a misunderstanding and not an affront. He felt the weight of lost opportunities heavy in his heart. The future financial backing and resources that the Liu family could provide were of utmost importance to him as a business owner in the construction industry. Chapter 23. A loan of 200 billion. After lunch, before the clock struck 2, there was a knock at the door. Wang Gang went to answer it, revealing a group of stern-looking professionals before Chen Yang and his companions. They were impeccably dressed in sharp suits, exuding a sense of elegance and solemnity that conveyed professionalism and competence. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Led by Wang Gang, the group entered the room, filling the entire rental space with their presence, with even more individuals waiting outside. Leading the charge were 4 middle-aged men, who stepped forward to introduce themselves. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Zhao Chunlei, representing the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's Dongzhong branch to discuss loan matters with you. Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am Shou Chun, representing the National Bank. Mr. Chen, I am Wen Shuai, representing the Agricultural Bank. I am Liu Hui, representing the Construction Bank. Greetings to you all. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement as both parties commenced discussions regarding the loan. Zhao Chunlei, a competent middle-aged man exuding an aura of maturity, possessed a lean physique, was impeccably clean, and had a square face. Mr. Chun, we have comprehended your conveyed intentions. After extensive consultations among several banks and capital entities, it is the 4 major banks that have come forth to engage with you. Let us discuss valuation, interest rates, and the maximum loan amount we can offer. Chen Yang nodded in affirmation. 20 billion. Zhao Chunlei remarked with a smile. Do not underestimate this amount. While the product is indeed promising, the associated risks are substantial. No one can predict how long it will take to overcome these challenges. This technology, if not monopolized, holds no true value. Following our thorough validation and discussions, we can only appraise the Star C at 200 billion, with an annual interest rate of 5%. The total loan amount we can provide is also 200 billion, with a term limited to 1 year. The loan will be jointly undertaken by our 4 banks, with the collateral being 100 shares of Star C. Of course, it is imperative that the specialized biological strains belong to Star C and not to you personally. This stipulation implies that should Chen Yang fail to repay the loan after 1 year, or if the venture collapses midway, it would equate to selling the formula of the specialized strains to the bank at the price of 200 billion. From a valuation perspective, this merely represents a year's profit, or even a production expansion within 6 months, which appears quite disadvantageous. However, the calculations do not align in such a manner. For Chen Yang, the cost of time is far more crucial. With monthly settlements, the more debt incurred, the greater the accumulation of points. From the perspective of capital, once a technology emerges, it is inevitably subject to being conquered. It is merely a matter of time. Their investment hinges on how much market share Chen Yang can secure before others prevail, and whether the venture will ultimately collapse. Excellent. Chen Yang expressed satisfaction, albeit with a hint of perplexity. Presently, Star C was merely a dilapidated factory, with its sole value lying in the new strains. How could capital be so straightforward? There was little haggling between the parties, and they proceeded to sign the agreement on the spot. Mr. Chun, may our collaboration be fruitful. The loan will be transferred to your company's account by tomorrow morning. After signing the contract, Zhao Chunlei shook hands with Chen Yang. Chen Yang stood to see them off, and they promptly departed. Something feels amiss. Chen Yang pondered, stroking his chin. What is amiss? Wang Gang, perplexed, could only conclude that the boss had struck it rich. They were overly courteous. Chen Yang queried with confusion, although the formula for the strains far exceeds this price. Others are unaware. To many, we merely occupy a first-mover advantage, and it is certain we will be surpassed. Why are they being so accommodating? Normally, one would expect deliberate suppression and delay to extract greater profits. The fact that no one is resorting to underhanded tactics, and that they so straightforwardly granted me the loan, is utterly unrealistic. I was prepared to contend with them. This is indeed strange. Perhaps it is related to Miss Liu? Zheng Chang remarked softly. Lu Wangshu? What does she have to do with this? The boss, Zheng Chang, looked at Chen Yang with astonishment and said, You can't possibly still be unaware, can you? What do you mean? Chen Yang felt utterly bewildered. Miss Liu's father, Zheng Chang. Noticing Chen Yang's confusion, quickly elaborated. We left early, alongside Miss Liu. Do you know what those people called her father? Chairman Liu. He is the paramount figure in Dongjiang. What? Chen Yang could hardly believe it. He then recalled his experiences from the previous night, thinking of Professor Su Deyuan and Professor Chen Jian. Well, he couldn't help but rub his forehead in disbelief. He had assumed the appearance of the bioenergy bacteria strains had startled these two eminent scholars. But it turned out to be due to Lu Wangshu's father. Upon reflection, it made sense. This newly emerged phenomenon would, at the very least, take a couple of days to come before such distinguished individuals for validation and research. It must have been a special invitation from Lu Wangshu's father, aimed at clearing his daughter's name. The truth was unveiled. Lu Wangshu possessed such a profound identity? Chen Yang, no longer a naive youth, naturally understood what such a personage signified. Even considering his present stature, or even if he were to advance the bioenergy bacteria strains to their zenith, valued in the billions, he would still find himself with little more than a chance to speak in the presence of her father. This was the true heavyweight. Chen Yang picked up his phone and dialed. Hello? Lu Wangshu answered, sounding groggy as if she had just awakened. Why are you sleeping again? Chen Yang was taken aback. Do you think I am you? Lu Wangshu replied, her voice dull. I heard you were snoring like a thunderstorm in the detention room. When Zhao Qi and the others came out, they all had panda eyes. I certainly did not share your calm demeanor. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Chen Yang felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead and said, Let us not discuss that topic. I wanted to ask, does your father seem to have an issue with me? Are you afraid? Lu Wangshu perked up. Not exactly fear. But I was just contemplating when to bring a gift and pay him a visit. Humph. Lu Wangshu scoffed. Put away those petty thoughts. He is who he is. And I am who I am. He is notoriously indifferent to family ties. Flattering him is of no use. Understood. He is indifferent, but he certainly favors you. It would be more effective to curry favor with you, given that he is a devoted father. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang revealed a peculiar smile. In any case, this was an unexpected delight. With Lu Wangshu around, he would encounter far fewer troubles and could focus entirely on how to manage his debts. After much contemplation, he solidified his plans for the future and then set out. Su Deyuan and Chen Jian called, wishing to bring their students to tour the facilities of Shanghai Company. They also mentioned that reporters would be present, as both parties would hold a cooperative signing conference at Shanghai. Of course, this was merely a preliminary intention. The actual press conference would occur in a few days at Yongda Medical College and the Kyoto Biological Laboratory. Consequently, the attending journalists were few, all being from relevant professional fields. Upon arriving in Wei-Stin, Chen Yang guided them on a tour and provided explanations. After signing the contract, they shared a meal together before parting ways. Although the journalists reported the event, it was regrettable that all three parties remained formidable yet obscure entities. Aside from causing a slight stir in the realms of biology, medicine, and the elite financial circles, the news was virtually untraceable. A search on a short video platform revealed a mere handful of comments regarding such a significant occurrence, an unfortunate situation indeed. Once the guests were sent off, Shanghai held its inaugural internal meeting. When Chen Yang disclosed that he had secured a loan of 20 billion, the expressions of all present were one of astonishment. They were aware of the company's promising future, yet none could have anticipated that within just a few days, the company would amass such a sum, albeit borrowed. Boss, I fear I can no longer fulfill the role of general manager, Jiang Lihai confessed, his excitement laced with trembling anxiety. He was an unknown professional manager, having only served as a vice president at a company valued in the hundreds of millions a few years prior. Following that, he attempted entrepreneurship, but his venture failed, leading to his wife leaving him. This was a 100 billion enterprise, If he were to mismanage it, the consequences would be dire. I believe in you, Chen Yang reassured him, patting his shoulder. No one is born knowing everything. If you lack knowledge, learn it. I am confident you can handle this. Spend the 20 billion as you see fit. I only care about the results. It was a jest, of course. In half a month, they would acquire 2 million points. What losses could they endure? Even if the company faced bankruptcy next month, a single technological advancement would suffice to recuperate their losses. For Chen Yang, talent was secondary. His products were overwhelmingly superior. What mattered most was loyalty and obedience. Over the past half-month, Jiang Lihai had performed admirably, executing tasks with diligence. Chen Yang often needed only to issue a brief directive, leaving the rest to him. What constitutes talent? This was true talent. Chapter 24, Buying Houses, Cars, and Buildings. Boss. I will forever remember your kindness and recognizing my potential. Jiang Lihai was genuinely moved. 20 billion, such a commanding sum, given without hesitation. A soldier dies for his worthy leader. You are my esteemed patron. Let us communicate openly, Chen Yang replied, and Jiang Lihai promptly sat up straight. Within the meeting room, dozens of management members eagerly awaited Chen Yang's words. Seated comfortably, he tapped on the cheap table and chairs of the temporary meeting space, declaring, "These will all be replaced. We shall procure quality furnishings. My intent in business is not merely to amass wealth, but to ensure that my brothers lead fulfilling lives. As for your salaries, I shall refrain from commenting since I trust that General Manager Jiang will ensure you are well compensated. However, in terms of food, accommodations, and amenities, we must prioritize quality. There is no other reason. The boss has the means, and I care about my brothers. Moving forward, the cafeteria will be free, with professional chefs and quality ingredients. As for housing, I want the dormitory buildings constructed and fully renovated to provide comfort for everyone. Various recreational facilities should not be deemed an extravagant expenditure. We ought to implement them without hesitation. The moonlit lake outside, surrounded by flourishing trees, must be well-groomed to enhance the environment, allowing everyone to work in the park with a cheerful disposition. The Yongda-affiliated hospital has signed a cooperative agreement with us, and henceforth, our benefits will include medical reimbursement. For our own kin, provided they have been employed for over a year, any illnesses discovered during their tenure will be treated at no cost. Is this true? Is it a ruse? My heavens! Am I dreaming? The crowd below erupted in excitement, engaged in fervent discussions. It is indeed true, Chen Yang solemnly stated. As long as you regard the company as your home, the company will treat you as family. This is no mere empty promise. If you possess the capability, there are ample platforms within the company for you to showcase your talents. Long live the boss. Long live President Chen. This is splendid. Incredible. This boss is truly remarkable. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Chen Yang observed the throng below and could not help but smile. Isn't this merely a matter of winning hearts? Who cannot do this? While others merely make promises, he truly delivers. Upon leaving the company, Chen Yang found himself added to 2 new groups on his phone, one for the Shanghai Food and Beverage Management and the other for the employees. Whether in the employee group or the management group, discussions about the day's meeting were abuzz. Boss, Jiang Lihai hurriedly caught up to him. Is there something else? Chen Yang inquired. 2 matters. Jiang Lihai replied, panting. First, the 3 local agencies in Weixian have heard about our company's benefits and wish to collaborate with you. Are they out of their minds? What do we need agencies for? Chen Yang felt puzzled. The Human Resources Department. Boss. Jiang Lihai chuckled. We are in need of personnel. I have assessed that those 3 agencies are competent, and since we will primarily recruit ordinary workers from Weixian, having local connections is beneficial. The upper management will certainly need to recruit separately, but we can utilize them for mid to lower level positions, dividing them into 3 departments to foster competition. You decide what to do. What is the second matter? Previously, we lacked funds and had to rely on grassroots sales. After all, our product is excellent. And a little promotion can quickly create a chain reaction, so we weren't overly concerned about market issues, Jiang Lihai explained. However, now that we have funds, I wish to initiate an online campaign. We should establish a website where orders can be made for delivery and run advertisements to expedite the product's popularity across the internet. This will not only accelerate sales but also rapidly generate brand recognition. You can take the lead on that. Chen Yang dismissed the matter with indifference. I cannot make that decision, Jiang Lihai exclaimed, covering his face. Boss, you still do not comprehend. Once the online presence takes off, our seemingly vast output will not suffice, thus necessitating expansion. Whether to enlarge our current factory or seek a new site for a branch, These decisions rest with you. Expansion will suffice. Chen Yang remarked nonchalantly. The bottles are small, bulk cold chain transport is straightforward, so there is no need for a branch factory. A certain dilemma arose regarding the shipment process, which would become rather cumbersome without a dedicated factory, as low-temperature preservation was necessary. We would require a substantial quantity of ice packs in various specifications. Should we establish our own factory or outsource the production? Jiang Lihai inquired. Chen Yang pondered briefly before reaching for his phone to make a call. Hello? Gongzi? Yes. You are aware of the nature of my factory, correct? We will soon need to ship a significant number of ice packs in diverse sizes. I was wondering if you might consider opening a factory? Excellent. Then it is settled. We will procure from you in the future. Do not worry about the financials. I will provide you with the contact of Zhao Jiangwo at Yongcheng Bank for a loan. Wonderful. Let us celebrate later. Chen Yang ended the call and turned to Jiang Lihai, declaring, It's all sorted. Is that truly how it will be resolved? Jiang Lihai thought enviously. Although he was unaware of who the call was directed to, he sensed that a wealthy individual was about to emerge. Is there anything else? Chen Yang asked. Indeed. Jiang Lihai responded promptly. Should our company headquarters be constructed at the factory, or how should we proceed? Boss, given we have the funds now, I suggest we erect a headquarters building. Otherwise, we will eventually need to build one, and we must plan ahead. Additionally, regarding company vehicles, should we recruit agents for sales in various provinces or open direct stores? These matters require discussion. These are all within your purview. You may decide, Chen Yang replied thoughtfully. As for the building, constructing one would be overly complicated. Instead, I will purchase a property later. Our headquarters can be situated in Yongcheng, and as for the vehicles, you can handle the purchases. I will acquire my vehicle in Yongcheng and arrange for them to deliver it to you. Understood, boss. Jiang Lihai nodded eagerly and promptly excused himself. Chen Yang entered the vehicle, and the three swiftly vanished from Jiang Lihai's sight. The following morning, Lu Wanshu opened the door to her rented room. To her astonishment, she found the three individuals, who typically slept until midday, all seated on the sofa, gazing at her. What is it? Why are you all staring at me? The god of wealth has finally arrived. Chen Yang stood up and asked, Has the money arrived? Lu Wanshu, at a loss for words, replied, It has just arrived, and I came over immediately. Let us go. Chen Yang exclaimed, leading the way. Do we have any plans for today? Lu Wanshu queried in surprise. Spending money. Are there any specific projects? Lu Wanshu inquired with curiosity. Purchasing houses, cars, and buildings. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, prompting Wang Gang to swiftly bring forth a rented Mercedes. The three entered the vehicle, with Wang Gang patiently awaiting Chen Yang's instructions. However, as Chen Yang was not particularly knowledgeable about cars or real estate, he turned to the others and asked, Do you know where to find high-end cars and properties in Yongcheng? The trio exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. I have only been in Yongcheng for a year and am not well acquainted, Lu Wanshu admitted, expressing her inability to assist. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang also stated that they were not from Yongcheng. They had merely come to work and were unfamiliar with the area. Chen Yang pulled out his phone, glanced at his WeChat list, and ultimately chose Hu Guangyu, initiating a voice call. Chapter 25. No need for politeness. I just earned 20 billion. Hello. Hu Xiao. Are you busy? Brother Chen. Not at all. Please, speak your mind. I'm merely idling at the company. I require a guide well-versed in the high-end markets of cars and real estate. Could you lend a hand? Absolutely. Hu Guangyu chuckled heartily, declaring, My firm specializes in high-end automobiles. Come to me, and I shall offer you the cost price. Let us forego the cost price. I appreciate your assistance. Please send me the address. Before long, Chen Yang handed his phone to Wang Gang. Wang Gang activated the navigation system. And soon they arrived at a high-end automotive market in Yongcheng, where they spotted Hu Guangyu smoking at the entrance from a distance. Brother Hu. Chen Yang exited the vehicle, followed closely by Lu Wanshu. Hu Guangyu's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of formality. After shaking hands with Chen Yang, he promptly addressed Lu Wanshu, saying, Miss Lu. MHM. Lu Wanshu replied coolly. One must admit, the ordinarily soft-spoken girl exuded an unexpected presence. Do not mind her. Come, let us discuss matters. Chen Yang pulled Hu Xiao aside, stating, I intend to purchase a vehicle for myself, one for my bodyguard, and another for my company's general manager. So many? Hu Guangyu was taken aback, then readily led the group into the showroom. Brother Chen, are you considering a sports car or a luxury sedan for your personal vehicle? No sports car. Chen Yang shook his head. Everyone gazed at Chen Yang in astonishment. Typically, one would expect a young individual who has suddenly acquired wealth to desire a sports car. Is it that you do not fancy them? I lack a driver's license. I only ride in cars. I do not drive. Chen Yang pointed towards an exquisite vehicle on display and declared, I'll take that one. Hu Guangyu's lips twitched in disbelief. He truly had not anticipated that Chen Yang did not possess a driver's license. He glanced at the display and remarked, That is irrelevant. I have the funds. Chen Yang asserted, revealing himself to be a newly affluent individual who purchases vehicles without regard to price. Very well. Being confronted with such ostentation, Hu Guangyu felt he had never experienced such a lack of words in his life. That one, and that sedan. Chen Yang indicated 2 additional cars within the showroom, saying, one for the bodyguard, and the sedan should be delivered to the general manager of Shanghai Company in Weixin. Guagua. Hu Guangyu was left astounded. While it was not unusual for him to sit in a $9 million Cullinan, equipping a bodyguard with a $5 million vehicle seemed rather extravagant. And providing the general manager with a $5 million Maybach was simply absurd. What kind of celestial company is this? How much does it amount to in total? Chen Yang inquired. Then continued, never mind, it is of no consequence. Assistant Liu, please proceed with the card. Old Hu, no need for formality, I just earned 20 billion. What do you mean by just earning 20 billion? Both Liu Wakshu and Hu Guangyu felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, the irony not lost on them. That was clearly a matter of just borrowing 20 billion, wasn't it? Hu Guangyu realized that this individual was not merely there to purchase a car, but rather to flaunt his newfound wealth. However, upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Hu Guangyu ceased to be polite, promptly swiping his card for 19 million. Under normal circumstances, purchasing such a luxury vehicle involves considerable hassle, but as brothers, we need not elaborate. Brother Chen, you need not concern yourself with anything. Once the paperwork is completed, you may simply drive it away. Very well. Chen Yang instructed Wang Gang and Zheng Chong to handle the formalities, while he engaged in conversation with Hu Guangyu. So, what are your thoughts? Have you given it further consideration? Chen Yang inquired. The old man has made a decision. Borrowing is permissible, though the specific amount will depend on the interest rate you propose, Hu Guangyu replied candidly. After all, this was a loan with fixed returns, not an investment requiring convoluted negotiations. Although his father held a prestigious position, their family's wealth was not acquired through unscrupulous means. It had been amassed over 3 generations. Had it not been for their previous assistance, such funds would have been insignificant to them. They were acutely aware of their situation. In comparison to money, the old man's stability was of paramount importance. Thus, they would never exploit their power for financial gain, but rather invest under conditions that were reasonable, lawful, and ethical. The old man ascended through the ranks of politics, while the second master gradually earned profits through commerce. After decades, the unity and diligence of the Hu family had forged their current standing. In relation to ordinary merchants, their investment risks were indeed lower, yet the returns were correspondingly modest. Hence, they were cautious not to squander the wealth accumulated over 3 generations. I propose this amount. Chen Yang extended his fist. What does this signify? Hu Guangyu asked, perplexed. 1 finger signified 10, 2 fingers indicated 20, but what could a fist possibly mean? Max it out, Chen Yang declared with a generous spirit. Within the bounds of the law, we shall maximize it. The annual interest rate is 24%. Given the substantial loan, the risk is high. I am not looking to take advantage of you. However, should the amount be large, a lower rate would deter potential lenders. Therefore, regardless of who approaches, it will remain at 24%. You cannot be serious? Hu Guangyu was taken aback. A 24% annual interest rate? The thought of such returns seemed almost unattainable. Considering that, apart from a few exceptional assets, achieving a 20% annual profit in a regular business was considered miraculous. This was a matter of significant capital operation, not merely petty trading. The greater the funds, the more likely the success, yet conversely, the larger the investment, the more challenging it became to secure high profits. If someone were to claim a stable 20% annual return on any project, Hu Guangyu would immediately suspect fraud. After all, even the legendary investors' annualized returns hovered around 20%, a figure not guaranteed each year, but rather an average over decades. Yet here was Chen Yang, proposing 24%. Legal high-interest lending. Engaging in usury was illegal, and conventional lending was absolutely not a business the Hu family could entertain. It would compromise their dignity and deeply affect the old man. However, lending to Chen Yang was an entirely different matter. This was merely a straightforward loan. Hu Guangyu was moved. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and began to dial a number, engaging in conversation for a brief moment. 1 billion. In the expectant gaze of Chen Yang, Hu Guangyu smiled and declared, "The old man has given his approval. We shall allocate all available funds, utilizing some non-prime industries as collateral to raise the sum of 1 billion. The annual interest on this amount would amount to 240 million, yielding a monthly interest of 20 million. The profitability of such an investment far surpasses that of inferior assets, and notably, it is convenient, stable, and devoid of risk. While others borrowing without collateral must weigh potential risks, the Hu family is exempt from such concerns. Even if Chen Yang were to face ruin, their debts would take precedence, relegating others to the back of the line. Given the vast market, neither Hu Guangyu nor the elder Hu believed that Chen Yang could collapse to the point of having nothing left. Such a possibility was nearly non-existent. Even a dilapidated vessel possesses some value, let alone this grand cruiser on the verge of setting sail. A fruitful collaboration. Chen Yang beamed with joy. An additional billion translates to 100,000 points. Hu Guangyu was decisive, instructing a representative from his family to join them, and soon, both parties signed a contract, resulting in the swift addition of 1 billion to Chen Yang's personal account. Chapter 26. The Hidden and the Detached. Yet not far from the city, the Cullinan was a magnificent vehicle, with Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu seated in the back, Wang Gang at the wheel, and Hu Guangyu in the passenger seat, while Zheng Chang followed closely behind in a larger vehicle. As for the Maybach, Hu Guangyu had arranged for an employee to take it to Wei County. The two cars, one following the other, made their way toward the address provided by Hu Guangyu. Luxurious vehicles naturally attracted numerous gazes along the way, even as they entered the residential area mentioned by Hu Guangyu. The security personnel posed no substantial inquiries and promptly opened the gate. Upon entering the residential district, the scenery transformed dramatically. Chen Yang was astonished to discover such a serene locale amidst the bustling metropolis. The entire residential area bordered the Grand Yong River that traverses Yong City. Surrounded by picturesque vistas, impeccably maintained greenery, and pristine roads adorned with various trees and flowers, all while refreshing breezes danced through the air. In this enchanting setting, stood rows of traditional Chinese residences, each with its own courtyard, all magnificent villas. Brother Chen, Hu Guangyu pointed outside and remarked, "This Daong Shangjing is the most opulent residential area in Yong City. Here, only villas exist, each valued at over 50 million. The luxury is understated. Aside from the 4 supermansions positioned at each cardinal point, the overall aesthetic is one of low-key elegance. I purchased one 2 years ago when they first went on sale. Not for living, as I cannot afford such a dwelling, but rather for investment purposes, intending to sell when the price is right. Is it possible that the Hu family cannot afford a villa?" Chen Yang expressed disbelief, suspecting it was less about affordability and more about not wanting to draw attention. True to form, Hu Guangyu chuckled softly and replied, "Sometimes we do stay a few days. Occasionally, we gather with friends here. Tell me more about the estate." Chen Yang gazed towards one side of the residential area, which was adjacent to the entrance, where a manor resided. Perhaps it was a misnomer to call it a manor, for compared to a true grand estate, it could only be deemed a modest one. However, residing in such a flourishing metropolis as this, the owner's wealth undoubtedly surpassed that of most grand estate proprietors. As the vehicle advanced, it reached the vicinity of the manor. At first glance, Chen Yang realized that calling it a small manor was entirely inappropriate, as it was adorned with traditional Chinese architecture, resembling a garden instead. Verdant hills and flowing waters, willows swaying gently, man-made mountains and waterfalls, pavilions and towers. The estate was expansive, surrounded by numerous walls, yet each step revealed exquisite landscapes, each corner a spectacle of beauty. Merely standing in the vicinity, one could feel the subtle tranquility of traditional Chinese aesthetics, inadvertently feeling as if one had stepped into a painting. Hu Guangyu's expression was complex as he remarked, "It is said that several top domestic design masters were invited to create this estate to the highest luxury standards. The construction costs alone are exorbitant. I had the opportunity to enter earlier. The pavilions are interconnected, the towers abundant, blending modern and traditional styles seamlessly, simple yet resplendent. Comfortable and secure, truly ideal for nurturing the spirit. Do you wish for it?" Chen Yang inquired. "Who wouldn't he?" Hu Guangyu chuckled wryly. This could be considered the ultimate aspiration for any normal person seeking residence. Unfortunately, it is prohibitively expensive, absurdly so. The entire Daong Shangjing has only 4 buildings in total, and access is not through the community gates. They possess their own private entrances. Do you know who has purchased this manor? Hu Guangyu continued. The South Garden was acquired by the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Jiashan, chairman of the Jiashan Group, transforming it into a premier private club where the clientele are anything but ordinary. The North Garden, adjacent to the Deyong River, was taken by the son of the chairman of Hanhai Energy Group, establishing a private club. Those involved in energy are never simple characters. Last month, the West Garden was acquired by the Shun Group, reportedly at the behest of their eldest daughter, Shenwei, and I suspect she, like myself, is also investing. Now, only the East Garden remains unsold, for its location is the most tranquil, although it boasts the most beautiful scenery and is the most livable, regrettably. Those who wish to reside here cannot afford it, and those who can afford it do not seek residence. Hu Guangyu's words were abundant, laden with yearning and unfulfilled desires, akin to a self-conscious youth enamored with a goddess during his adolescence. What do you think? Chen Yang turned to Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering the relevance to her. However, since she was asked, she responded candidly, to exist in seclusion yet not escape the world. To be distanced yet remain in the city. If price were no object, I believe no one could refuse. How fortuitous. Chen Yang grinned, declaring, I am precisely that person who disregards price. Let us summon someone and make the purchase. Are you serious? Hu Guangyu was astounded, his excitement palpable. This is no mere vehicle. This is a mansion, a manor. From my inquiries, considering taxes and other factors, the total cost is approximately 10 billion. Another stroke of fortune. Chen Yang produced his bank card, smiling. Guess what? I just earned 10 billion. Wow. Hu Guangyu was taken aback. Had he just earned 10 billion? Was that not the loan my family had recently extended to him? Did he use it to purchase a property? In a daze, he led Chen Yang to summon the sales personnel, who urgently contacted the manager. Soon, a large group arrived by car. After amicable negotiations, they settled on a total price of 10 billion. The other party handled all the arrangements, and Chen Yang was able to move in immediately. The items in the rental property held no value, and he dismissed them entirely, merely sending a message to the landlord with a few hundred extra for cleaning fees. He instructed Wang Gang and Zheng Chang to drive the cars into Dongyuan. There were parking facilities both inside and outside Dongyuan, with the outside accommodating 20 to 30 vehicles, while the interior boasted 2 garages, an above-ground parking area to the east and a basement garage on the west side, conveniently located near the elevator, together capable of housing over 20 cars. Clearly, the developer had considered the potential transformation of this property into a club or social venue. The 2 cars parked in the garage made it appear rather sparse. Hu Guangyu gazed enviously at the expansive garage, and soon the group took the elevator to the ground level. The surface level was adorned with pavilions in various traditional Chinese architectural styles, all interconnected, and they explored the area for a full half hour. The main building was exceptionally bright. From the exterior, it resembled pavilions and halls, but from within, it showcased modern architectural design, complete with all necessary appliances and furniture, all of which were custom-made. The television, exceeding 100 inches, resembled a wall, while the sofas and curtains, though styled in a traditional manner, were elegant and aesthetic without sacrificing comfort or practicality. Wang Gang and Zheng Chang were left in awe. Even Lu Washu and Hu Guangyu were thoroughly impressed, as the group settled at the tea table on the second floor of the main building. Lu Washu gazed at the exquisite tea sets with delight and eagerly began to brew tea. Do you like it? Chen Yang inquired with a smile. In a moment, you and Wang Gang and Zheng Chang will also input your information for free access, and with so many rooms available, you could stay here as well. Lu Wangshu, upon hearing this, was pleasantly surprised but hesitated before shaking her head. Although it's a bit far, I think I'll stick to the subway. My father would be furious if he found out I was staying here. Besides, once the loan is settled, I'll be returning to work. Indeed, boss. This place is too wonderful. We wouldn't dare stay here. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang chimed in hastily. Leave her be. What are you two chiming in for? Chen Yang shot them a glance and remarked, You two are bodyguards, not errand boys. With such a vast property, if you're not here, who will hear me if I find myself in peril? The two men scratched their heads awkwardly. Chapter 27. Longan Commercial Center. Chen Yang then turned his gaze to Lu Washu, remaining silent as he contemplated the worth of Yongcheng Bank. As a local bank, Yongcheng held a certain influence in Dongyang, yet it could not be compared to the larger banking institutions. Perhaps its market value stood at 1,000 billion? Compared to the benefits that the woman Lu Wangshu could bring him, a mere 1,000 billion is insignificant. Did he go back to take out a loan to purchase it? Chen Yang pondered, but Hu Guangyu suddenly rose and said, Brother Chen, I live nearby as well. Would it be possible for me to visit occasionally when I have some free time? Although I can't afford it, I genuinely admire this Dong Yuan. It would be nice to come by for a few photographs. Feel free to come by. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied, It is just a house after all. Just record a message when you come. Aside from my main sleeping area, you are free to roam anywhere else. Thank you. Hu Guangyu thought to himself, pleased. Being allowed free access meant they were at least friends, which held considerable value. From previously addressing him as Brother Chen out of politeness to now casually calling him Brother Chen, wasn't he deliberately trying to foster a friendship? No need for thanks, Lao Hu. Do you have any recommendations for office buildings? Ideally, something that looks quite impressive, as I wish to purchase a building to serve as the headquarters for my company. Chen Yang inquired. Upon hearing this, Hu Guangyu contemplated for a moment and replied, Building a structure is straightforward, but I'm not sure if a direct purchase would be suitable. The ordinary ones you would certainly overlook, but the only decent option is the Longan Commercial Center. It is conveniently located close to the Dong Yuan you've acquired. Just cross the Yonga Bridge, and it's a mere 10-minute drive. If you find it appealing, that's great. If not, then it's of no consequence. Longan Commercial Center? Chen Yang took out his phone to search, and indeed, it was quite close. The entire Longan Commercial Center spans a large area, comprising 8 office buildings, of which 2 are currently for sale. One is the best in the core area, boasting an impressive architectural style that resembles a block puzzle, exuding both a sense of technology and artistry, making it ideal as a company headquarters. The other building is a standard commercial office. Its architectural style is conventional yet appears new, sleek, and fashionable. What connection does it have with the Longan International Hotel? Chen Yang recalled Wang Yuzu. Oh, I see. Hu Guangyu exclaimed. It is a joint investment by Wang Yaozu and his circle of associates. Longan holds a significant portion of the investment and has also funded a 5-star hotel along with various supporting amenities, hence the name Longan Commercial Center. They all possess shares. And if you wish to purchase, you could inquire with Wang Yuzu. Is that old dang really so wealthy? Chen Yang asked in astonishment. He couldn't even raise 80 million before. How does he possess such strength? Brother Chen, that is because you are unaware of their methods, Hu Guangyu chuckled. To my knowledge, Wang Yuzu has a net worth of 20 billion, but he can manipulate wealth amounting to around 40 billion, which includes loans, principal, and funds he can temporarily borrow due to his influence. These individuals ensure that their wealth is diversified and consolidated in various forms to manage risk effectively. For instance, the unfinished building you purchased, the Henjialanshu community, is a project of Wang Yaozu's own company, where he holds absolute control. The market value of Wang's real estate is approximately 17 to 18 billion, and at that time, they genuinely needed that 80 million. Certainly, it cannot be firmly stated as 80 million. In reality, even 50 million would suffice. At that time, Qi Jia from Yunhai Group had made arrangements with various parties, intending to profit from Wang's real estate. Had you not intervened, Wang's real estate would inevitably have been forced to sell Henjialanshu at a loss. However, this does not imply that Wang Yaozu is truly in need of funds. He possesses wealth and has investments in other companies, such as the Longan Commercial Center, and his assets are numerous. Yet, he cannot and must not confront Qi Jia directly, as it would be futile. Qi Jia holds the upper hand. Similarly, individuals within his circle would not dare to lend him money, and even if they did, Wang Yuzu would refuse it. This is because if they united against him, Qi Jia would be able to justifiably bring down the entire Yunhai Group, a consequence that neither Wang Yuzu nor his circle could bear. Thus, Brother Chen, your intervention is crucial. Once you enter the fray, they will be free to act, and naturally, Wang Yaozu will no longer lack for funds. Qi Jia can contend with Wang Yaozu, but cannot handle his entire circle. Qi Jia's influence does not extend that far. Consequently, Yunhai Group would have no reason to withdraw, leading to Qi Jia's ultimate failure, resulting in a complete loss. It was then that Chen Yang comprehended Wang Yaozu's strategy. The principle is quite simple. Do not place all your eggs in one basket, ensuring ample avenues for retreat. Brother Chen, Hu Guangyu continued, I recommend that you establish a group company in the future, controlling it through a holding company, which can then oversee various subsidiaries. This approach would mitigate numerous risks. Aside from other benefits, particularly regarding loans, it would provide more leverage when seeking financing. For instance, this time, you could only mortgage 100 shares to secure a bank loan. Thereafter, you would need to rely on credit loans, which, as you know, come with high interest rates and substantial risks, often deterring many. However, having a group company and holding company changes the scenario. Subsidiaries can mortgage a portion. The group company can mortgage another portion, and the holding company can also contribute, while you can leverage your own credit as well, although the fundamentals remain the same. In this structured manner, the amount of loans you could secure would undoubtedly exceed what you could obtain presently. Is that truly feasible? Chen Yang began to grasp these individuals' commercial tactics. He was indifferent to other matters but was particularly attentive to the nuances of borrowing. He turned to Lu Washu, who, having set down the tea set, pointed to herself in confusion, asking, "Is it me again? I'm afraid I can't manage that." While there are certainly sufficient funds, and establishing a holding company is straightforward, forming a group company comes with requirements. One single Shanghai company cannot constitute a group company unless you acquire or register several others. Make a note of it. We shall address it later. Chen Yang smiled. Having spent the past few days exploring the marketplace for technology, he already had a preferred choice in mind, so the subsidiary would soon be established. After relaying this, he took out his phone and dialed Wang Yaozu's number. "Hello? Brother, do you have time today? I'd like to treat you to a drink." Wang Yaozu's voice resonated. "Let us discuss the drinking later. I have been exceptionally busy lately. How much for these 2 buildings in the Longan Commercial Center?" Chen Yang inquired directly. "Are you looking to purchase a building?" Wang Yaozu hesitated. "This commercial center is a joint venture among a group of old friends, so I cannot make decisions on my own. However, since you've asked, I can give you a rough estimate. The building in the core area is priced at no less than 900 million, while the adjacent building is considerably cheaper, yet still over 500 million. 900 million for one, and 500 million for the other? How can they be so inexpensive?" Chen Yang glanced around at the surrounding properties and murmured to Hu Guangyu, "They are still less expensive than my home." Hu Guangyu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "How can that even be compared? And what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I lend you money to purchase your desired property, only to flaunt it in front of me now? Brother, we are allies. I shared this information with you in good faith, and you turn around to boast? Little brother, what do you say? Shall I organize a gathering, invite everyone over, and we can chat while enjoying drinks? They would surely be interested in befriending you, and the price could be negotiated further." At a fishing spot by the Daong River, several luxury cars were parked along the bank. Wang Yuzu stood with a fishing rod in hand. Nearby, 6 or 7 individuals, hearing the commotion, abandoned their rods and gathered around him, eager for news. Chapter 28. Headquarters, Shanghai Building. "Why negotiate any further?" Chen Yang remarked, uninterested in wasting time. "What is the significance of saving a few tens of millions? Money holds no meaning for me. I cannot possibly spend it all. That is what truly matters. Altogether, that's 1,400 million I want. Tomorrow, our general manager Zhang Lihai from Shanghai will come to finalize the contract with you." With that, he ended the call. At the fishing spot by the Daong River, Wang Yaozu stared at the disconnected phone and sighed quietly. The onlookers began to inquire. "What did Mr. Chen say?" "Old Wang, don't just sigh, speak up. Have you made arrangements?" "It's merely a matter of making a friend. Surely, Mr. Chen wouldn't be dismissive. Why would he owe you any courtesy?" "Liang Chaochuan, step aside." All right. Wang Yaozu reluctantly extricated himself. "He.S. busy. He has no time to dine with us. It's just one thing. He intends to buy the 2 buildings listed for sale in the Longan Commercial Center." "Buying buildings? Longan Commercial Center?" The group brightened at the news. Though they had previously enjoyed a rapport, their frequent gatherings were primarily due to the Longan Commercial Center project. Wang Yaozu was responsible for acquiring the land, while Lu Chenwei from the bank and Sun Hai from Hengyuan Securities handled the financing. Liang Chaochuan from Yonghua Construction managed the construction, and Zhao Shun from Longan International oversaw investment attraction, planning, and renovations, transforming the entire commercial center into a colossal urban complex integrating various functions such as a commercial hub, pedestrian streets, a 5-star hotel, office buildings, apartments, shopping, dining, culture, and entertainment, forming an independent large-scale business district. The 5 of them constituted the core of this project, while others were assigned to manage various peripheral aspects. The commercial center, encompassing both land and structures, has seen an investment exceeding 4 billion, a sum that represents virtually all of their available capital. Among this, loans alone account for over 3 billion. Now, less than 6 months since the completion of the Longan Commercial Center, they would never consider selling the main building and one of the office towers in the core area were it not for the impending loan maturity. "We could offer a discount, perhaps a few million if it's a fellow insider." Liang Chaochuan hesitated, attempting to gauge the opinions of those present, his expression reflecting considerable discomfort. Others exchanged glances, remaining silent, pondering whether incurring a loss of several million for the sake of friendship was truly worthwhile. It might be valuable to Liang Chaochuan, but for the others, it did not seem as compelling. Enough with the indecision. Wang Yaozu scoffed, stating, I haven't finished. They Haven Tea even bargained. It's 1 billion, and tomorrow the general manager of Shanghai Company will come to sign the contract. Do you understand what this implies? They are indifferent to our trivial amounts, even too disinterested to personally come and sign with us. At this, the group fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Vice President Liu, after a moment's hesitation, remarked, to my knowledge, yesterday the 4 major banks provided Shanghai with a loan of 200 billion. Perhaps our mere 10 billion is truly inconsequential to them? The silence was palpable and crushing. The capability to secure a loan of 200 billion suggests that Shanghai is valued at least at that figure, and this is merely the beginning, with slight development. The figure will only grow. The young man they once considered fortunate and capable has, in such a brief span, surpassed them all, even exceeding their collective worth. In an instant, their enthusiasm for negotiation waned, and they began to gather their belongings to depart. The following morning, dressed in a suit and sporting a meticulously styled hairdo, the successful entrepreneur Jiang Lihai, driving a $5 million Maybach, first picked up Lu Wangshu before heading directly to the Longan Commercial Center. Why doesn't President Jiang hire a driver? Wang Yuzu and the others had been waiting since early morning, eagerly approaching Jiang Lihai as he exited the vehicle. I didn't have time. My boss just allocated me a car yesterday. Jiang Lihai exchanged pleasantries, although internally, he was quite pleased. Hire a driver? For a $5 million car? I've never even driven it myself. How could I let someone else? Miss Liu. Suddenly, Wang Yaozu spotted Lu Wangshu and hurried over to greet her. Since the incident a couple of days ago, Lu Wangshu's identity had been revealed, and she was now well known within the elite financial circles of Yongqing. After all, the daughter of the boss could be overlooked when she was incognito, but now that her identity was public, feigning ignorance would be seen as inconsiderate. You all can negotiate with President Jiang. I'll primarily handle the transfer, Lu Wangshu remarked coolly. Everyone nodded in agreement as they accompanied the two into the core building. This building is destined to become one of the iconic landmarks of the future, Wang Yaozu elaborated. Initially, we intended to name it Longan No. 1 Building. But now that Mr. Chen has taken an interest, we might as well rename it Shanghai Building. Shall I provide you both with specific details regarding this now? 1 building and the adjacent No. 2 office building? No need. Our time is limited. Let us proceed directly to signing the contract. Jiang Lihai replied succinctly. The boss instructed him to sign the contract for the purchase, not to view the premises, so he preferred to expedite the process. To him, he was merely the loyal subordinate of the boss, dutifully executing orders. What was the point of acquiring unnecessary knowledge? He had plans to visit the boss's new residence to familiarize himself with the place and did not wish to squander time here. With such vast edifices, it would likely take until noon to conclude all introductions. Would they also have to dine here? All right then. Wang Yaozu and his companions exchanged glances, expressing a sense of resignation. Ascending the stairs, they swiftly finalized the contract. Lu Wangshu promptly transferred the funds, and the two hastily departed. As they watched the retreating figures, Wang Yuzu and his associates felt somewhat numb. How could a transaction worth billions proceed as casually as purchasing vegetables at a market? The absence of the owner was one thing, but what about the general manager and an assistant exhibiting such a demeanor? Were they not concerned about potential pitfalls in the contract? Upon reflection, however, it dawned on them that perhaps they were not worried at all. What would it matter if they duped someone? A sum of that magnitude might not even faze them, and they could very well retaliate later. Exiting the Longan Commercial Center. Under Lu Wangshu's guidance, the Maybach quickly arrived at Dongguan. Lu Wangshu retrieved his phone, opened an app, and entered the license plate number, prompting the gate to automatically recognize and open, allowing the vehicle to enter the underground parking area. Jiang Lihai, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, was utterly astonished. After disembarking, they walked for a few minutes to reach the main entrance of the Dongguan building, where Lu Wangshu performed facial recognition. At that moment, Wang Gang and Zheng Chang were seated in the lobby on the first floor, engrossed in watching television. It was their first time residing in such luxury, and they had hardly slept the previous night. I'll go summon the boss, Wang Gang exclaimed as he rushed upstairs. Lu Wangshu, meanwhile, dropped his bag, instructed Jiang Lihai to take a seat, and hurried to a nearby tea table by the floor-to-ceiling window to brew tea. The Dongyuan complex featured numerous tea tables, not only in the pavilions of the second floor, but also in the outdoor courtyard and throughout the main building. What a grand residence! Jiang Lihai marveled internally. Even a corner of the living room was larger than his own 3-bedroom apartment. If one were to indulge in play, a standard basketball court could be temporarily erected in the living room. Arriving this early? Moments later, Chen Yang and Wang Gang entered the first-floor lobby via the indoor elevator. Approaching the tea table, they took a sip of the freshly brewed tea prepared by Lu Washu. The cup was small, not overly hot, and the aroma of the tea was delightful, refreshing, and lingering on the palate. Where did such fine tea come from? Chen Yang inquired, astonished. Without lifting his head, Lu Wangshu, absorbed in examining his tea set, replied, "There's more in my bag. I borrowed it from my father." Goodness, what an act of filial piety. Chen Yang could not help but applaud, then beckoned Jiang Lihai to come and sit down. Chapter 29. The product becomes a sensation, unfazed by 1,000 cups. Boss. Jiang Lihai sat upright. Relax, have you received the car? Chen Yang handed him a cup of tea. Jiang Lihai accepted it with a smile, saying, I have received it. To be honest, I have never driven such a fine vehicle. Yesterday, I couldn't resist showing it off several times, afraid to park it carelessly lest those young ones at the factory start meddling with it. Not to worry, after all, you are the general manager of a 100 billion company. Chen Yang waved his hand, inquiring, how are the product sales? Extremely well, Jiang Lihai replied. The first day was a bit rough. Zhao Qi and the others were detained. But after their release yesterday, they hustled through various nightclubs. With the proof provided by the law enforcement agency, they established partnerships with major night venues in Yongqing. It suffices to say that a good product is never short of demand. Promoting it is remarkably easy. The sales department managed to sell 23,000 units in the first batch alone, and they were completely sold out within a single night. Moreover, there is exciting news. Our product seems to have caused quite a stir. Spontaneous promotions have emerged online. The nightclubs placed orders for 10 times the usual amount early this morning, meaning that today's orders from night venues alone have surpassed 200,000 units. Zhao Qi and his team are primarily busy with major convenience stores and supermarkets today, and we anticipate even higher order volumes. We have rented several large cold storage facilities in Yongchang, and the cold chain transportation vehicles have been continuously operating, delivering our products as they are produced. If supermarkets and convenience chains are willing to purchase in bulk, we can essentially meet the demand. However, you know as well as I do, the more novel the product, the more explosive its popularity. Thus, it is expected that in the coming days, we may witness a nationwide sensation, with people everywhere seeking to stock up. Our production capacity can easily meet the needs of Yongqing, but it is impossible to satisfy the entire nation. Even covering the whole of Dongjiang is a far-off dream. I have already contacted our partners, and our factory is undergoing expansion. If all goes well, we should have an additional 10 workshops operational within 2 weeks, which will enable us to fully meet national demands. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang opened his phone and searched for biological energy injection on a short video platform. To his surprise, numerous related videos appeared, featuring recordings, photos, and written descriptions. Does anyone know what this is? The effects seem astonishing. Beneath the title were photos, and below them, comments read, "Went to a bar with my best friend yesterday. The familiar bartender highly recommended this. Out of curiosity, we bought 2, and we felt incredibly energetic all night. I couldn't get drunk at all." Reply 1. A new type of hangover remedy? Reply 2. It looks suspicious. Could it be some sort of banned substance? Reply 3. Are bars openly selling illegal items? That seems unlikely unless the owner is foolish. Reply 4. An injection? But it's meant to be taken orally? That sounds quite abstract. Response 5. My dear sister, yesterday I ventured out with my boyfriend and made a purchase. The results were truly astonishing. However, the price was rather steep, 50 yuan for such a diminutive vial, despite the suggested retail price being clearly marked at 32. Such unscrupulousness is indeed disheartening. Moving on. Is this a marvel of modern science or something illicit? A curious encounter at the Dongjiang Yongqing nightclub, where I present to you a novel discovery. The content is rather lengthy, and Chen Yang is disinclined to peruse it in its entirety. To summarize, the blogger expressed astonishment at the efficacy of an injection and questioned whether it might be classified as a prohibited substance. Next, brothers, does anyone possess the bioenergy injection? I am seeking to procure it at a premium. There are no accompanying images or videos, merely text. The blogger recounted, last night, while dining and drinking with clients at the behest of my boss, I found myself quite inebriated. Yet, the clients insisted on visiting a nightclub. I figured I might as well join them. By chance, while in the restroom, I tried the bioenergy injection. One sip revitalized me, and within half an hour, I was completely sober. For the next several hours, I was on a roll. Not only the clients, but even my boss was nearly overwhelmed by my drinking prowess. This is truly the ultimate blessing for those unaccustomed to alcohol. I wished to purchase more but was informed it was out of stock. There is another social engagement tonight. I am urgently seeking to buy at a high price. Remarkable. Does it truly counteract intoxication? Chen Yang had overlooked this aspect, and unexpectedly, this seemingly trivial detail became a selling point. Next, is the emergence of the bioenergy injection a boon or a bane? This is a highly specific video, where the blogger expresses profound disdain for the bioenergy injection. He first recounts a night out at the club with friends, where curiosity led him to order a cocktail infused with the injection, resulting in an unprecedented ability to drink without inebriation. Due to this newfound resilience, he ended up spending several times more on drinks than usual, ultimately failing to achieve the euphoric sensation he sought. In conclusion, he remarked, "Brothers, the existence of this substance will undoubtedly lead to the demise of our drinking culture. After all, if no one can get drunk, what is the purpose of drinking? Can one truly criticize this?" Chen Yang, intrigued, opened the comments. As anticipated, no one supported his perspective. Response 1. Isn't the ability to drink without intoxication a good thing? Such a toxic drinking culture should have been eliminated long ago. Response 2. It seems the comments section is filled with brothers who have tried it. Shouldn't I sing the praises of such a wonderful product? Response 3. I say, if the blogger desires to experience drunkenness, he could simply abstain from the bioenergy injection. What is there to criticize? If an urgent matter arises, it can be used to sober up. This is a blessing for many of us who frequently engage in social drinking. Response 4. Do you not understand? The blogger seeks that euphoric feeling. Do you truly believe his companions are all men? Can you not discern his intentions? Response 5. Wanting to intoxicate others for personal gain? How repugnant. Response 6. If you are reluctant to even pay for drinks, how can you expect to take advantage? What a disgrace. The blogger's lengthy discourse not only failed to resonate with me, but instead piqued my curiosity about the nature of this injectable solution. Goodness, it has truly become a sensation. Chen Yang relentlessly scrolled through dozens of videos. Although the product had just been launched, its astonishing effects elicited a fervent desire for expression among those who tried it, resulting in an unexpected viral success on short video platforms. Boss, I have a question. Jiang Lihai remarked. Regarding the creation of the official website, if we are in a hurry, we can only purchase a code template for modification, which would be cumbersome in terms of security and future updates. If we are not pressed for time, we would need to develop it from scratch, taking anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. I wish to understand your thoughts on this matter. Are we in a rush for online sales? If not, I will instruct the recruitment agency to start sourcing personnel and establish a dedicated online department. Not urgent. Chen Yang shook his head, stating, while online sales can facilitate nationwide product distribution and encourage organic promotion, it holds little significance for us. It is merely a matter of time. This is a revolutionary product that does not require excessive advertising. My old classmate's ice pack factory has only just begun site selection and construction, and our current output cannot keep pace, so we will focus on sales in Yongqing for now. Understood. Jiang Lihai nodded. At that moment, a notification chimed on Chen Yang's phone. He opened WeChat and remarked, "You have been busy these past few days. You should stay today?" Huh? Me? Jiang Lihai was taken aback. Chen Yang waved his phone in response, smiling. Yes, someone is coming over to celebrate a housewarming. Since that is the case, you should stay and keep them company. Later in the evening, we can also experience the nightlife and see if the product sales are indeed thriving. Chapter 30. The housewarming banquet. Chen Yang felt he had never underestimated his influence. Yet, he still underestimated it. As it approached 11 o'clock, vehicles began to arrive at Dongyuan, led by Wang Yuzu and a group of 7 or 8 individuals accompanied by their partners. Jiang Lihai went out to greet them, and the group walked into Dongyuan. The journey took longer than expected, lasting a full 10 minutes before reaching the main building. Standing at the entrance, Chen Yang inquired, "Why not drive the cars in?" Wang Yuzu quickly stepped forward, grinning, "Today, we are not the only ones here. Our vehicles do not hold the privilege to enter Dongyuan, as there are more significant figures arriving behind us." Significant figures? Who? As Chen Yang's bodyguard, Zheng Chong couldn't recall how many notable individuals his boss was acquainted with. However, it was not long before more vehicles arrived and parked outside Dongyuan, with only a few cars brought by Hu Guanyu entering the premises. As Hu Guanyu alighted, he surveyed the increasingly lively Dongyuan, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After returning home yesterday, he had informed his elder about Chen Yang's acquisition of properties worth 10 billion. He had anticipated that his elder would be quite upset. To his surprise, his elder had burst into hearty laughter. Seeing his confusion, the elder enlightened him. Buying a house is indeed commendable. The more expensive, the better. This indicates his intention to settle in Yongcheng. A mere 10 billion is insignificant when considering the prospects of Shanghai. Yet a property worth that sum in Yongcheng could indeed create a seismic shift. He has yet to rise to prominence. Since he wishes to integrate into the circles of Yongcheng, as a friend, you ought to offer him more assistance. Have you spread the news about his relocation? Did you lend a hand in celebrating his new home? If you have done nothing, what kind of friend are you? The elder's counsel illuminated his mind, and soon after, he released the news. The newly minted billionaire Chen Yang has settled in Yongcheng, acquiring the East Garden for a staggering 10 billion, with a housewarming celebration scheduled for tomorrow. Once this information circulated, the elite and financial circles of Yongcheng were abuzz. Those with standing inquired eagerly, while those without watched in silent envy. However, Hu Guanyu was overwhelmed. Having been busy throughout the night, and upon awakening at 10 o'clock, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to inform Chen Yang about the housewarming celebration. He hastily sent a message to contact Chen Yang. Brother Chen. Hu Guangyu approached with several young acquaintances, introducing them to Chen Yang. Their elders were not suited to appear in the circle, so they naturally became representatives. Although they appeared to arrive alone, each one represented their family standing, far surpassing those merchants whose vehicles were relegated to parking outside. Chen Yang was utterly bewildered, observing the increasing number of guests within the East Garden. He noticed cars continuously arriving at one side of the entrance, their trunks filled with gifts being carried inside by men in black suits. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this a bit excessive? You could have informed me sooner. I haven't prepared anything." In the message, Hu Guanyu had merely mentioned bringing along some familiar and unfamiliar friends to celebrate, without indicating the scale of the gathering. Chen Yang had assumed it would only involve himself and Wang Yaozu. Excessive? Not at all. Hu Guanyu chuckled. Compared to the stir caused by your new product, this is merely a small affair. Now that you have settled in Yongcheng, it is essential to familiarize yourself with the local circles for your future convenience. Moreover, it allows everyone to see the esteemed Chen Yang, ensuring that no one foolishly offends you. As for the preparations, fret not. I have taken care of everything. Just consider today as hosting a banquet in your own venue. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward a corner of the East Garden. Chen Yang and his companions followed his line of sight and indeed recognized familiar faces. Qi Ruihua, the current head of the Qi family, was present, accompanied by several family members. However, Chen Yang noticed the absence of that fool Qi Yuming, clearly indicating that the Qi family dared not bring him along. The wealth Chen Yang now commanded had far eclipsed that of the Qi family. While the Qi family was stronger than Wang Yuzu, their strength was limited. And when compared to Chen Yang, they paled significantly. President Chen, just as the Qi family was about to greet him, a hearty voice echoed, none other than Fan Wenping and his associates from Yu Hai Group. Fan Wenping strode forward with a warm smile, exclaiming, "I have long admired President Chen." As Chen Yang shook hands with him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at the sight of the former president of the company standing before him to offer his congratulations. Nearby, Qi Ruihua, the eldest of the Qi family, noticed Fan Wenping had taken the lead and his expression darkened, yet he forced a smile and approached to greet them. Chen Yang welcomed the numerous guests into the East Garden and was about to return when a discreet Audi pulled up at the entrance. A stranger emerged from the vehicle, approached with a smile, and handed a tote bag to Chen Yang. Due to pressing matters, the leader couldn't come personally, but upon hearing about your housewarming today, he asked me to deliver some gifts in celebration. Who is the leader? Chen Yang inquired, somewhat bewildered as he accepted the bag. I'm Secretary Zhang. The father of Miss Liu, came the quiet reply. Realization dawned on Chen Yang, and he quickly responded, "Since you've come all this way, Secretary Zhang, please don't rush off. That one tea do. It wouldn't tea look good," Secretary Zhang insisted, then added in a hushed tone. The leader mentioned that when you have a moment, you might visit Miss Liu. He has matters to discuss with you. Understood. Chen Yang responded immediately. Then I'll accompany Liu Wangshu when she returns tonight. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on your thriving business and good health. I must take my leave now. Secretary Zhang arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Upon returning to the East Garden, Chen Yang noticed that everyone seemed to be casting glances in his direction. Indeed, while he may not have known Secretary Zhang, it was likely that none of these people were unfamiliar with him. Is this what they call riding on one's coattails? Chen Yang mused to himself as he handed the gift to Lu Wangshu and engaged in casual conversation with the guests. After all, these were his future creditors, and it was prudent to maintain a cordial demeanor before incurring any debts. Lu Wangshu, aware that the gift was from her father, opened it without hesitation and remarked, "Tea? He didn't spend a dime. How stingy. This is premium tea, not available for purchase." Hu Guangyu interjected, "I sparkling. My father treasures it. I've asked for it numerous times without success. Why not just steal some?" Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes and walked away. Hu Guangyu fell silent, contemplating the idea. "Your father has only you as a daughter. You can take as much as you want. But do you believe my father would spare me if I tried that? Hello, Mr. Chen." At that moment, a striking woman with glamorous waves approached Chen Yang. Her fair skin glowed, her smile was enchanting, and her meticulously applied makeup accentuated her features. Clad in a sleek black evening gown. "Hello, I apologize. There are too many new acquaintances to remember. Please forgive me," Chen Yang replied as he shook her hand. She smiled warmly. "I should be more memorable. We are neighbors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shen Wei." "Ah." Chen Yang suddenly recalled what Hu Guangyu had mentioned previously. "You are Shen Wei from the West Garden, of the Shen Group, correct?" "Yes. I'm surprised you know of me, Mr. Chen. It is indeed an honor." Shen Wei smiled and remarked, "I have heard that President Chen borrowed 2 billion, but is still actively seeking investments. I wonder what other ventures President Chen has in mind besides bioenergy. Please do not misunderstand. The Chen family business has reached a bottleneck, and we urgently need to explore new investment avenues. If President Chen's enterprise proves worthy, I believe the Shen Group can offer an enticing sum." Chapter 31. The 5 pillars. As Shen Wei's words fell, Chen Yang's eyes brightened, and those around him shared in his enthusiasm. Chen Yang indeed wished to secure a loan. However, he was at a loss for how to broach the subject. After all, they were gathered to celebrate a housewarming, and approaching them for money would be exceedingly awkward. If they were reluctant to lend, he would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. The onlookers were genuinely curious about Chen Yang's intentions. While bioenergy injectables represent a promising product, it was evident that further investment was unnecessary at this stage. The only viable investment opportunity lay with Chen Yang, yet the risk of such an unsecured investment was considerable, and they feared he might falter, making them hesitant to commit their funds. Yet they were unwilling to forfeit the chance to profit. These days are far removed from the untamed era of decades past, where any venture could yield profit, even exorbitant returns. The current business climate is less than favorable. The international landscape appears uncertain, foreign enterprises are challenging to navigate, and competition within the domestic market is fierce. While earning money is feasible, amassing substantial wealth is daunting, and missteps can lead to losses. Were it not for this reality, capital would not be frantically seeking projects daily. Everyone seems quite intrigued by the project I intend to pursue. Chen Yang surveyed the room, inviting the guests into the main building. July's heat, while the East Garden remained tranquil, was undeniably oppressive. Upon entering the main building, the service staff arranged by Hu Guangyu had already prepared ample space, with tables and a buffet laid out in a self-serve manner. In such gatherings, competitive drinking is uncommon, thus round tables were unnecessary. Once everyone was seated, Chen Yang began to speak with conviction. "Surely, you are all aware of the nature of bioenergy injectables. Without a doubt, they represent a groundbreaking advancement, a testament to the progress of biological science. I am an individual profoundly passionate about scientific research. Some may wonder how a mere undergraduate, who once engaged in food research at High Group, could delve into such studies and yield results. Trust me, I am a genius." At this proclamation, a hush fell over the room, and the guests exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Lu Wangshu buried her face in her hands. To her, the unique bacterial strains were likely discoveries made by Chen Yang during his food studies, leading to the formulation of the current industry. The notion of him being a genius seemed utterly absurd, based on her observations over the past few days. Chen Yang appeared to be the type who merely bided his time, lounging about, alternating between playing on his phone and boasting. How could one be so brazen in self-praise? Did he not feel any shame? Little did she know that what Chen Yang desired was precisely this effect. Some matters may initially seem shameful and boastful, yet when one truly achieves results, they become entirely justifiable. Chen Yang aspired to cultivate a persona akin to that of a genius like Iron Man. He intended to captivate the world. Otherwise, how could he later explain his ability to pioneer various groundbreaking technologies across diverse industries? Even if he successfully established his genius persona, skepticism would still loom. However, by that time, it would matter little. When one wields significant power, the doubts of others hold little weight. To speak candidly, Chen Yang stood before the crowd with unwavering confidence, proclaiming, in my view, regardless of how fragmented various technologies and sciences may appear, there will ultimately be only 5 foundational industries supporting humanity's future. First, biotechnology and genetic science. Our company's inaugural product, the bioenergy injection, represents, in my estimation, the most fundamental offering in the realm of genetic technology. We are committed to in-depth research in this area and have already forged partnerships with national-level biological research laboratories. Second, energy technology. Undoubtedly, energy is the bedrock of all foundations. The utilization of energy forms the framework upon which all future technologies will rely. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it will forever be intertwined with the profound exploration of energy resources. Third, artificial intelligence technology. Presently, smartphone assistants, large models, automotive navigation, and intelligent driving systems have begun to permeate our lives. I believe that while human capacity is finite, our creativity is boundless. If we consider automobiles as a replacement for our legs and weapons for our hands, then artificial intelligence serves as a partial substitute for our brainpower. Fourth, mechanical industrial technology. There is no doubt that industrial manufacturing is paramount and is among the sectors our company intends to enter in the future. Fifth, foundational materials technology. Humanity possesses an extraordinary capacity for imagination, yet the advancement of science is often constrained by theoretical validation and limitations in foundational materials. This field is rarely pursued by companies due to high investment costs and low returns. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that our company, Shanghai, will inevitably venture into this industry. Observing the contemplative expressions of his audience, Chen Yang smiled and remarked, "Of course, one must take it step by step. Rushing can lead to missteps. Thus, my next project will specifically focus on the second pillar of technology, which is energy technology. I intend to invest in the research of an entirely new battery. I already have some concepts in mind. Therefore, esteemed guests, anyone willing to support me will undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. This is not mere boasting. As for shares, I shall refrain from elaborating. You have already heard about my terms from Mr. Hu. I am open to all investment opportunities, simply provide me with funds. And I offer an annual interest rate of 24, the highest permissible by national regulations, with monthly interest payments." A stir rippled through the audience. Some were already aware of the news and were not particularly surprised, though they were weighing the risks against the returns. Yet, there were others who were unfamiliar with the details. Upon hearing the 24 interest rate, their breaths quickened. What difference was there from usury? In today's challenging business landscape, many who lack access to quality industries resort to financial management. However, what can one truly gain from such endeavors after a year? The typical yield ranges from 1.5 to 4, encompassing a variety of financial products from the relatively low-risk bank fixed deposits to the more volatile stock investments. Returns exceeding 4 generally fall into the category of non-principal protected fluctuating yield products, implying a risk of loss. When considering these figures, Chen Yang's loan offering at a 24 interest rate appears exceedingly enticing, even with its inherent risks deemed acceptable. If there were no risks at all, it would surely be a scam. Trust him or not. The crowd pondered, their hesitation palpable. Purely credit-based loans have always been synonymous with high risk. Yet, Chen Yang stands apart. He is a rising star in the business realm, renowned in the research community, and holds the reins to a potentially lucrative product. Although it has already been pledged to the bank, doubts about Chen Yang's ability to repay the loan are minimal. The likelihood of default is exceedingly low. As long as he can sustain his technological edge for 6 months, he will clear the loan, leading to pure profit. Even if his technology is eventually surpassed, his market presence will ensure a steady stream of income. In light of this, would Chen Yang truly act recklessly? I'm in. At that moment, Miss Shen Wei, seated in the front row, beamed with confidence and declared, "I believe in Mr. Chen's future. The Shen family can commit 3 billion. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. 3 billion. For many present, that amount surpassed their entire fortunes. How audacious of the Shen family to take such a gamble. Yet, upon reflecting on the Shen family's asset composition, jewels, gold, cosmetics, luxury watches, antiques, and other high-margin industries, it became clear that their substantial reserves were quite reasonable. The Hu family, will invest 500 million. Hu Guangyu interjected, raising his hand with a smile. I liquidated some underperforming assets yesterday. I believe in Mr. Chen's future. Another wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Was the Hu family truly placing their trust in Chen Yang? It was noteworthy that the Hu family had maintained a low profile due to the legacy of Elder Hu, always opting for low-risk ventures to accumulate wealth gradually. After 3 generations, they had amassed just over 3 billion. Now, they were willing to put forth 5 billion in a single breath? I from Yuhai Group will invest 2 billion. Fan Wenping raised his hand, flashing a smile at Chen Yang. Nearby, the Qi family's expressions shifted noticeably, with the eldest member furrowing his brow. They wished to intervene, but lacked the authority to do so. The Qi family's stake in Yunhai Group was minimal, and undeniably, their influence would wane further in the future. There was little they could do. Their previous attempt to undermine Wang Yuzu had already cost them standing. Now, with Fan Wenping investing in Chen Yang, should he succeed, it would only enhance his standing, while the Qi family would find themselves in an ever-diminishing position. Qi Ruihua also wished to invest, yet he found himself lacking funds. The shares of Yunhai Group constituted the foundational asset of the Qi family. Beyond this, they were unable to produce several hundred million. Decline. This word echoed in Qi Ruihua's mind. In the days when his father was still alive, the Qi family always occupied a central position in the social circles of Yongqing. But now, they were relegated to the periphery. Qi Ruihua's spirit began to wane. Wang's real estate, 500 million. Wang Yaozu raised his hand with a grin, stating, I just sold a property. The funds are still warm, so here you go, my brother. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Longan Group, 500 million. Yongqing Bank, 500 million. Hengyuan Securities, 500 million. Yonghua Construction, 500 million. Huiyai Home Furnishings, 300 million. Guanghua Infrastructure, 200 million. The small circle brought by Wang Yuzu chimed in, igniting the atmosphere of the gathering. Voices erupted from various individuals, some speaking on behalf of their companies, others as private citizens. By the time the room quieted, Chen Yang was beaming with joy. The Shen family contributed 3 billion, the Hu family 15 billion, Yuhai 20 billion. And the group, led by Wang Yaozu, invested 30 billion. Other participants collectively added up to 55 billion. In total, aside from the 2 billion bank loan, Chen Yang secured 150 billion from these individuals and companies. This brought his debts to a staggering 350 billion. Next month, he would owe 350 million in points, a sum exceeding his expectations. The price for civilian-grade constant-temperature solid-state battery technology is set at 2 million points. Review. This core-tied constant-temperature solid-state battery, developed by an obscure company, serves as a replica of a certain battery, boasting exceptional cost-effectiveness. Cancer cell suppression liquid technology is priced at 700,000 points. Review. An accidental product from a biological gene laboratory. It induces suppression of mutated cells through stimulation of its own genes, leading to the natural death and shedding of these aberrant cells. In the era of the stars, it held little value, yet now it seems invaluable. Chen Yang's mind involuntarily recalled these two technologies. He had been contemplating his future development direction and the redemption options within the system marketplace. Initially, he would have been satisfied with merely acquiring one battery technology. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a windfall. The additional 700,000 points were sufficient to redeem a cancer treatment technology, potentially saving countless families and establishing a pharmaceutical behemoth. Perfect. With a broad smile, Chen Yang invited everyone to indulge in food and drink. His seemingly crude demeanor, influenced by shifts in capital and status, did not come across as vulgar. Rather, many praised his grounded nature. The banquet continued until the afternoon, and after the gathering dispersed, the staff commenced cleaning the East Garden and organizing the gifts. Once the various presents were neatly arranged, the service personnel departed, leaving behind an atmosphere of satisfaction by 7 in the evening. Upon hearing that Chen Yang intended to take Jiang Lihai out for a night of revelry, Hu Guangyu could not resist but to volunteer as a guide. Very well, I shall first escort her home. Chen Yang gestured towards Lu Washu, prompting Wang Gang to bring the car around as they both boarded. Jiang Lihai and Hu Guangyu, eager for a night of revelry, opted not to drive and instead took the bodyguard vehicle driven by Zheng Chang. The car departed from Dongyuan, traversing the bridge with a destination set for Lu Wangshu's residence. Suddenly, Lu Wangshu remarked, before they left, Wang Yaozu and his associates privately consulted me about certain matters. What? Chen Yang replied, somewhat distracted. In order to make amends for the misunderstanding that day, they have agreed to cover the renovation cost for the 2 buildings we purchased, encompassing everything from signage to internal office supplies and furnishings, as well as any expenses incurred during the renovation process. Wow! Chen Yang returned to attention, exclaiming, that must amount to several tens of millions. Approximately. Lu Washu nodded slightly, adding, fortunately, the properties already largely align with our requirements, necessitating minimal modifications. Otherwise, the cost would have been even higher. Such generosity. I shall borrow a bit more later. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Lu Washu fell silent. Is this how you repay those who are generous? She inquired suddenly. Chen Yang shook his head, responding, I wouldn't know, previously. I was too busy working from 9 to 9, hardly having the chance to experience such things. At most, I gleaned some understanding from films and television. Me too. She hesitated, wanting to say more. No way. Chen Yang, astute as ever, immediately discerned her implication. If they can seek you out for a night out, bringing you to a nightclub would undoubtedly lead your father to eliminate me. He firmly refused. Lu Washu, displeased, chose to ignore Chen Yang. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of an old residential complex. Although the exterior appeared quite worn, a guard was stationed at the entrance. With Lu Wangshu's facial recognition, both vehicles were granted access to the community. This complex, though sizable, primarily housed elderly residents. The car halted before a courtyard, and Lu Wangshu and Chen Yang alighted while the others waited inside. The courtyard was illuminated, and upon entering the house, they found Lu Qiming seated on the sofa, watching the news. Returning home so early today? Lu Wangshu teased. Isn't it because of you? Her father retorted, then turned to Chen Yang, saying, You're here? No need for formalities, come with me to the study for a chat. Is this what you call no need for formalities? Chen Yang thought to himself, following him upstairs to the study. You've been borrowing money from everywhere lately. What are you planning? Lu Qiming asked bluntly. A certain special strain has caught the attention of higher authorities. They were initially prepared to invest in you, but your excessive borrowing has made them wary, fearing there might be hidden dangers with the strain. Now they are too frightened to engage with you. Hiki. Chen Yang, unperturbed, took a seat and replied, Uncle, what I seek is a loan, not an investment. I'm fine with incurring debt, but I won't part with any equity. Is there a distinction? Lu Qiming furrowed his brow and asked, How much profit qualifies as significant? You must understand that our circumstances differ significantly from those in the West. The capitalist approach does not yield favorable results in our context. In business matters, possessing 100 billion or 1 trillion makes little difference in terms of status. How so? Chen Yang felt invigorated. Unexpectedly, Lu's father shot him a glare and remarked, Words that hinder unity are best left unsaid. Very well. Chen Yang was indifferent. Lu's father was indeed struggling to maintain his composure. In the past, who would have dared to be so brazen in his presence? What audacity did this young man possess? Was it possible that my daughter? Contemplating this, Lu's father could no longer restrain himself and said, Keep your distance from my daughter. You two are not suited for each other. Good. Chen Yang nodded, as he had never harbored significant feelings for Lu Washu. Her charm was rendered insignificant in the face of true allure. She was not his preferred type, and any intention to maintain a connection was merely to bolster his own position or perhaps to compensate her. If Lu Qiming were to adamantly oppose, then that pretense would be discarded, for otherwise it might backfire. Lu's father was perplexed. Why such a prompt agreement? Is my daughter truly that undesirable? No, wait. Could it be that they had already crossed a line? Had they conceived a child? Was that the source of his confidence? Lu's father was overthinking the situation, nearly losing his composure. I am serious, he asserted. Chen Yang, bewildered, replied, So am I. This is what you call abandoning someone after initiating a relationship. Lu's father could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his hand on the table. Chen Yang countered, You told me to keep my distance from her. Would I dare to disobey? Lu's father fell silent, sensing that Chen Yang was issuing a veiled threat. Chen Yang too was at a loss, leaving the two of them locked in a stalemate of glances. After a prolonged silence, Lu's father finally stood up, exclaiming, Alas, what a calamity. He turned to Chen Yang and said, You, young man, today I shall impart some wisdom. Pray do enlighten me. Chen Yang responded, feigning obedience. Witnessing this demeanor, Lu's father let out a huff, his expression softening considerably. Though I am unaware of your intentions, you currently wield over 300 billion. The impact of this wealth no matter where it is deployed, will undoubtedly create significant ripples. You must tread carefully, deliberating each action, as every decision must be made with foresight regarding its consequences. Once you attain prominence, you can no longer behave as you once did. Your every word and deed will carry weight. Here, if you incite public outrage, the repercussions will be arduous to manage. Do you know how I ascended to this position? Lu's father inquired. Was it through the support of others? Chen Yang hesitantly suggested. How dare you? Lu's father retorted in exasperation. That is but one aspect. Please, do continue. Chen Yang quickly interjected, admitting his error. With a resigned sigh, Lu's father sat back down and elaborated. The power of an individual is inherently limited. You must learn the importance of unity. This does not mean aligning yourself with anyone in particular, but rather understanding that the strength of a collective is boundless. The larger the collective, the greater the power. When you can unite 10 individuals, your burdens will lighten considerably. With 100, you may find yourself unencumbered by labor. With 1,000, you become an entrepreneur. Among 10,000 individuals, you stand as a renowned representative. When the numbers swell to 100,000, others must ponder whether you are truly worthy of consideration. This pertains not only to your employees but also to your peers. One must grasp the essence of sharing. Wealth is inexhaustible, at this juncture, with your existing capital. There exist myriad elements far more significant than mere money. Why cling stubbornly to your shares, preferring to offer exorbitant interest rather than relinquish a portion of equity? It is essential to comprehend that the valuations of loans differ fundamentally from those of equity stakes. When borrowing, you are confined to a finite sum, as lenders must also weigh the risks involved. Conversely, when it comes to equity, your enterprise could easily attain a valuation in the hundreds of billions, as countless investors would eagerly inject capital to help you penetrate markets, monopolize opportunities, and mitigate risks, thus facilitating a swifter ascent to the pinnacle of success. Your reluctance to share confines you to the present predicament of seeking loans from others. This mindset reflects a peasant mentality, fixated on personal sustenance, toiling away on a minuscule plot of land, unbound by collaboration or exchange. It also embodies a dictatorial thought process, striving to retain all power in your grasp. This is misguided. Historically, even emperors have been unable to exert absolute control. Compromise is an art, a manifestation of wisdom, and a philosophy of coexistence. One must learn to yield in order to advance. In any conflict, the essence lies in diminishing enemies while amplifying friendships. The realm of commerce mirrors this. You must cultivate the ability to share, emerging as a leader in business. Only through the distribution of wealth will you be elevated by others, and riches shall converge upon you. Lu's father, speaking fervently, took a sip from his teacup, only to turn and find Chen Yang lost in thought. Anger flared within him. Did you comprehend my words? Indeed. Chen Yang nodded, responding, eliminate all enemies, and the remainder shall be friends. Get the hell out. Lu's father was both angered and amused, leading to Chen Yang's expulsion from the Lu household. Yet, he harbored no regrets. With a system that allowed for debts to remain unpaid, he had little choice. Lu's father spoke of the righteous path, but he could only pursue shortcuts. It was unavoidable. The jest at the end was merely an attempt to sidestep Lu's father's demands. Boss, how did the discussion go? Wang, curious, glanced at Chen Yang through the rearview mirror. Why so much curiosity? Drive your car and follow who shall. Let us revel tonight. Chen Yang replied with a smile. All right. Wang promptly started the vehicle, grabbing the walkie-talkie to inform Zheng Chang. The two luxury cars departed from the aging neighborhood, unnoticed by anyone. For the residents, there had encountered countless luxury vehicles before. The bar chosen by Hu Guangyu was a high-end establishment in Yongcheng, its design distinctive, resembling a diminutive bird's nest. Inside, radiant lights and dazzling neon illuminated the space. The surrounding crowd, both men and women, donned fashionable or alluring attire, passionately reveling as they danced, hands raised, while others cheered and swayed their bodies in rhythm. The bar buzzed with lively energy, yet remained devoid of chaos. Waitstaff, nimble and agile, navigated through the throng, while on stage, a troupe of scantily clad dancers swayed their bodies in an exuberant display. What a lively scene! Chen Yang exclaimed. I come here often. Do we prefer a private room or a booth? Hu Guangyu replied loudly, for in such an environment, a soft voice would simply go unheard. What is the difference? Chen Yang inquired. Hu Guangyu gestured towards the women in the dance floor, saying, a booth allows for fishing. Intrigued, Chen Yang was about to respond when Hu Guangyu pointed again at the dancers on stage, declaring, a private room allows for nurturing fish. A private room it is. Chen Yang decided without hesitation. Reality is not a drama. Fishing relies solely on luck, and in real life, how many beautiful women are there waiting to be caught? Nurturing fish is the quicker route, where a curated selection of various beauties is presented directly to you. Excellent. Hu Guangyu informed the hurried manager and then said to Chen Yang, second floor, room Tian 1. Wait. Chen Yang did not look back but gazed into the dance floor, where Zheng Chang and Wang Gang stood ready to protect him. Yet Jiang Lihai was nowhere to be seen. It was only upon turning back that Chen Yang noticed Jiang Lihai gripping the railing tightly, fixated on a corner of the stage. As Chen Yang and Hu Guangyu approached, they saw a voluptuous woman in a white dress embracing a middle-aged man with a bloated face, the two entwined in a rather indecorous manner. Is it that exciting? In public no less. Chen Yang curiously glanced at Jiang Lihai. Who is she? Your wife? Chapter 34. The music plays on. This wretched woman. Jiang Lihai trembled with rage. The noise was deafening, and although he muttered something, Chen Yang and Hu Guangyu could not discern his words. However, terms such as infidelity, accusations, and divorce were evidently present in his discourse. They exchanged glances, and Chen Yang turned his attention to Zheng Chang. Come. Chen Yang beckoned. Boss? Zheng Chang felt a sense of foreboding. You must handle this delicately. Chen Yang whispered urgently, adding, if something goes awry, do not implicate me. Understood, boss. Zheng Chang's forehead was lined with concern. He moved his lips, maneuvering around the railing, and in the astonished gaze of Jiang Lihai, approached the couple. Jiang Lihai turned to Chen Yang, who smiled and remarked, let us watch. Hu Guangyu, now invigorated, called the manager over, and the group stood by the railings. Observing the scene unfold, Zheng Chang approached the two, his imposing stature momentarily startling both the woman and the middle-aged man, who awkwardly withdrew his hand from a rather inappropriate position. The middle-aged man opened his mouth to speak, but Zheng Chang was quicker. His lips moved, and then, with precision, he spat directly into the man's mouth. Oh, ugh. The middle-aged man's complexion changed dramatically as he frantically pounded his chest, retching violently several times. How dare you? Unable to contain his fury, he raised his small fist and struck the towering Zheng Chang in the chest. Zheng Chang remained unfazed, lifting his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sharp sound of the slap caused the dancers nearby to cease their movements, turning in astonishment towards the scene. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man seethed with rage, launching a flurry of blows towards Zheng Chang, his amateur punches lacking any real effect. However, Zheng Chang's martial prowess prevailed once more, and he delivered another slap that landed squarely. The middle-aged man's face bore the marks of the blows. Consumed by fury, he grabbed a bottle to retaliate, but Zheng Chang, seizing the initiative, charged forward with a fierce shout. You would resort to a weapon over a mere misunderstanding? Everyone, witness this. This is self-defense. The ensuing chaos drew the attention of the woman, who snapped out of her daze, too frightened to intervene or pull Zheng Chang away, resorting instead to frantic screams. What are you doing? Help! Someone! Her cries attracted widespread attention, halting the dance on stage as onlookers gathered, murmuring in curiosity. What's happening? I have no idea. How bold to fight in Starlight Bar. They must be truly brave. Don't they know the bar's reputation? The last fighters are still inside. Who cares? There's excitement to watch. Amidst the chatter, Zheng Chang continued to assault the middle-aged man. At the edge of the crowd, Chen Yang and Hu Guangyu observed the spectacle. The manager, looking distressed, hesitated to speak up. Finally, Jiang Lihai let out a sigh and said, Boss, that's enough. Thank you. We can't let this scoundrel bully our own people. Chen Yang chuckled, whistling to catch Zheng Chang's attention. Zheng Chang paused, pouring a drink from a nearby table over the middle-aged man's head, and approached with feigned concern. Brother, are you all right? Don't blame me. You threw the first punch. I was merely defending myself. Self-defense, my foot. Both the middle-aged man and the woman were infuriated. Yet, intimidated by Zheng Chang's strength, they dared not retaliate, with only the woman calling the authorities. Old Jiang, it's your turn now, Chen Yang remarked with a grin, giving the manager a couple of quick instructions. The manager's face lit up with joy as he replied, Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will make the necessary arrangements. With that, he hurried away. Jiang Lihai looked at Chen Yang in astonishment. Should I also go and confront them? No need. Chen Yang instructed Hu Guangyu to lead the way. Laughing as they walked, Zheng Chang has already dealt with their physicality. Now it's your turn to torment their spirits. Jiang Lihai remained puzzled. At that moment, the music ceased, and the manager, with a beaming smile, stepped onto the stage holding a microphone. He announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the unexpected turn of events. However, I bring you delightful news. Tonight's expenses will be graciously covered by Mr. Jiang Lihai." What? Someone is footing the bill? Incredible! Is this a stroke of luck? Finally, I can drink freely. Cheers erupted. Is Mr. Jiang the one from that company? Who cares about the company? Yes, impressive. That's all that matters. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The applause resonated, and smiles illuminated the faces of all, except for those who had faced retribution. Chen Yang and his companions ascended the staircase amidst the cheers, basking in the spotlight. This scene was witnessed by a woman below, Jiang Lihai's ex-wife, who stared in disbelief at the dapper and mature Jiang Lihai, impeccably dressed in a suit, wristwatch adorning his arm, as he confidently made his way to the second floor. How is this possible? He has become successful again. How can this be? No. Suddenly, the ex-wife turned to Zheng Chang and demanded, "What is your connection with Jiang Lihai? Did he instigate you to act? Speak." Zheng Chang, bewildered, looked at her and replied, "My employment contract is with the Yongcheng branch. My boss is Zhao Jingwo. What connection do I have with Jiang Lihai?" He then produced his identification card, which indeed stated his workplace as the Yongcheng branch, position, security guard. "You, a mere security guard, dare to strike me?" The middle-aged man, furious, declared, "I will make you pay dearly. I have wealth." Zheng Chang tucked his card back into his pocket, smirking, "Working at a bank. Do you comprehend its value? Now, how much do you intend to extort from me? Who the hell wants your money?" The middle-aged man was even more enraged, stating, "I have money. I am not lacking in funds. I want to see you imprisoned." Just wait. Before long, law enforcement arrived and took all three away. On the second floor, by the railing outside the private room, Hu Guangyu, smoking, chuckled, "Brother Chen. That was a masterstroke. I never expected Brother Zheng's workplace to be Yongcheng Bank. Now that's an unexpected twist. Just a scuffle to vent some frustration, at best. That's all it is. Though crude, it certainly feels satisfying." Chen Yang replied with a grin. Jiang Lihai, feeling a twinge of guilt, said, "Boss, I hope Brother Zheng won't face any consequences. Alas, if compensation is necessary, I shall take responsibility, and tonight's reserved expenses can be deducted from my salary." Enough of that. Chen Yang shot him a look, extinguishing his cigarette as he entered the private room. "Do you think your meager salary is needed? Rest assured. It's a trivial matter. Zheng Chang will be fine. I have it all arranged." At that moment, the manager arrived with the previously dancing young women. Seeing Chen Yang and his companions seated, he cheerfully inquired, "Mr. Chen, young master Hu, Mr. Jiang, what are the arrangements?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang gazed at the expanse before him, a dazzling white, and grinned, proclaiming, "Let the music play on, let the dance continue." Chapter 35, Compensation is Acceptable. Apology is out of the question. Half an hour later, within the enforcement office, Zheng Chang exhibited remarkable skill in his actions, inflicting both pain and humiliation. Following an assessment of the injuries, it was determined that they did not even qualify as minor injuries, prompting the enforcement officers to suggest a private resolution between the two parties. Initially, the middle-aged man was reluctant, but upon learning that the other party would not face detention, he became agitated. "Why is that?" he exclaimed. His outrage was matched by the woman, who also voiced her discontent, shouting about the unfairness of the situation. "Why can't he be detained? Is there some collusion at play? He assaulted me. Why is he not being held accountable? Not only should he be detained, but we also intend to appeal for his imprisonment." The enforcement officers, caught in a bind, tried to reason with them. "We have reviewed the surveillance footage. You initiated the altercation, but he spat in my mouth, for heaven's sake." The middle-aged man retorted, furious. The mediator sighed and explained, "He claims he did not notice you. He was captivated by this lady and inadvertently spat in your direction. It was a misunderstanding, an accident. At worst, he displayed a lack of decorum, which does not constitute a crime. You, however, were the aggressor. Even though you received a harsher beating, both parties share responsibility. It cannot be solely attributed to him." "Indeed. I lack decorum," Zheng Chang remarked, casually chewing gum with his legs crossed. The middle-aged man was momentarily at a loss for words, but then a thought struck him. This woman's ex-husband bought drinks for everyone after I was assaulted. I suspect they are in cahoots. It was her ex-husband who instigated the attack on me. Allegations without evidence are baseless, the mediator shrugged. This lady has already stated, and our inquiries confirm, that he is a security guard from the Yongcheng branch and has no ties to Jiang Lihai, unless you can provide concrete evidence. We cannot ascertain that he was acting under someone else's orders. Is there truly no recourse? The middle-aged man fumed. Despite his unethical actions, his enjoyment of the spoils, and his legal occupation of Jiang Lihai's home, it did not justify receiving a beating. Due to your misfortune and the severity of your beating, you may seek compensation or an apology from the other party, the mediator clarified. Then let him apologize. I am not short of money, the man declared. That is not an option. Zheng Chang interjected disdainfully. Compensation is acceptable, but an apology is out of the question. An apology is imperative. The middle-aged man insisted. 20,000. Impossible. I demand an apology. I do not need your money. 30,000. An apology is non-negotiable. I don't require your paltry sum. Absolutely not. Zheng Chang asserted confidently, stating, the boss has said to resolve this with money. Consider this. A simple apology could settle the matter, and that is worth 30,000. The mediator urged. No. Only compensation, no apology. Zheng Chang remained unyielding. The mediator turned to the middle-aged man. 30,000. After all, do I lack 30,000? The middle-aged man retorted defiantly. I specifically want an apology. 40,000. Not an option. I demand an apology. 50,000. 50,000. That's sufficient. The mediator was moved. He genuinely wished to apologize. But alas, he was not the one who had suffered the blows. No. Impossible. The middle-aged man felt both physically assaulted and humiliated. 80,000 fine. It's acceptable. If not, then we're done. Zheng Chang slapped the table. 80,000 it is. He is offering 80,000. The mediator, filled with excitement, glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated. Zheng Chang rose from his seat and declared, a firm offer, 100,000. If you agree, we can settle this. If not, we shall renegotiate. 100,000. The mediator stood up in exhilaration, looking at the middle-aged man, extending both hands, and said, 100,000. Is that agreeable? After a moment of awkwardness, the middle-aged man finally nodded in submission. The transfer must be conducted on-site. Do not deceive me. He still felt somewhat aggrieved. All right. This sum is but a trifling expense for the boss, hardly enough to cover a tree in the garden. Zheng Chang took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Yang. A compensation of 100,000 is required. A notification pinged. WeChat alert sounded. Upon opening the chat, a transfer request for 300,000 appeared. Zheng Chang accepted it, transferring 100,000 to the middle-aged man, delighting in the balance of 200,000 remaining. Goodness. And you claimed no one was orchestrating this. The middle-aged man's eyes reddened as he protested. No, 100,000 is insufficient. I demand another 100,000. Don't overreach your bounds. Zheng Chang tucked his phone away, responding coolly, life goes on. Should you continue to press, I will report you for extortion. The middle-aged man, gritting his teeth, ultimately stormed out with the woman, cursing as he departed. Earn 10,000 for being beaten, while the assailant profits 20,000. Is there no law? At Starlight Bar, in the first private room, the girls departed after their dance. Although the manager claimed the girls were pristine and that a monetary exchange would suffice to keep them, neither Chen Yang nor Hu Guanyu showed any interest. For Hu Guanyu, maintaining his image was paramount. With his status, what kind of women could he not attract? He had long surpassed the age of being easily swayed by every woman he encountered, emerging from the naive and impulsive phase of youth. The women who could captivate him were no longer ordinary. They needed to possess certain enhancements: beauty, grace, education, status, character, and so forth. In his words, ordinary women could be seen through at a glance, easily lured with a mere beckon. Having nearly exhausted himself in his youth, such a lure no longer held any temptation for him. Chen Yang felt similarly. Although he had not experienced many romantic encounters in both past and present lives, he had undergone sufficient experiences. Now, having suddenly acquired wealth, it was indeed a time to indulge, yet ordinary women no longer caught his eye. This was not due to arrogance, but rather a shift in mindset. Having reached this stage, even if he were to cease progress here, his ultimate assets would not fall below 100 billion. In the global context, aside from a scant few women, what sort of woman would he be unworthy of? Ultimately, desire is merely a variant of longing, without a suitable object to ignite his passion. The ephemeral pleasures of casual romance cannot compare to the exhilaration derived from flaunting wealth or accomplishing ambitious goals, becoming an object of envy. That is the essence of profound joy. Of course, there are underlying reasons for his reluctance to fully embrace this notion. In the presence of many, he might indeed feel a restless stir within him. The two of them, like ascetic monks, gazed appreciatively at the vibrant performances of the young women. until the girls, laden with gratitude, departed with their earnings. They applauded, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Lihai's fidgeting hands and lingering gaze. Boss, in such a public setting, what kind of decorum is this? Chen Yang shot him a disapproving glance and extended the slips of paper from several girls to Jiang Lihai. Instantly, Jiang Lihai beamed with joy. Perhaps it was the culmination of pent-up emotions or simply the relief of the day, but he felt an exhilarating rush within. I am now single and free to indulge. Chen Yang, disinterested in the old lecher, rose and exited the private room with Hu Guangyu, standing at the railing to gaze below. The already lively bar erupted into further revelry after Chen Yang reserved the venue exclusively. Patrons continued to trickle in, while the bar manager had stationed staff at the entrance, allowing entry only when someone exited. Although the venue was reserved, the bar adhered to its own regulations, and given Hu Guangyu's stature, they would not permit anyone to take undue advantage. The exorbitant drinks typically served for exploitation were all put away, and inquiries were met with silence. The most expensive beverages for private events were merely a few thousand per bottle, and there were even discounts. Such arrangements were tacitly understood. Naturally, few would lack the decorum to exploit the generosity of others during a private event, especially in an upscale bar where even casual spending would amount to several thousand. At that moment, many patrons queued inside the bar, with the front of the line featuring specially crafted cocktails infused with bioenergy serum. Upon noticing this, Hu Guangyu couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Chen, it seems you're in for quite the expense. They're drinking your products with your own drinks, thousands of cups without inebriation. Chen Yang, with a furrowed brow, looked at the scene with bemusement. However, in the grand scheme, it was a trivial amount. Is there a way to procure a batch of firearm permits? Chen Yang suddenly inquired. Chapter 36. Rebirth. Do I wish to be a supporting character? Hu Guangyu was taken aback, nearly losing his grip on the glass in hand. He abruptly turned, eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Chen, what did you say? Firearm permits? A batch? Chen Yang raised his glass, taking a sip before responding. My ambitions will only expand. Without parents or a spouse, and lacking any heirs, what if someone harbors ulterior motives? I must prepare in advance. Hu Guangyu understood but felt a profound sense of difficulty. Brother Chen, obtaining a firearm license is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to register or acquire a security company that meets the requisite qualifications to secure a limited number of licenses. However, if you aspire to procure a substantial quantity, the process becomes considerably more complicated. The management of firearms is exceedingly stringent. To be candid, even within the circles of the affluent, while many possess firearms, few hold licenses. If you intend to recruit numerous bodyguards and consequently require many firearm licenses, particularly for utilizing certain unconventional weaponry, such endeavors are not easily facilitated. Not even Miss Lu's father could overtly assist you in this regard, unless you find yourself in a uniquely privileged position. For instance, if you were involved in a highly confidential advanced technology project, or if your personal safety were to pose significant consequences, only then might special considerations be afforded. Isn't the bioenergy injection sufficient? Chen Yang inquired. Not at all. Hu Guangyu pondered momentarily before responding. Unless you can demonstrate that this product is exceedingly difficult to breach in a short time frame and that you possess the potential to monopolize the Western market, then forget it. Chen Yang sighed. As he had yet to establish a solid foundation, he was reluctant to pursue such a course of action. Moreover, with the prospect of exchanging for new technologies next month, there seemed little need to prove anything. Perhaps, by then, he would not even need to apply. The authorities might initiate the process on their own. However, Hu Guangyu's mention of a security company piqued Chen Yang's interest. If I were to establish a security firm, could you help me find sufficient retired soldiers to employ? Chen Yang asked. That is quite simple. Hu Guangyu chuckled. I have an uncle working in a relevant department, and many soldiers retire annually in Dongyang. If you genuinely start a company and offer competitive wages, not only will you find candidates, but you could also select from them effortlessly. They could transition directly from retirement to your company, and you would gain the added benefit of being recognized for employing veterans. Understood. I will reach out to you later. Chen Yang raised his glass to clink with Hu Guangyu's. It's a minor matter. Hu Guangyu replied with a carefree smile. Chen Yang contemplated for a moment before asking, what kind of business does your family engage in? Our business primarily focuses on stability, Hu Guangyu replied with a bittersweet smile. Firstly, we are involved in the pharmaceutical industry, and secondly, the automotive sector. Both of these seem rather lucrative, Chen Yang remarked, puzzled as he looked at Hu Guangyu. That depends on the channels and the sector we are part of, Hu Guangyu explained with a sigh. The real profits in the pharmaceutical industry come from research institutions. But the risks are substantial. We merely acquire a few licenses and act as agents layer by layer within Dongjiang province. While we do earn money, it is not substantial. The external channels are inaccessible, leading to a stalemate. My father is even contemplating divesting these ventures. The automotive industry is a more recent investment of mine. I previously believed selling luxury cars would be profitable, but what I found was quite the opposite. The wealthier clients are often the most frugal. They purchase cars worth millions and still haggle for maintenance services. Overall, I have managed to earn some money. However, it is unfortunate that in recent years, the rise of new energy vehicles has made it increasingly difficult to sell traditional cars. I cannot help but wonder if I have merely stumbled into a declining industry. I have contemplated transitioning to new energy, but they possess ample sales channels, either direct purchases or their own four-brand stores, leaving me little opportunity to intervene. I see now. Chen Yang mused, though he regarded Hu Guangyu with a peculiar gaze. Is this fellow truly unfortunate? No, he is exceedingly fortunate. It just so happens that the two technologies I am prepared to exchange are related to him. Could it be that he has been biding his time, anticipating the day he could align himself with my endeavors? Is this a tale of rebirth where I aspire to be a supporting character? I have observed your actions in recent days, and since you have addressed me as brother, allow me to offer you some guidance. Lifting his glass, Chen Yang remarked. As for the medical side, there is no need to rush. I will grant you an authorization later. Authorization? Hu Guangyu looked bewildered, pondering how Brother Chen was not even in the medical business. After the advent of biological injection solutions, what was the medical industry most eager to discover? Chen Yang countered. Certainly, it is the effects of biology on the human body. I have heard that they have been researching this area diligently, and it has reportedly begun to be utilized in surgeries. Some even fantasize about its potential effects on cancer patients. At this point, Hu Guangyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Yang. Indeed, Chen Yang smiled slightly, saying no more than, I will provide you with an authorization later. We only produce, and we have no time to sell. Hu Guangyu, unable to contain his excitement, spilled some of his drink. Brother Chen, are you joking? This is a groundbreaking matter. If it comes to fruition, you will be revered as a contemporary sage, he exclaimed with fervor. It is genuine. But do not let this information leak. Chen Yang chuckled, gesturing below. For today's event, you shall treat. I shall treat. Hu Guangyu, brimming with enthusiasm, replied. Do not say just today, Brother Chen. You are my true brother. Tomorrow, the day after, for the entire month ahead, I shall cover everything. That may be excessive. I have much to attend to now that I have acquired some wealth. I must hasten to establish the framework of the company, Chen Yang retorted, rolling his eyes. Let us depart. If we linger any longer, those inside may not be able to restrain themselves, and we might witness an unexpected spectacle. Hu Guangyu too recalled the lecherous Jiang Lihai in the private room and burst into laughter. Very well, I will make arrangements. We shall charge it to the account. At that moment, Zhang Cheng returned, calling for Wang Gang, and the group departed. As for Jiang Lihai, Chen Yang surmised that he would not be returning to his residence that night. The following day, when Chen Yang opened his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning. Descending the stairs, he found Lu Washu seated at the tea table, brewing her father's specially supplied tea. While Zheng Chang and Wang Gang recounted the events of the previous day, Boss, Wang Gang, ever observant, quickly rose. Sit. Chen Yang approached with a cup of tea and inquired of Lu Washu, why so late today? Lu Washu rolled her eyes and replied, I don't know what you said to my father yesterday. He was so agitated that he couldn't sleep all night. How could I possibly rest? Chen Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and suggested, then perhaps you should take another nap? Not necessary. Lu Washu shrugged. He is so peculiar. He can't sleep but insists that I must, claiming I need to pay attention to my rest. Can I refuse? I've had enough sleep already. Truly a devoted daughter. Is he treating you like you're pregnant? Chen Yang remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then ran his fingers through his hair, asking, Has General Jiang returned? General Jiang? Lu Wangshu paused, bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be back yesterday? Still not home at this hour? Chen Yang glanced at Zheng Chang and Wang Gang, who wore strange expressions and hesitated to speak. What is going on? Speak up, Chen Yang urged. Wang Gang, after glancing at Lu Washu, stood and leaned close to Chen Yang, whispering, General Jiang was arrested last night. Initially, he was to be detained, but he paid a fine to be released. He left early this morning, claiming he couldn't bear to face you. What a shocking revelation, Chen Yang exclaimed, taken aback. Is he serious? Seeing the two remain silent, Chen Yang could only shake his head in disbelief. Lu Washu, curious, asked, "What happened to General Jiang?" "Nothing significant." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to burden the innocent daughter with such sordid details. The old man got drunk and caused trouble, resulting in a fine. He couldn't bear to show his face and waste in. "Really? General Jiang is that irritable?" "I never would have guessed," Lu Washu expressed her surprise. "Let's not dwell on him," Chen Yang said, ruffling his disheveled hair. "I'm going to take a shower. If you're not going to catch up on sleep, you should prepare. We have quite a bit to handle in the coming days." I checked on Longan. Construction is ongoing, but 1T disrupt operations. We need to establish the company's framework, and there are several companies to acquire that we must discuss. Typically, Chen Yang was indifferent to the intricacies of the company, focusing solely on monetary gains and allowing Jiang Lihai to manage the details while he set the overall direction. However, this did not imply he was entirely idle. Sleeping until 10 was merely a matter of personal preference, a remnant of a life spent laboring in both past and present, where he felt that not sleeping until 10 was akin to being a beast of burden. As the saying goes, those who labor with their minds govern others. Those who labor with their bodies are governed by others. Each day, Chen Yang pondered most on his future plans and what technology he should exchange for in the system mall. While advanced technology is splendid, it does not necessarily mean it is suitable for the present context. Suitability is paramount. Otherwise, if he were to deploy robots to entirely replace human labor, Chen Yang would have every reason to believe he would not survive 3 days. The unemployed masses would drown him in their lamentations. Just as the current trend of intelligent driving seeks to replace taxis, the approach is too rigid and the methods too crude. Whether in business or research and development, one must adhere to the principle of being people-oriented. The primary objective of technology should be to serve humanity, rather than jeopardizing human livelihoods. In essence, life can persist without advanced technology. However, without humanity, high technology loses all significance. The displacement of basic human labor by machines and intelligence is inevitable, a prevailing trend, and an established future. Yet, the manner in which this transition is managed and the peaceful adaptation to it are of paramount importance. Chen Yang would not naively exchange contemporary society's environment for incongruous black technologies. That would be an act of folly. Only when he truly stands at the pinnacle, possessing the power to reshape the entire societal structure, will he be able to transform the unsuitable environment into one that is conducive to progress according to his vision. Currently, he has merely excavated his first pot of gold. While he may lack extensive knowledge of social intricacies and cunning schemes, a consequence of his origins from the lower echelons of society, there is no doubt of his intelligence. He understands what actions to undertake and which to avoid, and he is aware of the next steps he must take. The initial phase of securing foundational capital has been accomplished. The subsequent step is to enhance his influence and significance, crafting his public persona to elevate Star C into a colossal enterprise. He aims to establish himself as a paragon of virtue, a contemporary sage, while simultaneously securing a dominant position in the high-tech industry, thereby ensuring a synchronous elevation of both his and his enterprise's stature. Undoubtedly, pharmaceuticals for cancer treatment and innovative new energy batteries, representing the forefront of modern technology, are the most optimal choices. He aspires to become a globally recognized figure in the shortest possible time. Seated in the Cullinan, Chen Yang diligently annotated various companies on his tablet, having conducted extensive searches and comparisons. "Boss, we have arrived." Wang Gang's voice resonated as the vehicle entered the underground garage. The group disembarked and ascended in the elevator. The top floor was expansive. However, it was evident that Wang Yuzu and his colleagues relished comfort in their design. Aside from the chairman's office, executive conference rooms, and secretarial area, the majority of the space was dedicated to leisure and reception areas. Rumor has it that the rooftop features a swimming pool and a helipad, equipped with a plethora of amenities. Below lay the waiting area, a large conference room, a product display area, and temporary lodging. Further down were the internal cafeteria and recreational areas, followed by successive layers of office spaces, each equipped with designated public areas, private offices, tea rooms, and small meeting rooms. This continued to the first and second floors. The first and second floors were interconnected. The ground floor boasted a grand reception area, imbued with a sense of technological advancement, flanked by staircases and escalators, while the second floor housed a public library, a large product display area, and reception zones. Everything that should be present was indeed included. After touring the entire headquarters, Chen Yang and his companions eventually settled in the chairman's office on the top floor. standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out over the cityscape. One could almost feel a sense of omniscience. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Chen Yang sat comfortably in a genuine leather ergonomic chair, presenting a tablet to Lu Wangshu. "Contact them and arrange a meeting here," he instructed. "Understood, boss." In Chen Yang's eyes, Lu Wangshu was rather ordinary apart from her appearance. Yet one attribute pleased him immensely, her lack of pretentiousness. She approached tasks with unwavering diligence, devoid of any frivolous airs characteristic of many women. Yet she effortlessly transformed back into her charming and playful self during moments of leisure, revealing her true nature. As she surveyed the list of companies and their contact information displayed on the tablet, a wave of astonishment washed over her. The firms included Yongcheng Hoarding Law Firm, Yongcheng Shenghong Accounting Firm, Dongjiang Wan Finance Management Services, Huanyu Business Talent Consulting, Congreway Pharmaceuticals, and Yongcheng Weiming New Energy. All were established enterprises from Dongjiang or Yongcheng. Although they spanned various sectors, many were familiar to Lu Wangshu. They were not nationally renowned, however. Dongjiang was neither a major economic powerhouse nor a hub for scientific research, being a province where agriculture and industry intertwined. While it boasted a variety of companies, it could not compare to the grand metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Lu Wangshu began dialing numbers one after another, swiftly scheduling appointments before presenting a timetable to Chen Yang. This document detailed a full day's agenda for meetings with various individuals at different times. At the top of the list was Hoarding Law Firm, conveniently located just a 10-minute drive from Long'an Commercial Center, with a meeting scheduled for half an hour later. Meanwhile, within Hoarding Law Firm, Wang Defa donned his suit, perplexed as to why Shanghai would reach out to him. Although the previous evening's banquet went unnoticed by the general public, it resonated widely within Yongcheng's elite circles. Those with any influence were aware of the situation and knew that Shanghai was establishing its footing in Yongcheng. Did Shanghai require legal assistance? Were counterfeit or inferior products already surfacing? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Defa drove to Long'an Center. He was greeted by Zheng Chang. "You must be Lawyer Wang. Please follow me." Chapter 38. Perfecting the company structure. "Only Shanghai can stand alone. You summoned me, Mr. Chen?" Wang Defa expressed his confusion in the elevator. Zheng Chang shook his head, replying, "That's something you'll have to ask the boss. I'm merely the bodyguard." Upon reaching the top floor, Chen Yang and his associates were already seated in the reception area, with refreshments served. Chen Yang invited Wang Defa to take a seat. Smiling as he said, "Lawyer Wang, I have long awaited this moment." Wang Defa, smiling back, shook Chen Yang's hand before they both settled. He remarked, "It is you I have longed to meet, Mr. Chen. Your new product is indeed groundbreaking." He then inquired, "I am curious, what prompted your call? Has your company already encountered counterfeit products in such a short span of time?" "Not yet." Chen Yang shook his head, yet personally, he believed the time was drawing near. Wang Defa was left speechless. Upon reflection, the efficacy of the biological injection aside, the exorbitant retail price of 32 yuan made it a prime candidate for counterfeiting. It was only a matter of time before fakes emerged. Was Chen implying that he intended to enlist our law firm for subsequent litigation? That would indeed be a cumbersome affair. Chen Yang shook his head once more and stated, "To my knowledge, Hoarding Law Firm was established by Lawyer Wang and two partners. But 6 months ago, the two partners withdrew their investments, leaving Hoarding solely reliant on Lawyer Wang." Wang Defa's expression grew somewhat strained as he forced a smile, saying, "It cannot be helped. Everyone has their aspirations. However, our lawyers' capabilities remain intact, although they took a number of people with them. Those who remain are the elite I have meticulously selected over the years, each capable of standing on their own." "Excellent." Chen Yang extended 3 fingers and declared, 30 million. Based on my investigation, Hoarding Law Firm currently comprises approximately 20 individuals. I am prepared to offer 30 million to secure your services for 1 year. During this time, you shall be employees of Shanghai's legal department. You may allocate this 30 million as you see fit. After 1 year, whether you choose to return to your law firm or to continue with Shanghai will be entirely at your discretion." Wang Defa was taken aback. 30 million. This figure was not insignificant. For him, annual earnings hovered around 4 to 5 million, though he was the sole recipient of such income within the firm. The others earned at most close to 1 million, with the majority earning around 300,000. And even distribution would yield over 1 million per person. If he were to take the lion's share, based on his usual income ratio, he could pocket over 10 million. While the other top-tier talents would receive over 200,000 each, and the remaining individuals would average between 6 to 700,000. This amount represented 2 to 3 years' worth of income. He could not deny that Wang Defa was tempted. Yet, he understood that once the team integrated into Shanghai, it would be impossible to leave with them a year later. This 30 million, rather than merely a year's salary, felt more akin to a relocation allowance. After a lengthy contemplation, he considered not only his own position but also that of his subordinates. The past 6 months had seen a significant decline in performance, and he had to admit that, although unspoken, everyone must be feeling the strain. "Mr. Chen, I would like to know, what will our income look like after a year?" he inquired. "Future salary levels will be assessed based on this year's performance, at which point both parties can negotiate and sign a new employment contract. However, I can assure you that Shanghai's compensation will be the highest among all enterprises nationwide." Chen Yang did not exaggerate. After all, money held little significance for him. Spending it could yield manifold advantages. Most importantly, he possessed advanced technology that made earning effortless. He would not merely enrich his employees but ensure they were not exploited. "Mr. Chen, boss." Wang Defa rose and extended his hand, smiling. "From now on, we bookish types, who only recite statutes, shall rely on your benevolence." Very decisive. Chen Yang felt a sense of admiration and remarked, "Rest assured, I do not indulge in empty promises. However, it is undeniable that I am swift in generating profit and equally generous in expenditure, ensuring that I do not neglect those loyal to me." Wang Defa was deeply moved. This was the most sincere commitment he had ever heard. "Boss, I shall return immediately to make arrangements. Within 2 days, hoarding law firm will relocate en masse. Go ahead." Shortly after Wang Defa's departure, another group arrived. A delegation from Yongqing Shanghang accounting firm, Dongjiang Wan Finance Management Service Company, and Huanyu Business Talent Consulting. Although their scheduled meeting was set for a later time, it was evident that these 3 companies placed great importance on Chen Yang's invitation and had come ahead of time. "What a coincidence, General Zhao, General Liu." In the elevator, Wei Dong from Huanyu Business Talent Consulting greeted them with a smile, secretly enjoying the spectacle. The industry was well aware that Shanghang and WAF had many overlapping interests, being fierce competitors that often poached from one another, resulting in a rather uncomfortable rivalry. It was indeed a miracle to see the two of them together. "Mr. Wei, do you have any idea what President Chen from Shanghai wants to discuss with us?" Zhao Yuming, a rational individual, refrained from engaging further. Naturally, Lu Yun remained silent as well. Despite their mutual disdain, neither was inclined to create a scene. They must be here to poach talent. Wei Dong, a professional headhunter, or more accurately, the embodiment of a headhunting firm, knew that his purpose was solely to address such matters. Considering that Shanghai had just been established and was in urgent need of personnel, a successful demonstration could potentially yield substantial rewards. Lu Yun, though silent, harbored her own speculations. Wan Finance Management Service Company specialized in providing financial audits for major corporations. Shanghai, having just been founded, likely did not require such services. Yet, due to its nascent status, it undoubtedly lacked relevant talent. Was a long-term collaboration on the horizon? All 3 brought assistance, but upon reaching the top floor, the assistants stood aside while the trio entered the reception area. "Welcome." Chen Yang stepped forward to shake hands, and before the 3 could utter a word, he smiled and said, "Shanghai sincerely invites the 3 of you to join us." What on earth? The 3 were momentarily taken aback. They had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet none had anticipated Chen Yang's proposition. As heads of their respective companies, what did sincerely invite to join even mean? Having become bosses, could they really turn back to being employees? Noticing their hesitation, Chen Yang gestured for them to take a seat. "Is entrepreneurship truly worthwhile?" Chen Yang inquired, continuing. "From what I understand, due to international competition, the domestic economic environment is worsening. Although this is only temporary, many enterprises are resorting to layoffs and cutting expenditures, striving to save wherever possible. The 3 of your companies are service-oriented, and these past 2 years must have been quite challenging, correct?" The trio exchanged glances, none willing to speak first. "I cannot say how much longer you can endure, but Shanghai is currently in a phase of vigorous growth." Chen Yang then produced a vial of biological energy injection. This singular product represents a market worth hundreds of billions. Without delving into other matters, it is evident that our Shanghai will swiftly evolve into a colossal entity. Consequently, recruiting talent is not a challenge. However, we require a team capable of rapid responsiveness, one that necessitates no acclimatization. The 3 of you clearly meet this criterion. I am prepared to outline my terms. Lu Yun, you will directly oversee the finance department. Zhao Yuming, you will manage the auditing department. And Wei Dong, you will take charge of human resources. As for the three of your companies, I am willing to acquire them outright, providing ample compensation. You need not fret about the price being low. Your enterprises lack core products and are purely service-oriented, rendering the acquisition quite economical. I can offer a premium for the purchase, ensuring generous relocation allowances. With a smile, Chen Yang gazed at the three individuals and remarked, furthermore, perhaps you do not place such high value on money? After all, regardless of wealth, you have undoubtedly achieved financial freedom compared to the average person. The Hoarding law firm has now become our legal department, and success is at hand today. I hope you will contemplate your choices. I'm in, Wei Dong exclaimed eagerly, his eyes aglow. As Chen said, the broader environment is challenging and earning money is arduous. Yet, I see the potential for success within your company. There is no need for a premium acquisition. Simply provide us with adequate compensation reflective of our value. Zhao Yuming and Lu Yun exchanged glances, and in that moment, former adversaries arrived at a mutual decision. I'm in. I too shall join. Welcome. Chen Yang once again shook hands with the three. The principle of governance lies in balance. There are other companies in Yongqing similar to this one, but the choice of these particular firms is quite straightforward. Wang Defo appears to have options, yet in reality, he does not. Wei Dong possesses considerable ability, youthful vigor, and a fervent desire to realize his life's worth. Steering clear of factionalism, Lu Yun and Zhao Yuming are seasoned and composed, with their opposing roles, one overseeing finance and the other auditing, ensuring mutual oversight. As new talent continues to join, even the most seasoned veterans will strive diligently to maintain their positions. Meanwhile, newcomers will keenly focus on those established individuals who have transitioned over. A year later, following numerous adjustments, the distinctions between the old and the new will have vanished entirely. Eventually, only Shanghai will remain, and it shall be solely Shanghai. Chapter 39, Shanghai Security. Special Operations Team as bodyguards, you are increasingly embodying the demeanor of a person in power. After the three departed with their entourage, Lu Washu poured Chen Yang a glass of water, reflecting on his earlier confidence and decisiveness, as well as the commanding presence he exuded. Lu Wangshu could not help but express his admiration. Chen Yang paused, surprised, and inquired, really? Indeed, interjected Wang Gang swiftly. Boss, you now epitomize the quintessential domineering CEO. Your every action commands respect, exuding an aura of authority. Is that so? Such compliments seem exaggerated. Chen Yang expressed skepticism regarding Wang Gang's motives. Has he begun to flatter me? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Gang, upon hearing Zheng Chang boast about acquiring a handsome sum of 200,000 in benefits, felt a pang of envy that reddened his eyes. Throughout the day, he pondered how to curry favor, and upon seizing an opportunity, he naturally felt compelled to make an impression. Wang Gang's words were blunt to the point of discomfort, leaving Lu Washu momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of embarrassment. Regretting the impulse to speak, what was intended as a casual remark had turned into an implication that both were engaged in flattery. I recall you being quite straightforward and unassuming, seldom speaking much. What has come over you today? Chen Yang inquired, eyeing Wang Gang with suspicion. Is there something you require my assistance with? Not at all. Wang Gang, realizing his overzealousness, lowered his head and stammered, Boss, when do you plan to acquire Yongcheng Bank? Aha, I see. You wish for a salary increase. Chen Yang chuckled softly, responding, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? How about this? Both you and Zheng Chang resign immediately. I happen to be establishing a security company today, and you two will be directly affiliated with it. Your salary will increase to 100,000 a month, with additional compensation for any tasks. Should I encounter danger, if you rise to the occasion, substantial bonuses await. Really? Both Wang Gang and Zheng Chang, standing nearby, radiated sheer joy. Indeed, Chen Yang affirmed, adding, as the scale expands, relying solely on the two of you will not suffice. I heard from Zhao Jiangwo that you both were special forces before your discharge, correct? What led to your sudden retirement? An error on our part. Wang Gang sheepishly scratched his head and explained, during a military exercise, we failed to adhere to protocol, resulting in significant repercussions. Not just the two of us, but several comrades in our special operations team collectively retired. Surely that can't be the case? Chen Yang queried, perplexed. The investment in training a special forces team is substantial. A single mistake leading to discharge? At that moment, Zheng Chang, irritated by Wang Gang's hesitance, shot him a sharp glare and interjected, Boss. It was during a joint military exercise with another country. This fool caused an incident that led to our collective retirement, and he endured quite the beating for it. Chen Yang was rendered speechless. Boss, if I interpret your intentions correctly, you aspire to expand the security operation? Zhang Chang hesitated before continuing. Our team is comprised of elite members. Perhaps we could offer them positions as well? If it were merely for ordinary work, he would refrain from making such suggestions. Yet, given Chen Yang's indication of 100,000 monthly salary in the establishment of a security firm, entering such an enterprise would elevate their status significantly. Surely, this was preferable to languishing at home. Absolutely. Chen Yang was more than agreeable. Finding retired soldiers is relatively easy, but locating special forces is a rarity. Each individual is a treasure, and those who retire directly are particularly scarce. Henceforth, I shall establish a rule. Starting salaries will be a minimum of 100,000. With access to all corporate benefits. Additional tasks will be compensated separately as bonuses. If I find myself in peril and you come to my aid, rewards will be substantial. With a minimum of 1 million. Should you suffer any mishap while rescuing me, a lifetime disability compensation of 10 million will be provided, and in the event of death, 50 million. Such staggering sums? Wang Gang and Zheng Chang gasped in astonishment, their voices faltering, their gazes locked. A palpable tension hung in the air as their imaginations began to wander. What if the boss encountered danger? What if I rushed in? What if, by chance, I was unable to prevail? What if, in a fierce struggle, I ultimately failed and ended up with a broken leg at the hands of the opponent? A million. Yet, it seems somewhat unethical, doesn't it? They hastily quelled their flights of fancy. Never mind, they decided to remain dutifully as bodyguards. A hearty meal is surely more reliable than a feast every now and then. The boss is generous, and one must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. A long-buried passion surged within them. They sensed that following the boss might lead to a future filled with excitement and intrigue. At noon, they gathered for a meal before driving to the relevant authorities. A call was placed to Hu Guangyu to expedite the process, followed by a visit to the law enforcement department for registration, and finally, they arrived at the armed unit, where they received a warm welcome. Chen Yang had specific expectations for new recruits. He sought those who were bold and willing to fight, making the selection process somewhat cumbersome. However, the other party assured him it would be straightforward, promising to keep an eye out and forward a list of suitable candidates to the newly established security company. Subsequently, Chen Yang met several comrades of Zheng Chang and Wang Gang. Including Zheng Chang and Wang Gang, there were 7 robust men. Even the leanest among them was taut with muscle. After introductions, the eldest was Guan Lei, the captain and commander of the Special Operations Team. Guan Lei, a formidable man in his 40s, possessed piercing eyes and a stern visage that broadcasted an air of intimidation. Next were the assaulter Zheng Chang, the demolitions expert Wang Xiang, the marksman Ding Yi, the observer Zhou Feng, the medic Chen Yun, and Wang Gang, who managed explosives, firepower suppression, cover, cooking, driving, and various other tasks. Oh, Chen Yang remarked, surprised as he regarded Wang Gang. You're quite the versatile one, aren't you? No wonder you drive more steadily than Zheng Chang. Your steadiness is precisely why you've been entrusted with the role of driver, and it turns out you're a professional. Wang Gang scratched his head sheepishly. At that moment, Zheng Chang rolled his eyes and interjected, whoever is weak does the work. I see. My apologies for the interruption. Chen Yang quickly turned to the others, formulating plans in his mind. Have we discussed the benefits and compensation? He inquired. Indeed. Captain Guanlei grinned broadly, assuring, rest assured. Boss, should any peril arise, we would undoubtedly lay down our lives to protect you. After all, the 7 of us combined are hardly worth 50 million. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Chen Yang countered, shaking his head. Every life is singular and invaluable. Do not entertain such thoughts unless absolutely necessary. With that, Chen Yang proceeded to assign roles. Guan, being the oldest and most composed, will serve as the president of the security company. Should he perform well, he will continue in this capacity and benefits will gradually improve. Understood, boss. Guanlei accepted the role without surprise. Having sustained injuries in his youth and being somewhat older, his combat effectiveness was likely diminished compared to the others, and he excelled in command. Moreover, as a bodyguard, possessing too much intellect could jeopardize the safety of the employer. As for the 6 of you, after a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang remarked, let us procure a vehicle, preferably an inconspicuous and ordinary one. Wang Gang shall continue to serve as my driver, while Chen Yun will handle emergency medical situations, seated in the passenger seat. Zheng Chang, you shall team up with Wang Xiang as the primary force, and Ding Yi will partner with Zhou Feng, remaining in the shadows to provide support at critical moments. Understood. Boss. The group nodded in agreement. Thus, Chen Yang began to feel a semblance of security. He instructed Ding Yi and Zhou Feng to acquire the vehicle while the others accompanied him back to the Shanghai building. By now, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The owner of Conrway Pharmaceuticals, Sun Wei, had also arrived. Yet Chen Yang was taken aback by the absence of Huang Ruiming, the owner of Ruiming New Energy. Where is he? Chen Yang inquired. Lu Washu returned the call and soon approached, looking somewhat speechless. He conveyed that he had heard about the events of the morning. Ruiming New Energy was not inclined to sell and was unwilling to abandon its aspirations. Interesting, attempting to raise the price? Chen Yang chuckled. He was well acquainted with the actual circumstances surrounding these companies, having selected them with utmost care. Ruiming New Energy was merely a second-tier player in the renewable energy sector, failing to even breach the top 20 in national rankings, with a market value of around 100 billion. Recently, news had emerged of the company's board members frequently selling their stocks, a fact well known within the industry to be instigated by Huang Ruiming himself, who sought to sell. Recognizing the difficulty of competing with other firms, to his surprise, someone had come forward with an offer, yet he was no longer anxious. Then let us contact Chongqing Technology. He is not the sole player in the renewable energy market. I am eager to see how anxious he becomes once we acquire Chongqing Technology. Chapter 40. Like a defeated dog on a rainy night in the suburban area of Yongcheng, at the headquarters of Ruiming New Energy Group, Huang Ruiming sat at his desk, deeply engrossed in his work. Present in the office were a few individuals, namely Dai Wenbin, the son of Dai Xiangdong, chairman of Hanhai Energy, and Zhao Qiwenqing, the only son of Zhao Jiashan, president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Dai Wenbin and Zhao Qiwenqing reclined on the sofa, engrossed in their mobile devices, occasionally exchanging remarks accompanied by knowing smiles. Suddenly, a knock resonated through the room, interrupting the trio's concentration. Huang Ruiming frowned and said, "Come in." The visitor, clad in a dark business suit, bore a composed demeanor yet appeared somewhat displeased. Upon entering, he spoke in a grave tone, "General Manager Huang. I have heard that General Manager Chen from Shanghai is interested in investing in us." Investing? Huang Ruiming replied dismissively, "It is not an investment, it is an acquisition." "Yet I have also heard that you rejected General Manager Chen's offer?" The visitor queried solemnly. "Gu Xinhong, mind your tone." Huang Ruiming replied coolly. "You are merely a professional manager, not the owner of this company. Here, I hold the authority. My apologies." Gu Xinhong's expression darkened slightly as he continued. "Since you are aware that I am a professional manager, you should understand that as long as I remain in my position, I cannot neglect Ruiming's affairs. Yesterday at the banquet, General Manager Chen from Shanghai expressed interest in entering the renewable energy sector. He could potentially be both our competitor and our partner. I personally believe that, both emotionally and logically, you should meet him. Furthermore, since Mr. Huang has been covertly selling stocks, it would be more prudent to sell them outright, thereby alleviating the pervasive anxiety within our company." "Damn it!" Huang Ruiming seized the pin holder from the table and hurled it in a fit of rage. He exclaimed, "You know this company is called Ruiming, and I am Huang Ruiming. This is my company, and I shall manage it as I see fit. You, right now, pack your things and leave." "Leave me?" Gu Xinhong could hardly contain his disbelief, pointing at himself and saying, "Do you even comprehend what you are doing? I was invited by your father to serve as a professional manager when this company was still a factory. Over the past 2 decades, from a factory to a corporation, I have never taken advantage of your Huang family. Were it not for your father's dying wish to entrust you and the company to me, do you think I would remain here? Do you understand the implications of my departure? This company bears the name Ruiming, indeed. But it was your father who named you so because he envisioned you as his heir. Is this how you repay him, Huang Ruiming? You wretched fool. Get out. Right this instant. Security, security." Huang Ruiming bellowed, resembling a madman. Soon, security personnel arrived and dragged the dazed Gu Xinhong out. Gu Xinhong never anticipated that, after serving the Huang family for over 20 years, he would exit in such a manner, like a defeated dog on a rainy night, unceremoniously cast out. Outside the chairman's office, there were secretaries, assistants, managers, supervisors from various departments, and even some employees, all rendered silent. They merely observed, their hearts heavy with sorrow and disappointment. Even some executives who had long coveted Gu Xinhong's position showed signs of unease and began to contemplate. Inside the office, after a fit of rage that resulted in the destruction of several items, Huang Ruiming finally quieted down. Dai Wenbin and Zhao Qiwenqing exchanged glances, each taking a markedly different course of action. "Brother Huang, I shall take my leave first. Let's reconvene when you have calmed down. Zhao Chuanqing hastily bid farewell. Meanwhile, Dai Wenbin approached Huang Weiming, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Do not be upset. It is futile. What nonsense about a manager? He is merely a dog we trained, and if he disobeys, we can simply replace him." Huang Weiming sighed, his expression complex. He used to be quite good. I never expected him to change to this extent. Dai Wenbin internally scoffed, casting a glance at a magazine on the desk, from which a small amount of white powder was visible. He has changed? Have you ever considered that perhaps it is you who has changed? Have you grown up and now seek to seize power? Seizing power is splendid. Once you do, you can sell shares at will, and no one will hinder you. As he pondered, Dai Wenbin displayed an expression of concern for the well-being of others, lamenting, "In my opinion, your family is simply too kind-hearted, too benevolent. When it comes to raising dogs, familiarity breeds complacency. Once they've become accustomed, they not only consume your resources but also, when it's time to part ways, it leads to emotional turmoil. Professional managers are abundant. You have been excessively accommodating towards Gu Xinhong, haven't you? Otherwise, how could he have turned out this way?" Huang Weiming sighed once more. However, he could not deny the validity of Dai Wenbin's words. Gu Xinhong's departure was indeed a misfortune. Over the years, he had become the face of the company, and his exit would likely precipitate a significant drop in stock prices. "What nonsense!" Dai Wenbin exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Isn't stock merely a tool for harvesting profits? Fluctuations are perfectly normal. Today it's low, tomorrow it rises. Such is the nature of the market." Despite this assertion, Huang Weiming lamented the dwindling value of his shares. "Here is a thought." Dai Wenbin mused for a moment. "My husband has long harbored intentions of entering the renewable energy sector, but has yet to solidify his decision. I could persuade him on your behalf when the time comes. You could liquidate a portion of your stocks. With my family's Han Hai Group investing, the stock price will surely soar." "Is that for real?" Huang Weiming's eyes sparkled with hope. "Absolutely," Dai Wenbin declared, thumping his chest with a laugh. "As brothers, would I deceive you? Indeed, you're quite the prodigal." Huang Weiming chuckled heartily. "Why the also?" Dai Wenbin, adjusting his glasses with a smirk, replied, "Aren't you just the same?" Their laughter echoed in the air. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai headquarters, Chen Yang warmly shook hands with Sun Wei, the CEO of Congrue Pharma, and they settled down to discuss the acquisition of Congrue Pharma's Biomedical Research Institute located in Yongqing. Both parties were forthright. Chen Yang made a sincere offer, while Congrue Pharma sought to pivot towards foreign drug representation, eager to shed the burden of the research institute. They reached an agreement at a price of 15.5 billion. Congrue Pharma arrived well prepared with their legal team, while Chen Yang summoned Wang Defa to facilitate the legal discussions, ultimately drafting the contract. After the signatures were exchanged, CEO Sun departed with a beaming smile. Simultaneously, Zhang Shaoxing, chairman of Chongqing Technology, arrived at the Longan International Hotel at Longan Business Plaza, accompanied by several associates. As a business magnate listed among the top 100 wealthy individuals, he holds significant influence in Dongjiang and nationally. Unlike previous encounters, he had the capability to finalize acquisitions. Chongqing Holdings encompasses not only Chongqing Technology but also a multitude of industries, including renewable energy electric vehicles, establishing itself as a formidable enterprise worth hundreds of billions. In the presence of such high-caliber corporate leaders, Chen Yang recognized that maintaining an aloof demeanor could lead to offense. As evening approached, he extended an invitation for a banquet. Chapter 41. Acquisition of Chongqing Technology, Stock Delisting. Indeed, Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable for your youth and accomplishments. Zhang Xiaoang, the chairman of Chongqing Holdings, greeted Chen Yang with a broad smile and a handshake. "Mr. Zhang, a magnate among the top 100 on the wealth list, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Chen Yang responded with a smile. "Ah." Zhang Xiaoang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What wealth list? It's merely a whimsical ranking. There are many in Dongjiang far superior to me. If the list were to be accurately compiled, I wouldn't even make it into the top 500. As they settled into their seats and the dishes were served, after a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Xiaoang initiated the conversation. "I heard that Mr. Chen intends to venture into the renewable energy sector. You previously contacted Weiming New Energy. Why has there been no further collaboration?" "Nothing much," Chen Yang responded candidly, not allowing this old fox to beat around the bush. The other party refused to meet, clearly attempting to inflate their prices. However, renewable energy is the trend. There are countless others in this field. I have no need to fixate on them. Zhang Xiaoang's expression stiffened, and those accompanying him looked bewildered. ISNT the decision to acquire a high-tech enterprise based on its technological prowess? How could it falter over pricing? Zhang Xiaoyang stared at Chen Yang, asking, ISNT, Mr. Chen's acquisition of a renewable energy company motivated by technology? I possess the technology. Chen Yang smiled and raised his glass. As for the source of the technology, Mr. Zhang need not inquire. My acquisition of a renewable energy enterprise is merely for convenience. Starting from scratch would be a colossal waste of time. Thus, the so-called technological value holds no significance for me. Zhang Xiaoyang was left speechless. He indeed wished to divest from Chongqing Technology. Although Chongqing Holdings boasted a new energy electric vehicle company, Chongqing Technology had been underperforming. Despite substantial investments, it lacked both technology and talent, failing to develop adequately in research. To the extent that its own electric vehicle company began sourcing batteries from others. The situation was dire, and user complaints were rampant. Additionally, there was the issue of ownership. Such enterprises cannot be solely controlled by one individual. The internal shareholding structure was chaotic. As chairman of Chongqing Holdings, Zhang held merely 21 of the shares, with the remainder distributed among various shareholders and capital investors. Shareholders and investors were losing patience, deeming Chongqing Technology perpetually unprofitable, with no glimmer of hope. They were willing to sell at a lower price. Zhang Xiaoyang had aimed to take advantage of this inexperienced young man, but Chen Yang's forthrightness caught him off guard. What to do? Not selling was not an option. After much contemplation, Zhang Xiaoyang ultimately gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Chen, let us dispense with pretense. Since you seem well informed, I propose a price of 13 billion. Chongqing Technology is yours. Too inexpensive. Chen Yang shook his head. Zhang Xiaoyang, confused by the contradiction of too cheap and the subsequent head shake, asked, what does that mean? I seek absolute control. I offer 15 billion. Chen Yang stated matter-of-factly. That is impossible. Zhang Xiaoyang rose directly, refusing. Chongqing Technology boasts a market capitalization of approximately 18 billion, with 20 of its shares released on the stock market. Purchasing 80 from you will certainly not reflect the inflated market price. However, do you, General Manager Chen, comprehend the financial repercussions should we be compelled to delist? Such a scenario necessitates a complete market freeze followed by comprehensive compensation, meaning we would be liable to compensate based on the full valuation of 18 billion. Thus, 20 of the shares equates to 3.6 billion. But is your company truly valued at 13 billion? Chen Yang countered. Zhang Xiaoyang fell silent. To speak candidly, their company would not attract buyers unfamiliar with the industry. Even competitors would find it unappealing, placing them in an exceedingly awkward position. Yet, should they acquiesce, the 3.6 billion would fall upon them, reducing the 15 billion offer to a mere 11.4 billion, 16 billion less than the 13 billion valuation. This would be untenable for the board. Mr. Zhang, you may wish to reconsider, Chen Yang suggested, producing a sheet of paper and handing it to Lu Washu. Chongqing ranks only 15th in the domestic battery industry. Here's the list. Please reach out to the 3 companies above and below this rank. Understood, boss. Lu Washu nodded. Accepting the document, Zhang Xiaohang's expression shifted dramatically. This young man was devoid of decorum. How could one engage in such tactics? Surely, he was well aware that the companies of similar rank lacked core technologies. If a bid were made, they would likely sell without hesitation. General Manager Chen, please hold on. I must make a call. Zhang Xiaoyang excused himself. Chen Yang raised his glass, signaling to the others, who hastily followed suit, their smiles appearing somewhat forced. They naturally wished to advocate for their own company, yet lacked the standing. Merely being present at this dinner was a testament to Chen Yang's leniency. The individual before them was akin to someone with a fortune comparable to the chairman's, one a billionaire, the other a debtor. Chongqing Holdings boasted a market value in the hundreds of billions, while Zhang Xiaoyang, with 21 of the shares, possessed over 30 billion, ranking among the top 100 on the wealth list. In contrast, Chen Yang, while undeniably destined for greatness and unlikely to face financial scarcity, would never grace the billionaire ranks. He might barely qualify for the debtor list, as few could owe over 30 billion. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyang re-entered, rubbing his weary forehead. It's settled. We shall proceed with your offer, General Manager Chen, but with one stipulation. Apart from senior executives, there shall be no large-scale layoffs in the short term. We were also a company nurtured by Yongqing, and we owe it to the higher-ups to provide an explanation. Agreed. Chen Yang nodded, and the two shook hands. Commencing a convivial exchange. Involved in a transaction worth billions, the contract was intricate. taking 3 days to finalize. This was the result of numerous areas both parties deliberately chose to overlook and avoid. Finally, 3 days later, the contract was completed. Zhang Xiaoang arrived unexpectedly to formally sign the documents, after which all that remained was to await Chongqing Technology as completion of its delisting. Chen Yang had previously paid a substantial deposit of 8 billion for this purpose. At this point, all preliminary work had concluded, the foundation was laid, and it was merely a matter of settling accounts by the end of the month. On that very day, a significant news story erupted, sending shockwaves through the renewable energy sector. Reports indicated that Chongqing Technology announced a freeze on the stock market, initiating a complete delisting and refunding all shareholders. The announcement caused a sensation, capturing the attention not only of the renewable energy industry, but also the stock market at large. Speculation arose as to whether Chongqing Technology had made a groundbreaking advancement in battery technology, prompting the delisting in order to monopolize the gains. This conjecture incited widespread discontent, leading many to vent their frustrations online in vehement condemnation. Industry insiders shared the same speculation, albeit with a more measured response, patiently awaiting the outcome. Soon, the truth was unveiled. Shanghai Group invested 15 billion to acquire Chongqing Technology, rebranding it as Shanghai Energy Technology Company, thereby formally entering the renewable energy sector. Chongqing Holdings received a cash influx of 15 billion, which they pledged to invest wholly into their electric vehicle enterprise, declaring their intention to shed old burdens and wholeheartedly strive to utilize the finest ancillary products available to create the most formidable electric vehicles. Following this announcement, although Shanghai Group was not widely known, it gained significant attention due to its biopharmaceutical injections, trending on social media. Meanwhile, the stock price of Chongqing Holdings soared. The news was explosive, stirring various stakeholders, particularly as Chen Yang's creditors were closely monitoring his situation. Chapter 42. At all costs to protect Chen Yang. Gu Xinhong pays a visit in just a few days. Had Chen Yang truly spent over 200 billion of the 350 billion he held? At the Hu family estate, old master who sat beneath the grapevines, sipping porridge and inquiring about matters. As a member of the older generation, he had endured famine. Decades ago, he was once a figure of pity, surviving on 2 bowls of porridge meant for 2 people, himself and his brother. Even now, he could vividly recall that moment. Indeed, Hu Guangyu was equally astonished, remarking that Chen Yang's prowess in spending matched his ability to borrow, having purchased a house for 10 billion, invested several billion in small companies, and poured over 15 billion into a biopharmaceutical research institute. Yet this time, he had outdone himself, directly investing 150 billion. Adding it all up, he had spent over 180 billion, with reports suggesting an additional 30 billion invested in waste to completely renovate the entire Moonlight Lake, expand factories, construct buildings, and collaborate with local authorities to pave roads, each endeavor entailing significant expenses. Quite astute. Old master who smiled slightly and remarked, with over 300 billion. Anyone would be mindful, spending it cleanses the burden. This is a good thing for him. But why the urgency? Hu Guangyu wondered aloud. Any of these projects, if approached gradually, could save a considerable sum, at least 10 billion. Isn't that merely the price of a house for him? Old master who retorted. Hu Guangyu was left speechless. Unexpectedly, my grandfather is also a master of emotional resilience. It is imperative that I cultivate a close relationship with him, regardless of the cost. At that moment, old master who suddenly spoke, his voice grave. I have aged, and reaching this point has been a considerable journey. Advancing further is akin to scaling a mountain. My second uncle and I have emerged from the gates of the underworld with great effort. Without our past experiences, we would not be who we are today. However, you are different. Your father and your uncles have endured hardships. While they may lack certain abilities, their diligence is commendable. Although progress may be arduous, it is attainable. My concern lies with your generation. In our 2 families, you are the only male heir. Your second uncle's household is filled with daughters. You bear not only the responsibility of continuing the family lineage, but also the duty of ensuring its prosperity. Initially, the 2 of us older men had modest expectations for you. We merely hoped you could maintain our legacy. But Chen Yang is no ordinary individual. The moment he informed you of his ability to cure cancer, you should have realized that befriending him would be advantageous. If he were to marry a daughter from the Liu family, he could secure your future. For this, the Hu family is willing to make any sacrifice. Any sacrifice? Hu Guangyu pondered deeply. Indeed, old master who affirmed, if he were to unite with a daughter of the Liu family, I would no longer need to protect him. Yet, until he steps into the Liu family, I will do everything in my power to safeguard him. Even if it means retiring prematurely, so be it. Hu Guangyu was taken aback, never having anticipated his grandfather would place such importance on Chen Yang. However, upon reflection, he realized this was indeed the case. There was no other choice. The debts were too great. The authorization for a cancer medication alone could potentially multiply the Hu family's assets tenfold over the years. Was Chen Yang truly uninterested in these hundreds of billions, or did he harbor deeper intentions? Hu Guangyu found himself utterly bewildered by Chen Yang, having never truly understood him. His actions were always astonishingly absurd, yet reality continually suggested that Chen Yang was, in fact, correct. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming listened to his secretary's report on recent events. He recalled Chen Yang's odious demeanor, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. That damn scoundrel, preaching worldly philosophy while he should be concerned with weapons and artillery? What a lunatic! No matter how he tries, can a mere businessman outmaneuver the might of a nation's arsenal? What do you think of this young man? Lu Qiming inquired. Secretary Zhang pondered for a moment before responding. He remains elusive. His approach appears flamboyant and absurd, yet often leads to beneficial outcomes. He seems carefree, yet possesses considerable cunning. He spends money like water, yet seems to earn it even faster. According to my information, due to a banquet he hosted, prices for the 4 estates in Daongshengjing have begun to rise, and if he chooses to sell, he stands to gain at least 100 million. At this point, he sighed, saying, "Please, no further inquiries. I truly cannot comprehend his methods. This is something only you can discern. Why would I ask you if I understood?" Lu Qiming replied, taking a sip of tea, his expression souring as he glanced at his cup. "Damn it, a daughter should not be kept at home. All the good tea has been pilfered, leaving me with nothing but dregs." Simultaneously, at this moment, Chen Yang was also preparing tea, carelessly grabbing a handful of premium tea leaves as if they were free. This sight left Lu Washu exasperated. However, Chen Yang merely pushed her aside. He needed a boost of energy, having stayed up too late the previous night and risen too early that day due to an unexpected visitor. "Mr. Gu, you must have seen the news. I have acquired Chongqing technology, so I no longer require Weiming new energy." "I am aware," Gu Xinhong replied with a wry smile. "You need not address me as Mr. Gu anymore. I have been ousted from Weiming." "What?" Both Chen Yang and Lu Washu were momentarily taken aback. They had reviewed the records. Was Weiming new energy not developed under Gu Xinhong's leadership? How could he be cast aside? Had Huang Weiming lost his mind? After reflecting on the situation these past few days, I have come to understand that, quite simply, I overstepped my bounds. I tended to take on too much myself, leaving Huang Weiming no opportunity to engage with the company. This is a significant workplace faux pas. Gu Xinhong's expression was one of bitterness. I am now unemployed. While finding work is not overly challenging, having spent so long in the new energy sector, I wish to continue in this field. I hold a positive outlook on its future. Upon seeing the news of your acquisition of Changheng, I wish to present myself as a candidate for the position. "The position of president?" Chen Yang inquired. "Indeed." Gu Xinhong responded confidently, passionately articulating numerous visions for the future of the industry. "Very well." Chen Yang pondered whether to change personnel after the acquisition of Changheng. If he did, he lacked suitable candidates within his team, and it would take time to recruit through headhunters. Yet, if he chose not to change, it could foster factionalism, leading to potential discord. Gu Xinhong's arrival was fortuitous. "Let us sign the contract, and you will assume your role immediately. From now on, you shall be the president of Shanghai Energy Technology Company." Chen Yang instructed Lu Washu to prepare the contract and urged Gu Xinhong to take a seat. "My sole request of you, at least in the short term, is to thoroughly reorganize Chongqing, ensuring that, without large-scale layoffs, you bring the remaining staff into line." "Are you advocating for a dictatorship?" Gu Xinhong asked candidly. "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded, smiling. "I lack neither technology nor funds. I will provide further investment in new battery technology. Our company has a bright future, but I do not wish for anyone to rise and pound the table when speaking to me. Do you understand?" "Understood." Gu Xinhong felt a bead of sweat form. This demand was exceedingly modest. In his many years of experience, he had seldom encountered such audacity. Yet, the implications of the boss's words were undoubtedly profound. What could they signify? "Oh, I see." Gu Xinhong realized that those bold enough to pound the table would certainly not be employees but rather competitors. He recalled Huang Weiming, who had once demanded his departure with that very gesture. In that moment, clarity struck him like lightning. The boss intended for all competitors to kneel and address him. The dictatorship he envisioned was not confined to the company but extended to the entire industry. The boss was poised to shatter everyone's livelihood. Very well. As long as the technology meets the standards, what harm is there in playing the role of the villain oneself? Chapter 43. Position Levels and Salary Grades. Corporate integration. A week has elapsed. On this particular morning, the inaugural internal meeting of the Shanghai headquarters convened. Representatives from the Legal Department, Audit Office, Finance Department, Human Resources Department, Shanghai Beverage Company, Shanghai Energy Technology Company, and Shanghai Biomedical Research Institute were all present. The primary purpose of this meeting was simply to foster familiarity among the company's internal personnel. During the meeting, Chen Yang commenced by reforming the internal organizational structure of the company, dismantling and reorganizing the merged enterprises to achieve a more streamlined management model. He delineated position levels into a younger hierarchy of Level 0, Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3, establishing corresponding benefits and functional roles. Chen Yang was designated as the Level 0 founder and chairman of Shanghai Group. Lu Wangshu was appointed as the Level 1 executive president of Shanghai Group and assistant to the chairman. Jiang Lihai became the Level 1 president of the Biomedical, Genetic, Technology Department of Shanghai Group and also the head of the Biomedical Research Institute and Shanghai Weistin Beverage Company. Gu Xinhong was appointed as the Level 1 president of the Energy Technology Department of Shanghai Group, concurrently overseeing Shanghai Energy Company. Guanlei assumed the role of Level 1 president of the Security Assurance Department of Shanghai Group, also responsible for Shanghai Security Company. Wang Defa was designated as the Level 2 minister of the Legal Department, overseeing all legal affairs within the group. Zhao Yuming took on the role of Level 2 director of the Audit Office, responsible for auditing across the entire organization. Lu Yun was appointed as the Level 2 minister of the Finance Department, managing financial operations throughout the group. Wei Dong became the Level 2 minister of the Human Resources Department, overseeing human resource matters across the company. Beyond these senior executives, there were also supervisors within the group, including those appointed to lead various subsidiaries, such as Zhao Qi, previously the head of the sales department at Shanghai Beverage, and Wang Feng, the general manager of the workshop, both classified as Level 3. In summary, individuals such as Wang Defa and Lu Yun, stationed at the headquarters, are classified as Level 2, while the supervisors responsible for specialized tasks under them, as well as those assigned to various subsidiaries as ministers of the legal and finance departments, fall under Level 3. Of course, this classification pertains solely to functional roles and the hierarchy of power they wield. The salary grades, however, are far more detailed, with a preliminary classification extending to as many as 1,000 levels. Unlike other companies, the position and salary levels at Shanghai were established by Chen Yang, aimed at facilitating a more centralized form of governance. The initial formulation of salary grades is quite straightforward. For recent graduates entering the company, the primary consideration is their academic credentials. A diploma earns Level 5, a bachelor's degree Level 10, and a master's degree Level 15, and so forth. For individuals with prior work experience, their entry salary is primarily determined by their previous compensation level, with an annual salary comparison of 1. For instance, if an individual's former annual salary was 200,000 upon joining Shanghai, it would be adjusted to 201,000, with the increment of 1,000 representing Level 1, equivalent to an annual salary of 10,000. Aside from the initial level, subsequent advancements are straightforward. Under optimal circumstances, the salary grade automatically increases by 1020 each year. Thus, with an annual salary of 200,000, the second year's total would amount to 224,000. Mistakes, however, may lead to demotion. This represents natural growth, contingent upon daily performance. Additionally, exemplary contributions in one's position may lead to salary grade increments, subject to review by superiors, with varying amounts. Furthermore, the rank associated with one's position also influences salary grade. A Level 3 role automatically adds 50 levels, a Level 2 role adds 100 levels, and a Level 1 role adds 300 levels. For instance, Jiang Lihai, whose base salary grade is 80, achieved significant contributions during the establishment of Shanghai Beverage, resulting in a 50-level increase granted by Chen Yang. He now holds the position of president of the Biomedical Department at Level 1, with an additional 300 levels, totaling an impressive 430 levels. This implies an annual salary of 4,300,000, although this may not seem excessive compared to other large conglomerates. Shanghai has only recently been founded and has great potential for future growth. Chen Yang is not overly concerned with the employees' salaries. Rather, he values their loyalty. If monetary compensation can secure their unconditional allegiance, it is deemed worthwhile. He possesses advanced technology, ensuring a steady influx of funds. The true scarcity lies in human resources. Were it not for the fear of alarming them, Chen Yang would even consider doubling their salaries, creating a sensational headline to attract talent. Guan Lei, having recently completed military service, feels grateful to achieve level 1 and is reluctant to accept the base salary grade, believing that exemplary future performance will naturally lead to salary increases. Thus, his salary grade remains at a basic 300. Gu Xinhong, despite previously enjoying a substantial salary, harbors great ambition, convinced of his potential contributions in the renewable energy sector. However, he is currently assigned a tentative salary grade of 200 to 300, equating to an annual salary of 5,000,000. Wang Defa and his colleagues are enviously green-eyed. Unfortunately, their entry into the company was through consolidation, and Chen Yang had already provided a year's worth of relocation expenses, meaning they cannot officially enter the company's salary grade assessment until the following year. The most surprising revelation is Lu Washu. While the elite circles are aware of her identity, the others are less informed. Wang Yuzu and his associates only know due to Hu Guangyu. They could never have anticipated that the boss's assistant would be directly promoted to executive president of the headquarters, having made significant contributions. Chen Yang assigned her a base grade of 30, reflective of her salary level at Yongqing Bank, and then, due to her level 1 status, added 300 levels. Moreover, recognizing her contributions, he awarded her an additional 150 levels. This culminates in a staggering total of 4,800,000. Lu Washu was taken aback. She contemplated declining. But Chen Yang's words rendered her speechless. Think about how much you assisted me during your time at Yongqing Bank. He smiled subtly. Alluding to the matter of the 80 million, Lu Wangshu's expression darkened. Why bring up that incident? Reflecting on it now, she finds it absurd. How could 2 accounts with 8 differing digits all have been entered incorrectly? It is indeed ludicrous. During the meeting, Chen Yang reallocated positions among the attendees and established their ranks and salaries before he commenced assigning tasks. He conveyed his general plan and then allowed everyone to manage their respective departmental affairs independently. For him, it sufficed to steer the ship. As long as the overarching direction was sound, he believed he need not concern himself with minute details, for excessive oversight often led to more mistakes. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. After a week of adjustments, Shanghai Group was finally integrated and structured cohesively. Chen Yang could now breathe a sigh of relief. He merely needed to provide guidance and ensure the technical aspects were in order, while the subsequent matters would not require his constant attention. After the meeting, Chen Yang departed with Lu Wangshu and his bodyguard. As they exited the elevator, he reveled in the chorus of greetings from fellow employees. Smiling, he exchanged pleasantries with those passing by, and soon they were on their way. The once desolate headquarters of the group had, after a week of renovations, transformed into a bustling hub. Several companies had merged into Shanghai, and everyone perceived opportunities for advancement. Particularly as the headquarters was still in its developmental stages, many departments not only lacked personnel but some had yet to be established. This presented a wealth of opportunities, and all were striving to showcase their capabilities. Following Chen Yang's departure, the notification regarding the adjustments to company ranks and salaries was sent to each employee via email. The company erupted in fervent discussions and jubilant cheers. In a time of economic downturn, not only was there no threat of layoffs, but salaries were also on the rise. Who could fail to feel gratitude towards Chen Yang? Boss, are we heading home? Wang Gang inquired. No, to Longan International. I have matters to attend to today. Chapter 44. I've revealed my feelings, and you still haven't let go? All right, boss. Wang Gang nodded and continued driving. While Chen Yun sat in the passenger seat, engrossed in a medical book, and the car fell silent once more. Why are you giving me so much money? Lu Wangshu suddenly asked, puzzled. How much? Chen Yang did not look up, focused on the messages on his phone as he typed a rapid reply. Just a few million a year. Your father could easily arrange a job for you. And don't think it's merely because of your father's influence. When we met, I didn't even know him. Upon hearing this, Lu Wangshu's expression softened, as she had feared that very reason. Chen Yang continued, I'm not joking. That 80 million is crucial for me. I had considered compensating you from the outset, and moreover, your assistance over the past month has been significant. Don't underestimate your contributions. Without you, I I would have struggled with those seemingly trivial tasks. That's the truth. It is indeed easier to be a boss when one simply needs to grasp the larger vision. However, taking personal charge of every detail is not feasible. For every task possesses its own unique intricacies. Take Jiang Lihai, for instance. After assigning work, he could establish a large factory within 2 weeks. Could Chen Yang accomplish the same in 2 months? All right then. Lu Wangshu's lips curled slightly upward as she said, "You've convinced me." Convinced? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the smug Lu Washu, and soon realized he had misconstrued matters. Keep it up. I have faith in you," he remarked while replying to messages. "Now, you are not merely an assistant. You have ascended to the role of executive president of the headquarters. Unless it concerns a major issue, I shall hardly involve myself in the internal affairs of the company. That responsibility now rests upon your shoulders. Later, have Wei Dong assist you in recruiting personnel to establish a secretarial team. As I mentioned regarding the conference room, you will also oversee the evaluation of performance and merits. You are indeed wielding significant power now, and there will be plenty of tasks to occupy you. Is this truly what it means to wield power? Wang Gang, who had been eavesdropping, inquired curiously. You know nothing. Chen Yang retorted without lifting his head, jesting, in the realm of business. The essence of power lies in the distribution of wealth. Although Lu Yun seems to control the finance department, would she dare to spend a dime without my approval? Our Lady Lu holds the true authority over wealth distribution. There are many ways to earn merit, but what constitutes a great achievement? What is a minor one? What is not merit at all? It can be interpreted in myriad ways. Mistakes also count. Even if you achieve great merit, if I deem you unsatisfactory, I can argue that your actions have adversely affected the company, resulting in no rewards and possibly penalties. It is quite bothersome. A flimsy excuse suffices to dismiss you. Just wait and see. Some individuals remain oblivious now, but in due time, several presidents and department heads will find themselves addressing her with utmost deference as Sister Lu. What are you saying? Lu Wangshu's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling bashful from Chen Yang's words. However, the preceding Wang Gang and Chen Yun were unaware that the final evaluations ultimately required Chen Yang's signature, and they took it quite seriously. Wang Gang immediately declared, Sister Lu, please take good care of your younger brothers from now on. Chen Yun also paused from his reading, turning to obediently greet, Hello, Sister Lu. You all. Lu Washu was left utterly speechless. Soon, they arrived at the Long and International Hotel. Chen Yang alighted, dressed in casual attire rather than formal wear. He turned to Lu Washu and said, An old classmate is getting married today, and I was invited to dinner in advance. Consider it a final reflection on my single life. Will you join me? If not, I can have Wang Gang take you home first. After pondering for a moment, Lu Wangshu shook her head and replied, I am not fond of such occasions. I will pass. Very well, Wang Gang. Chen Yun, please see her off. Chen Yang waved his hand and departed, while Wang Gang and Chen Yun nodded in response. In the background, Zheng Chang, accompanied by Wang Xiang, disembarked and followed closely behind Chen Yang, while Ding Yi and Zhou Feng trailed discreetly. At the hotel entrance, Chen Yang spotted Gongzi. His full name was Xiao Gang, an old classmate who had shared a dormitory with Chen Yang. However, today's wedding was for another dear friend from their dormitory. Chen Yang surveyed the memories of his past, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At least this young man had shown resilience, as he had not borrowed money from his old classmates, likely to preserve his meager pride at that time. Yangzi, Xiao Gang beamed, his smile brighter since resigning from his public office, perhaps indicative of the life he had always desired. Should I address you as General Chen? Or how should I refer to you? Xiao Gang chuckled. Enough of that. Chen Yang playfully punched him, stating, For today, we shall simply be Gongzi and Yangzi. Let us refrain from discussing anything extraneous. If there is truly something we can assist with, we shall do so without boasting. Understood. Xiao Gang replied with a grin. If it were just us in the dorm, I would boast to those too, but since there are many people around, we should keep a low profile. Precisely. Chen Yang waved his hand as Zheng Chang and Wang Xiang blended into the crowd and vanished. Bodyguards? Xiao Gang inquired. Indeed. Chen Yang nodded. I've arranged for a security company. If you need assistance later, just let them know. Unnecessary. What danger could I possibly face? Xiao Gang declined. At that moment, his phone rang. After answering, he smiled. Let us go. They're urging us. Let us join the fun. The two entered the hotel and took the elevator to their private room. The suite was spacious, consisting of 3 interconnected areas, one for dining, another for singing, and the last for tea and games. Chen Yang was aware that such a comprehensive entertainment suite would cost no less than 8,000 for the night, not including food, though some tea, snacks, and fruits would be provided. At that moment, Haozi stood at the entrance, for today was his wedding day. Chen Yang reminisced about their harmonious dormitory life in college, where everyone shared a strong bond. Yangzi Chen Yang, Gangzi Xiao Gang, Haozi Lu Hao, and Ranzi Li Ran all lived together, of similar ages and equally stubborn. During their freshman year, they vied for dominance for several months without determining a leader, after which they decided to address each other by their given names. Congratulations! Chen Yang and Xiao Gang approached, presenting red envelopes containing 2,000 each. They had no intention of flaunting their wealth, having previously discussed and settled on a standard amount with Li Ran. Finally, one of the four singles had found a partner. Xiao Gang cheerfully remarked, "Who are you looking down on?" Haozi retorted, "It's three singles versus a romantic. All right? Am I not allowed to be single?" That statement carried a weight that, if said at his own wedding tomorrow, would surely earn him respect. Chen Yang gave a thumbs up, then turned it downward. Lu Hao fell silent at once. Coming from a wealthy family in Yongqing, with a father who was a corporate executive and a mother who owned a chain of clothing stores, he was undoubtedly from a successful background. In college, he spent lavishly, which intimidated many girls, making them eager to embark on sweet romances with him. "And Ranzi?" Xiao Gang asked. "He's in the singing room." Lu Hao pulled the two into the adjacent suite, where the atmosphere was electrifying. Chen Yang and Xiao Gang were immediately taken aback. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, wow. 7 women, all ex-girlfriends. Aren't you afraid your fiancé, you will find out? The two stared at Lu Hao in astonishment. Lu Hao turned off the music, gesturing around. "I want to introduce them. You already know them. These two are my buddies from childhood." He pointed to the two men seated on the sofa. Two individuals rose and greeted each other with smiles as Chen Yang and Xiao Gang stepped forward to shake hands. Their apparent enthusiasm masked an underlying indifference. They did not delve into the specifics of names, but merely exchanged pleasantries. It was evident that both possessed a certain decorum, yet neither was prepared to forge a friendship. Such is the nature of adult society. When one does not share the same circle, there is little need for excessive interaction, and one is equally cautious not to offend others. "Yangzi, Gangzi, it's been a long time." Li Ran, however, was quite affable, setting down the microphone to embrace them. The young ladies in the private room were equally warm, as they were all former classmates, sharing not just an alma mater but a bond through Lu Hao. Soon, the atmosphere in the room became lively. As the singing reached an emotional crescendo, Lu Hao humorously staged a faux pas for Chen Yang and the others. "Lily, Wen, Meng Meng, Nini, Yaya, Lingling." Lu Hao began, his voice imbued with sentiment. "Tonight marks my night of singlehood. It is time for me to bid you farewell, yet I find it hard to let go. I reminisce about those beautiful nights when the moon was full and the flowers bloomed. Damn it. Get lost. You fool." The women rolled their eyes in utter disbelief. "Don't disgust me. I've got a child in kindergarten. If it weren't for your insistence, I wouldn't even consider attending your so-called single night. Just spare me the agony. Look, I'm already showing. Are you still not over it?" Chen Yang and the other two, who were quietly drinking, erupted in laughter. In the midst of this hilarity, Chen Yang, Xiao Gang, and Li Ran were ushered out of the private room, while Lu Hao's companions shielded their faces in embarrassment. The trio stepped outside for some fresh air and a smoke, ascending to the rooftop of Long and International. They gazed upon the city's neon lights, the skyline stretching endlessly, the traffic flowing like a river on the overpasses. "Ranzi, what have you been up to lately?" Chen Yang inquired. "Dating," Li Ran replied, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. "What?" Both Chen Yang and Xiao Gang stared at him in disbelief. "Really?" Li Ran exhaled a cloud of smoke. His expression filled with longing as he looked downwards and then towards the night sky, as if he could see the object of his affection across the vastness of space. "She is like a star, igniting a flame of hope in my darkest moments, like the moon illuminating my life. I cannot marry anyone but her." "What?" Xiao Gang looked at him incredulously. Chen Yang pondered deeply before tentatively asking, "How old is she?" "That's not important," Li Ran said, his voice trembling. "Do you need to take care of her child?" Chen Yang's heart sank as he probed further. "No," Li Ran shook his head. "But I may have to help look after her grandchildren in the future." "What?" Xiao Gang was astounded. Chen Yang remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "I'll give you 10 million. Just leave her." "No." Li Ran responded with anguish. "This isn't about money. What we have is true love. You know me. I am drawn to older women. Stop with the nonsense. Chen Yang exclaimed. How much money does she actually possess? I have no idea. Li Ran hesitated briefly before whispering. To be honest, I was rather lackadaisical and got fired. At that time, I was broke and took on some errand jobs. Once, by chance, I accepted her order. She appreciated my attitude and subsequently offered me numerous jobs. Observing her generosity, I knew I had to flatter her. Who would have thought that at her age? She still harbors a romantic mindset? How so? Xiao Gang inquired, intrigued. Well, Li Ran pondered, let me offer you an example. Because I diligently checked in on her. She assumed I had feelings for her and outright rejected me. I was utterly baffled. And then I stopped visiting her. Yet one day, she asked if her directness had hurt my feelings. I thought to myself, how could I indulge this woman? I completely ignored her. And afterward, noticing my silence, she presumed I was upset and tried to appease me by sending red envelopes, transferring money, placing orders, and even tipping. Li Ran quickly added, Bro, don't think I lack ambition. She was simply too generous. The red envelope transfers totaled over 200,000, and the tips were several tens of thousands. She even bought me clothes and a car, claiming that running errands without a vehicle was exhausting. She got me a Range Rover. I was so astonished that I actually called her godmother. Did you really? Chen Yang asked, intrigued. Indeed. What was her response? She said it was even more thrilling. Wow. Xiao Gang exclaimed, astonished once again. Chen Yang's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly as he asked, What kind of family does she come from? A middle-aged widow. Li Ran stroked his chin. Her family owns a company. The specifics are unclear, but it is reputedly substantial. Her son is currently the chairman and hasn't been home in ages. I've never met him. You're quite impressive, Xiao Gang remarked, giving a thumbs up. And curiously continued, since she has a son, her inheritance likely won't come to you. What do you seek from her? Her shares. Li Ran chuckled. She mentioned that when her husband passed, the company's shares were divided in two. The son received 40%, and she received 30%. As long as we marry. Regardless of whether we divorce or she passes away, a portion of her wealth will be mine. That is her dowry to me. Goodness, you've truly hit the jackpot. Xiao Gang said, a hint of envy in his voice. Both he and Chen Yang discerned that the woman must possess notable beauty if she were unattractive. Li Ran might not have mustered such resolve. It was reasonable to assume that a woman from a wealthy family, a housewife who had never worked, would likely maintain her appearance well, and at over 40, she might resemble a 30-year-old. After finishing their cigarettes, the trio descended the stairs. Upon entering the private room, they were surprised to find the door wide open, with a crowd gathered outside. What is going on? Where are the people? A furious voice shouted. What are you all doing? Xiao Gang spoke up, drawing the attention of those nearby. Inside and outside the room, numerous eyes turned toward them. One young man, with a sinister expression, glared at Li Ran, pulled out a photograph to scrutinize it, and then charged toward him. Drafting, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you entice my mother? The man charged forward in a frenzy, aiming a kick at Li Ran. At that moment, Zheng Chang, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying. Cough, cough, cough. Ouch. My side. The man clutched his aching waist in agony. Wang Xiao. The man's accomplices rushed in unison. Wang Xiang, Ding Yi, and Shou Feng also abandoned their concealment, charging forth, and chaos erupted in the corridor and half of the hall. Nearby, the waiter was already paralyzed with fright, and the manager was anxiously pacing, while Zhao Shun, the owner of Long and International, who was dining upstairs, hurried down upon receiving the news. What happened? He shouted, then spotted Chen Yang. Mr. Chen. His pupils dilated, and he inwardly cursed. Last time Mr. Chen was captured here. Could it be that he is about to be assaulted again? That cannot happen. He still owes me money. You, and you, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you helping Mr. Chen? With a shout, a swarm of waiters surged forward, escalating the brawl. Everyone calm down, do not go too hard. Chen Yang intervened, as he was, after all, the son of Li Ran's mistress. If things got out of hand, it would be difficult to explain to his mother. Scoundrel! The young man roared, Li Ran, you filthy beast, you seduced my mother and ambushed me with your men. Just wait, if I don't end your life. I want to call myself Huang Ruiming. Wait, what? Li Ran was taken aback. Huang Ruiming? Chen Yang was momentarily stunned and ceased his attempt at mediation, stepping aside instead. Could it be such a coincidence? If he truly is Huang Ruiming of Ruiming New Energy, then this situation has escalated dramatically. By tomorrow morning, the entire circle of Yong City would be aware. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be aired publicly. If it is indeed Huang Ruiming, shouldn't such matters be resolved at home? What does it mean to cause such a ruckus? Does he seek to humiliate his mother? Surely he cannot be so foolish? Chen Yang was filled with uncertainty, recalling Huang Ruiming's audacious dismissal of Gu Xinhong. If he could commit such an act, it did not seem impossible for him to engage in this one as well. Meanwhile, outside Long an international hotel, police cars arrived. At the command of Dai Wenbin, a cadre of law enforcement personnel stormed into the hotel. Dai Wenbin did not enter. Beside him stood Zhao Qiwenqing, the son of Zhao Jiashan, president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Qiwenqing hesitated, saying, "Isn't this inappropriate? Haven't you already acquired the shares from Huang Ruiming? Why target his mother?" "You don't understand." Dai Wenbin smirked darkly, saying, "We are assisting him. His love-struck mother has found him a new father. If we don't help him now, those shares will belong to someone else." Chapter 46. Do you intend to slap my face right here? Cold. Frigid. Zhao Qiwenqing felt a profound discomfort as he gazed at Dai Wenbin's indifferent smile, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Was it not excessively ruthless to resort to such means merely to acquire the Huang family's shares? Though Zhao Qiwenqing had matured beyond the naivety of youth, he found himself momentarily unable to reconcile with the darkness of such actions. However, intervening was not an option. His father, Zhao Shanha, was keen on befriending Dai Wenbin's father, Dai Xiangdong. Despite Zhao Shanha's position as the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, Dai Xiangdong was not like other business magnates. He operated within the energy sector, dealing with coal, oil, and chemical products. In the current economic climate, these industries were either nationalized or heavily fortified by powerful alliances, making them nearly impossible to safeguard without substantial backing. Moreover, this sector was predominantly a seller's market, where participants hardly deemed it necessary to join a chamber of commerce. Zhao Shanha's desire to cultivate a relationship with Dai Xiangdong prompted him to encourage Zhao Qiwenqing to forge a close friendship with Dai Wenbin, ideally as good friends or brothers. In light of the burgeoning new energy sector, which appeared to herald the future, Dai Xiangdong was naturally inclined to venture into this emerging industry, aligning himself with Zhao Shanha. Unlike traditional energy markets, new energy inherently possessed vast commercial potential, rendering the old seller's market tactics ineffective unless one's technology surpassed that of competitors. Although Zhao Qiwenqing had thoughts he wished to express, he ultimately remained silent, acutely aware of the chasm between them. He was merely the offspring of a businessman. While Dai Wenbin seemed far removed from such simplicity, having spent years studying abroad and adopting a business approach that starkly contrasted with local norms, brutal and merciless, his demeanor did not resemble that of a successor to a multi-billion-dollar energy conglomerate, but rather that of a young bandit leader, akin to an emerging figure from the shadows of the gray industry, where threats and manipulation were commonplace. "Do you think I'm too ruthless, old Zhao?" Dai Wenbin seemingly sensed the unease, turning with a smile. "You are simply too kind. To achieve greatness, one must sometimes employ unscrupulous methods. Besides, does Huang Ruiming truly belong to our circle? My family, your family, aren't we all in the realm of assets worth billions? What does he have? A mere 100 billion or so. What right does he have to call us brothers?" "Brother Ben is right." Zhao Qiwenqing managed a forced smile in response. Dai Wenbin paid little heed, turning to check his watch with a grin. "Let us head back. We'll see the news tomorrow." Within the Dragon Inn Hotel, a banquet hall buzzed with excitement, filled to capacity with 4 or 5 tables of guests. Chen Yang raised his glass, exclaiming, "Come on, everyone, do me a favor, drink up." The room fell silent. Xiao Gang stood up with a smile, raised his glass, and downed it in one go. Zhao Shun, the hotel owner, also smiled as he drank, saying, "When President Chen speaks, who in Dongjiang dares to disregard him?" Hey, that's pushing it. Many in Dongjiang would dare to disregard me." Chen Yang quickly interjected, cautioning against such boastfulness. At the table, Li Ran, bewildered, raised his glass, while Lu Hao, equally perplexed, gazed at Chen Yang. The two were entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding them. Li Ran only knew that upon descending the stairs, he had witnessed his underprivileged son attempting to confront him, along with threats directed at Lu Hao and his 2 companions, which left the ladies in the private room utterly terrified. Then, with a thunderous shout from Xiao Gang, chaos erupted as individuals surged forward, engaging in a brawl with those accompanying his son. Subsequently, Zhao Shun, the owner of Long An, arrived with a cadre of waitstaff. Joining the fray, what appeared to be a perilous melee was swiftly resolved with the assistance of several strangers. Huang Weiming and his entourage barely managed to endure a single round before being subdued. It was only later that they discovered these strangers were Chen Yang's bodyguards, and that Zhao, the proprietor of Long Un, had intervened out of respect for Chen Yang. What was happening? Yang had become a boss. Not just any boss, but the chairman of Shanghai Group, with a fortune in the hundreds of billions? This was absurd. All the hard work he had put into serving Huang Weiming's mother seemed futile now, as he could no longer claim to be the top dog. In contrast to Li Ran, Lu Hao felt as though he were caught in a surreal dream. What was meant to be an ordinary night of singlehood had almost turned violent, and he had witnessed quite the spectacle. His astonishment only deepened upon learning that Chen Yang was the recently celebrated chairman of Shanghai Group. How could this young man have suddenly become so remarkable in just 6 months? What was going on? Both men turned their gaze toward Xiao Gang, who, rather than offering an explanation, merely smirked and declared, "I, too, am a boss now." Their astonishment intensified. This situation was amiss. How could they have transformed into such formidable figures in such a short time? Nearby, Lu Hao's 2 companions were equally regretful. Observing Chen Yang rise, they, as locals and children of business families, were well aware of Shanghai Group, yet they had not anticipated that the young man before them was its owner. They lamented their missed opportunity. Had they known, they would have been more cordial, perhaps exchanging phone numbers or WeChat contacts for future bragging rights. As for Huang Weiming, he sat dumbfounded, supported by his bodyguards and companions. His back ached terribly. In a fleeting moment, he had contemplated various means of retaliation against these individuals. But upon learning Chen Yang's true identity, his confidence waned. Recently, in a fit of rage, he had rejected Shanghai's acquisition offer and dismissed Gu Xinhong. A decision he now regretted, but it was a choice he could not retract. Discovering that Gu Xinhong had joined Shanghai only deepened his remorse. Yet he dared not provoke Chen Yang. He was impulsive, enjoyed living on the edge, and occasionally acted without thought, but he was not foolish. The rumors surrounding the Donyuan banquet were still circulating, and Chen Yang's creditors were scattered throughout Yongcheng. He was destined to become a billionaire, a super-rich individual not to be trifled with. Thus, he abandoned any thoughts of retribution and ceased to monitor Gu Xinhong's activities. Little did he expect to encounter him again. How incredibly coincidental. The grandson who seduced his own mother happens to be a friend of his. What should he do now, having received an unprovoked beating? Could he leverage this situation to bargain? As he calmed down, Huang Weiming became increasingly rational, secretly regretting his impulsive decision to come here in a fit of anger. Regardless of the circumstances, how would he explain this to his mother upon returning home? Wouldn't this become the talk of the town by tomorrow? The more he pondered, the more dread filled him. Sitting in the chair, he even hoped for a peaceful resolution to today's incident, an internal settlement that would not be leaked. He was willing to suffer some losses for that outcome. While Huang Weiming was lost in thought, a bodyguard nudged him. He was momentarily unresponsive until he noticed someone approaching, Chen Yang. With a sullen expression, Chen Yang confronted him. "What is this? There are many who dare to disrespect me in Dongjiang, but do you, Huang Weiming, wish to slap my face here and now?" The banquet hall fell silent once again. All eyes fixated on Huang Weiming. "Please, don't hit me. I'll drink." He quickly downed his drink, though it splashed all over him, leaving him in a rather disheveled state, yet his attitude was clear. "Very well." Chen Yang clapped him on the shoulder and remarked, "Now tell me, who sent you here? Are you truly so foolish as to want your mother to become the laughingstock of the entire city?" Chapter 47. I will never call you father. It was Dai Wenbin. He provided me with a video. Huang Weiming's expression changed, and he suddenly sensed something amiss. Damn! His countenance darkened swiftly. "Is that so?" Chen Yang set down his glass, lit a cigarette, and added, "So he has an interest in your mother? Monitoring her closely?" Huang Weiming's face grew even darker. "Be smart," Chen Yang advised quietly. "For Li Ran's sake, I'll give you a piece of advice. Steer clear of anyone with the surname Dai. I heard from Gu Xinhong that his intentions may not be benevolent." "I understand," Huang Weiming muttered in response. Chen Yang nodded slightly, opting not to elaborate further. This matter was not his concern, and his intervention was solely for Li Ran's benefit. Rising and turning, Chen Yang surveyed the room and addressed everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not spread this incident. Let us consider this matter closed. Enjoy your meal and drinks on me, and I ask for your discretion." "Understood. Mr. Chen, rest assured. Anyone who dares to speak out of turn will have to face me." The crowd responded in unison. Chen Yang looked towards Zhao Shun, who called the manager to relay a few instructions. Soon, waitstaff entered with carts laden with exquisite dishes, and the atmosphere began to lighten. Chen Yang beckoned Li Ran over. You two need to resolve your issues. Whether to reconcile and part ways or to become a family is for you to decide. Li Ran sat down, somewhat anxious, but felt a sense of reassurance with Chen Yang beside him. Stay away from my mother. Huang Weiming glared at Li Ran and declared, as long as you keep your distance, today's events will end here, and I will not trouble you further. We are truly in love. Li Ran took a deep breath. What nonsense about true love? Huang Weiming, filled with rage, replied in a low voice. I will give you 5 million. Your mother has feelings for me. 10 million. She truly loves me. 20 million. Don't get greedy. Huang Weiming was extremely furious. Li Ran glanced at Chen Yang, feeling a surge of confidence, and scoffed. I just checked on my phone. Your company is valued at 10 billion, and your mother holds a 30% stake. How ridiculous. This arrogant fool is deluding himself. Huang Weiming, seething with anger, laughed bitterly. On what grounds? What right do you have? That was left to me by my father. I could be your father too. The most important thing is, your mother likes me. Li Ran felt a sense of pride. Huang Weiming wished he could take a knife and stab him right there. Damn it. What a shameless creature. How can such a person exist? Hatred, hatred, hatred. I could easily end your life. Damn. After venting for quite some time, Huang Weiming had no choice but to speak in a subdued tone. She is over 40. And you are in your 20s. There is a 20-year gap. You two are not suitable. What do you mean unsuitable? Li Ran, upon hearing this, became serious and said, you only think of yourself. Have you considered your mother? How long has it been since your father passed? How long has it been since you visited her? Do you know how lonely she is? How desolate? Huang Weiming was left speechless. Li Ran continued, to be honest. Perhaps it started with money, but later I truly developed feelings. Your mother is exactly my type, and we genuinely have mutual affection. You need not worry that I am after your family's wealth. He gestured towards Chen Yang, saying, my buddy, chairman of Shanghai Group, do you think I lack money? He then pointed to himself, stating, I could directly sign an agreement with you. If I abandon your mother, I want to take a single penny from your family. Huang Weiming fell silent. After a long moment, he helplessly sighed and bitterly remarked, I will never call you father. Done deal. Li Ran revealed a joyful expression. Awesome. Chen Yang and the quietly observing Xiao Gang simultaneously gave a thumbs up, their hearts finally reassured. Indeed, this young man has genuinely developed feelings for his mother. What a cunning thief. The conversation had opened up, and the atmosphere improved significantly, with the sounds of dining and drinking resonating, gradually becoming lively. Just then, a loud crash. The door was kicked open, and a group of law enforcement officers stormed in, their expressions grave. As they were about to shout, they were taken aback by the harmonious scene before them. For a moment, they stood frozen in place. The leading officer stood dumbfounded, staring at the revelers, momentarily questioning whether he had entered the wrong place. What are you doing? Zhao Shun was not one to tolerate such antics. He rose in anger and said, what are you doing? Who are you here to arrest? Why did you kick down the door of our hotel? I will personally file a complaint regarding this matter, and I hope you can bear the consequences. The captain stood frozen, perplexed, as did the enforcement officers beside him, who turned their gaze toward the captain. After a moment's hesitation, the captain hastily approached to offer his apologies, then followed the irate Zhao Shun out. Witnessing this scene, Huang Weiming felt a pang of fear and harbored intense resentment towards Dai Wenbin. I must be more astute in the future. Chen Yang, without lifting his head, seemed to have anticipated such occurrences, engrossed in gnawing on a chicken claw. Thank you. Huang Weiming seldom expressed gratitude. For what? Chen Yang inquired. Precisely that. Huang Weiming replied with a wry smile. I should have seen it coming. Initially, I thought High Energy aimed to invest in this sector, envisioning collaboration with established energy enterprises to secure funding for expansion. Little did I realize their ruthless intentions. Beneath the veneer of camaraderie and virtue, they sought to wholly consume us. You never considered selling the company? Chen Yang asked, momentarily startled. Wasn't it about covertly offloading shares? Without your actions, I wouldn't have contemplated acquiring you, Huang Weiming admitted, sighing. I need the funds. I could never part with the company my father bequeathed to me, Huang Weiming continued. I require capital to recruit talents, both domestically and internationally. Our technological prowess has lagged, and the stock price continues to plummet. It's a vicious cycle. Yet you blame filial piety? Chen Yang remarked with a peculiar glance. Huang Weiming's expression stiffened as he muttered, I know you are referring to Uncle Gu. I wasn't in my right mind that day. After meeting Dai Wenbin last year, I fell into a dark place, becoming increasingly irritable. Regrettably, I said things I now lament, but Uncle Gu is straightforward. and we both found it difficult to retract our words. Dark place? Chen Yang comprehended. Our company's bioenergy injection can effectively assist you in overcoming that vice. While it may not enable a complete cessation, it can facilitate the process akin to quitting smoking. Ultimately, the success hinges on your resolve. Huang Weiming's spirits lifted at this revelation. However, a sudden thought cast a shadow over his countenance. What now? Chen Yang inquired, continuing to munch on his chicken claw. I've sold 30 of my 40 stake to Hanhai Energy. Huang Weiming's face darkened. My mother holds 30, and with my remaining 10, I can no longer maintain control of the company. Aside from the 20 in the stock market, another 10 is distributed among various directors and shareholders. If Daiwenbin acquires their shares, they will equal our holdings, and should they purchase stocks at a premium in the market, they could easily oust me. That is no longer my concern. Chen Yang shrugged. I have invested in Changheng and am no longer interested in Weiming. Perhaps you should consider appealing to the other shareholders? With that, Chen Yang rose and wiped his hands. That will be all for today. I shall take my leave. Huang Weiming stood, gazing vacantly at Chen Yang's departing figure. His heart a tumult of emotions, envy intertwined with admiration. This exemplified the demeanor of a true magnate. Why can't my company achieve a technological breakthrough? Chapter 48. Who the hell is spreading rumors? Upon exiting Longan, a group of individuals trailed Chen Yang. Jiangzi, Ranzi, Haozi, along with Haozi's 2 friends and a host of ex-girlfriends, gathered at a barbecue restaurant, ordering an abundance of grilled delicacies and beer to indulge in revelry. The women sipped fruit juice while the men drank beer. Although 2 of the women expressed a desire for alcoholic beverages, Chen Yang was not foolish enough to oblige. What would happen if they became intoxicated and leaned on him? It would be one thing if they were strangers, but these were his roommate's ex-girlfriends should anything untoward occur. It would be exceedingly awkward and rather peculiar. Chen Yang was not inclined towards such predilections. As the group enjoyed their drinks and engaged in conversation, Lu Hao's 2 friends took the opportunity to add Chen Yang on WeChat, both feeling quite exhilarated as they repeatedly apologized and toasted, drinking as if their lives depended on it. Chen Yang, being magnanimous, did not dwell on previous trivialities. Moreover, although these 2 were somewhat indifferent internally, their outward enthusiasm was palpable, making them difficult to dislike. They were clearly well-mannered. Yinzi, how did you manage to become so successful? Haozi lamented. I was all set to get married and have you all call me boss. Now what? There are no chances left. Why don't you all just call me that now? Get lost. Li Ran laughed, scolding him. Even without Yinzi, there's still me. What did I sell myself for? Just so you could call me boss? Now look. My health is gone, and so is my title. Am I not at a greater loss? You're losing nothing of significance. Xiao Gang retorted jealously. You do nothing and end up with a fortune worth billions. Who else could manage such a feat? You're truly a piece of work. Laughter erupted among the group. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, Ding Yi, Chen Yun, Wang Xiang, and Shou Feng were also enjoying skewers and beer. This scene filled Zheng Chang and Wang Gang with envy, as they were unable to partake due to having to drive. Time passed, and by 2 in the morning, the gathering concluded, with Chen Yang returning home. The following day at noon, Chen Yang rose for a drink of water, noticing the peculiar expression on Lu Wangshu's face. What is the matter? Something up? He inquired, casually turning on the television as the chef hired from Dongyuan began serving dishes. I heard you were involved with Huang Weiming's mother. Do you have a penchant for married women? Do you prefer older women? You know, the gossip around Yong City's social circles is that you are a scoundrel. Chen Yang promptly spewed his tea in surprise. What the hell? Who is spreading such rumors? He exclaimed, glaring at Zheng Chang and the others. The group quickly shook their heads, with Zhang Chang speaking up. Boss, I inquired on your behalf. Wang Xiao's side claimed it wasn't their people. And your classmates said no one is spreading rumors. It must be the work of Dai Wenbin's crowd. Why is it me? Chen Yang questioned, bewildered. This rumor-mongering seemed illogical, as he felt he was an unreasonable target. Why not you? Lu Wangshu chuckled, covering her mouth. Apparently, a small-time reporter got wind of Huang Weiming attempting to catch someone in the act and saw you exiting a hotel, coupled with your previous acquisition of Weiming New Energy. It seems rather obvious, doesn't it? Your classmate is hardly well known. No one could possibly suspect him, leaving only you as a candidate for their conjectures. How unfair this is for me, Chen Yang exclaimed, utterly speechless. Boss, have you seen the news? This social media influencer claims your acquisition of Weiming was merely to please a beautiful woman, Zhang Chang stated, pulling out his phone. Am I really that shallow? Chen Yang responded, astonished. She is 20 years my senior. How can she be considered beautiful? What do I gain from this? Moreover, Wang Gang joined in. brandishing his phone. There are even reports of Huang Xiao being beaten black and blue, suggesting he caused you trouble and was subsequently punished by his stepfather. This is outrageous. Chen Yang was left dumbfounded, feeling as though he had become a target of online harassment. Meanwhile, as the news spread throughout Yong City, every social circle was abuzz with chatter regarding this newly minted super-rich individual, creating a sensational story rife with gossip. Discussions erupted everywhere, with rumors claiming that Chairman Liu had maintained a stern demeanor throughout a morning meeting. The onlookers were not just confined to insider circles. The news had transcended boundaries, appearing even on local media and short video platforms. At the Huang family residence, Huang Ruiming had not gone to work today. He remained at home, having spent the entire night pondering over potential solutions to his current predicament. As the news circulated, his mother arrived wielding a stick, creating a chaotic scene in the household. Huang Ruiming, bruised and battered, pleaded for mercy, desperately dodging his mother's wrath. Caught in the act. I told you not to engage in such disgraceful behavior. When did I ever have an affair with Chen Yang? You eat every rumor without question. I am 20 years older than him. Why would I trouble myself with him? You ungrateful wretch. Dare you hide from me? Come here. Huang Ma, whose real name was El Suxin, appeared remarkably youthful due to her diligent self-care. When she was furious, her tears flowed like rain, giving her an almost girlish appearance, which was hard to believe for a woman in her 40s. It was no wonder that Huang Ruiming's father, even on his deathbed, had not forgotten her, bequeathing her 30% of the shares. Witnessing his mother's tears, Huang Ruiming felt a sudden pang of guilt and knelt down. Mother, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Stop it. Enough. At that moment, Li Ran entered and quickly intervened upon seeing the chaos. His arrival caused El Suxin's expression to shift dramatically. What brings you here? She asked, casting him a pointed glance. Yet Li Ran stepped forward, stating, How can you strike your son? He groaned. You must be mindful of his dignity. Damn it. Taking advantage of me. Huang Ruiming clenched his fists, feeling an indescribable frustration. You all? El Suxin seemed to grasp the situation. Indeed, he pursued me yesterday, and we have since been open with each other, accepting our feelings, xin. Do not pay heed to the slander. I will clarify everything, Li Ran spoke solemnly. No. El Suxin replied in shock. If you clarify, then what about your future? I am not concerned. Li Ran declared with resolute determination, I love you. With you by my side, nothing can sway me. Ran, Xin, enough already. How utterly nauseating. Huang Ruiming, standing nearby, nearly retched. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to call me Dad? LV Suxin shot a fierce glare at Huang Ruiming. Do not behave in such a manner. Li Ran interjected, his voice low and firm. One day, he will accept me. I am in no hurry. I swear I could just kill you, you beast. Huang Ruiming seethed through clenched teeth. At that moment, LV Suxin had managed to regain some composure. She gazed at her disappointing son and said with a grave tone, There is one more matter you must clarify for me. Why did you dismiss Uncle Gu? Huang Ruiming found himself at a loss for words. Enough. LV Suxin suddenly waved her hand, her voice laced with disappointment. I can no longer concern myself with you. You are grown and have your own opinions now. However, Uncle Gu has rendered us great service. You must seek his forgiveness, or do not bother returning home. All right, I shall go right away. Huang Ruiming hesitated for a moment. Then a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Nodding decisively, he rose swiftly to leave. He realized that while he lacked ideas, Uncle Gu, with his vast experience, would undoubtedly have a solution. He intended to humble himself and seek forgiveness, not merely for absolution but also for the survival of the company. Pride? Dignity? Those were of no consequence. Surviving was the priority. Chapter 49. Yet, he knelt down on the spot when Huang Ruiming found Gu Xinhong. The latter was inspecting the production facility of Yuanshanging Technology's new energy battery plant in the suburbs. Transitioning from the head of a billion-dollar enterprise to the leader of a nearly $200 billion company, Gu Xinhong's emotions were complex, yet he felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. Have the orders concluded? Gu Xinhong casually inquired, to which the factory manager promptly approached with eagerness. Mr. Gu, we received notice from the headquarters a week ago, and since then, we have not taken on any new orders. We have been working to fulfill the outstanding ones, and most are now completed. A few lithium and lead-acid battery orders for electric vehicle companies are still in production, but we expect to deliver this batch within the week. Excellent. Gu Xinhong nodded, stating, The boss has instructed that once these orders are fulfilled, employees will be granted leave, and upgrades will be made to the dormitories and various facilities within the factory. Whether it concerns the cafeteria or employee welfare, all must meet the group's unified standards. Understood, Mr. Gu. This matter has already been communicated. And everyone is quite pleased and touched. The factory manager beamed with joy. Initially, upon learning that the company had been sold to headquarters, they felt as though the sky was falling. However, they could hardly have anticipated such benevolence from the new owner, who had merely conducted an internal review. The executives who were most heavily scrutinized were dismissed, while the majority of others remained unscathed, and there had been no large-scale layoffs. This was nothing short of miraculous. After Gu Xinhong took over the company, the recent decisions announced by the headquarters have been remarkably beneficial for the employees, instilling in them a profound sense of hope for the future. Particularly noteworthy is the new salary grading system, which reevaluated compensation based directly on the payroll, resulting in nearly everyone receiving a promotion in salary grade, translating to an annual increase of 10,000 yuan. Such fortunate circumstances are rare, especially in an environment as challenging as the present. Merely retaining employment is a commendable achievement. Many express deep gratitude towards the headquarters and the new management. Conversations frequently revolve around the commendable qualities of the new boss. General Manager Gu, Huang Ruiming from Ruiming is here to see you, the secretary approached briskly. Do not let him in. Gu Xinhong's expression darkened instantly, his face contorted in displeasure. You were brought here from Ruiming. Surely you are aware of the discord between us? Tell him to leave. The secretary fell silent, scanning the surroundings before leaning closer to Gu Xinhong and whispering, but he has already knelt down at the entrance. What? Gu Xinhong was taken aback. How could this be possible? Had that young man truly turned over a new leaf? Torn between emotions, he pondered how he could possibly harbor no feelings for Huang Ruiming, having watched him grow up like a relative. Despite the heartbreak, he resolved, very well. I shall meet him. With a resigned sigh, he proceeded to the office. Upon arrival, Huang Ruiming was already waiting inside. As Gu Xinhong entered, Huang immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, Uncle. Gu Xinhong was startled and instinctively took a few steps back. What are you doing? I warn you, do not attempt any tricks. I will not return. I am doing well now. President Chen has placed great trust in me, and I wield considerable power, free to apply my skills without reservation. Have you not always coveted Ruiming's authority? In my absence, you would be the emperor of Ruiming. What is your intention now? Huang Ruiming had not anticipated Gu Xinhong's resolute stance. However, he had not considered persuading Gu Xinhong to return, as that seemed unrealistic given his imminent departure. Uncle, I sold my shares in the company. Please help me. Huang clung to Gu Xinhong's leg, refusing to let go. Gu Xinhong was taken aback, immediately kicking him away in exasperation. Why would you do such a thing? Your father and I have faced numerous challenges, yet we never contemplated selling our shares. You have only held power for a few days, and you are already selling out? Please, hear me out. Huang Ruiming recounted the circumstances leading to his decision. Awaiting Gu Xinhong's response, Gu Xinhong's expression shifted as he contemplated the situation. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, I truly do not know what to say. If you desire new technology, this is not the way to achieve it. Merely throwing money at a problem does not guarantee a breakthrough. If it were that simple, every industry would have long been monopolized by capital. Uncle, I was wrong. What should I do now? Huang Ruiming lamented. There is no easy solution, Gu Xinhong replied. Gu Xinhong's expression was grim as he remarked, Hanhai Group is a venerable energy enterprise. Its assets are virtually incalculable. Last year's sales approached 1 trillion, theoretically. If it were to go public comprehensively, Hanhai Group would be valued at least in the several trillion range, not to mention the assets. It is rumored that the background of the Dai family in Hanhai is unfathomably deep. How could the shares that fall into their hands possibly be relinquished? Is there truly no hope left? Huang Ruiming was filled with regret. Gu Xinhong shook his head with a sigh. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him as he recalled what his boss, Chen Yang, had said. Chen Yang had mentioned that the company possessed new technology capable of facilitating rapid growth, thereby dominating the current new energy battery industry. Even if there were exaggerations in his words, the remaining truths would be sufficient for Xinghai Energy to evolve into an industry titan. This not only signified the swift expansion of Xinghai, but also posed a significant crisis for many new energy enterprises. Under such a crisis, not even the current Ruiming, nor even its peak, could withstand the pressure. I have a solution. It all depends on your resolve, Gu Xinhong stated solemnly. What is the solution? Huang Ruiming inquired eagerly. Sell your shares, Gu Xinhong asserted unequivocally. The new energy sector is about to undergo a massive reshuffle. Holding onto your shares will only lead to losses. It would be wiser to sell them all and secure your profits. Huang Ruiming had indeed entertained this thought, but was intimidated by the unscrupulous tactics of Han Hai's people. Selling to them would not only be humiliating, but could also result in severe financial losses. Gu Xinhong clearly perceived his concerns and suggested, "Sell them to our boss." Chen Yang. Chen Yang? Huang Ruiming was taken aback. He stated that with Changheng, there would be no need for Ruiming. He may not need Ruiming, but he requires capital, both for profits and for loans. Gu Xinhong urged, pulling Huang Ruiming to his feet. "Come with me." The two took a vehicle into the city and soon arrived at the Shanghai building in the Long'an Commercial Center. Manager Gu. "Hello, Manager Gu," greeted the receptionist enthusiastically. Gu Xinhong inquired, "Is the chairman in?" "Yes, he is. The chairman just arrived and should be in the penthouse office now," the receptionist replied. "Good. Please schedule an appointment for me." With that, they entered the exclusive elevator and swiftly ascended to the top floor. Chen Yang, already informed of their arrival, was lounging with his legs crossed, sipping cola while gazing at the enormous wall in the chairman's office, where he was watching a live broadcast of a beautiful woman. Upon entering, Gu Xinhong could not help but grimace. Previously, he thought Huang Ruiming was outlandish. Now, he realized that the new boss was even more so. Was he using the conference-S projection equipment to watch a live stream? "Boss, please, take a seat." Chen Yang glanced at him and then at Huang Ruiming, offering no further words as he gestured toward the sofa. Once seated, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Manager Gu, are you here to promote something for General Huang?" "Indeed." "Provide me with a compelling reason," Chen Yang replied in a nonchalant tone. Chapter 50. Behind the Han Hai group, Gu Xinhong felt a chill in his heart, realizing that speaking on behalf of his former employer might be a grave misstep in the professional realm. He hastily remarked, "President Chen, to my knowledge, you are currently seeking loans?" "Oh, is that so? Are you offering to lend me money?" Chen Yang's eyes lit up, captivated by Gu Xinhong's words. "I certainly do not possess such funds," Gu Xinhong replied with a wry smile, gesturing toward Huang Ruiming. "But he does. He can lend you." "How much?" Chen Yang turned his gaze toward Huang Ruiming, suddenly finding the young man less disagreeable. 3 billion. Huang Ruiming quickly interjected. "That much?" Chen Yang sat up, becoming serious. "Not just that." Gu Xinhong interjected. "He and his mother hold another 40 stake, valued at 4 billion, totaling 70 billion. Chen Yang looked at Huang Ruiming with intrigue, pondering whether this young man was about to replace the Shin family as his largest private creditor. "Uncle Gu, the shares haven't been sold yet," Huang Ruiming said with a bitter smile. "Sell them to the boss." Gu Xinhong pointed at Chen Yang, "Then lend the proceeds to the boss." "Good gracious." Chen Yang was taken aback by Gu Xinhong's audacious maneuver. Could it truly be played this way? Gu Xinhong turned to Chen Yang and explained, "Boss, in the new energy sector, we have no prospects. It would be better to sell outright. Moreover, this young man lacks entrepreneurial skills and can only invest. If we consider the most lucrative and stable investment at present, it is undoubtedly your loans, with a 24 annual interest rate, which is even faster than business profits. I ask you, on my behalf, to grant him this opportunity." "I am more than willing to oblige," Chen Yang replied, looking at Huang Ruiming, who gritted his teeth and stated, "I will follow Uncle Gu's advice. I will return home now to bring my mother over to sell." With that, he stood and departed. Once he left, Chen Yang turned to Gu Xinhong. Gu Xinhong smiled wryly and said, "After all, we have been on good terms with the Huang family for decades." "I hope you understand, boss." "Not at all. I owe you a debt of gratitude. If this comes to fruition, I shall consider a raise for you." Chen Yang waved dismissively, unconcerned. Seeing this, Gu Xinhong felt relieved and leaned closer, speaking softly, "The Han Hai group is backing, but you have Chairman Liu behind you. So there is no need to fear them. You can hold them in suspense. They will undoubtedly scour the stock market for shares to prepare for a power grab. I personally suggest that you do the same, driving up Ruiming's stock price. At that point, if the Han Hai group wishes to retain their position, they will have no choice but to acquire shares and stocks from you, potentially yielding substantial profits." What a lucrative venture. Chen Yang immediately grasped the strategy, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "I entrust this entirely to you. The company still has over 100 billion in its accounts. Handle it." "That much is excessive." "It might scare them off." Gu Xinhong chuckled, rising to make phone calls to establish contacts. Within half an hour, a group of adept traders arrived at the Shanghai building. Lu Washu arranged for them to use a conference room temporarily. Gu Xinhong and the team of traders promptly set to work. At this moment, Huang Ruiming and LV Sushin arrived, and to Chen Yang's astonishment, He also spotted Li Ran holding hands with LV Suxin. Incredible! Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang was utterly impressed. Upon observing LV Suxin's appearance, it was evident that she possessed the youthful visage of someone in their 20s combined with the poise of a woman in her 30s. She embodied the essence of a mature, elegant lady, and surprisingly, she appeared younger than Li Ran. What a stroke of luck for him! The group exchanged greetings with Chen Yang, after which LV Suxin sought out Gu Xinhong, and the two engaged in a lengthy discussion, culminating in LV Suxin's nod of agreement. The contract for the transfer of shares was straightforward. There was even no need for a money transfer. Instead, a debt acknowledgement was prepared for LV Suxin, stipulating a 24 annual interest rate to be paid monthly, totaling an outstanding debt of 7 billion. Huang Weiming watched with eager anticipation. Several times on the verge of speaking up, yet ultimately refrained. He desired the debt acknowledgement but understood that his shares were limited, while his mother held a substantial amount. Furthermore, the individuals present were closer to Li Ran and LV Suxin, rendering his thoughts insignificant. "Stop staring," LV Suxin remarked, rolling her eyes at her son. "I lack for nothing and do not spend extravagantly. Your stepfather and I are officially married now. Henceforth, the monthly interest will be 140 million. You shall receive 100 million. And he will take 40 million. How you choose to invest or squander it is entirely up to you." Huang Weiming sighed in relief. Although he was displeased with Li Ran receiving 40 million, he was nonetheless delighted about his own monthly allocation of 100 million. "I want to take any." Li Ran suddenly interjected with a smile. "If I have that much money, it would be of no use to me. How about this, Yangzi? Since you're in need of funds, I will lend it all to you, including the monthly interest. Is it truly possible?" Huang Weiming's eyes lit up. He was astute enough to realize that if he lent Chen Yang the 1.2 billion in interest over the year, he could potentially earn even more the following year. "I'll also forego my share and lend it all to you." "Good heavens!" Chen Yang laughed teasingly. "Are you two attempting to play the game of compound interest with me? Very well, let us keep it all." The others burst into laughter. And even Gu Xinhong entertained the thought of waiving his salary to lend it to his boss. However, upon considering his meager salary, he ultimately refrained from voicing it. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Han Hai Energy, Dai Wenbin listened grimly to the report from the trader. He smashed the cup in his hand, exclaiming, "Damn it, who made this move? Who dares to snatch from me? I shall see if you possess the capability." With that, he rose and made his way to the chairman's office. "Dad," Dai Xiangdong, wearing glasses and typically dressing in a refined manner, still bore an undeniable sharpness despite his graying hair and advancing age. "What is the matter? There are others, like us." Aggressively acquiring Weiming stock, Dai Wenbin said darkly. Dai Xiangdong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his son with dissatisfaction. "Is this the matter you wanted to discuss with me? What does it mean to speak in such a disjointed manner? Are you asking for my assistance in resolving matters? If I were to know the outcome, who is acquiring the company, and what actions will you undertake to ensure success?" However, the stock price has already reached its peak. Dai Wenbin hesitated and inquired, "Father, Rui Ming does not possess any particularly advanced technology. Will continuing the acquisition lead to losses? Should we consider another company? Why are we so insistent on Rui Ming? I fail to understand, as this does not align with our interests." "That is not your concern," Dai Xiangdong replied sternly. "I understand." At these words, Dai Wenbin's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to leave. Once he had departed, Dai Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then suddenly retrieved an old mobile phone from the drawer and dialed the only number in his contacts. "Hello? This is Dai Xiangdong. What is the matter?" "The prey has been ensnared." "Excellent. I hope you will not disappoint me this time." "I will not." After hanging up, Dai Xiangdong tucked the phone back into the drawer, rubbed his temples, and let out a deep sigh. Chapter 51. Long-standing schemes, delayed conspiracies for several consecutive days, Rui Ming's stock continued to surge, astonishing the entire financial sector. After many days of tension, Rui Ming's stock finally stabilized, and news emerged. Han Hai Energy Group announced that it had previously acquired a 30% stake in Rui Ming New Energy, and as of yesterday, after successfully sweeping through the majority of stocks in the market, it had obtained an additional 10% from several major shareholders within Rui Ming, thereby achieving complete control over the company. Subsequently, an early morning board meeting was convened at Rui Ming New Energy, resulting in the dismissal of Chairman Huang Rui Ming, with Dai Wenbin appointed as the new chairman. This news sent shockwaves through the circles of Yongqing, creating ripples throughout the entire new energy industry. What is happening? Earlier, Xinghai Group acquired Chongqing Technology, and now Han Hai Energy has acquired Rui Ming New Energy. Is the new energy sector truly poised for significant advancements? Or has there been a breakthrough in technology within Yongcheng? The news spread widely and chaotically, with varying opinions and no clear consensus. However, that morning, Chen Yang received an invitation to the Hanhai Club in the Great Yongxingjing. Chen Yang, intrigued by the invitation, noted that the event was scheduled for noon. As Gu Xinhong remarked, Hanhai Group was indeed preparing to acquire shares. How could Chen Yang possibly decline to attend? Approaching noon, Chen Yang walked with Lu Washu, Gu Xinhong, and several bodyguards to the North Garden. Unlike the East Garden, the North Garden, while equally luxurious and understated, had undergone extensive renovations, resembling more of a club or private venue. Guided by attendants, the group settled into a loft, where boisterous laughter erupted as Dai Xiangdong arrived with his son Dai Wenbin and 2 assistants. "Welcome, General Chen. Indeed, a youth of great promise. Seeing you here truly makes me feel that our era has passed," Dai Xiangdong exclaimed with exuberance. Chen Yang smiled and shook hands with him. As everyone took their seats, Dai Xiangdong instructed the staff to serve the dishes. After several rounds of drinks, Dai Xiangdong remarked, "Brother Chen, now half of Weiming's shares belong to me, and the other half to you. I hope we can engage in profound cooperation." "Cooperation?" Chen Yang replied, surprised. "Aren't you planning to purchase the shares? We lack the technology." "What would we do with the shares?" Dai Xiangdong chuckled. "But Brother Chen certainly possesses the technology, so shall we collaborate?" A chill ran through the hearts of those present. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, particularly Gu Xinhong, who had an ominous premonition. "What do you mean?" Chen Yang inquired with interest, remaining unperturbed. "I will offer 80 billion for half of Xinghai's shares." Dai Xiangdong gestured to indicate the amount and continued, "The shares of Weiming will be directly transferred to you. In the end, Weiming and Chongqing will merge, and I, Hanhai, will unite with Xinghai. What a splendid affair. What a beautiful thought indeed." Chen Yang chuckled lightly. "But how can you be certain that Xinghai possesses new energy technology?" "I have conducted my research, brother." Dai Xiangdong's expression darkened. "Taking risks for a fortune. I borrowed 800 million to establish Xinghai Beverages, based on bioenergy injection solutions, and amassed over 30 billion in loans for new energy projects. Just Chongqing has invested 15 billion. If there were no technology, could this be possible? You mentioned I am in debt to the tune of 35 billion. Chen Yang shrugged. "Aren't you afraid that your 80 billion will just echo back? That would still be worth it." Dai Xiangdong smiled. "For a bioenergy injection solution, acquiring it for 80 billion would likely meet no refusal." Indeed, this was a conspiracy. The 80 billion was a calculated price. If Chen Yang accepted, he would have to generate profits for them with new technology. Without it, they could use 40 billion of that to help Chen Yang settle his debts, subsequently ousting him and acquiring the special strain. What a shrewd plan. But what were they relying on? If he refused, what consequences would follow? Why had they acquired over half of Weiming's shares? Confused, Chen Yang looked at Dai Xiangdong, who showed no signs of concealment as he calmly stated, "We have been monitoring your rise since your inception. The business world is not as simple as you might think. We are well aware of your identity and connections. When we discovered the relationship between Li Ran and Huang Weiming's mother, and when you expressed your intentions to enter the new energy sector at the Donyuan banquet, we devised our plan. Initially, we aimed to secure Weiming's shares and then collaborate with you, but later we found you to be quite independent, preferring to incur debts at high interest rather than share your stakes. This only further indicated that you possess remarkable technology. To be honest, your smooth acquisition of Chongqing was facilitated by our communication with Chongqing shareholders. Dongyuan invested 1 billion, Chongqing 15 billion, Weistian invested 3 billion, a biomedical research institute 5 billion, the headquarters building 4 billion, and several other companies collectively several billion, while other miscellaneous expenses totaled 500 million. In such a short time, you have spent over 22 billion. How much do you have left from the 35 billion? Only 13 billion now. But now, with your shares in Weiming, that's another 7 billion, leaving you with merely 6 billion. Dai Xiangdong took a sip of water and remarked with a faint smile, "Youngster, what would you do if the bank discovered issues with your company and prematurely terminated the loan? How will you respond if your creditors come demanding payment?" A heavy silence fell over the crowd. It must be said that Dai Xiangdong had struck directly at Chen Yang's vulnerabilities. If the foundational Xinghai Beverages were to face difficulties, the flourishing Xinghai Group would collapse in an instant. "Is this your strategy?" Chen Yang scoffed, rising to his feet. "I can sell my shares in Weiming. Even if I can't sell them and am left holding the bag, so what? The Huang family isn't in need of cash. I've put down not a single cent of the 7 billion, only an IOU. The bank is owed 20 billion, and if necessary, I can always borrow more. Dai Xiangdong's expression remained unchanged as he responded with a smile. Can you really borrow more? Since I am here, everything is arranged. Do you recall your dealings with Chongqing? Now I have the final say over Weiming. What if I choose to delist it now? As a shareholder, you would need to participate in repurchasing the stocks. It wouldn't cost much more than 10 billion. Shall we wait and see? Chen Yang picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth and replied with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality. With that, he stood up and left with his entourage. On the way back, the atmosphere among them was grim. Observing Chen Yang's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Washu could not restrain herself. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? Chen Yang chuckled softly. Worried about the bank demanding repayment? It doesn't matter. You must understand what I possess. I have nothing at all. I am burdened with debt. The group was taken aback. Chen Yang then extended his arms nonchalantly, stating, the ones who should be anxious are not me, but the creditors. If I were to fail, I would merely face imprisonment, but they would be the ones in tears. Goodness! The group was astonished. At that moment, Chen Yang turned to Lu Washu and said, to exert pressure on the bank, the source of this matter surely lies above. It's time for your father to step in. Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes, but obediently took out her phone to gather information. Chen Yang then turned to Gu Xinhong, saying, since we VE rejected Dai Xiangdong, negative news will soon follow. You should inquire in various circles. Yes, boss. Gu Xinhong felt some regret for having involved his boss with Huang Weiming, believing it to be his own fault. However, after listening to the conversation between Dai Xiangdong and Chen Yang, he realized he was being overly sentimental. To those bigwigs, he was merely a pawn. It was likely that in his time of distress, seeking refuge with Chen Yang was part of their calculation. Gu Xinhong felt utterly helpless and shook his head in resignation. As they entered Dongyuan, Chen Yang remained calm, even finding amusement in the situation. Dai Xiangdong and the people behind him had no understanding of what a dimensionality reduction strike meant. Chen Yang had stated long ago that he could never lose. Under the crushing weight of technology, any resistance was but a joke. In the grand narrative of the protagonist's journey, can one truly be bullied? Dai Xiangdong had meticulously crafted his plans. Yet what significance does that hold? Even if the bank were to pursue collection, delays and disputes could prolong the process indefinitely. Chen Yang had once believed that with Lu Washu's father in the picture, many obstacles would dissipate. However, it became glaringly evident that some dared to act with audacity, intent on making a bold move. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If one wished to engage in the game, let it be a thrilling contest. Chen Yang was eager to witness the tactics his adversary would employ and equally curious about the expression on their face when he unveiled his new technology. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Chapter 52. Instilling a sense of crisis among creditors. In the speaker's office, Lu Qiming furrowed his brow as he hung up the phone, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. Beside him, Secretary Zhang felt a tightening in his chest, having served under Lu Qiming for quite some time. He understood that such gestures typically signified trouble, serious trouble. Leader? Secretary Zhang approached hesitantly. It's nothing significant, Lu Qiming replied, shaking his head. Someone is discontented and is coming for me. A sense of alarm gripped Secretary Zhang as he recalled the situation before Lu Qiming's unexpected transfer to Dongzhong a year prior. Yet, upon careful reflection, he sensed something amiss. The former speaker of Dongzhong had retired, and the individual who had been poised to ascend to power had seemingly lost that opportunity due to considerations from above, which ultimately allowed Lu Qiming to take the helm. Could that individual still harbor ambitions? But it seemed illogical. It was not the time for a reshuffle. Lu Qiming had only been in office for a year. How much effort would it take to displace him? It was unreasonable. Confusion clouded his mind, yet Lu Qiming possessed clarity. Was there truly an attempt to remove him? Unlikely. Moreover, what purpose would that serve? Lu Qiming had governed for many years and could easily discern the precarious position of that individual. Prior to his transfer to Dongjiang, internal disagreements had arisen within the organization. At the time, some questioned why that individual had not been allowed to ascend. After all, he had invested considerable effort in Dongjiang, earning unmatched prestige and contributions that were well documented and acknowledged. Following deliberations within the organization, two conclusions had been drawn. The first was, having been entrenched for too long, he could not advance within Dongjiang. The second was, entangled in too many issues, he could not be reassigned to another province. This created a vicious cycle, signifying that his journey had reached a standstill. While the organization did not deny his contributions to the state and the people in Dongjiang, it simultaneously expressed its dissatisfaction. Yes, dissatisfaction. Many matters need not be scrutinized. The higher echelons could readily perceive the influential figures behind the Hanhai Energy Group. Yet, what could be done? The only recourse was to express discontent and sever the individual's path to advancement. After all, he had committed no grievous errors. Minor flaws could only hinder his progress, forcing him into a difficult choice. It was impossible to simply eradicate his influence. Those who are able to take this step are among the most intelligent individuals in the world. One can hardly find any evidence to the contrary, and they can easily argue that their actions are driven by the necessity of advancing Dongjiang. What can you do about it? This is precisely why Lu Qiming initially spoke to Chen Yang about the vast sums of 100 billion and 1 trillion, indicating that one's status would remain unchanged. Is the Hanhai Energy Group not substantial enough? If it were to go public, it would undoubtedly be valued in the hundreds of billions, and with astute management, possibly even reach trillions. Yet, what does that signify? Ultimately, it is thanks to the support of a certain individual. Lu Qiming felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. Politics is a realm of struggle and compromise. Every situation emerges from a thorough contest followed by an agreement. Although everything may appear calm on the surface, there is an underlying current of conflict and negotiation. Lu Qiming's ascent was a result of his struggle against others, leading to their eventual concession and his triumph, but he too must make certain compromises. However, the individual in question is different. The nature of their compromise yields a distinct outcome. He has paid the price of stagnation in his advancement, obtaining instead the stability of Dongjiang. This is a tacit understanding, a transient equilibrium. Disrupting this balance is relatively simple, and there are those above who intend to do so. But anyone who dares to disrupt it must also be prepared to manage the aftermath. The very arrival of Lu Qiming carries such implications. The world is not merely black and white. It is a matter of weighing the pros and cons, without even mentioning that the other party has their own backing. Consider Hanhai Energy alone. Should it collapse, what would that signify for all of Dongjiang? This is where Lu Qiming sensed trouble. The entirety of Dongjiang is fortified under the management of that individual, who is, after all, a native of Dongjiang and is even colloquially referred to as the Jiangda Gang, reminiscent of a certain anti-corruption drama. But is that merely a nickname? The implications are quite evident. Lu Qiming pondered deeply before finally arriving at a resolution. Although he had only been in office for a year and time was pressing, he recognized the possibility of success. His original plan required careful consideration to comprehensively address Dongjiang's turmoil. However, Chen Yang's unexpected emergence had altered the situation. It was clear that this unforeseen factor had been detected by the opposition, who had already begun to act. If Chen Yang were to possess any formidable new energy technology that fell into the hands of the other party, they might very well be the ones to disrupt the balance first. Even without new technology, the mere introduction of bioenergy injectables would suffice for the opposition to monopolize both domestic and international markets, evolving into a colossal entity, making subsequent management all the more challenging. He hesitated no longer, murmuring, "It is time to broaden that young man's horizons, lest he continue to believe he is the most important figure in the world." In Dongyuan, Chen Yang was sipping tea while watching a live stream on his phone, observing young women dancing. His carefree demeanor left Lu Wuxu utterly speechless. Could one truly remain so nonchalant in such a critical moment? Was it genuine confidence or merely a carefree spirit? Nearby, Zheng Cheng leaned in closely. During work hours, using a phone was prohibited, yet he was so exuberant that he could only seize fleeting moments to sneak a glance at his boss's device. How impressive! He could not help but exclaim. "Isn't it?" Chen Yang grinned and remarked, "My judgment is indeed trustworthy. Boss, I must say, your approach is rather monotonous." Zheng Chong suddenly proposed a rather absurd idea. "Given your wealth, why still engage in watching live streams like us? What do you suggest?" Chen Yang inquired with curiosity. "How about watching live performances?" Zheng Chang replied with a sly grin. "Hire some people, form a dance troupe. During company events, they could perform, and during leisure, you could enjoy the shows while we benefit as well." "Excellent idea," Chen Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, then pointed towards the door. "Now, you may leave." "What?" Zheng Chang was taken aback. Chen Yang scoffed. "You think this is for my benefit? Am I to recruit people just so you can indulge in romance?" Zheng Chang, looking dejected, admitted, "I was wrong, boss." Chen Yang, satisfied, responded, "As long as you recognize your mistake. What use is it to maintain a dance troupe? It would be a waste of funds. Instead, we should buy an entertainment company that can generate profits while also performing dances. During company events, they can entertain for free." enhancing our visibility, and even assist in creating promotional videos for our products. That is the true path. Only you could think of this, boss. Zheng Chang immediately began to flatter. Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes, silently observing the antics of these two characters. At that moment, Gu Xinhong rushed in, stating, "Boss, there's breaking news. Weiming has initiated the delisting process. Let him have the money. Am I supposed to fear him?" Chen Yang retorted disdainfully, reclining with a casual air. Does he truly believe himself to be an emperor? Prohibiting other companies from acquiring my shares? What era is this? Such tactics are outdated. Prior reports indicated that Hanhai Group had disseminated warnings that anyone purchasing shares of Weiming would be left waiting to incur losses. This news deterred many potential buyers. Unfortunately, the stakes were high with Hanhai holding significant influence and Dongjiang being within Hanhai's territory. Their warnings left little room for profit. However, this situation also shaped public perception of Hanhai and Dongjiang, leading many to view Hanhai as domineering and Dongjiang as excessively protectionist. What is our next move, boss? Gu Xinhong inquired. Next, Chen Yang smiled at the question. We shall instill a sense of urgency in our creditors. Gu Xinhong was perplexed. What does it mean to instill a sense of urgency in creditors? We shall announce that we will not be receiving any guests in the near future as I embark on developing new products, Chen Yang declared. Gu Xinhong was stunned. Previously, there had been no mention of research and development. The company took such measures only when facing challenges. Was this not an open declaration that they were retreating? He urgently protested. This cannot be the approach, boss. It will erode the creditors' confidence in us. You are mistaken, Chen Yang remarked calmly. In the absence of new technology, one might be likened to a turtle retreating into its shell. However, with the advent of new technology, it becomes a groundbreaking revelation. Just wait and see. What are the likes of the Hanhai Group? Mere rural roosters and dogs. A certain devoted father once stated that compromise is a retreat for the sake of progress. A sentiment I wholeheartedly endorse. We too are retreating for advancement, coaxing the snake from its hole, compelling them to reveal themselves, lest we strike and leave it wounded for future troubles. Lu Wangshu felt a sense of bewilderment, sensing that Chen Yang had a particular target in mind. Yet he remained oblivious to whom it referred. Shall I announce this externally? Gu Xinhong hesitated before adding, however, such words might instill panic within the company. Let them experience a sense of crisis, Chen Yang replied with a smile. After all, this is merely a merger of several companies. If anyone chooses to resign, it would be tantamount to a layoff. Conversely, if they do not resign, this crisis, once weathered, will significantly bolster their confidence and sense of belonging to the company. It is a dual benefit. Gu Xinhong pondered, questioning whether this could truly be deemed a benefit, for in other companies, such upheaval would surely lead to disbandment. Yet, contemplating the uniqueness of the Shanghai Group, he suddenly recognized it as an opportunity, nodding in agreement. Then I shall proceed. Before long, the major circles of Yongqing were abuzz with news of the confrontation between the Hanhai Group and the Shanghai Group. Although the Shanghai Group had emerged spectacularly, promising limitless potential, many still regarded the venerable Hanhai Group as invincible, the local hegemon of Dongjiang. They did not believe Chen Yang could triumph. Messages continued to flood the Shanghai creditors group. Wang Yuzu, Brother Chen, how did you end up in a conflict with Hanhai? Zhao Shun, Brother Chen, what transpired? The Shanghai creditors group was established by Hu Guangyu, consisting entirely of Chen Yang's creditors. After including Chen Yang in the chat, Hu Guangyu granted him administrative privileges. Chen Yang, upon reading the notifications on his phone, responded earnestly. Everyone, there is no need for alarm. The Hanhai Group is but a trifling concern, unworthy of mention. If anyone has spare funds, you may lend me a bit more. Thank you. More borrowing? Many in the chat began to sweat profusely. It was not that they lacked faith in Chen Yang, but rather the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Hanhai Group. Shenwei, if President Chun can navigate through this crisis, our Shen family is prepared to increase our investment. Chen Yang replied, thank you, clasping his fists in gratitude. How considerate. As creditors, one must be self-aware and refrain from intimidating the debtor. Chen Yang grinned, but his smile quickly faded as some individuals displayed a lack of decorum. Lu Ming, President Chen, I urgently need funds for my business. Could you return my loan without interest? Zhao Huiyan, President Chen, I too require funds. What do you think? A multitude of unfamiliar creditors abruptly emerged. Evidently investors from that fateful Danyuan banquet. Despite their collective offering of 5 billion, Chen Yang was entirely unacquainted with them. Their lack of familiarity and the absence of respect raised questions. What did their sudden appearance signify? Were they attempting to undermine the morale of my creditors? Can I indulge you in this manner? Member Lu Ming has been muted by the administrator. Member Zhao Huiyun has been muted by the administrator. A member has been muted by the administrator. Member Chen Yang has gone mad, leaving the others in the group chat utterly astonished. For a long time, no one dared to speak. After a brief pause, Wang Yuzu tentatively began to type. Wang Yuzu. Everyone, please refrain from causing chaos at such a critical moment. Member Wang Yuzu has been muted by the administrator. What? I am on your side. Wang Yuzu was left dumbfounded, wishing to explain but unable to send any messages. In the group chat, well-meaning individuals began to clarify for Wang Yuzu. Zhao Shun, Mr. Chen. Old Wang is speaking on your behalf. Member Zhao Shun has been muted by the administrator. Lu Chuwei, Mr. Chen. Member Lu Chuwei has been muted by the administrator. Shunwei, Chen. Member Shunwei has been muted by the administrator. The group was left in utter disbelief, and for a long time, no one dared to speak. The entire chat page was filled with the records of the administrator's actions. After what felt like an eternity, Hu Guangyu, as the group leader, finally spoke up. Hu Guangyu, brother, dear brother, I am the group leader. Please do not mute me. Chen Yang? Hu Guangyu, brother, focus on your grand endeavors. Leave the group to me, and everyone will cease their ruckus. Chen Yang, all right. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, in the temporary residence of Xinghai Energy Company, Lu Washu was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Yang's phone screen, unsure of what to say. Is this how debtors bully their creditors? Are these creditors not a bit too pitiable? Chen Yang, however, coldly chuckled as he set down his phone, saying, a profit of 24, akin to usury. If I can lead them to prosperity, then I have done right by them. Do they dare to overstep their bounds? Lu Wangshu was at a loss for words. Yet, Chen Yang's reasoning held true. If someone could consistently deliver a profit of 24, there would surely be many clamoring behind them, pleading for support. Boss, I am off work now, Lu Wangshu spoke up. All right, be careful on your way home. It's far from the city center. Let Zheng Chang and the others escort you. Chen Yang waved his hand, indicating that he would find a place to continue playing on his phone. Lu Wangshu fell silent. Is this what you call focusing on research and development? Soon, Lu Wangshu returned home, only to find her father had come home early. I hear that Chen Yang has gone off to do research and development. Where is he? Lu Qiming remarked, glancing at the newspaper, taking a sip of tea, then spitting out several mouthfuls of tea froth. Indeed, he has merely changed venues for his activities. I cannot fathom his reasoning, Lu Wangshu replied with a hint of exasperation. One must admit, this fellow is indeed clever. Lu Qiming shook his head, stating, he has realized that Ha is targeting Xinghai? No, someone is using him to target me. He is attempting to force my hand. Targeting you? Lu Wangshu finally grasped the situation, yet remained puzzled. What are they targeting you for? You truly possess no political acumen at all. Lu Qiming shook his head and replied, I am fully aware of my purpose here, as is that individual. Have you not considered why, on the day following your capture, it was rumored that Chen Yang is to be my future son-in-law? What son-in-law? Don't speak nonsense. Lu Wangshu was immediately agitated. Lu Qiming's expression stiffened. Was that the crux of the matter? Speechless, he continued. What seemed like an accident before now appears to have been orchestrated by that individual, who has been waiting for this day, directing the blame squarely at me. Such a deep calculation. Lu Wangshu composed herself and inquired, why would he do this? Quite simply. Lu Qiming sighed, lamenting the lack of political insight in his daughter. If he succeeds, first, the Hanhai will expand rapidly, disrupting the balance, which will ensure his promotion next time. Second, even in the absence of new technology, should he manage to sway Chen Yang, he could seamlessly draw us into his fold. As long as I collude with him, he will remain unscathed for these few years. Is it all for a few years of stability? Lu Wangshu questioned, struggling to comprehend the extent of such efforts for seemingly little gain. What do you understand? Lu Qiming expressed a hint of disdain, stating, for those of us in our position, a few years can bring monumental change. And what do you intend to do? Lu Wangshu asked, intrigued. There are no choices. Lu Qiming replied solemnly. He has set the stage. Opting not to partake would mean defeat. Since he wishes to confront me, I shall make my stance clear tomorrow morning. Chapter 54. Point Settlement. The grand performance begins. In the early hours of that night, Chen Yang set down his phone, a smile gracing his lips. Ding. A notification echoed in his mind. Subsequently, a line of prompts appeared before his eyes. Monthly settlement commencing. Processing settlement. Settlement complete. Congratulations, host. You are in debt of 35.08 billion. earning 3,508,000 points. Total remaining points, 3,511,000 points. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, questioning internally. Why hasn't T. Huang Weiming's 7 billion been included? Upon examination, due to shares not being sold, there is potential for fraudulent actions. Thus, the share exchange promissory note mode cannot enter points settlement. The host may sell the shares and participate in next month's points settlement with a fixed amount of funds. Suddenly, Chen Yang comprehended the system's intent. This was a mechanism to prevent him from acquiring shares through exorbitant promissory notes, then holding the shares without selling, thereby circumventing the points system. In essence, transactions involving shares or tangible assets would only be calculated into the points settlement if they were genuinely sold and the funds received. Similarly, shares, antiques, and certain industries exhibit significant price fluctuations. In the system's view, only values tested by the market are deemed valid. A mere promissory note holds no significance. Although it came as a surprise, Chen Yang remained unperturbed. The 7 billion was, after all, an unexpected boon, even if he did not participate in this month's settlement. He would certainly partake next month. The points he had accrued for the technology he sought were already sufficient. Chen Yang promptly began to search for the technologies he required. The civilian-grade constant-temperature solid-state battery technology was priced at 2.8 million points. Its evaluation described it as a core-type constant-temperature solid-state battery developed by an obscure company. A replica of a certain battery, boasting exceptional cost-effectiveness. The cancer cell suppression liquid technology was priced at 700,000 points. Its evaluation indicated it was an accidental product of a biological gene laboratory, which, through the stimulation of its own genes, formed a suppressive effect on mutated cells, causing them to die off naturally. In the era of the galaxy, it was deemed worthless, yet now, it seemed to possess extraordinary value. With a click, the exchange was initiated. A torrent of information flooded into his mind. After a considerable time, Chen Yang revealed a look of astonishment. The cancer cell suppression liquid technology was straightforward, as its name implied, a reagent that relied on the stimulation of one's own genes to inhibit mutated cells, leading to their natural demise. Although much of the theoretical knowledge and technological background regarding human genetic science remained elusive, as the evaluation stated, it was an accidental product that did not necessitate extensive knowledge. Mastering the formula along with a basic understanding of human genetics sufficed for its production. The primary foundation lay in the biological energy provided by special microbial strains. With the biological energy injection in hand, the preparation of this substance was not particularly troublesome, though it was relatively costly. The expense of producing a single suppression liquid was approximately tens of dollars, significantly surpassing that of the biological energy injection. However, when compared to similar medications, it was exceedingly affordable. In an era where cancer treatments often exceeded hundreds of thousands, and even if cured, left lingering after effects and considerable depletion of vitality, this suppression liquid boasted no side effects. Yet, the challenge lay in its sales. This product was intended for the cultivation of a golden body. Chen Yang had not contemplated profiting excessively from it. After all, for the majority of families afflicted by cancer, they were already teetering on the edge of a precipice. To exploit them further would weigh heavily on his conscience. Conversely, pricing it too cheaply would also be problematic. While it might not yield substantial profit domestically, it could be lucrative abroad. Initially, he had agreed to entrust the Hu family with this venture, allowing them to oversee the international market and set the pricing as they deemed fit. As Chen Yang pondered, a plan gradually began to take shape in his mind. Having tentatively settled the arrangements for the cancer cell suppression liquid, he then turned his attention to the civilian-grade constant-temperature solid-state battery technology. The individual who designed this battery truly was remarkable. It could be said that during its initial design, it was never conceived as a mere battery, but rather as some form of device. Chen Yang found it incomprehensible. He only understood that the purpose of this invention shifted after its design and manufacture, gradually evolving through generations of upgrades and modifications until it ultimately transformed from a device into a civilian battery. This battery can release its power in an extraordinarily brief period, with a remarkably short charging time. If supplied with adequate power, it can be fully charged within just a few minutes without damaging the battery. It is a solid-state battery, distinct from traditional batteries that rely on chemical reactions for energy storage and release. Instead, it utilizes physical adsorption for these processes. Thanks to its innovative materials, it achieves an exceptionally high energy density. The core reaction is astonishing. As the battery autonomously activates when charged, stimulating its internal particles to achieve cooling, temperature regulation, and even the absorption of external heat for energy conversion, thus preserving its functionality in low-temperature environments. In simpler terms, this could be described as an intelligent battery or, perhaps, a living battery. Chen Yang found it challenging to articulate, or to put it another way, it is a self-circulating, adaptive battery that has undergone programming and activation. It is not intelligent in the conventional sense, nor is it programmed in the typical way, yet it bears similarities to both. The design and manufacturing philosophy are nothing short of exquisite. Chen Yang, immersed in knowledge for quite some time, ultimately displayed a look of admiration. Although the production cost of this battery is high, its lifespan is impressively long. According to the information available, a fully charged conventional automotive battery can enable a typical vehicle to travel between 400 to 700 kilometers, with a lifespan of 30 to 50 years under regular use. This is truly remarkable. Chen Yang's emotions were in turmoil. This indeed represents a groundbreaking advancement in battery technology. Once it is born, it will undoubtedly surpass all existing batteries in the market. Despite its higher cost, the exceptional performance and longevity make the price seem almost trivial. Without hesitation, Chen Yang found himself unable to sleep. He proceeded directly to the research center to begin duplicating various data on the new battery. This is a complex endeavor, one that he cannot accomplish alone. He needs to delegate tasks related to the battery to different individuals and mobilize the entire company to replicate it within just a few days. Meanwhile, as Chen Yang immersed himself in research, the following day, a new story erupted, shaking the entire Dongjiang region in the new energy sector. During the day's meeting, Chairman Liu Qiming conducted an inspection and guidance of various tasks in Dongjiang, ultimately delivering a speech regarding the new energy sector. The speech covered many topics, with the core message being transformation and policy support. The new energy sector would become the focal point for the transition from traditional energy in Dongjiang. Dongjiang will wholeheartedly develop the new energy industry and attract investments, inviting other enterprises in the new energy field to establish roots in Dongjiang. This news sent shockwaves through many. Those involved understood that a new competition had begun, with the grand overseer setting the stage and the chief conductor leading the performance. It was time to take sides. Chapter 55, The Rise of the Chief Family, Banks Pursuing Payments on the first day of August. The news reverberated through Dongjiang. This was a day that belonged to Liu Qiming. No one dared to raise a single question during the meeting, and any issues could only be reported gradually afterward. The Dongjiang trembles, with Yongqing at its very heart like a tempest. Various departments eagerly joined the discourse surrounding the meeting. Those possessing capability have already commenced their endeavors, seizing the opportunity to showcase their talents, while others, deeply entangled in the unfolding events, display unmistakable despair. The contest between the old and the new transcends merely the rivalry between renewable and traditional energy sources. It embodies the political choices faced by these individuals as they navigate between the new leader and the old administrator, aligning themselves and engaging in internal conflicts. It is uncertain who will emerge victorious between the two prominent figures, yet it is inevitable that those who falter in this process will face dire consequences. This phenomenon can be likened to collateral damage, or perhaps they were mere pawns sacrificed for the arrival of this very moment. On the afternoon of August 1st, Chen Yang convened the elite technical personnel of Shanghai Energy, and after signing an exceedingly stringent confidentiality agreement and promising substantial rewards, he began to delegate tasks, assigning various top-secret materials to distinct groups. New materials, innovative structural methods, and astonishingly adaptive core technologies left the technical staff in awe. Though each group received only a fraction of the information, even that was sufficient to inspire admiration, the boss did not merely spin dreams or boast. The company genuinely possessed groundbreaking technologies capable of dominating the industry, technologies that were nothing short of revolutionary. They became fervent, intoxicated with excitement, flooding into laboratories and pursuing their work with unrelenting zeal. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained at ease, aside from occasionally visiting the laboratories for oversight. He dedicated his time to the Biomedical Research Center, focusing on the formulation of a cancer suppression solution. Everything progressed slowly, yet simultaneously advanced at a rapid pace. Concurrently, on August 2nd, a fierce argument erupted within the Yuhai Group's internal meeting. It is said that the newly appointed leader, Fan Wenping, was furious, clashing vehemently with the head of the Qi family, the previous authority, Qi Ruihua. Ultimately, capital intervened, suspending Fan Wenping's position and temporarily reinstating Qi Ruihua as president. The Qi family's resurgence left many astonished and curious. What advantages did the Qi family present to gain the backing of capital? Amidst the collective confusion, a shocking piece of news erupted across various circles and the internet. The Qi family had filed a lawsuit against Chen Yang, chairman of Shanghai Group, claiming that the inception of the bioenergy injection solution originated from Yuhai Group. They asserted that Chen Yang, prior to his entrepreneurial ventures, was an employee of Yuhai Group, and that all achievements developed during his tenure belonged to Yuhai Group as per their agreement. Even the media interviewed Chen Yang, the head of the R&D department responsible for the case, outside the courthouse, as well as Chen Yang's former girlfriend, Jean Yalin. I can only say that Chen Yang's actions constitute theft, knowing full well that the ownership of the bioenergy injection solution lies with Yuhai Group. He unilaterally departed to start his own venture, appropriating technological. Such behavior is unforgivable, and we at Yuhai Group will pursue this matter to the fullest extent, Chen Yang declared, his words resonating with the reporters he had arranged, who nodded in agreement. The reporters then proceeded to interview Jean Yalin. Jean Yalin adorned herself in a fashionable manner, exuding an air of gentleness. With a heavy heart, she lamented, "I have been in love with Chen Yang for quite some time, but I never anticipated he would act in such a manner. I should have foreseen it. That day, he mentioned receiving a monetary reward from the company. I was curious and inquired about it, yet he remained silent, and that very day he resigned. Does that mean you two did not part ways?" A reporter inquired. "Of course not," Jean Yalin replied, her face clouded with worry. "Though he left without a word, we have never truly separated. I only wish he would step forward and surrender like a man. I am indifferent to what the future holds for him. I am still willing to be with him." "Goodness, it must be you," Chen Yang remarked, turning to look at her repeatedly, pondering whether this woman was truly capable of such theatricality. Has she ever performed for me? Could I have been deceived as well? The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. After all, if someone like Chen Yang could be fooled, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to be deceived too. Unbeknownst to Jean Yalin, her emotions had overwhelmed her, and as she spoke, tears began to flow. The reporter, moved by her display, also shed tears, repeatedly urging Chen Yang to surrender in the video. Subsequently, this footage was uploaded online, sparking a significant uproar. Such a thing exists? I never imagined there was such a story behind the bioenergy injection. Theft is truly disgraceful, isn't it? I believe since it was developed by Chen Yang, it shouldn't be classified as theft. How can it not be? There are merits to consider, and rewards and shares would be given. However, directly resigning and claiming the research findings is inappropriate. Indeed, if everyone were to act as he did, would it not mean that researchers in every company could simply abscond with their results? Who would then invest in research and development? This reasoning held merit. For if such actions were permitted, many scientists could easily take their research findings abroad. The bioenergy injection was priced exorbitantly. It seemed that the little people had become wealthy without foresight. If Yunhai were managing it, would it not be priced similarly to ordinary beverages? Then we could indulge in it daily. Support Yuhai Group. To be fair, Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend is truly beautiful. For the sake of his selfish desires, he even abandoned her. What a scoundrel he is. A massive outcry against Chen Yang erupted online, akin to the proverbial wall collapsing and everyone pushing him down. And if there were no one orchestrating the public opinion behind the scenes, could that be possible? Absolutely not. To seize the results, tarnish his reputation, and then let the bank pursue debts. What a cunning strategy. Chen Yang, who worked at the Biomedical Research Institute, took a moment to glance at the news, scoffing derisively as he carelessly tossed his phone aside. As he remained unresponsive, the online critics and self-righteous individuals intensified their vitriol. Meanwhile, the Hanhai Group evidently felt the timing was ripe. The following day, on the morning of August 3rd, a routine economic symposium took place. As the chief leader, Lu Qiming would not attend, and naturally, the meeting was presided over by the Grand Steward. The Grand Coordinator emphasized the need for a thorough regulation of the economic market during the meeting, denouncing the prevailing economic chaos and citing the legal disputes between Yunhai Group and Shanghai Group as examples. Ultimately, he stated, the current uncontrollable situation necessitates introspection, particularly within the banking and financial sectors. Have we conducted thorough investigations and assessments regarding loans? Is there any semblance of personal connections influencing these decisions? How could a new company be granted a loan of 200 billion? Should the individuals responsible for the reviews bear accountability? That afternoon, a representative from the bank arrived, none other than Zhao Chunlei, a familiar face to Chen Yang, a consummate professional, impeccably dressed in a suit. He exuded an air of elegance and solemnity. Upon entering the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute, He greeted Chen Yang with a smile and remarked with resignation, "Mr. Chen, I believe there are matters that need no further elaboration. Are we truly pursuing recovery?" Chen Yang took a seat in the lounge, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Zhao Chunlei. "It is unavoidable," Zhao Chunlei shrugged, stating, "There are regulations in place. When you initiated this lawsuit, we had the option to pursue recovery or not, but it is evident that recovery is now mandatory. How long can this be delayed?" Chen Yang inquired. "At most." Zhao Chunlei hesitated slightly, then replied, "Half a month? After all, the process of enforced recovery involves numerous procedures. That will suffice. Simply state that I refuse to repay, and let them enforce the recovery." Chen Yang smiled subtly, his air of confidence momentarily leaving Zhao Chunlei disoriented. On August 4th, a sensational piece of news reverberated through the political arena of Dongjiang and various circles, as everyone became aware that Chairman Liu had taken action. In a certain prefecture-level city of Dongjiang, an individual reported Hanhai Energy Group's subsidiary for allegedly harboring and condoning an illicit organization engaging in forced transactions and willful harm, alongside accusations of illegal detention, robbery, and destruction of others' business operations. There were even charges of provoking disturbances, obstructing testimony, aiding in the destruction of evidence, harboring, illegal occupation of agricultural land, and illegal mining, among a plethora of other incidents. From 30 years ago to the present, numerous cases had accumulated, with evidence amounting to several baskets. On August 5th, a Monday, during an anti-corruption meeting, Liu Qiming presented the Hanhai Energy Group subsidiary incident, directly criticizing all present. He spoke candidly, "The Hanhai incident is by no means an isolated occurrence. It is not confined to a single prefecture-level city. As a pillar enterprise of our province, we must nurture its growth with care while simultaneously employing decisive measures to eradicate its malignancies, ensuring that the enterprise benefits the people rather than dominating them." The chain reaction triggered by the Hanhai incident is profoundly serious, as the allegations implicate numerous high-ranking officials. Therefore, it is inappropriate for us in Dongjiang to handle this matter. It is non-compliant and cannot silence the voices of the masses. I have approved this matter for escalation. A dedicated inspection team and colleagues from the Anti-Corruption Bureau will take over. Until the investigation concludes, I urge everyone to stabilize the work environment and attitude, manage public sentiment and online discourse, and maintain the economic stability of Dongjiang and the associated industrial chain. Comrades must always bear in mind the formidable nature of public opinion. I will now call out the names of those comrades who should remain. The others may disperse. It is said that someone fainted on the spot during the meeting. The subsequent news caused a stir across the province, eliciting both expressions of relief and profound sorrow. By the cool pavilion along the banks of the Daong River, Dai Xiangdong cast a handful of bait into the water, softly lamenting, "A storm is brewing. Do we have any confidence?" Beside him sat an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, holding a fishing rod in his left hand and a teacup in his right. "Perhaps in 70 to 80% chance," he replied. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiangdong fell into deep contemplation, stating, "The boss mentioned that the superior of Chairman Liu is nearing the end of his strength. If we can just hold on for a little longer, in 2 months, the inspection team will have to leave. Is it truly that easy to stall? Their objectives are clear. They aim to uncover the truth about you. What use is it to sacrifice a pawn?" The elderly gentleman shook his head and sighed. "Why did you choose this path? Do you regret it?" "Regret? What is there to regret?" Dai Xiangdong chuckled lightly. "I was merely a secretary to the boss back in our hometown, during a time of poverty. To be honest, it was my own folly that led me astray. When the boss discovered my indiscretions, he raised me high and set me on the right path." "Set you on the right path?" The elder shook his head. "In the vast sea of affairs, whose is it ultimately? Yours or his? Do you not see the distinction? What does it matter whose it is?" Dai Xiangdong cast another handful of bait. "The power in my hands, that is undoubtedly mine. Perhaps it fundamentally belongs to him. Yet when he does not wield it, it is solely mine." Indeed, the elderly gentleman pondered for a moment before nodding. To have enjoyed such glory for so many years, moving ancestral graves thrice, one can consider it a legacy worth cherishing. This life has not been lived in vain. "Yes," Dai Xiangdong affirmed. "Now, I have no choice. I have prepared a fallback plan. Who could ever suspect that Zhao Jiashan, President Zhao, was once my own brother back in our hometown? Over 30 years ago, our household registration was altered. No one can discern it. They only know that Dai Xiangshan has passed away. What can I do for you?" Yao Jiashan sighed. Over the years, the two had scarcely kept in touch. and no one knew they were siblings. It was a twist of fate at that time. The big boss worked within the law enforcement system, and Dai Xiangdong served as his secretary. Following Dai Xiangdong's misfortune, the big boss discreetly supported him. Dai Xiangdong was always thoughtful and suspicious, questioning whether the boss had any unsavory tasks for him. Yet he found himself with no choice. To prevent implicating his family further, he devised a means to change his household registration. From that moment on, his brother Dai Xiangshan became Zhao Jiashan. Under the guidance and influence of the boss, he thrived, discreetly aiding Zhao Jiashan along the way. After decades, both stood atop the commercial pinnacle of Dongjiang, one as the chairman of Hahai Energy Group, the other as the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce and chairman of Jianshan Real Estate Group. This splendid Daong landscape was developed by the Jianshan Group. The reason lies in Dai Wenbin's desire for a residence overlooking the majestic Yong River. Zhao Jianshan, as his uncle, willingly fulfilled his nephew's wish. To avoid detection, he even constructed 3 additional villas for sale. You need not do anything. Dai Xiangdong stared at the bait in his palm, lifting it to his nose to catch a whiff of the unfamiliar, fishy odor, and he gently closed his eyes. Let us act as though I do not exist as your brother. Today marks our final encounter. The pretext is your visit regarding the debts owed by Bei Yuan following the incident at Hanhai. What debts are there? This is a coming-of-age gift for Wenbin, Zhao Jiashan exclaimed. Agitated. Enough. Dai Xiangdong cast the bait aside, slightly raised his hand to halt Zhao Jiashan, and said calmly, the sentiment is what matters at this juncture. Is it appropriate to quibble over such details? This estate is worth 10 billion. I shall instruct the finance department to transfer the sum to you. Consider this 10 billion as Wenbin's token of filial piety towards you. If nothing goes awry, this amount is trivial. If calamity strikes, this sum will still benefit our Dai family. Zhao Jianshan fell silent, understanding that Dai Xiangdong's words signified they were in a perilous situation. In the past, inquiries into Hahai had occurred, yet Dai Xiangdong had always dismissed them with disdain. However, this time was different. He had even devised an escape plan. Wenbin had already gone abroad. Should I encounter misfortune, he may never return. Our family's legacy now hinges on you. Brother, Zhao Jiashan, after many years, finally called out. Dai Xiangdong was moved but turned away, rising to leave. Zhao Jiashan reached out, wanting to call him back, but words failed him. Dai Xiangdong paused, not looking back, and spoke solemnly once more. The Jianshan Group rightfully belongs to our Dai family. You must safeguard this foundation. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. This is a hypothetical. If we are discovered, seek out Chen Yang. Seek him? Zhao Jianshan queried, puzzled. He is crucial. The disparity between him and Chairman Liu appears vast. Yet fundamentally, there is no difference. If the boss loses, kneel before him, lend him all your money, and thereafter, survive on the interest. Zhao Jiashan left Bei Yuan in a daze. The company received 10 billion, yet he wore no smile. Standing before Dong Yuan, gazing at Chen Yang's residence, he could not help but smile ruefully. Should defeat occur, not only would he sell the company to lend money to Chen Yang, but he would also have to beg him to accept it. It seemed that class distinctions were stark, and everything was absurd. This was the brutal reality. Chapter 57. How much have I sacrificed for you? On the morning of August 8th, the Dongjiang Business Exchange Conference commenced. On this day, business owners and executives from various industries in Dongjiang arrived at Jiashan International Hotel. During the conference, representatives from leading enterprises delivered speeches, earning fervent applause, culminating with Zhao Jianshan addressing the assembly. Having held the esteemed position of president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce for an extended period, he commanded unparalleled respect. Zhao Jianshan remarked, the times are changing, and technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace. People's living standards are continually improving. As merchants, we must not rest on our laurels. Counting our profits, we must strive to be at the forefront, guiding, enhancing, and creating better living environments, standards, and comforts for the populace. We must address urgent needs and fulfill essential requirements. Since ancient times, merchants have constituted a vital part of human society, playing an indispensable role. The economic situation in recent years is well known. It cannot be characterized as good or bad solely due to our actions. It is the international climate, particularly the sanctions and oppression imposed by the Western Bloc led by the United States, that has led us to this point. Should we, as merchants, simply resign ourselves to fate? Absolutely not. We must respond to the nation's call and to Chairman Liu's directives regarding the layout of various industries within the province. undertaking comprehensive improvements and self-examinations. In these challenging economic times, we must diligently enhance ourselves, augment our competitiveness. In certain sectors, should heed Chairman Liu's advice to undergo a complete transformation, shifting their focus from low-end manufacturing to high-end production, and gradually transitioning from traditional energy sources to renewable alternatives. Zhao Jiangshan's speech was lengthy, yet its essence remained unchanged, consistently supporting Chairman Liu. His stance left the audience somewhat perplexed. Hadn't Chairman Zhao previously sought to foster relationships with the Hanhai Group? Was there truly trouble brewing for them? Confusion mingled with shock. Many pondered deeply, their expressions shifting. The applause erupted, fervent and enthusiastic. Following the exchange, the interview segment commenced, with reporters approaching Zhao Jiashan for various inquiries. Ultimately, one reporter posed the question, "Chairman Zhao, what are your thoughts on the lawsuit between Xinghai Group and Yuhai Group?" To be candid, I have no particular opinion. Zhao Jiashan responded with a smile. As I am not well versed in the particulars, I cannot offer insights. However, I do have thoughts regarding Chen Yang. The reporters and attendees alike were stirred, their eyes fixed intently on Zhao Jiashan. His demeanor grew icy as he disdainfully remarked, "Chen Yang is cunning and duplicitous. To my knowledge, he possesses not a single cent of his own. All his assets are borrowed under various pretexts. I am unaware of the ownership of his products. But his arrogance is evident. As the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, I have long awaited his visit, as our chamber has always prioritized nurturing the younger generation. Yet he seems to hold us in contempt. He is solitary and never shares any equity. He only seeks unsecured loans, transferring all risks to his creditors. I harbor no favorable views of him. As a people's entrepreneur, if one is unwilling to share wealth, then they are incapable of achieving great things." At his words, the audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Many were left bewildered, staring blankly at Zhao Jiangshan on stage. What new game was this old fellow playing? At this moment, when allegiances must be declared, he stands with Chairman Liu, only to later viciously kick at Liu's son-in-law. What is he doing? Engaging in a reckless dance on the precipice of death? What absurd maneuver is this? As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Jiashan rubbed his face and gazed into the mirror in the restroom, letting out a resigned sigh. How could he be oblivious to his actions? His only intention was to excel. If Dai Xiangdong's employer emerged victorious, that would be manageable. You would have nothing to lose. However, should Chairman Liu triumph and gain insight into the dynamics between himself and Dai Xiangdong, he would be compelled to approach Chen Yang. But merely kneeling, would that suffice? For no reason at all, especially since the other party is not in want of money, must he submit simply because he borrowed from them? How ludicrous. What if they refuse? He must ensure that he serves them to their utmost satisfaction. What constitutes true satisfaction? What significance does a stranger kneeling possess? It must be predicated on having first offended them, thus allowing the other party to savor a sense of conquest, fulfillment, superiority, and even a mindset of needing to elevate him, so that he would kneel before them daily, acknowledging their prowess. Only thus can stability be achieved. With a heavy heart, Zhao Jiangshan's mind conjured the visage of Zhao Qiwenqing. "My son, all of this is for you. What does this old dog mean? When did I ever offend him? Damn it. How dare he speak of me in such a manner? Must I then seek him out? What? Does he possess some extraordinary power that warrants my attention? How shameless, relying on age and status." Yet, truth be told, Zhao Jiashan indeed acted upon this. The vitriol of others failed to capture Chen Yang's attention, for he was well aware of their machinations. But when an unexpected individual, a supporter of Lu Wangshu's father, emerged and unleashed a torrent of invectives directed at him, how could he endure it? Chen Yang was immediately thrown off balance. He retrieved his phone and opened the creditors chat group, fully aware that traitors and spies lurked within. Whatever he uttered in this group would undoubtedly be disseminated. Chen Yang treated this chat group like an online press conference. "Chen Yang, damn that old dog. Relying on age and status, tell him to watch out." The group members, despite having witnessed Chen Yang's audacious antics before, they were still taken aback. They knew precisely who he was referencing. Though he did not name names, the news was already erupting. Anyone following the discussions knew the context. Indeed, within mere minutes, the news spread. The rebellious creditors in the group had harbored resentment towards Chen Yang for quite some time, had they not feared the repercussions of not receiving their money. They would have publicly denounced him long ago. In the group, they were meek and cautious, afraid of being silenced, yet on the internet, they struck with full force. Immediately, a flurry of sock puppet accounts began posting screenshots online. The online community is in a frenzy, with various circles buzzing. Even Zhao Jiangshan, who had long been mentally prepared, is seething with anger. This person, how can they be so infuriating? Just thinking about the possibility of having to kneel before him is unbearable. I can't go on living like this. Zhao Qiwenxing, you little beast, how much have I sacrificed for you? Days have passed, and on this particular day, Chen Yang received two pieces of good news. The first was that a sample of the newly developed constant temperature core battery had been successfully produced. The second was that the inspection team had been secretly investigating across various regions and seemed to have obtained crucial evidence. It was rumored that this evidence could implicate several subsidiaries of the Hanhai Group in a scandal that would ultimately reach the parent company itself. In an instant, a storm was brewing, and the entire Yong city was once again shaken, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. No one expected Chairman Liu to wield such ruthless tactics and act with such speed. Was this evidence hastily uncovered? Impossible. Everything is a game of strategy, conflict, and compromise, with turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath a calm surface. Is a decisive battle imminent? Chapter 58. How many 30s does life bestow? Chen Yang chose to disregard the matters concerning the Hanhai Group. This was a move orchestrated by Liu Wangshu's father, and Chen Yang had already witnessed Liu Qiming's methods, which had effectively dismantled the Hanhai Group in less than half a month. This was not merely the superficial disintegration of a pillar enterprise of the province. The fiercest battles occurred in the shadows, where the world could not see. Throughout the Dongzheng region, reports surfaced sporadically of individuals being taken away for investigation, one after another. Like a game of hot potato, the Grand Commander had devoted nearly his entire life to managing Dongjiang, crafting the ironclad Jiangdagang, which was no easy feat, with internal defenses as solid as a fortress. Yet, within this seemingly impenetrable bastion, Liu Qiming managed to strike at various points across the province, easily turning the tide and shattering the once dominant Jiangda gang into fragments. His political acumen and swift, decisive actions astonished everyone. With Liu Qiming leading the charge, Chen Yang found himself in a position where he needed to do nothing but allow victory to come to him effortlessly. The subsequent plan had already been set in motion. According to Liu Washu, once the inspection team's evidence arrived, a comprehensive investigation of the Hanhai Group's headquarters would commence, likely taking only 3 to 5 days to uncover everything. The Grand Commander was already in a precarious position. He had two choices: to sever ties with the Hanhai Group, or to seek support from above to suppress the matter. The first option was precisely what Liu Qiming desired. Should the Grand Commander distance himself from the Hanhai Group, his prestige would be utterly diminished, and he would find himself merely biding his time in this position for the next 3 years, potentially relegated to an insignificant department awaiting retirement in the near future. The second option is one that Liu Qiming wishes to avoid. The Jiang University gang has reached its current position through considerable effort, and the chief steward stands firm at Dongzheng like a mountain. However, struggles necessitate a careful weighing of pros and cons and must remain within certain limits. Should the conflict escalate, it would be detrimental to all involved. In the interest of stability, those in power will undoubtedly contemplate the necessity of extensive actions amidst the current chaotic international political landscape. If such measures are taken, the chief steward may indeed temporarily maintain the situation, but this would merely shift the struggle from the shadows to an even darker realm, where desperation reigns. Having reached a dead end, he would have no choice but to take risks. Even the possibility of future repercussions would not deter him. Liu Qiming cannot accept such an outcome, as it would not only endanger him, but also put his beloved daughter at risk. Yet, this is beyond his control. Once the chief steward secures support from above, compromise becomes inevitable. This urgency explains Liu Qiming's rapid actions. He aims to resolve the situation decisively before anyone else can prepare or make a firm decision. According to Liu Washu, after the comprehensive sealing of Hanhai Energy, the entire company will be nationalized, and many unnecessary industries will be auctioned off at low prices to attract investment from outside the province. The intention is to thoroughly cleanse the residual issues left by the Hanhai Group and to stimulate Dongzheng's economic potential, enabling it to catch up with or even surpass neighboring provinces in the realms of new energy, traditional energy, and basic materials. However, this endeavor will require time. Resolving matters with Hanhai may take 3 to 5 days, with a week needed for processing. But the influx of external capital and the reshuffling of industries related to Dongzheng Energy and Hanhai will necessitate a minimum of 2 to 3 months. Perhaps this time frame is swift for their level of engagement, but Chen Yang cannot afford to wait. What a joke. If this old guard remains in position for a few more months, will I still be able to conduct my business? Will I still have access to my funds? Will I retain my points? Without further ado, Chen Yang made his way to the research center of Shanghai Energy Technology Company. The first product was born, followed closely by the initial batch of experimental items. He needed to conduct tests, gather data, and present it forcefully to Lu Qiming, asserting that regardless of its stability, his technology would send shockwaves through the global new energy sector, leaving all competitors reeling. Such is his audacity. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Yang, as he immersed himself in product testing, the external environment was rife with turmoil. Evidence was on the verge of delivery, and anxiety gripped the members of the Jiang University gang. Those who had not yet been apprehended were in communication with the chief steward. He rubbed his temples. Weariness etched across his face. The tide of defeat was evident, and morale had dissipated. His secretary stood nearby, filled with concern. But what was there to fear? I have not yet descended into chaos. The chief officer let out a cold snort, then dismissed his secretary and picked up the phone, dialing a number. Shortly, the call connected. Old leader, there's no need to elaborate. You haven't held on for 2 months. Is this how you pursue your career? The chief officer fell silent. Was it his weakness? No, it was the adversary's might, so formidable it was preposterous. No wonder the higher-ups opted to parachute in someone with the surname Lu. Old leader. I said there's no need to say more. Handle the situation at Hanhai properly. Leave no traces. Chen from the Religious Affairs Bureau is retiring, and you were to take his position. The line went dead. The chief officer remained quiet once more. After a lengthy pause, an expression of fury crossed his face. He slammed the phone down. For him to be assigned to the highest deputy position, was this not a mere exile? But what was he to do? Spend his days with a group of bald men practicing vegetarianism and chanting? How many eyes were watching the drama in Dongjiang? If he accepted, what would he become? It was blatantly an invitation to retire. Leader. His secretary rushed in. The chief officer raised his hand in signal, closed his eyes, and pondered for a long while. Have Dai Xiangdong come to see me? Directly? The secretary was taken aback. Just have him come. Yes. Soon, Dai Xiangdong hurried into the grand building, following the secretary to the office door, where many were astonished to see him. It seemed they were all questioning. Why are you here? How dare you come here? Indeed. How could he dare? A sense of foreboding surged within Dai Xiangdong. Come in. The deep voice resonated, still as authoritative as ever. Dai Xiangdong involuntarily bent his back, opened the door, and closed it behind him. Sit. He dared not take a seat, only managing to perch nervously at the edge of the chair. We've known each other for over 30 years, haven't we? Yes. Dai Xiangdong quickly replied. Over 30 years ago, when you were looking for a secretary, I happened to be working at the unit and caught your eye. How swiftly time flies. The chief officer rose, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing out the window, reflecting, how many 30 years does one encounter in life? I remember when I first assumed the role in the Enforcement Bureau, you were just an ordinary officer. 30 years have flown by, and now I occupy this position while you have soared to become the chairman of Hanhai Group. Life is indeed wondrous. The future is always unimaginable. Chapter 59. No one can remain aloof. Leader, it is all thanks to your support. Otherwise, how could I have achieved my current standing? You know I am merely an ordinary person, lacking such capability. Dai Xiangdong humbly placed himself low, his words laced with flattery. Yet the chief officer replied coolly. You possess talent. If you lacked ability, how could your brother have attained the presidency of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce? Thud. Dai Xiangdong's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. The leader observed his subordinate, whose mind was momentarily blank, unable to utter a single word. Rest assured, the chief said, waving his hand in a dismissive manner, his tone somber, I am not so base as to resort to such depths. Your ability to conceal matters is commendable. Yet you must comprehend my intent. What merits has the Dai family to possess both the Hanhai Group and the Jiashan Group? Has your ancestral grave begun to emit smoke? No, it is I who bestowed upon you all of this. Now, what can you offer in return? Dai Xiangdong felt an overwhelming weakness envelop him. After a prolonged silence, he closed his eyes and replied tremulously, Everything I possess is a gift from you, leader. Thus, I shall offer all that I have. Excellent. No one knew the substance of their conversation, nor the emotions with which Dai Xiangdong exited the office. What was known, however, was that the following day, prior to the arrival of the inspection team bearing evidence, Dai Xiangdong voluntarily confessed. The news erupted online that day. Shocking many, the chairman of a pivotal provincial enterprise had turned himself in. This revelation left a significant number of people astounded. Yet a small faction exhaled a sigh of relief, their previous gloom lifting momentarily into smiles. However, their smiles were short-lived. 1 hour after Dai Xiangdong's confession, a catastrophic explosion occurred at the Weiming New Energy Company located on the outskirts of Yongcheng. Some attributed the disaster to a raw material explosion, while others speculated it was due to a buildup of new energy batteries in the warehouse. Regardless, the deafening roar reverberated through the vicinity, and the inferno proved insatiable. In the aftermath, the entire Dongjiang region trembled. In Lu Qiming's office, he smashed the cup in his hand, consumed by fury. What does this mean? What is he attempting? Is he aware of the implications of his actions? Has he lost his sanity? He is not a young man. Does he truly possess no boundaries for the sake of power? Beside him, Secretary Zhang trembled in fear, understanding the gravity of Lu Qiming's words. This explosion and fire were poised to ignite a nationwide media frenzy. Dongjiang would become the center of attention. From top to bottom, all eyes would be fixated on this place. The ramifications transcended mere casualties and property loss. The explosion had occurred at a new energy plant, marking a significant blow to the industry. After all, who would dare purchase new energy products if the batteries exploded before leaving the factory? For Lu Qiming, who had only recently publicly advocated for and urged Dongjiang to transition toward new energy development, this represented a dual catastrophe in terms of policy and prestige. Particularly for Lu Qiming, the stakes were immense. It was crucial to note that Dai Xiangdong had already been apprehended, while the other half of Weiming New Energy's shares resided in Chen Yang's hands. To outsiders, Chen Yang was merely Lu Qiming's son-in-law. This series of blows could obliterate half of Lu Qiming's political future. Severe. Exceedingly severe. As expected, within 10 minutes, a barrage of phone calls flooded in, and Lu Qiming's expression darkened progressively. Ultimately, he was compelled to concede. Yes, I will handle this matter appropriately. Then, Lu Qiming took a deep breath and issued a command. Arrest all suspected individuals, including shareholder Chen Yang and former shareholder Huang Weiming. Until the investigation is complete, they must not leave the site of law enforcement. Yes. Secretary Chen hurried away. Lu Qiming clenched his fists in anger, remaining silent for a long time. Everything had come to naught. He never anticipated that the opponent could be so ruthless, capable of such extremes. What difference was there between this and mutual destruction? The higher-ups would never let him off the hook. Retirement was once within reach, but now, meanwhile, the inspection team, en route to Yongqing, received a phone call that altered their course, directing them to the airport with evidence in hand. In the Grand Chief's office, he once again answered that call. The voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Are you out of your mind? What are you trying to accomplish? You've placed us all in a precarious position. Do you wish to perish? If you seek death, why not hang yourself, take poison, cut your wrists, or leap from a building? Why are you doing this? I must save myself. The Grand Chief calmly replied, at this moment, no one can remain uninvolved. Help me extricate myself from this predicament, or I can assist you in retiring early. The other party fell silent, unable to respond, and ultimately hung up the phone. The situation seemed to evolve in ways no one had anticipated. By noon that day, Chen Yang had been arrested, and naturally, Lu Washu and several other executives could not escape their fate. Huang Weiming was apprehended, as was Lu Suxin, and even Li Ran, the newly appointed husband, was taken into custody. It was not a simple matter of being placed in a detention room. They were brought to a secluded location where investigations commenced. Public discontent surged, and the media erupted. No one would conceal anything at this juncture. Soon, preliminary investigation results were made public. The development history of Weiming New Energy was first disclosed, detailing the relationships between executives and the former chairman, explaining the reasons behind stock fluctuations, and clarifying the connections among the individuals involved. Following the press release, discussions ignited across the internet. Is it Star C Group again? Is this never-ending? The lawsuit with Yuhai Group is still unresolved. Isn't it? This is outrageous. Li Ran, Chen Yang's classmate, the husband of a billionaire heiress, truly a winner in life, living off others. What on earth is Chen Yang's connection? How is he so untouchable? Numerous incidents occur, yet he remains unscathed? It seems Star C has significant issues, facing multiple crises. Half of Weiming's shares belong to Hanhai Group, which has already encountered trouble, with Chairman Dai Xiangdong having surrendered to authorities. Does that not implicate Chen Yang as a partner? How can a mere biological energy injection elevate someone to such heights? What lies hidden behind this? What kind of relationships does Chen Yang possess? What past dealings are concealed in the shadows? The rewards from Yunhai Group alone should not suffice to establish a company. The rapid ascendance of Star C Group to such a colossal entity is simply preposterous. Where did his initial funding originate? A thorough investigation into Chen Yang is imperative. The storm of public opinion has once again been subtly steered towards him by unknown figures. It is evident that, from the perspective of those behind the scenes, Chen Yang is pivotal to this affair. Perhaps it will not be long before the source of Chen Yang's first fortune and his identity as the son-in-law of the speaker are unveiled. When that moment arrives, under the weight of public scrutiny, Lu Qiming will have no choice but to concede, while Chen Yang may be compelled to barter his technology for his freedom. This is the machination of those lurking in the shadows. The reason they have refrained from direct exposure is to wait for Lu Qiming to voluntarily withdraw and admit defeat. Struggle entails compromise. One cannot push too hard. Even if the truth were to come to light, the repercussions for Lu Qiming would not be catastrophic. Yet it would establish a formidable adversary ever watchful over him. Thus, those in the background will not opt for immediate revelation, they seek a comprehensive victory. To win would be to achieve a grand slam, obtaining everything. To lose, however, would mean losing it all, leaving one with nothing. Regrettably, those orchestrating events have underestimated the technology under Chen Yang as command. So, this is the game you wish to play? Very well. Today I shall enlighten you on what it means to deliver a dimensional strike. Chapter 60, An Eye-Opening Experience. What? That brat wishes to see me? What is he meddling with now? Just as Lu Qiming exited the press conference, he was incensed upon hearing Secretary Zhang's words. Son-in-law? What son-in-law? Isn't he merely a creditor? What do I owe him? This son-in-law is someone others may desire, but I wish to avoid any entanglement with him. Truly. What a calamity. Lu Qiming clutched his forehead in the car, feeling a throbbing headache. However, considering that his daughter was still with Chen Yang and his associates, he hesitated slightly before stating, "Let us pay him a visit. I am curious to see what he has to say." "Certainly," the driver replied. And the vehicle soon arrived at the detention location. Entering the courtyard amidst the salute of law enforcement personnel, Lu Qiming immediately spotted Chen Yang reclining on a lounge chair, swaying gently while indulging in grapes offered by his daughter. Fury surged within him. He was genuinely enraged. Lu Qiming could swear that he had never witnessed such filial piety from his daughter, who he had raised with care. What merit does Chen Yang possess? Step aside. He advanced and yanked Chen Yang upright, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? What are you still enjoying? Why was I summoned here?" He vowed that throughout his political career, he had always maintained composure, unflinching even in the face of calamity, yet before this young scoundrel, he found it impossible to remain collected. Lu Washu, the quintessential obedient daughter, straightened up upon the arrival of her father. Chen Yang leisurely rose, smiling as he said, "I have something wonderful to show you." "What could possibly be so wonderful?" Lu Qiming frowned and inquired, "Have you unearthed some crucial evidence?" "No." Chen Yang extracted several pages from his pocket and handed them to Lu Qiming, grinning. "What need have you for evidence?" "Upon revealing this item, I shall candidly declare that the fire was indeed ignited by me, and that the factory was obliterated by my own hand." "So what?" Lu Qiming's lips twitched in response. He realized that this young man was truly audacious. Initially, he had intended to use this opportunity to enlighten the lad, but now, he found himself in quite an awkward predicament. After the young man was apprehended, Lu Qiming had hoped it would serve as a valuable lesson, yet, remarkably, the individual remained unabashedly arrogant. What a wretched creature. How could he be so nonchalant? What could his daughter possibly see in him? Is he truly the legendary yellow-haired one? Might he one day utter an unexpected declaration to me? With a tumultuous heart, Lu Qiming gazed at the paper in his hand, and the more he scrutinized it, the more disconcerted he became. His brow furrowed in astonishment, followed by disbelief. Could this be real? His voice trembled slightly. He understood all too well the implications of this discovery. The rapid release of power and the remarkably brief charging time. This was a genuine solid-state battery, employing an entirely different method of physical adsorption for energy storage. The unprecedented core adaptability allowed the battery to maintain a constant temperature, absorbing thermal energy in high-temperature environments for energy conversion, while automatically caring for itself in colder conditions. The most astonishing aspect was its storage capacity, which was tenfold that of existing batteries, with a lifespan extending to 30 to 50 years under regular use. A creation that transcends eras. A technological marvel of unparalleled advancement. How could this be? Although it was difficult to fathom, Lu Qiming did not believe that Chen Yang would deceive him, especially at such a critical juncture. This must be authentic. It represented a groundbreaking technology capable of astonishing the world, revolutionizing the renewable energy sector, and facilitating the immediate upgrade of numerous systems. It is indeed real. Chen Yang smiled confidently and stated, "Now, if I were to claim that the fire at Weiming was set by me, what would you say?" To which Lu Qiming responded with enthusiasm, "I can only commend you for your audacity. The old technology is being supplanted by the new. What purpose does the old serve? Weiming has been destroyed. Let it be a spectacular firework signaling the dawn of a new era in renewable energy. However, that fire was not ignited by me." Chen Yang replied coolly. Lu Qiming's smile faded, replaced by a grave tone. "I am well aware of that. Rest assured, someone will pay dearly for this. And the cost will be substantial. When will the technology be disclosed?" Chen Yang inquired once more. "Not yet. We must wait a little longer." Lu Qiming shook his head. "The technology is far too advanced. Firstly, it can be utilized in military applications. The rapid release and storage of energy, along with adaptive temperature regulation, are crucial for the electromagnetic and laser weapons we are currently developing. Moreover, this cutting-edge technology can also rejuvenate older products, enhancing performance and endurance, effectively replacing traditional fuel sources and transforming our transport and combat vehicles into those powered by renewable energy. Moreover, it finds application in the aerospace industry, as low-temperature automatic maintenance significantly enhances the lifespan of batteries. This advancement could lead to a comprehensive transition to such energy sources for various aerospace applications. Considering that space embodies the ultimate low-temperature environment, does this imply that I will not profit from this technology?" Chen Yang was left speechless. "Not necessarily." Lu Qiming pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is the expected lifespan under normal usage, without the assistance of the core and the low-temperature maintenance?" "The lifespan should range between 10 to 20 years. However, with low-temperature maintenance, it can be extended. For instance, in polar environments, the lifespan can reach 30 years. And in the vastness of space, it could potentially reach an extraordinary 50 years. Yet, under everyday conditions, the duration is not so lengthy. In summer, maintenance is absent, and only winter allows for slight upkeep. Overall, the lifespan hovers around 15 to 25 years," Chen Yang contemplated in response. Hearing this, Lu Qiming chuckled and remarked, "First, make the battery smaller. Second, avoid exaggeration at the press conference. Rather, present it in a more modest light. Third, refrain from disclosing the core functionalities for the time being. Fourth, prioritize supply for national needs. Then, my friend, you will be ready to hold a press conference for sales. This truly is a rare opportunity." Chen Yang smiled helplessly, realizing that not only must they refrain from boasting, but they must also understate the facts. The users must ultimately experience the reality for themselves. After all, one must leave some breathing room for other enterprises. It is unrealistic to claim total monopoly and obliterate all competitors. It suffices to say that you dominate the market while allowing others a sliver of opportunity. Understood. A smaller battery will reduce endurance, granting charging stations their own chance. And the rapid charging and energy release should be presented in a less favorable light, while the battery lifespan should be discussed as if lacking the core. Chen Yang nodded and then asked, "What comes next? Do you require my assistance with matters in Dongjiang?" "No need." Lu Qiming took a deep breath, grappling with feelings of both joy and discomfort, a rather intricate emotion. "Alas, I intended to broaden this young man's horizons, yet it turned out he opened my eyes instead. So be it. All challenges will soon be resolved, and the time for the hunt is at hand. You shall endure for just 2 more days. Thereafter, I shall treat you to a meal in the capital." "The capital? Indeed, I underestimated you. Rest assured, after this endeavor, your path will be forever altered. You shall roam freely in the domestic market. It is a promise." Chapter 61. The Minister desires to fight to the death. Why does your Majesty rebel? Lu Qiming departed with the testing report in hand. There was no doubt regarding the authenticity of the report. At this juncture, Chen Yang would never resort to deceit. Lu Qiming arrived in haste, yet he departed with an air of tranquility, moving at a much slower pace, even instructing the driver not to rush and to prioritize safety. Chen Yang was indifferent to external matters. The subsequent tasks requiring his attention were minimal, primarily the responsibilities of Lu Qiming. Seizing the opportunity with all the executives present, Chen Yang decisively gathered them into a room to hold an internal company meeting. Gu Xinhong and the others were astonished, while Jiang Lihai appeared somewhat speechless. "Brother, boss, what time is it? We've been apprehended. Do you still have the heart to convene a meeting?" However, when Chen Yang produced another testing report and laid it before everyone, they couldn't help but hold their breath, their hands trembling as they fixated on the document. Initially, They exchanged it among themselves, but soon their impatience grew, and they all clustered together, intently examining the data on the report, exclaiming in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be true. It's utterly outrageous. Is this real? High-speed energy release, rapid charging, a conventional lifespan of 1,525 years, storage capacity tenfold that of current technological standards. And even this unheard-of core adaptability. My heavens, this must be a fabrication. Boss? The group turned their eager, expectant gazes towards Chen Yang, yearning for a definitive answer. It is indeed real. Chen Yang affirmed with a nod, smiling as he declared, the finished products are already in the laboratory. And the first batch of prototypes has completed testing. With just a command from me, we can directly modify the production line and stockpile raw materials for mass production. Insanity was the immediate thought shared among them. It was that their boss had lost his mind. They felt they might be losing theirs. The boss had always claimed to possess technology, but was this it? Was this what he referred to as new technology? This was unequivocally cutting edge. Steady now. Gu Xinhong was particularly animated, as he was the head of Shanghai Energy Technology. He recalled the subtle hints his boss had given him that day and realized that this black technology had perfectly validated his suspicions. The boss intended to eliminate all competitors, compelling them to kneel before him in submission. What do you mean by steady? Jiang Lihai and the others inquired, puzzled by Gu Xinhong's cryptic remarks. Gu Xinhong, feeling no need for further concealment, burst into hearty laughter, standing tall with exuberance as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, Shanghai is still in its infancy. And who better than me to be its first valiant champion? Rest assured, boss, I will handle everything. Tomorrow, no, once we are out of here, within a single day, I will have every executive in the new energy sector kneeling before you to speak. They will all perish, not a single one shall survive." Hiss. What? The group gaped at Gu Xinhong in shock. Lu Washu's expression was particularly peculiar. She had overheard her father's conversation with Chen Yang and recalled that they had agreed to leave some room for other enterprises. Why was there now talk of complete annihilation? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling perplexed. Was this manager he had chosen truly trustworthy? Did he really intend for everyone to kneel before him? Goodness, was he after his life? Was this fellow a traitor? Why is everyone silent? Are you all not inclined to speak? Why are you not laughing? Is it that you were simply not born to smile? Gu Xinhong felt an overwhelming sense of pride, his initial thought being that these individuals were envious of him. Yet, the boss remained silent, and everyone stared at him in a daze. He quickly regained his composure as the heat of his technologic excitement began to dissipate, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ha ha ha. He chuckled awkwardly, his laughter gradually fading, until he finally bowed in apology, saying, "I apologize, boss. I acted impulsively. This technology is so powerful it clouded my judgment." Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, "It's understandable. After all, you've been in the battery industry for decades without significant results. It's akin to Fan Jin winning the imperial examination. It's only natural to be overwhelmed. It's good that you've managed to regain your composure. What do you understand?" Gu Xinhong felt a surge of frustration within, pondering the solitude of life, realizing that his fervor had been undermined by his own boss. "I am prepared to fight to the death. Why does your majesty rebel?" He mused, suddenly experiencing an epiphany. He understood now. The boss desires discretion in their endeavors. Eschewing publicity. It is essential to achieve results without tarnishing their image. One must have their cake and eat it too, even while indulging in vice. One must maintain a fade. No wonder the boss, despite his youth, commanded authority while he, at his age, remained merely a manager. With this realization, Gu Xinhong's demeanor became markedly more composed, though a deeper vigilance flickered in his gaze. This boss harbored ulterior motives. He must remain cautious, lest he be betrayed. Chen Yang, oblivious to Gu Xinhong's inner musings, gestured for everyone to take their seats, rapping the table and stating in a solemn tone, "The technology has emerged. And the product is ready, yet numerous issues require our resolution. Boss, please guide us." The gathered individuals sat upright, listening intently. The battery's performance was excessively superior. A complete product could not be launched into the market. Instead, it could only be manufactured and sold to relevant organizations with designated personnel to oversee this aspect, requiring no further involvement from them. However, the products intended for market release necessitated their input. "I have demands, and you shall provide solutions. First, ensure the survival of related industries, such as charging stations. We cannot allow our battery's emergence to precipitate their downfall. Second, maintain vitality within the new energy sector. We cannot permit our product to render our competitors unemployed. This aligns with higher directives. Technological advancement must be gradual. Our technology is revolutionary. A sudden release could devastate the entire industry, leading to its demise, which is clearly unacceptable. Now, I have outlined my requirements. Let us discuss how we shall resolve these matters. Chen Yang reclined, sipping tea and surveying the assembly. A profound silence enveloped the room. Lu Washu blinked her large eyes and suggested, "What if we use ultra-small cups, akin to biogenic injection solutions? It is feasible, yet also presents challenges." Gu Xinhong, possessing considerable experience, furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is undoubtedly true that reducing battery size to limit range will diminish energy storage capacity. However, this does not address the fundamental issue. After all, there will inevitably be individuals who equip their vehicles with 2 or even 3 batteries. Moreover, these batteries are not solely for vehicles. Electronic products like smartphones will also require them, exposing the situation directly. How shall we resolve this?" Chen Yang inquired, his brow knitted in concern. "By decreasing energy density and restricting the rapid charging and discharging capabilities." Gu Xinhong contemplated. "Once we impose limitations in these 2 areas, the solution becomes clearer. We can set exorbitant prices, leaving our competitors with a temporary lifeline. I have reviewed the new materials used in the batteries," he continued. "We can leverage this to claim that these materials are costly, thereby offering various sizes, medium, large, extra large, and supersized, each at different price points. By positioning ourselves above the current highest-priced products, we can effectively impose restrictions." At this point, Gu Xinhong grinned and added, "Additionally, this approach presents a lucrative opportunity for us." Chapter 62. Indeed, you are a genius. Yet, another concern arose. Lu Wangshu raised her hand and said, "What about the battery lifespan? Should we also impose limitations? Would cutting corners not elevate the risk factor? Furthermore, if the battery life is short, selling at a high price may prove challenging." "That is a valid point." Chen Yang stroked his chin, pondering, "Do you have any suggestions?" Lu Washu straightened her posture and proposed, "I believe we can find a compromise. For medium and large electronic product batteries, as well as electric bicycle batteries, we could cut costs and eliminate core functionalities, thereby reducing energy density and lifespan. After all, the risks posed by the malfunction of such small items are minimal. For the extra-large and supersized industrial batteries and electric vehicle batteries, we should rent rather than sell them. The longer their lifespan, the more profit we accrue. What do you think?" The group stared at Lu Washu, astonished. "Incredible," they thought. "You are truly remarkable." Chen Yang led the applause, exclaiming, "As expected of you, Lu Washu. You truly are a genius." The others joined in the applause, their expressions a mix of astonishment and reluctant admiration for the cunning yet surprisingly sound idea. They had pondered extensively without identifying any glaring flaws. Gu Xinhong lauded, "I have long heard General Jiang Lihai refer to Miss Lu as the phoenix chick of our Shanghai. Initially, I was skeptical, but today's revelation has confirmed her reputation." Jiang Lihai chimed in with a smile, "Indeed. Are you aware of the ultra-small vials of bioenergy injection fluid? Do you know why they are so diminutive? That was Miss Lu's idea. She is a true prodigy in business, always brimming with innovative concepts. At one point, we were distressed over how to sell a bottle of water for 200 yuan, but a single suggestion from Miss Lu enabled us to sell it for 600. Unbelievable, the cunning merchant." The crowd silently gasped, yet dared not express it aloud, their voices filled with praise. Lu Washu appeared somewhat bashful. Yet as she observed Chen Yang's thumbs up and the praises from the crowd, she could not help but feel a surge of secret joy within her. At crucial moments, who else could they rely on but me? Subsequently, Chen Yang organized the tasks, and the meeting officially adjourned. After exchanging pleasantries with the law enforcement personnel outside, everyone returned to their confinement. Meanwhile, undercurrents stirred in the outside world. Lu Qiming made 2 internal calls from his office. One call reached the capital, creating a localized tremor. Lu Qiming received a definitive answer, revealing a satisfied smile. The other call went to the Hu residence, where the elder Mr. Hu answered. The specifics of their conversation remained unknown, but moments later, Mr. Hu also wore a relaxed and joyful expression. "Grandfather, what is the matter?" Hu Guangyu, ever dutiful, often visited to share porridge with the elder while discreetly gathering information. "Good news, my boy. It seems I shall finally have some respite," Mr. Hu cryptically arranged. "If all goes well, your esteemed elder brother will be out tomorrow. You must go to welcome him. From now on, our Hu family shall look to him for sustenance." Hu Guangyu, upon hearing this, was elated and inquired, "Is Chairman Lu going to win?" The elder chuckled heartily, offering no further elaboration. Hu Guangyu inhaled sharply, a mix of joy and astonishment washing over him. Could Chairman Lu truly be so formidable? It was well known that the explosive revelations had turned the tide dramatically, causing the inspection team to return to the capital with the evidence in tow, while Chairman Lu found himself at the epicenter of the storm, with the Jiang faction seemingly victorious. Currently, a multitude of creditors were demanding repayment, and had it not been for his swift impersonation of Chen Yang to silence them, chaos would have ensued long ago. As far as Hu Guangyu was aware, even the Xin family and Wang Yuzu's circle held little hope for Chen Yang's victory. Yet now, Chairman Lu had managed to turn the tables? How had this been accomplished? His gaze instinctively shifted to the elder. The elder, aware of his unspoken question, merely smiled and remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall stage a grand performance. You need only go and greet him, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Chen Yang is no ordinary individual. This turnaround is largely due to him." Wow, Chen Gu is that impressive? Hu Guangyu was taken aback. Such a level of chaos and intrigue. And Chen Gu could influence the outcome? It seemed utterly preposterous. The following morning, Lu Qiming presided over a conference on investment attraction and economic exchange at the Hanhai International Hotel. This establishment, renowned for its opulent decor and spacious halls, far surpassed Longan International. With Hanhai Group now state-owned, the management from top to bottom had undergone a complete overhaul. As various dignitaries entered the venue, when the designated time arrived, Lu Qiming and the chief steward made their appearance, taking their seats in a central position amidst a thunderous round of applause. Firstly, Lu Qiming delivered a speech, reiterating familiar themes primarily aimed at attracting investment and showcasing the business environment and advantages of establishing factories in Dongjiang, alongside supportive policies. Subsequently, the Grand Chancellor spoke, offering little elaboration, as matters of this magnitude cannot be overtly discussed at their level. However, the atmosphere shifted with the third speaker, Cui Yiping, the Deputy Chancellor of Dongjiang Province. Responsible for judicial matters, stability, and production safety, he directly oversees law enforcement. Cui Yiping, a veteran of Dongjiang, has collaborated with the Grand Chancellor for many years and is secretly a core member of the Jiang faction. It can be said that the Grand Chancellor has significantly contributed to his current standing. Standing at the podium, Cui Yiping initially spoke at length about Dongjiang's business environment and the secure foundation for economic development. Yet, as he neared the conclusion of his address, he uttered a remark that took many by surprise. The business environment in Dongjiang is beyond question, and there is little need for excessive concern regarding safety. Most importantly, one need not worry about profitability when operating a business in Dongjiang. To my knowledge, Chen Yang, the head of Shanghai Group, has been engaging in high-interest loans to invest in Dongjiang, which clearly indicates substantial profitability. Chen alone has created numerous job opportunities and supporting industrial chains in Dongjiang, representing viable avenues for investment and growth. I have heard that many companies and individuals have lent to Chen Yang, including, but not limited to, the Xin Group, Yunhai Group, Wang Real Estate, Longan Hotel, Yonghua Construction, and private lender Hu Guangyu, who is likely well known to all. This serves as undeniable proof of Dongjiang's favorable business environment. Does it not? What might seem a jest elicited no laughter from the audience. The mention of specific names served to underscore the final reference to Hu Guangyu. Who is Hu Guangyu? He is the cherished grandson of the elderly vice-chancellor overseeing economic affairs. What does this imply? It is a subtle admonition directed at Lu Qiming. The opposition, noticing Lu Qiming's reticence the previous day, has grown impatient and intentionally highlighted the financial ties between Chen Yang and the Hu family during today's meeting. The underlying threat is unmistakable. Should Lu Qiming continue to resist, they will promptly unveil further revelations. A hush fell over the room. Lu Qiming glanced at the Grand Chancellor, who, remaining silent, returned an unwavering gaze, conveying a multitude of unspoken sentiments. Since my grandson has been mentioned, allow me to share a few words. Suddenly, the elderly Hu rose, his voice steady, yet to the ears of the Grand Chancellor, Cui Yiping, and others, it resonated like thunder. This is problematic. The situation has taken an unexpected turn. How dare he? Chapter 63. With the fall of one whale, all things flourished. The auditorium was eerily quiet, with all eyes fixed ahead, breaths held in suspense. For those unacquainted with such dynamics, it appeared merely as a change of speaker, yet for those well-versed in these matters, the tension in the air was palpable. Old Master, who ascended the stage step by step, standing before the microphone amidst the complex expressions of Chui yipping. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to you all in Dong Jiang. His tone was notably calm, yet beneath this calmness lay a profound sense of nostalgia. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past as he remarked, Dong Jiang is indeed a wonderful place. It may amuse you, but I came here as a refugee. I still remember the time before it opened up. My hometown, Handong, was ravaged by natural disasters, first a severe drought followed by devastating floods. The government was unable to intervene in time. I lost my home, my father drowned, and my mother perished from hunger on the road. She deceived my brother and me, claiming she had already eaten. In our desperation, we did not question it, and consumed all the bread we had. Many were fleeing that year, and my brother and I received kindness from numerous strangers along the way. We rode on donkey carts and helped carry luggage, receiving some food in return. What struck me most vividly was arriving in Dongjiang, where the people displayed remarkable kindness. After 3 days of hunger, we encountered a benefactor who offered us each a bowl of thin porridge. This benefactor was merely an ordinary individual, the director of a supply and marketing cooperative, who passed away over a decade ago. My brother and I made a special trip to pay our respects, bowing in gratitude to our savior. The porridge was indeed thin. I counted. There were precisely 107 grains of rice in the bowl. The audience listened in silence, none daring to interrupt. With a sigh, the old man continued. Yet, this benefactor provided porridge for half a month, exhausting his rice supply, and was subsequently dismissed from his post. It was through those 2 bowls of thin porridge that my brother and I survived. Nearly 50 years have elapsed in the blink of an eye. In Dongjiang, I have received assistance from countless individuals. It is truly a land of remarkable talent and virtue, populated by sincere, genuine, and kind-hearted people. That year, my brother and I took refuge in the home of the village chief in Laoyang village, a man of great integrity who, aware of our plight, provided us with food and shelter. We assisted him with work and ran errands around the village, gradually becoming familiar with the entire community. After the old village chief passed away, the villagers, unable to agree on who should succeed him, ultimately chose me for the position, recognizing my standing in the community. Thus began my journey into politics. From village chief to my current role as deputy chief, overseeing the economy of an entire province. I have encountered numerous benefactors along the way. I am eternally grateful to the people of Dongjiang for granting my brother and me a chance at life. As I ascended the ranks, I vowed repeatedly never to bring harm to the citizens of Dongjiang. My brother also ventured into business, and decades have swiftly passed. It would be impossible to claim that I have not assisted him. Everyone is well aware of the circumstances. Yet, I still dare to assert with conviction that throughout my life, I, Hu Junmin, have never committed any wrongdoing. Master Hu's voice resonated loudly, reverberating through the air, silencing the crowd even further. His imposing presence, with a raised hand and clenched fist, instilled a sense of awe among the members of the Jiangda gang, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. The impact was profound, grand, and majestic, a reflection of a clear conscience, echoing for miles, and striking deep into the soul. The elder remarked with a hint of indifference, my brother has also made a fortune, yet due to our timid natures, after several decades, our assets amount to merely 30 to 40 billion. Some outsiders, taken aback, raised their heads in astonishment, unaware of the underlying circumstances, their surprise palpable. At such a lofty position, one would expect a brother's fortune to be greater than 30 to 40 billion. Was assistance truly rendered? Meanwhile, the locals, well aware of the intricacies, understood that the elder's presence served as a stabilizing force, shielding his brother from unforeseen risks and ensuring a steady increase in wealth, albeit without direct aid. After all, in the span of 4 to 5 decades, for a business or enterprise to endure, it must be underpinned by capable individuals, especially in today's climate of rapid asset inflation. Which of these were not worth hundreds of billions or even a trillion? These were among the first to venture into commerce and had already established themselves. Even accounting for annual inflation, assets have multiplied significantly. Moreover, there have always been individuals managing these affairs. The wealth of the Hu family is pristine. This was the immediate thought of the assembly. After all, with the Han Hai Group leading the way, having achieved nearly a trillion in just over 20 years, the disparity is stark. Soon after, Elder Hu spoke of the economy of Dongjiang. When the organization approached me for a discussion, they asserted that the economy of Dongjiang is vibrant, worthy of investment and diligent management. When I was promoted to oversee Dongjiang's economy, I harbored numerous aspirations and ambitions to repay the region that saved our Hu family. But 5 years have passed. What have I accomplished? I have merely occupied my position, living in mediocrity, consumed by frustration. I am powerless. At this juncture, amidst the attentive gaze of the chief steward, elder who struck the podium and exclaimed, "Is the economy of Dongjiang truly vibrant?" No. Beneath the surface of this seemingly buoyant civilian economy lies the unyielding fortress of the Han Hai Group's Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, a vested interest group centered around Jiangdabang, characterized by superficial calm and underlying bureaucratic stagnation. It is the economic conglomerate forged by the once ambitious chief steward, who, in his prime, led the rise of Dongjiang, transforming it into a pillar of support before the entire nation, creating the illustrious Han Hai Group that we once took pride in. It is a legacy we now hesitate to relinquish, resting upon past glories while lamenting the bygone brilliance, all the while entrenching ourselves in monopolistic endeavors. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Everyone in the hall could not help but rise, their shocked gazes fixed upon Elder Hu at the podium. What was this? What was he attempting to convey? Could such words be uttered at this juncture? The chief steward's hands trembled, the corners of his eyes twitching, as he struggled to maintain composure, to reflect, to remain calm. Times have indeed changed. Old Master Hu rapped on the podium and intoned, "Dongjiang no longer requires a colossal pillar enterprise. What it needs is a whale's fall nurturing myriad life, a flourishing of private wealth, and a true contest of 100 schools of thought. Attracting investment? What kind of commerce are we courting? What capital are we inviting? We seek innovative business models and dynamic capital. Now that Han Hai has vanished, Dongjiang is poised for vigorous growth. Here, as an elder entrusted with economic affairs, I sincerely hope that you all remain to contribute to the construction of Dongjiang. There is no need for you to fret about the future." At this juncture, Old Master Hu cast a glance at the nearly intolerable Grand Manager. He smiled, a broad and hearty smile. "For 5 years, I have occupied my position without merit, subsisting on kanji daily, and I am quite discontent. Today, I, Hu Zhenmin, call for the Grand Manager's retirement." The hall fell into an eerie silence, soon erupting into a cacophony of astonished murmurs and fervent discussions. This meeting had undeniably left an indelible mark on many. All present felt a shiver run down their spines, their faces flushed, emotions turbulent, their bodies trembling with excitement. Such a spectacle was destined to remain unspoken of outside these walls. Yet they were witnesses to Old Master Hu's self-sacrificial act, a testament to his integrity as he dragged the Grand Manager down with him. This scene would resonate in their hearts and on their lips, unforgettable for a lifetime. Chapter 64. I point at you, and you self-destruct? The conference on attracting investment and the exchange of old and new economies concluded. It felt abrupt, leaving a sensation akin to a tiger's head and a snake's tail. However, all participants felt their attendance was worthwhile. Such an unprecedented event had scarcely been witnessed before, marking a first within the nation. This was a formidable clash among provincial heavyweights, with both Chui Yiping's address and Old Master Hu's soul-stirring roar echoing in the ears of the attendees. Why did Old Hu act thus? What was his intention? Defying authority and directly self-destructing in such a public forum to oust the Grand Manager was terrifying. This was no mere political elite. This was political terror, self-destruction at the slightest provocation. Who could endure such volatility? His actions had sealed his fate, regardless of the Grand Manager's standing. Old Hu was destined to fall from grace, with no possibility of a gentle retirement, the best outcome being his resignation. This explains why he was labeled as self-destructive or as one willing to perish alongside the Jade. Those present were both astonished by the day's events and in awe of Old Hu's courage to sacrifice himself for the greater good. It was ruthlessly bold. With the Han Hai Group's troubles, the Grand Manager had already become a thorn in the side of the upper echelons, a bane to Dongjiang's development. Everyone believed the Grand Manager had been ruthless enough, igniting the warehouse of waning new energy, thereby narrowly securing a victory just yesterday. However, everyone failed to anticipate that today, Chairman Lu Qiming would escalate matters further, dragging Old Master Hu into a devastating confrontation. Who could possibly withstand such ferocity? Even if the Grand Chancellor is known for his integrity and exemplary reputation, today's incident could irreparably tarnish his political future. Not to mention that the Grand Chancellor is already mired in a quagmire, desperately seeking a way to survive. Old Master Hu's maneuver was akin to delivering a crushing blow to the Grand Chancellor's head with a sledgehammer. How could he possibly recover from such a setback? The Grand Chancellor remained silent. He refrained from taking the stage once more to offer explanations, for it would be futile. With Old Master Hu's audacious act, even 1,000 words would fail to clarify the situation. It was over. For a fleeting moment, despair engulfed the Grand Chancellor. An avalanche of emotions surged within him, laden with thoughts left unspoken in unforeseen circumstances. Why? I merely initiated a remark about the Hu family, targeting Lu Qiming, and yet you, old Master Hu, have chosen to self-destruct alongside me? At your age, how can you be so resolute? Are you a landmine, waiting to explode at the slightest provocation? The Grand Chancellor was equally perplexed by Lu Qiming's intentions. What was he attempting to achieve? Was he playing a dangerous game? Did he truly care so little about the exposure of his daughter and Chen Yang? Was he utterly unconcerned about the ensuing public scrutiny? Was he so committed to his own integrity that he would jeopardize his political career? The Grand Chancellor vacantly exited the hall, followed only by his wary secretary and driver. Not quite a pariah, but he was undeniably at the end of his tether, the tide of fortune having turned against him. Lu Qiming's victory was assured. At this juncture, no one dared approach him. He had always been surrounded by admirers, engaging in light-hearted banter while strategizing about the world. In stark contrast, his current state appeared almost ludicrous. Once in the car, he closed his eyes and remained silent for an extended period, just as the driver and secretary were about to inquire. He let out a deep sigh and said, "Contact Lu Qiming. I wish to meet with him." The secretary promptly reached out to Lu Qiming's assistant. And after a brief exchange, they arranged a meeting place, the North Garden of Dongxingjing. Specifically the pavilion where Dai Xiangdong and Zhao Jiashan had fished a few days prior. As the car set in motion, the Grand Chancellor gazed quietly out the window, observing the scenery. Towering buildings, bustling streets, rats scurrying into sewers, a grand sports arena, well-paved roads traversing Yong City, roadside greenery, pedestrians, delivery riders on electric bikes, quarreling women, and elderly men smoking, all captured his attention. He pondered silently. How long had it been since he had taken the time to consider the lives of the common people? He found himself questioning, yet no answers came. Observing the elderly man smoking and another playing chess, he mused that perhaps in retirement, he too could enjoy such a life, provided his chess companions were of similar rank and stature, as he would not be found on the streets, but rather in a nursing home. He would never have to worry about sustenance or care in his twilight years. This was the reward bestowed upon him by the state. Witnessing the women on the street bickering over the meager prices of vegetables, he was reminded of his wife, an elegant woman even in her advanced years, who had always spoken softly and possessed a refined education, making any quarrel unthinkable. This was his happiness. Observing the greenery along the roadside, he recalled the dilapidated roads from his early working days, where a mere half-hour ride could leave him sore, often enduring long journeys merely for the sake of labor. This was his original aspiration. Watching the delivery riders on bicycles, he felt compelled to inquire whether they could provide for their families. If they earned enough to meet their needs, and if life was burdensome, this was his responsibility. Yet, he found himself unable to ask. He had never thought to inquire before, and now there would be no opportunity to do so. The towering buildings stood as symbols of his past. The rats in the gutter represented his present, while the bustling streets embodied the future of Dongjiang. The car came to a halt. Upon disembarking, the chief steward made his way to a pavilion and took a seat. A stone table held some tea, though the leaves were somewhat inferior, merely froth remained. Perhaps Mr. Lu indeed looked down upon him, for he had been so engrossed in his duties that he had consumed even the specially sourced tea to its last drop. A wave of shame washed over the chief steward. "You are right. I am not as significant to Dongjiang as I once was. No, you were once of great importance." Lu Qiming would never deny the accomplishments and merits of others, sincerely stating, "For nearly 2 decades, everyone has witnessed your contributions to Dongjiang. Your achievements cannot be dismissed." But what of now? The chief steward mused self-deprecatingly. What of now? Lu Qiming shook his head and replied, "You must understand that no matter how significant you once were, today, Dongjiang does not consider you essential. Indeed, I am no longer essential." The chief steward lamented, gazing at Lu Qiming. "Are you so confident that after I am cornered, I would not reveal everything?" "You likely would not." Lu Qiming shook his head. In his heart, even without the technology provided by Chen Yang, he would not concede defeat. And arriving at this point was inevitable. "I am 70% certain you will not, but the emergence of this matter renders all our struggles seem futile." Lu Qiming placed the battery inspection report on the table. The chief steward picked it up and glanced at it for a moment, then suddenly self-mockingly chuckled. "So that's how it is. You have triumphed, and you have found a good son-in-law. You should be grateful to me." Lu Qiming was well aware of why he would say such a thing. Chen Yang and Lu Washu had never been together. It was all mere gossip. Even he had only realized this later. And the one spreading the rumors was the very person before him. Lu Qiming earnestly stated, "Indeed, I should thank you, but not for orchestrating their union, rather, for your years of dedication and effort towards Dongjiang." The chief steward was taken aback. Lu Qiming rose and stated, "Achievements are achievements, and mistakes are mistakes. The organization does not entertain the notion of balancing the two. However, the organization has instructed me to convey my gratitude to you, Comrade Chen Yang. You have fulfilled your historical mission. You may now rest." In an instant, Chief Chen Zhang's eyes glistened with tears. The organization still recognized his efforts. Chapter 65. Do you truly feel so esteemed now, boss? In a secluded corner of Yang City at a temporary detention facility, the enforcement officers finally exhaled in relief as they received their orders, smiling as they opened the door. Chen Yang and the others stepped outside, where vehicles awaited them. Several bodyguards had driven the cars over, accompanied by Hu Guangyu, Wang Yuzu, and others. "Boss, Brother Chen, little Brother Chen." The crowd surged forward, enveloping Chen Yang and his companions. As the enforcement officers departed, the group engaged in animated conversation. "Something monumental has occurred. It's utterly outrageous. Old Hu is truly formidable." Voices rose in excitement, recounting the events of the assembly. Chen Yang and his companions felt a blend of joy and astonishment. He is stepping down? Dongjiang is on the brink of a new era. "Boss, we are about to soar," one voice proclaimed. To be frank, Old Hu is indeed impressive. The discussions flowed, and Chen Yang couldn't help but give Hu Guangyu a thumbs up, declaring, "Your family, the Hu clan, are all heroes, truly remarkable." Hu Guangyu beamed with pride. He had just received the news and felt a mix of shock, joy, and pride, while secretly pondering, is that why the old man is drinking porridge? Is it true? Wasn't it due to the little maid's culinary skills? Who would have thought the old man was so formidable? I never saw it coming. He usually keeps to himself, hardly uttering a word, yet he can engage in such high-stakes maneuvers, directly pulling the other party into self-destruction. I underestimated this old man. The group continued their lively discourse as they boarded the vehicles, heading straight for Dongyuan, with Hu Guangyu having received prior notice. The culinary team at Dongyuan had already prepared a sumptuous feast. When Chen Yang and the others arrived, exquisite dishes adorned the table. They freshened up and eagerly began to relish the grand banquet. "What do you think the outcome will be?" someone inquired curiously during the meal. Chen Yang turned his gaze towards Hu Guangyu, the only one present with the acumen to understand the political intricacies. Lu Washu was not a reliable source. Being a political novice, Hu Guangyu, hearing the question, set down his chopsticks and replied in a hushed tone, "To be honest, I inquired a bit. If he had escalated the situation and made such a fuss, the Hanhai group would have had no ties to him, and he wouldn't bear the blame. At most, he would have faced a reassignment. The worst-case scenario would have been a change of retirement location. But now, the situation is different. With the explosion at Weiming New Energy, he has blown things out of proportion. Now, not only is retirement out of the question, but he is also bound to face imprisonment. Imprisonment could be a blessing." Huang Weiming exclaimed in anger, "Do not speak of my Weiming being destroyed. Even if it were not, how could the Hanhai group possibly be unrelated to him? If it were indeed unrelated, would that scoundrel Dai Wenbin dare to deceive me so brazenly? That is no longer your Weiming." Hu Guangyu rolled his eyes and continued, "You may not believe it, but according to the information I have received, the inspection teams and various investigative groups have truly turned the place upside down. They have found nothing amiss. Although they may have a fondness for power, they are genuinely disinterested in money. Since its inception, the Hanhai group has been utilized by him numerous times as a tool to expedite development in various aspects across the previously employed counties and cities, as well as the entirety of Dongjiang and Yongcha. It can be said that without his strategic leveraging of Hanhai to invigorate the Dongjiang economy, Hanhai would not have reached its current stature. Conversely, without Hanhai, Dongjiang would not have experienced such rapid growth. He accelerated Hanhai's expansion, continually infiltrating various regions of Dongjiang, ultimately revitalizing the entire area. Of course, this was over a decade ago. The present situation in Dongjiang is entirely different. Hanhai now holds a monopoly, with collusion rampant across regions, and the economy resembles a stagnant pool. This may well be the aftermath of excessive capital exploitation. Hu Guangyu lamented, adding, "The tail cannot shed its weight. Those who once supported him now follow closely behind, all indulging in excess. Yet, like Hanhai, they remain utterly obedient." Perhaps he is well aware of this, but chooses to ignore it. The heart and the back of the hand are both flesh, without the resolve to make sacrifices. The ultimate outcome is collective downfall. With the demise of Han Hai, he too must retreat, and all those implicated will be uprooted, leading to a complete renewal of Dong Jiang. We are on the brink of the best times ahead. The crowd shared in his sentiments. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Chen Yang and the others, surprised, approached the entrance, only to find the person kneeling before them as they reached the door. The crowd was startled, and Chen Yang took a couple of steps back, casting an uncertain glance at the elderly Zhao Jiashan. "Old man, are you attempting to swindle me?" Zhao Jiashan offered no explanation, merely stating plainly, "Mr. Chen, I have sold all my shares in the Jiashan Group, holding 63 of the shares, approximately worth 55 billion. I have heard that you are in need of funds for development, and I wish to lend you money, hoping only that you will accept it." Lend money to Chen Yang? While kneeling, the crowd was left in stunned silence, all eyes fixed on Chen Yang. "Boss, are you truly that esteemed now?" Gu Xinhong exclaimed in shock. "He has to kneel just to lend you money?" He had even contemplated borrowing from his own salary to lend to the boss at interest. But now it seemed nothing more than a dream. Impressive. Huang Ruiming and Li Ran exchanged glances, feeling as Chen Yang's creditors that he was indeed granting them face by not requiring them to kneel. "No. Wait. What is this kneeling nonsense? This is utterly absurd. What madness is this? Who would kneel and plead for a loan?" The surrounding crowd felt as though they were losing their sanity. Lu Washu cast a peculiar glance at Chen Yang. Even she thought he had gone too far. While it was typical for him to bully debtors, this was excessive. Was it not? Was he not degrading the very essence of humanity? Contemplating this, she looked at Zhao Jiangshan, who was kneeling on the ground, unable to suppress a sense of disdain. At his age, how greedy could one be? All for the sake of interest? Though the interest might be a tad excessive. Such behavior was utterly ludicrous. Chen Yang, however, regarded Zhao Jiangshan with a flicker of suspicion. He sensed something amiss. While it was plausible that someone might seek him out for a loan after weathering a crisis, kneeling and begging, how absurd. Just as he was about to inquire further, two figures approached from the side. It was Lu Qiming and his companion. Their despondent demeanor, upon witnessing Zhao Jiangshan's position, elicited a self-deprecating smile, and they exchanged a few hushed words with Lu Qiming. Initially taken aback, Lu Qiming soon broke into laughter. He spoke, accepted. At this, Chen Yang and the others turned in astonishment. How could Lu Qiming and his companion be present here? As they contemplated approaching to greet them, Lu Qiming waved his hand, signaling for Chen Yang to come forth. He whispered a few words into Chen Yang's ear. Chen Yang, suddenly enlightened, nodded and said, "Old Hu, help Mr. Zhao to his feet. I will accept the money." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiashan exhaled in relief, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if the world around him had become infinitely spacious. Who could fathom the tension he felt upon seeing those two formidable figures moments ago? "Chen Yang, would you indulge me in a brief conversation?" The forlorn figure suddenly inquired. Chen Yang glanced at Lu Qiming, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to respond with a smile. "If you have something to say, how could I not listen?" Chapter 66. If everyone in the nation would lend me money. The Grand Manager sighed, saying, "I find myself merely a person who has erred. Whether you choose to converse with me is entirely at your discretion. I merely wish to express some sentiments." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang adopted a more serious demeanor, gesturing for those in the East Garden to proceed with their meal, while he continued forward with the two men. At that moment, Lu Wangshu, feeling uneasy, hurried after them. Under the reproachful gaze of her father, she clung to his arm, leaving him no choice but to shake his head with a smile. While others struggle to develop their companies, akin to trudging through a mire, even with my support, Han Hai Group merely moves at a quicker pace. Yet you, my friend, seem to be sprinting as if something perilous were pursuing you. Although I do not comprehend your urgency or your willingness to resort to high-interest loans for rapid growth. As an elder of Dongjiang, I feel compelled to share a few thoughts with you. Please, go ahead. Chen Yang nodded in response. First, lay a solid foundation. Second, prioritize people. The Grand Manager's gaze grew distant as he continued. Running a business may not equate to holding a position of authority. Yet the essence of existence remains unchanged amidst the ever-evolving world. The core, unaltered by the shifting external environment, is human nature. Engaging in the study of historical texts reveals that the struggles between individuals ultimately rely on a finite array of strategies. The chronicles bequeathed by our ancestors serve as a comprehensive guide. What constitutes the foundation? It is unnecessary for me to elaborate. The more robust the foundation, the fewer the vulnerabilities. In the current geopolitical landscape, while the West incessantly seeks to impose restrictions upon us, and despite economic challenges, we have not succumbed to collapse like other nations. This resilience is attributable to the solid groundwork we have established. In the realm of business, the same principle applies. Raw materials and various ancillary factories form the bedrock of your enterprise. You may delegate these tasks and share the wealth, yet it is imperative to maintain the initiative and, indeed, the control. Hanhai Energy possesses numerous promising industries that could prove beneficial to you, whether in mineral extraction or oil and chemical resources. Their utility will manifest in due course. Thus, I personally advise you to secure these assets while the opportunity presents itself. With the assistance of Speaker Liu, the acquisition should be effortless. Such favorable prospects may not arise again. Numerous industries involved are irreplaceable, and once this chance slips by, it may not return. Thank you for your guidance. Chen Yang expressed his sincere gratitude with a nod. The chief steward smiled and remarked, initially, "It was I who orchestrated the strategy for Hanhai Group to absorb you. Yet I never anticipated that I would ultimately be the one to advise you on how to absorb Hanhai. Is there a distinction?" Chen Yang inquired with a smile. "Whether I am swallowed or I consume Hanhai, it will remain in Dongjiang, with the spoils retained. Perhaps my swallowing of Hanhai would yield a more favorable outcome?" The chief steward fell silent, ultimately conceding, "That is indeed a valid perspective. Did not old master who assert that a behemoth enterprise should not exist in Dongjiang? Why then would you counsel me to acquire Hanhai?" Chen Yang suddenly questioned. The chief steward shook his head, stating, "That old fool understands nothing. Without Hanhai, how could Dongjiang advance so rapidly? He perceives only a stagnating Hanhai. You, in contrast, helm a burgeoning enterprise. You possess new technologies that can propel Dongjiang to unprecedented heights for the next 2 decades. As for what becomes of you in 20 years, whether you find yourself akin to Dai Xiangdong or transcending these confines, that is contingent upon your own choices. And what does it mean to prioritize humanity?" Chen Yang inquired further. The chief steward's expression grew grave as he responded, "It seems you have noticed. With the swift advancement of intelligence, many enterprises have begun to replace human labor. While this undoubtedly reduces costs, it is not the right path. Technological advancement is essential, and the populace deserves a better quality of life, but such improvements should arise only after the people have attained prosperity. True prosperity must not be confined to a singular class, but rather emerge from the grassroots upward. The nation is the people. This principle extends beyond the state and applies equally to your enterprises. If your sole aim is profit, you may disregard my words. However, if you aspire to loftier goals, you must heed this maxim. I have a premonition that the world of the future will be anything but tranquil. Your company frequently engages with high technology and may soon embark on an intelligent trajectory. I share this merely to encourage you to deliberate carefully in the future. In truth, this dilemma is quite resolvable." Chen Yang jestingly remarked, "If only we could devise a way for everyone in the nation to be wealthy at once. Perhaps by taking down America, distributing money to all, and then having the entire populace lend it to me. In return, I would pay them interest monthly, sufficient for their needs, freeing them from the burden of work. What do you think of this idea?" The chief steward stood there, momentarily speechless, casting a profound gaze at Chen Yang before shaking his head and walking away in silence. This scoundrel. No wonder the Liu family doesn't want him as a son-in-law. Here I am, speaking earnestly, and he turns it into a jest. Observing the chief steward's dejected figure, Liu Qiming felt equally at a loss. He gestured towards Chen Yang, saying, You. This old man has experienced a whirlwind of emotions today, finally feeling a sense of talent appreciation to guide you. Hoping you would treat the people of Dongjiang well. And what do? You throw him a curveball. Where is he imprisoned?" Chen Yang inquired. "He was supposed to go to the capital," Liu Qiming replied, shaking his head. "But unfortunately, he offended his superiors, who explicitly forbade his return, leaving him stuck in Dongjiang. Well, that's fine. One day, I shall present myself before him with the loans from the entire nation, and he will see that I was not jesting," Chen Yang stated nonchalantly. Liu Qiming, hearing this, was left even more speechless, remarking, "Such fanciful thinking. Unless the god of wealth descends, it is inconceivable for everyone to lend money to him. All right, you all should return for your meal. We must take our leave," he added, giving Lu Wangshu a few instructions before moving on. At the crossroads, several black cars awaited. With the chief steward's departure, it seemed unlikely he would return. Watching the convoy leave, Chen Yang pulled out his phone and walked back with Lu Washu. Along the way, Lu Washu glanced curiously at Chen Yang's phone, astonished. "What on earth? Are you bullying your creditors again?" In the creditor chat group, the conversation was already in a frenzy. "Chen Yang, Chen Yang, demand money." "Who Guang Yu?" "Chen, what are you doing? Come back for dinner." "Wang Yuzu." "Chen, What money are you talking about? Shinwei. Congratulations to President Chen for overcoming difficulties. The Shin family is interested in further investment and will invite President Chen to a banquet in a couple of days. Shinwei. However, I would like to ask, what does President Chen mean by demanding money? Many in the group were curiously glued to their screens, each typing out question marks. Then Chen Yang's next message appeared. Chen Yang. Who doesn't know I'm about to strike it rich? Where are those who made a fuss these past few days? Come out and line up. Let me see. Chen Yang. Do I lack your meager funds? Hurry up. Step forward, and I shall refund you on the spot. The chat fell into a hushed silence. The raucous ones from before dared not speak, although they felt stifled. A 24 annual interest was indeed enticing. Missing this opportunity would mean losing the interest altogether. Furthermore, it was evident to all that Chen Yang was on the verge of prosperity. Emerging now would only serve to offend him. However, they remained silent, while Chen Yang showed no leniency. So, you choose to remain silent, do you? Very well. I intend to acquire Hanhai within 3 days. Each of you must return double the amount you previously borrowed. Do not accuse me of bullying. The interest remains unchanged. But if you are unable to produce the funds, you may come to me voluntarily to refund your debts. Those without the means to pretend to be affluent are unworthy of being my creditors. The onlookers were instantly taken aback, stunned, and bewildered. Is there really such a maneuver? Those with wealth were naturally elated. Yet those who had previously rushed to refund their loans out of fear of risk were not particularly affluent, and upon hearing Chen Yang's declaration, they grew anxious. What should they do? Should they take out loans to lend him? That seemed rather absurd. Yet, refusing to lend was not an option. With a smile on his face, Chen Yang tucked his phone away, his steps lighter as he returned. Beside him, Lu Washu looked at Chen Yang in confusion and could not help but ask, is it truly wise to treat your creditors this way? What is unwise about it? Chen Yang replied, astonished. You yourself referred to them as creditors. If they were divine patrons who had not lent me money, I would certainly be more courteous. But they are akin to devilish creditors. I can hardly sleep at night thinking of the debts I owe. How can I afford them a friendly demeanor? You ought to commend my sincerity, not my hypocrisy. Lu Washu was left bewildered. Chen Yang continued without teasing her further, smiling as he said, I am merely applying some pressure on them. Why should I toil to repay my debts? Should they not strive to earn more and lend me money? On what grounds do you hold such a belief? Lu Washu felt her worldview had been significantly shaken, her intelligence insulted. Because of the interest I offer, Chen Yang stated matter-of-factly, at such a high interest rate. Depositing 10 million for a year yields 24 million. If they save more, they'll never have to worry in their lifetimes. Shouldn't they strive to save more? Must their descendants bear the burden of effort? My frustration stems from their complacency. Is that truly a justifiable explanation? I cannot believe your twisted logic. Lu Washu rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. Upon returning to the East Garden, the crowd continued to wait. Zhao Jiashan stood timidly to one side, wearing a forced smile, while the aging figure of Wu Wubao loomed like a henchman. Zhao Jiashan's scheme had succeeded. Observing the old man's demeanor brought Chen Yang a sense of satisfaction. He spoke with a tinge more courtesy, devoid of sarcasm, and said plainly, please expedite the transfer of funds, and I will calculate the interest as usual. The inspection team has completed their investigation. Although you have had some financial dealings with your brother and received certain favors privately, there have been no violations of principle. It can be said that your brother has shielded you well, never intending for you to be involved in their circle. Therefore, you are safe. Lend me the money, and you shall be secure. Zhao Jiangshan exhaled deeply, his eyes glistening with moisture. One could only imagine the immense pressure he had been under. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He sat down on the chair in a daze, lost in thought for a long time. He understood Chen Yang's underlying implication. Without payment, one could not reach the shore, and it was Chen Yang who held the key to salvation. Yet, Chen Yang paid him no further heed. The music played on, and the crowd continued to revel, indulging in food and drink amidst the noise and excitement. Unlike Chen Yang, who was assured of the outcome, others bore a certain anxiety despite the seemingly low risk of trouble over the past few days. Amidst the merriment, Hu Guangyu and Wang Yuzu approached. Brother Chen, do we also need to contribute double the amount? Hu Guangyu inquired quietly, adding, if necessary, I can find a way to secure a loan. How much can you borrow? Chen Yang asked. Even though my father has stepped down, he still has some connections. Hu Guangyu replied with a chuckle, I can use our family's pharmaceutical agency as collateral to secure double the amount. What about the interest? Chen Yang probed. Approximately 4% per annum. Hu Guangyu responded, somewhat uncertainly. That's about right. The agency isn't a prime investment, so the interest rate is tricky. Trust me. I'll secure the loan, Chen Yang reassured him, smiling. Our company's new technology is about to launch, and profits are guaranteed. So, don't hesitate. Give me the money, and you'll receive interest every year. After paying the bank's interest, there will still be 20 million in your pockets. ISNT, that's splendid? Understood. Hu Guang US's eyes lit up. With an additional 1.5 billion, that would total 3 billion. The interest over a year would amount to 720 million. How many years would it take to earn that in my struggling luxury car market? It's great that my father has stepped down. Brother Chen will surely look after me in the future. Beside them, Wang Yaozu wore a troubled expression. What about us? Little brother? We're already burdened with numerous loans and simply cannot secure any more. 5 billion is truly beyond our reach. Trust me, sell the company, Chen Yang declared without hesitation. Yet, Wang Yuzu and the others were taken aback. What? Selling the company is too outrageous. Although we believe you can make money. Who can guarantee perpetual profit? What if you suffer losses one day? Brother, Chen Yang fixed his gaze on the hesitant Wang Yaozu, speaking solemnly, at this moment. I need your support. Please, no. Wang Yuzu became anxious. You are not my brother. I am the younger one in your presence. No, you are the elder. I am but a grandson, he pleaded, his face a mask of despair, unsure of how to express himself. Gambling, if assured of victory, would not be gambling at all. But since it is a gamble, who can guarantee success? The adage of not putting all eggs in one basket while earning little ensures stability and mitigates risk. This was the customary approach within their circle. Enough. Chen Yang shook his head, feeling that they would miss this opportunity. Reproaching them for their lack of ambition. You will regret this. Wang Yuzu immediately panicked. What do you mean? Are you threatening us? He exclaimed. That cannot be. Are we not allies? Although we reported you to the authorities, we were the ones who initially supported you. Several individuals appeared quite anxious. Shanghai is not Yihai Group. Yuhai Qijiao has already become like a grasshopper post-harvest, merely waiting for Chen Yang to strike and crush it effortlessly. The future of Shanghai is at least at the level of Han Hai, and when the time comes, dealing with them will be as easy as child's play. Liang Chaochuan, unable to contain his nerves, declared, I will invest another 500 million. Where will you procure such funds? Wang Yuzu exclaimed in disbelief. Liang Chaochuan's gaze faltered as he whispered, I plan to take out another loan, grit my teeth, and borrow some from my wife's family. If that's still insufficient, I intend to withhold wages from the migrant workers, and later on, I'll return their dues with interest. That's outrageous. Wang Yuzu rebuked, pointing an accusing finger at him. Are you truly fearless? The others nearby began to murmur and criticize Liang Chaochuan for his lack of ethics. Yet, he covertly glanced at Chen Yang, realizing that this unscrupulous individual had transferred the pressure onto him. Chen Yang was taken aback. At that moment, the others also began to comprehend the implications. Looking at Liang Chaochuan with a newfound admiration. Goodness, using retreat as a strategy, morally coercing others, leveraging the migrant workers against Chen Yang, Liang Chaochuan, you have some cunning. You possess such intellect? But perhaps your reasoning is flawed? This was originally a good plan, yet you've complicated it. Are you not afraid that Chen Yang will refund your investment and send you packing? They pondered. However, Liang Chaochuan became flustered and quickly clarified, what I mean is, I will persuade the workers to entrust their wages to me for safekeeping, promising them a 24% interest annually. Surely, they would agree. His words plunged the crowd into contemplation. Wang Yaozu thought of the salespeople selling houses under him. Zhao Shun envisioned the waitstaff at his hotel. Sun Hai from Hung Yuan Securities considered the investment funds he managed, and Vice President Liu contemplated the embezzlement of public funds. Isn't this illegal fundraising? Suddenly interjected Liu Washu, breaking their daydreams. Instantly, their faces fell. They had all been resolute, yet Liu Wangshu's statement brought them back to reality. Chen Yang looked at Liu Washu incredulously. If your father does not pursue this matter, how can it be deemed illegal fundraising? Chapter 68. If it's not played well. Let us all ascend to the rooftop together. Unfortunately, such sentiments could not be openly expressed, as it would easily provide their adversaries with ammunition. Chen Yang could only respond with exasperation, contribute whatever you can. Let us avoid any foolishness, but let us all be wise in the group. Understood? Understood. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Wang Yuzu cheerfully added, I will contribute 300 million to you, and in the group. I will claim that the company is lending you 1 billion. I will send it right now. I will also invest 300 million. I will contribute 200 million. I will put in 100 million. 200 million from me. 100 million. The group chimed in, and the atmosphere lightened significantly. The Yongcheng headquarters has secured a staggering $8 billion, Vice President Liu remarked with a smile. I expect you to provide genuine figures. Not mere embellishments for the group chat, Liang Chaochuan interjected. These figures are indeed authentic. Vice President Liu replied cheerfully. This is the latest information sent to me by our bank shareholders. Rest assured, the Yongcheng Bank, though a private institution, does possess considerable funds. However, any inflated numbers in the group chat cannot be attributed to me, as I represent Yongcheng Bank. After all, the crowd was left speechless. And Liang Chaochuan felt rather like a jester in that moment. Chen Yang chuckled and gestured to Zheng Chang, fetch a comfortable chair for President Liu. Zheng Chang swiftly brought over a recliner and placed it behind President Liu. Liu promptly settled down, feeling quite content. Ah, the joys of wealth. This is the essence of superiority. Chen Yang calculated. Wang Yuzu and his party had contributed an additional $3 billion, alongside Hu Guangyu's $5 billion and Zhao Jiangshan's $55 billion, totaling $59.5 billion. With approximately $11.5 billion still in hand, the grand total amounted to $71 billion. Though it seems substantial, it falls significantly short of the required funds to acquire Hanhai. Hanhai's total assets hover around $800 billion, and following its nationalization and subsequent liquidation, excluding the funds on the books and various enterprises Chen Yang did not require. He estimated that he would need at least $300 to $400 billion to purchase the main industrial assets of Hanhai, which encompass various mineral resources and petrochemical industries. In fact, it might not even suffice. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Yang suddenly felt rather impoverished, unable to afford even a second-hand enterprise. Damn it. These creditors are utterly disappointing. The more he pondered, the greater his frustration grew. He picked up his phone and opened the group chat, which remained eerily silent. Only Wang Yuzu had commented, suggesting a $1 billion mortgage loan to reap significant interest. Chen Yang contemplated for a moment before typing a message. Some people should be more self-aware. Don't push me to kick anyone out. The group remained quiet, leaving Chen Yang puzzled. Just then, a series of notifications chimed. The crowd turned to see Vice President Liu, reclining in his chair, scrolling through his phone with a changing expression. What's wrong? Wang Yuzu inquired. I don't know why, but suddenly a large number of people are seeking loans from me. It's bizarre, Vice President Liu replied, astonished. Is the apocalypse upon us? Such high-quality clients are usually hard to come by, yet now they're queuing up? The others were taken aback by his words. Vice President Liu pointed at his phone and said to Wang Yuzu, look at this. Nanjing Real Estate, Jiachen Electronics, Zhuiyue Labor Services, Guangzhou Investment, Suwei Pharmaceuticals, Hei Daily Chemicals, Zhangcheng Chemicals. These names seem familiar. Of course they do. Wang Yuzu laughed. Aren't they all from our group? This revelation stunned the crowd, and they collectively turned their gaze towards Chen Yang. What on earth? Could it possibly be as we imagine? Ahem. Chen Yang coughed lightly, his heart devoid of any trepidation, and confidently proclaimed, I am acting in their best interest. Where else can one find such high interest rates? Their loan interest is not exorbitant. Lending to me allows them to earn a handsome intermediary fee, a surefire profit. The crowd's foreheads were adorned with beads of sweat. Chen Yang was indeed at no loss. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed such a significant sum. The bank, too, would not suffer, as all loans were secured with collateral. At worst, they could seize the pledged assets and secure a guaranteed profit. But what of the others? Were they truly unscathed? Not in the slightest. If Chen Yang were to go bankrupt, then everyone would be doomed. No soul would escape unscathed. A ruthless beast, indeed. The crowd cast peculiar glances at Chen Yang. He was undeniably adding tremendous pressure on the creditors, accumulating a mountain of debt. While Chen Yang could reap high returns here, the anxiety of potential failure loomed large. On the other hand, Chen Yang was exceedingly cunning, as sly as a fox. Could he truly maneuver such a scheme? In the future, who would not indulge him? No, they would have to revere him. He was akin to a deity of wealth. Should he play his cards right, he could lead everyone to prosperity. Conversely, he was also a harbinger of doom. Should he falter, he would drag everyone down with him. Exasperated, Wang Yuzu shook his head and sighed, rendered speechless. The others also sighed deeply. Chen Yang, however, merely tilted his head, whistling nonchalantly, as if unconcerned. Before long, the crowd had their fill and departed. Chen Yang followed Gu Xinhong and others to the headquarters. With the entire company's senior executives and chairman imprisoned, the situation was explosive, and they could only speculate about the internal turmoil within the company. Upon arrival, surprisingly, there was no sign of chaos. Those who were meant to work were diligently attending to their tasks, which left everyone quite astonished. Were they not anxious? Gu Xinhong could not help but inquire of the hurriedly arriving mid-level executives. Wei Dong from Human Resources, Lu Yun from Finance, Zhao Yiming from Auditing, and Wang Defa from Legal Affairs. The group exchanged awkward smiles, and ultimately, it was Wang Defa who, under Gu Xinhong's persistent questioning, softly remarked, "We are not like you. We have been contracted by the bosses for the entire year. Now that we have received our compensation, what is there to rush for? If the company collapses, we can simply return to our previous professions, not only incurring no losses but potentially making a significant profit." As for the new employees, their apparent calmness might stem from observing the composed demeanor of the seasoned staff. What on earth? Gu Xinhong and the others were left dumbfounded, turning in unison to gaze at Chen Yang. "Boss, did you foresee this day, hence your recruitment strategy?" Gu Xinhong could not restrain himself from asking. "How could that be? Absurd." Chen Yang's expression darkened, and he rose to convene a meeting. Originally intended to soothe the employees, it seemed the staff were far too at ease, as if they were ready to pack their bags, returning to their respective corners without a care in the world. Indeed, the benefits are ample, and the salaries are generous, rendering the presence of a boss inconsequential. However, this is quite detrimental. Upon hearing that the matter did not involve Chen Yang, Gu Xinhong immediately expressed his disapproval, declaring such a situation unacceptable. A company must adhere to rules, establish regulations, and cultivate its corporate culture. This attitude is inappropriate when executives are apprehended. Do you find it amusing? When the boss is detained, are you prepared to divide the spoils? Such disorganization and lack of discipline reflect a grave absence of empathy. Gu Xinhong's defenses crumbled. The secondary executives present also began to feel a twinge of anxiety, for although the situation may seem absurd, upon reflection, it is profoundly alarming. If employees feel no sense of belonging to the company and are indifferent to the boss's arrest, it signifies a severe lack of cohesion within the organization, leading to an inability to unite as a collective. They all turned their gazes toward Chen Yang, awaiting the boss's judgment. Chapter 69. A Net Profit of 50. Chen Yang stroked his chin, contemplating the situation and recognizing the flaw in this approach. The absence of a corporate atmosphere resembled a scenario where everyone was merely slacking off. Thus, Chen Yang proposed a straightforward solution. First, the company should host several internal competitions, allowing employees to compete, with winners receiving promotions to significantly boost their motivation and engagement. Second, a large group should be established for both the headquarters and each subsidiary, where I will communicate, and every participant must respond, facilitating a form of indoctrination. The first proposal is quite promising, as there are indeed many vacant positions within the company. Lu Wangshu reviewed the work log and remarked, "The second proposal seems somewhat unfeasible. Undoubtedly, this tedious method may subtly brainwash and condition employees' personal will, but currently, many in the workplace appear to be quite averse to such pressuring behavior from superiors. Could it possibly backfire? Not at all." Chen Yang replied confidently. "I will offer compensation. For each response, I will provide 30 yuan or a vial of bionutrient injection. I refuse to believe anyone can resist a chilled fruit tea on a scorching summer day." The others initially anticipated a more sophisticated strategy but were instantly rendered speechless. "You are indeed refreshingly straightforward. This approach is undeniably audacious. Not only would employees be unable to refuse, but even they would find it hard to turn down. 30 yuan is insignificant, yet bionutrient injections have consistently been overpriced in the market, nearing a stable 50 yuan. To respond is to net a profit of 50. Where else could one find such a business opportunity?" At that moment, Jiang Lihai raised his hand and indicated, "The factory expansion has been completed, and the injections can now be produced in bulk. The ice pack factory your classmate is associated with has also been finalized. My suggestion is that we should commence large-scale sales. If the market price remains at 50 yuan, it will not bode well for us." "What do you mean?" Chen Yang inquired. "Simply put," Jiang Lihai contemplated and remarked, "a continuous shortage could lead to stockpiling by certain individuals. And while selling at inflated prices might enhance the notoriety and rarity of our products, it would also attract public disdain. Most importantly, the profits would merely enrich those hoarding the goods, while our factory prices remain unchanged, rendering the endeavor pointless. We cannot possibly turn ourselves into scalpers. Thus, launching a substantial quantity of products will not only generate significant liquidity, but also help restore our reputation and combat scalpers. Once we dominate the mainstream market, We can offer subsidized products to penetrate the lower-tier market. Proceed then. I entrust you with full authority. Do what needs to be done without constantly seeking my approval or worrying about impending bankruptcy. Chen Yang nodded, unconcerned. In his mind, while the biological injection had been a veritable money-making machine, its significance had diminished. The future was a long-term affair, better left in Jiang Lihai's capable hands. He turned to Gu Xinhong and said, "Please expedite the battery arrangements. I will be heading to the capital in the next few days. By the time I return, the internal competition should conclude, and we must prepare for a press conference. This is crucial for my borrowing plan, so ensure it is executed flawlessly. Rest assured, boss." Gu Xinhong replied confidently. Chen Yang then addressed Wang Defa and the others. "We are on the verge of acquiring Hanhai Group and have reached a preliminary agreement with the upper management. Wei Dong, you are responsible for investigating whether there are any viable personnel within Hanhai Group. If not, ensure you recruit suitable candidates for all positions. Zhao Yiming, liaise with the authorities and participate in the audit of Hanhai Group. It is imperative to ascertain whether there are any complications or loans related to the assets we require. If so, urge the officials to resolve them promptly. Wang Defa, you will also be involved in the acquisition, as many contracts and agreements will require your attention." "Understood, boss." Upon hearing the news of the acquisition of Hanhai Group, the group was astonished. Yet, as the reality sank in that their boss was not jesting, they felt an overwhelming surge of joy. What did Hanhai Group represent? Assets worth hundreds of billions. If the acquisition succeeded, they would become second-tier managers in a company valued in the hundreds of billions. It was the pinnacle of their careers. Their astonishment mingled with disbelief. Acquiring Hanhai? Where did the boss procure such funds? After nodding in agreement, they eagerly awaited Chen Yang's explanation. However, he was disinclined to elaborate, stating, "It is all borrowed. A bit of interest will suffice. You need not concern yourselves with anything else, just focus on your work." "But what about me?" Lu Yun, the strong-willed woman, grew anxious upon realizing her lack of assigned tasks. She too aspired for advancement. "Be patient. You have a mission," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "We mortgaged our shares in Xinghai Beverages to secure a loan of 20 billion, did we not? Go and request the funds from them." "What? Request funds?" Lu Yun was taken aback, stammering, "Aren't they suing us? Shouldn't we be repaying the loan instead of asking for money? Have you made a mistake, boss?" "No. It is you who has misunderstood." Chen Yang sat with the poise of a mountain, exuding confidence and authority as he declared, "Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they have indeed withdrawn the lawsuit. The 20 billion will not be recovered. Inform them that we are on the verge of securing 60 billion. Let them also produce 60 billion. If they cannot, they may as well vacate, for we shall seek another lending partner. Not only will we not refund the money, but we will also demand another 60 billion from the bank." Lu Yun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is this even feasible? Boss, surely you jest. And you want me to execute this? It would be simpler to ask me to slay the Tang monk." Noticing Lu Yun's lack of confidence, Chen Yang felt the need to instill a sense of assurance in his subordinate. It was rather disrespectful for his team to lack faith in him. He decided to deliver a jolt of motivation. "You appear as though you have never encountered the world. How can you possibly serve as our financial director? Here is the plan. I will have my bodyguard, Zheng Chang, accompany you. He possesses experience." Casually arranging this, Chen Yang checked the time and concluded, in short, "Ensure you perform your duties effectively. Complete the tasks I assign. Regarding the competition, consult with General Manager Liu to identify departments that require personnel and categorize them accordingly. Our upcoming company press conference is of paramount importance. The publicity department has been lacking personnel, so I expect you to select someone articulate and capable. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Excellent. Meeting adjourned." As the meeting concluded, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained in his office, contemplating how to secure additional funds. Acquiring 60 billion for Xinghai Beverages was entirely feasible. Production was poised for a surge. Previously, Hanhai had been able to provide 80 billion. And now with Dongjiang's Lu Qiming at the helm, the bank would surely comply. In the creditors group, an additional 50 to 60 billion could potentially be gathered. Yet even this would total less than 140 billion, still a significant distance from acquiring Hanhai. Exploring avenues for loans in the new energy sector seemed viable. But it was best to delay until tangible products were ready for market. Speculative loans would yield little without substantial evidence. Chen Yang found himself in a quandary, until suddenly, an idea struck him regarding Xinghai Beverages. A spark ignited in his mind. Could they not consider purchasing Hanhai in stages? First acquiring a portion, leveraging it for loans. Then acquiring another part, thereby creating a nested financial structure? This approach would not only secure Hanhai, but also result in considerable debt accumulation. Perfect, he exclaimed inwardly. This method would enable the acquisition of Hanhai while simultaneously incurring debt, freeing up substantial funds for investment in the new energy sector. Chen Yang had not forgotten that his oversized cups and extra-large batteries were intended for leasing rather than sale. Sufficient funds were necessary to manufacture products that could be leased out, ensuring a gradual return on investment. Chapter 70. Uncle, you have the world at heart. As Chen Yang pondered the future direction of the company in his office, in the underground parking garage, Financial Director Lu Yun, accompanied by an assistant, climbed into Zheng Chang's vehicle. The Mercedes-Benz, valued at $5 million, was a sight to behold. Lu Yun, seated within the luxurious confines of the vehicle, could not help but marvel at her employer's extravagant nature. The debts may be substantial, yet the willingness to spend money was equally unmatched. Such audacity, who could rival it? With the bodyguards already assigned vehicles of such worth, surely when the company provides cars for executives, she too could find herself behind the wheel of a luxury automobile. Although she possessed a family fortune exceeding $100 million, parting with several million for a car felt excessive. Meanwhile, her assistant, seated beside her, gazed around with innocent curiosity. For someone just a few years out of school, such opulence seemed a distant dream. Zheng Chang glanced at the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a chuckle. Sister, shall I take you for a spin sometime? What a ridiculous notion. Lu Yun rolled her eyes and nudged her assistant, signaling her to disregard him. The assistant, ever dutiful, nodded quietly, refraining from further comment. Zheng Chang sensed the atmosphere in the car growing oppressive, devoid of joy. He drove in sullen silence towards the Industrial and Commercial Bank's Dongzhong headquarters, dialing the number provided by his boss. The call was answered by Zhao Chunlei. Hello? Yes, understood. We shall arrive shortly. After the conversation concluded, Zheng Chang exited the vehicle, guiding the two women inside the bank. Shortly thereafter, they were greeted by a representative who led them upstairs to the investment department. Mr. Zhang, Minister Liu, please. Zhao Chunlei greeted them with a smile. Impeccably dressed as always in a tailored suit that exuded elegance and gravitas. Though Chen Yang was not present, Zhao remained warm and welcoming. The reality was that Chen Yang had ascended to heights beyond his reach in a remarkably short time, leaving Zhao both astonished and inspired. He could not help but recall the calm confidence and mastery Chen had displayed during their previous meetings. Truly, a remarkable individual. As he pondered these thoughts, he swiftly motioned for tea to be served. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Zhao Chunlei asked, fully aware yet compelled to confirm. Just as Lu Yun was about to respond diplomatically, Zheng Chang unceremoniously plopped into a chair, crossing his legs as he stated, no particular agenda. Merely here to convey the boss's exact words. Mr. Chen? Zhao Chunlei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Please, go on. 600 billion. Zheng Chang gestured emphatically. The boss insists that your valuation of Shanghai Beverages is far too low, at an additional 600 billion. Should that not be feasible, we will repay the loan early and seek financing from another bank or capital source. Let us consider what Mr. Chen has proposed, Zhao Chunlei responded with a smile. This loan has been progressing quite smoothly. It would be unwise to alter course now, as it would only cause Mr. Chen unnecessary trouble. Surely, we are well aware of the true circumstances surrounding Shanghai. If the situation remains as it was before, then 20 billion truly represents the upper limit. After all, the market has yet to be opened, and there exists the risk of similar technologies being overcome. However, the circumstances have changed now. Mr. Chen is soaring to great heights. Having already amassed capital exceeding $1 trillion, guided by the wisdom of his relatives, and supported by numerous capable individuals in the Shanghai team, eager to make their mark. Opening up the market is now a trifling matter, and even if the technology were to be surpassed, the value of Shanghai Beverages, which has already established its foothold, would not diminish significantly. Increasing the loan amount is an absolute necessity. Even if Mr. Chen did not mention it, I was already preparing to pay a visit. At this point, Zhao Chunlei found himself in a quandary and remarked, but won't 60 billion be excessive? Adding that to the previous 20 billion makes it 80 billion. I do not comprehend. I simply require 60 billion. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chang swiftly shook his head, displaying a rugged demeanor that left Zhao Chunlei feeling helpless. Zhao Chunlei then turned his gaze to Lu Yun, who promptly shook her head and said, Director Zhao, I cannot make this decision. I am merely here to collect the money. Why not directly call the boss and inquire? Zhao Chunlei fell silent. What a statement. If the call could be made, would he not have done so already? Who is unaware that Mr. Chun is currently the undisputed victor? Making a call at this juncture would only serve to embarrass him. Is it really the case that during this time of flourishing success, a mere bank director would attempt to thwart me? Do you wish to resign? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chunlei nodded and proposed, Very well, here is the plan. I shall do my utmost to negotiate, but this time, the majority must be claimed by our industrial and commercial bank. I ask that both of you publicly state that we need to supplement the loan by 80 billion, and that I have managed to reduce it to 60 billion. Lu Yun stood there, dumbfounded. Is there such a method? Zheng Chang grinned broadly and declared, 100 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunlei's face lit up with joy, and he retrieved 2 boxes of tea from his drawer, handing them to Zheng Chang. Mr. Zhang. Thank you very much. Lu Yun stared blankly at this scene, then numbly followed Zheng Chang out of the bank. As she sat in the car, she was still in a daze. This is a bank, and there exists such a mode of operation? My heavens! She couldn't help but glance at Zheng Chang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This man, it turns out, is not as crude and reckless as he appears. From the moment he entered, he had seized the initiative, even lounging with his legs crossed. Initially, she wondered if his demeanor might cast a shadow on the boss. To her utter astonishment, the counterpart expressed gratitude towards him instead. Zheng Chang whistled as he drove, basking in the adoring gaze of his assistant in the rearview mirror, feeling quite pleased with himself. The boss had said that one must not be overly courteous to creditors. The more courteous you are, the more they will take themselves seriously. If you remain polite for too long, they will dare to ride on your back and relieve themselves. In the evening, 2 cars arrived at the old Lu family residence. Observing Lu Qiming sweeping the yard, both Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu were taken aback. Dad, why are you sweeping the floor? Lu Wangshu inquired curiously. I know why. Chen Yang chuckled. As the saying goes, if one cannot sweep their own house, how can they govern the world? Uncle is indeed a man of great ambition. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qiming placed the broom against the wall, expressing his discontent. I wonder whose chicken has wandered in here, leaving a mess all over the place. How can one not feel uneasy about it? Chen Yang, having failed to flatter him, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. With his uncle occupying such a position, why not choose a more suitable place to reside? What is the matter? Lu Qiming shot a glance at Chen Yang and retorted, Am I supposed to step further in and sit in the Forbidden City? As he spoke, he opened the door to let the 2 inside. The room was illuminated, with the television still broadcasting the news. He continued, This is the standard provincial government residence. The old comrades of Dongzhong once lived here. Am I to make an exception? Chen Yang remained speechless, sensing that Lu Qiming was behaving unusually today, though he could not quite pinpoint what felt amiss. Dad, what is wrong with you today? Did your blood pressure act up because you forgot your medication? Lu Wangshu remarked, her disapproval evident. This statement infuriated Lu Qiming, yet seeing his obedient daughter, he refrained from scolding her and instead cast an annoyed look at Chen Yang. What does this have to do with me? Why is this old man looking at me? Chen Yang felt perplexed. He decided to disregard the tension, seating himself and grabbing some fruit from the tray without hesitation, reclining with an air of indifference. Lu Qiming's frustration escalated. This is my home, not yours. What kind of behavior is that? He felt an urge to unleash a barrage of curses, but found his vocabulary lacking. He considered the possibility of a reprimand, but quickly realized that addressing this young man would be akin to preaching to a wall, given that he was the type to forge weapons and seize power. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation. What a misfortune. We have a flight early tomorrow morning. My teacher isn't in good health, so we must leave promptly. Chapter 71. You dare to speak of seizing power? Repeat that. Teacher? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, then realized that this teacher was likely the person behind Lu Qiming. What is wrong with grandpaing? Lu Wangshu inquired anxiously. Lu Qiming shook his head, offering no further explanation. It's nothing serious, just focus on your studies. Oh. Lu Wangshu complied and took a seat. Grandpaing? Chen Yang glanced at Lu Wangshu, quietly probing for information. She subtly glanced at her father, pouting slightly in response. Following her gesture, Chen Yang looked in the direction she indicated, spotting the television, which was airing news of significant importance concerning international affairs. What the hell? Chen Yang exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to Lu Wangshu. She nodded slightly in affirmation. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Qiming, who was sipping tea, seemingly lost in thought. Could it be true? Was this old man's background so formidable? Chen Yang felt a wave of confusion. He had always believed that Lu Qiming's connections as a member of the executive council were impressive enough. But to discover he was among the select few executive members was astonishing. My goodness, this old man is quite remarkable. As I pondered, Lu Qiming suddenly interjected, inquiring, I haven't asked you yet. What brings you here? Chen Yang, feeling unrestrained, candidly expressed his intention to purchase shares of the Hanhai Group in stages. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming cast a scornful glance at Chen Yang. You came all this way for this? Do you truly believe you can afford the Hanhai Group outright? Are you overestimating your worth? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Qiming, now at a loss for words, continued, the divisions have long been established. If the entire entity were to be sold, how many in the country could muster such a substantial sum? How much do you possess? With a forced chuckle, Chen Yang realized the magnitude of his misjudgment and quietly admitted, at present, I indeed cannot summon such an amount. At most, I can gather around 1 trillion. How much? Lu Qiming exclaimed, nearly spilling his tea, his eyes wide with disbelief. Repeat that. Not less than 1 trillion, at the very least. Chen Yang reflected and concluded that this was indeed an accurate figure. The remaining 115 billion, Hu Guangyu's 15 billion, Wang Yaozu's group with 30 billion, Zhao Jiangshan's 550 billion, and the Shin family, which should have at least 30 billion, along with the creditors who could contribute another 55 billion, plus Yuhai Group's additional 20 billion. Lastly, there was the supplementary loan of 600 billion from Shanghai Beverages and a few billion recently earned. Altogether, it amounted to approximately 42 trillion. How much do you owe? Exactly? Who has the audacity to lend you such an amount without collateral? Lu Qiming, astonished, stood up and exclaimed, just over a month ago, you were destitute. And now you claim over 1 trillion? Even if one were to rob, it wouldn't be this swift. To his surprise, Chen Yang found himself silently calculating. Once all funds were received, how much debt would he bear? Approximately 800 billion to the bank, 550 billion to Zhao Jiangshan, 70 billion to the Huang family, 60 billion to the Shin family, 40 billion to Yuhai Group, 30 billion to Hu Guangyu, 23 billion to Deputy President Liu of Yongcheng Bank, 10 billion to Wang Yuzu, 8 billion to Zhao Shun, 7 billion to Heng Yuan Securities, 7 billion to Liang Chaochuan of Yonghua, 4 billion to Huihai Home, 3 billion to Guanghua Infrastructure, and 110 billion to assorted unknown creditors. Not to mention the 80 million owed to President Zhao Zhangguo. How much does that total? 7,228 trillion. Chen Yang's mind spun, realizing the extent of his indebtedness. How much had he earned? The investments in purchasing properties, cars, buildings, and companies totaled around 235 billion. Adding the remaining funds, as well as those that were received and expected, he had approximately 77 trillion. Wait, did that mean he had earned nearly 50 billion? Where did that come from? Chen Yang pondered deeply. Oh no, the matter concerning Weiming New Energy's 7 billion, which is merely a phantom debt, must be reconsidered, as the remaining funds ought to be diminished by that amount. Now, with Weiming facing devastation, even 20 might not be sellable, resulting in a substantial loss. This is utterly frustrating. When one assesses the overall situation, is there truly no profit or loss? After nearly 2 months of effort, what has it all amounted to? The impending payment of the first month's interest suddenly filled Chen Yang with anxiety. Leader, you must take charge of the Weiming situation. With Weiming in ruins, how do we account for these losses? Surely, they cannot be attributed to me? Chen Yang urgently inquired. You, my friend, still hold on to such hopes? What makes you think you can acquire Hanhai? My influence? Is that even feasible? With Dongjiang producing 1 Hanhai, how could another Shanghai emerge so swiftly? Chen Jiang had ultimately proposed a solution, aiming for the future of Dongjiang. Together, we decided to stabilize Dongjiang's economy while compensating for your losses. When we secure Hanhai, the shares of Weiming will serve as a supplementary asset, and it will all be handed over to you. Lu Qiming glared. Moreover, you still haven't disclosed how much you owe in total? Approximately over 170 billion. Chen Yang replied, somewhat uncertain of the exact figure. Well, Lu Qiming gasped, taken aback. He had not realized the gravity of the situation. How could such a sum accumulate in such a short span? Less than 2 months. If an additional 300 billion were to be invested to secure Hanhai's core oil and gas resources, would that not escalate the debt to 500 billion? Lu Qiming felt overwhelmed. This is no trifling sum. Should it collapse, the entire Dongjiang region would tremble. No, the entire national economic market would quake thrice. Are you reliable? Do you possess the assurance? Chen Yang's knack for borrowing money astonished Lu Qiming, even instilling a tinge of insecurity in him. Absolutely stable, Chen Yang confidently asserted. At worst, debt would sustain debt. Upon reflection, he realized Weiming would not incur losses either. Although Weiming has been obliterated, if the shares were entirely transferred to him, selling them could yield around 60 to 70 billion, which is indeed not a loss. In due course, it could serve as the secondary production site for Shanghai Energy, conveniently eliminating the need to seek external manufacturers and risk technology leakage once the new batteries are released. You best not be deceiving me. Lu Qiming refrained from further comments. If Chen Yang claimed stability, it was indeed stable. Concerning core interests, he trusted that Chen Yang would not fabricate in such matters. A feast was brought in for them. The three partook of the meal. Chen Yang, relishing the special mount provided by Lu Qiming, beamed with delight. As he departed, he discreetly raised an eyebrow at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu slightly nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing with his hand. This rascal has finally left. Lu Qiming shook the empty bottle, realizing it was devoid of any remaining drops. After merely half a glass, he could not help but exclaim, like a bandit, consuming my 8 tails. Lu Wangshu stepped forward, seized the bottle, and placed it on the table, exclaiming with irritation, I have already said that you should refrain from drinking when there are no pressing matters. You must take care of your health. I will take this alcohol to my room. It is indeed my daughter who cares for me. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lu Qiming felt a surge of emotion. He set aside his wine and watched as she genuinely moved to carry the bottles, which touched him even more. Come. Allow me to assist you. You, a young lady, cannot possibly manage this alone. Chapter 72. Adorning oneself as the most delectable dish the following morning. Chen Yang awoke in a daze, only regaining his spirits after consuming a vial of bioenergetic serum. He first arranged his work through a video call before changing his attire and getting into the vehicle. He was driven to the airport by Wang Gang, accompanied by Jing Chong. As they were heading to the capital, they opted not to bring all the bodyguards, as it might raise eyebrows. Thus, only Wang Gang and Zheng Chong accompanied him. Upon arriving at the airport parking lot, the trio made their way to the terminal. Lu Qiming was already waiting. As Chen Yang and the others approached, Lu Qiming queried, Is it just you? Why do you have so many people with you? I am primarily going to see my teacher privately. Bringing you along is merely incidental, Lu Qiming replied. Very well, let us be on our way. To where? Your private jet, of course. Chen Yang exclaimed. Where would I acquire a private jet? Lu Qiming responded, speechless, as he produced the tickets and handed them to Chen Yang, stating, Only state visits and emergencies warrant a private jet. We will be flying commercial. Chen Yang was taken aback, realizing his ignorance regarding the matter. He accepted the 3 tickets Lu Qiming offered, only to be further dismayed to discover they were for economy class. How amusing. Lu Qiming chuckled in response, saying, I have already mentioned that this trip is primarily personal. Bringing you along is simply an afterthought, and these tickets were purchased at my own expense. Business class is exorbitantly priced. The flight to the capital is just over an hour. Why spend extravagantly? Very well, Chen Yang conceded, recognizing that Lu Qiming had indeed paid for the tickets, and he accepted the gesture graciously. The group proceeded to security. While going through security, Chen Yang remarked, I will purchase a private plane in the future. You are welcome to use it. At this statement, an unexpected silence enveloped the area, as security personnel and staff regarded Chen Yang with curious disbelief, clearly perceiving him as boastful. Lu Qiming, however, was unperturbed, laughing lightly. That is fine. Though I would not be the one to use it. At that moment, they completed the security checks and continued on with their minimal luggage. Why would it be inappropriate? Chen Yang inquired. Because it is unsafe. Lu Qiming shook his head, explaining, while flying commercial may appear cumbersome, it is, in fact, safer. No rational individual would dare to engage in misconduct, as the repercussions are severe and unforgivable. Chen Yang felt a chill at Lu Qiming's words, comprehending the underlying message. For others, an airstrike would be inconceivable. Such a notion was simply absurd. Yet, for him, the situation was markedly different. A solitary figure, devoid of heirs, possessing groundbreaking technology capable of unlocking trillions in wealth. If it were he too would be tempted. Yet, should an aviation mishap occur, the probability of demise stands at an alarming 999,999. Damn it. Chen Yang silently cursed. His plans to acquire a private jet were dashed. And even the prospect of upgrading to a bulletproof vehicle seemed necessary. Thoughts of luxurious yachts were now futile. How could this be intolerable? Lu Qiming chuckled in disbelief, saying, What is this really? If you continue to innovate, your future will become increasingly perilous. Those who reach the pinnacle will inevitably find themselves in the spotlight, with countless eyes upon them. Every utterance and action will be scrutinized and amplified, and the number of those wishing to see your downfall will be innumerable. If you cannot withstand this pressure, it would be wise to retreat into the shadows while you still can. His advice was sincere. There exist numerous hidden affluent individuals in the country and many families of immense wealth. Each province boasts a few private enterprises worth thousands of billions. Yet, the media seldom reports on them. The so-called wealth rankings, which stand at the forefront, are nothing but a farce. Are the Chinese discreet? No. This is the way of survival. Who can ascertain that those prominent financial conglomerates abroad are indeed the true power brokers? The real titans remain concealed in the shadows. Hunters never reveal themselves. Wolves silently stalk in the dense forest. By the time you recognize them, you have already become prey laid out upon the table. This world has always operated thus. Either one feasts beneath the table or lies atop it to be devoured. The so-called wealth rankings are merely menus, and the so-called renowned wealthy are but bait. Lu Qiming's words were laden with profound meaning. However, Chen Yang understood that such a path was not meant for him. He was unlike others. How could he elevate his debts without standing in the limelight? Relying solely on clandestine dealings with other affluent individuals was far too slow. The most adept hunters often present themselves as the most delectable prey. Chen Yang intended to disguise himself as the most tantalizing morsel, awaiting the arrival of eager diners. He grinned, offering no reply, which only underscored his resolve. Lu Qiming chose not to elaborate further, merely shaking his head. The group registered, and soon after, they arrived in the capital after a little over an hour. Exiting the airport, a vehicle awaited them. They boarded, and the car made its way to the Yuantan State Guest House. Chairman Lu, Mr. Chen, remarked the attendant in the front seat with a smile. The leadership will be meeting with foreign guests here in the coming days, with a packed and hectic schedule, so we have arranged your accommodations nearby. Thank you, comrade. Lu Qiming replied with a smile, opening the car door and saying to Chen Yang, "Let us settle in first." The three rose and followed Lu Qiming, who seemed quite familiar with the area, even greeting acquaintances along the way. Upon entering the designated room and placing his belongings down, Lu Qiming arrived and softly remarked, "Since I am here, I must first report on my work. I have several friends to meet this afternoon, so I cannot accompany you. I have heard that many people from the Academy of Sciences are aware of your arrival and are preparing to pay you a visit. Please receive them well. I will come back with the teacher in the evening, so prepare accordingly." "I understand. What visit? Isn't it merely a verification of authenticity?" Chen Yang, fully aware of the underlying implications, remained unfazed. If asked about other matters, he might have struggled to articulate, but as long as he had exchanged his technology, it had transformed into knowledge within his mind. If he were to utter anything unprofessional, he would render the concept of professionalism moot. Visitors from the Academy of Sciences? Very well, let's give these esteemed individuals a glimpse of what Zenith Star technology truly entails. With a broad smile, he escorted Lu Qiming downstairs. Not one to be overly polite, Chen Yang, accompanied by Zheng Chong and Wang Gang, headed straight to the dining venue, eager to indulge in the legendary state banquet dishes. "Comrade, what shall we eat?" The internal cafeteria, not open to the public, may not be extravagant, but it was quite bright, since it was not mealtime. There were few diners present, and several chefs, having finished their tasks, stood chatting nearby. Upon seeing Chen Yang and his companions, one of the chefs greeted them with an inquiry. Chen Yang glanced at the menu, exclaiming, this one, this one, this one, and this one, as well as these. "Comrade, we must not waste." The chef, noticing Chen Yang's youth, quickly cautioned in a hushed tone, "Is it appropriate to order like this since you are not being formally received? Are you not afraid of criticism?" "Not to worry, I can finish it all. I brought 2 pigs." Chen Yang looked at Zheng Chong and Wang Gang, whose eyes had already lit up at the mention of state banquet cuisine. A substantial portion of their orders had been made on the way, and upon hearing his words, they nodded enthusiastically. Nearby, a middle-aged man in military attire, overhearing, immediately looked up at the mention of pigs. His expression changed upon recognizing the two. "Zheng Chong? Wang Gang? Haven't you 2 little piglets been suspended and sent home? What are you doing here?" Chapter 73. Then don't blame me for showing off. What a coincidence. Familiar faces here as well? Chen Yang turned to Wang Gang and Zheng Chong. The two, upon hearing, turned around, their spirits lifted. Zheng Chong exclaimed, "Wow, Brigade Commander. What are you doing here? And what about you? How come you two are here?" The middle-aged man, astonished, stood up to gaze at them. Wang Gang stepped forward to make the introductions, saying, "Boss, this is our brigade commander, Wang Jiqiang. Brigade commander, this is our current boss, Chen Yang. We are here in Beijing on business with our boss. Hello, Mr. Chen. I have heard much about your esteemed name. Thank you for looking after these two. I was genuinely worried they would misbehave after their suspension. It's reassuring to have you watching over them." Wang Jiqiang spoke heartily, then turned to the two, feigning seriousness. "You two should refrain from calling me randomly. I am currently the Deputy Minister of the Special Security Department under the Joint Staff Headquarters, holding the rank of Major General. I am here to ensure the safety of foreign guests." "By what right?" Wang Gang was displeased, questioning the rationale behind enduring hardships abroad together, only to see one of them promoted while others faced suspension after the military exercises. How could he dare to say such a thing? Wang Jiqiang, upon hearing this, wore an expression of displeasure and retorted, "If it weren't for your reckless actions, would any of you be facing suspension? That was a multinational joint military exercise. You charged in, knocking things over and swinging an axe without regard. Do you have any idea what kind of pressure we were under? If the higher-ups hadn't supported us, you would all be facing military tribunal charges." Chen Yang, taken aback by Wang Gang's unexpected assertiveness, observed him with surprise. Typically submissive in front of Zheng Chang and the others, he had not anticipated such boldness outside. Just then, the service staff wheeled in a cart laden with dishes. The chefs, idling nearby, quickly prepared each dish. "General Wang, shall we join?" Chen Yang invited. Wang Jiqiang, his eyes wide in astonishment at the array of food, exclaimed, "So much. You truly are not being polite. Why should we be? We are merely enjoying a meal provided by our boss, free from concerns about appearances," Zheng Chang replied, pulling out a chair for Chen Yang before sitting down himself with a smile. Wang Jiqiang, feeling envious, did not hesitate to join them at the table. Soon after, approximately 20 minutes later, a bespectacled young man hurried in. "Mr. Chen, several academicians from the Academy of Sciences have arrived and are waiting in the conference room upstairs." "Understood," Chen Yang replied, rising to wipe his mouth, glancing at Wang Jiqiang. "General Wang, please enjoy your meal and catch up with them. I will head over first. Then I shall not be polite." "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chen," Wang Jiqiang said, smiling somewhat sheepishly as he stood to see Chen Yang off. Chen Yang quickly declined the gesture and followed the young man out, pondering the motivations of the older gentleman who seemed to be putting on a show. What could have prompted his sudden interest? Was it simply to extract information from Zheng Chang and Wang Gang? Upon entering the conference room, Chen Yang found a gathering of elderly individuals, some with graying hair, engaged in discussions with younger and middle-aged attendees. Listening closely, he discerned that their conversations revolved around research topics. As Chen Yang was not well versed in such matters, he remained silent as he entered the room. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face. Professor Su Diyuan. He recognized the esteemed researcher from the Institute of Biological Research, who was also an academician of the Academy of Sciences. "Mr. Chen, it's been a while," Professor Su exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he approached for a handshake, expressing both delight and a hint of embarrassment. "I heard you've come to Beijing, and I feel both happy and somewhat ashamed. You missed our last collaboration when we officially signed the agreement. Many were eager to meet you. I've been hoping you would come and give a lecture to the young scholars at the Institute. However, ever since we obtained authorization over a month ago, we have yet to yield any results, which fills me with a profound sense of guilt, making it difficult to reach out to you." "What is the worry?" Chen Yang replied with a light laugh, offering reassurance. "Research is a gradual process. Personally, I would recommend that you direct your efforts towards the medical field, collaborating with Professor Qin Jian from Yang University to develop more pharmaceutical alternatives that could greatly benefit our nation." Su Diyuan hesitated. Had this been a month and a half ago, he would have been reluctant, considering the unique strain just emerged, which held immense research value. Yet, after over a month of contemplation, he began to sense the validity of Chen Yang's suggestion. In truth, Chen Yang initially sought to leverage the collaboration with a national laboratory without disclosing to the old man that the special strain was a mature product, rendering further research unnecessary. Continuing down that path would lead to gene evolution liquids, which require intricate procedures like genetic programming, tasks far beyond current capabilities. Instead, there lies significant potential in the medical applications. "All right, I will contact old Chen upon my return." Su Diyuan gritted his teeth, then solemnly regarded Chen Yang, stating, "Until we achieve results, our research institute will bear all costs." "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, We are not the type of institute that engages in deceit. We will never squander a single cent of yours. Not at all. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. What could a few expenses amount to? Hello, Mr. Chen. At that moment, others approached to shake hands. Chen Yang hurried forward, knowing these individuals were the luminaries of the scientific community and deserved utmost respect. After a brief conversation, familiarity blossomed, and Chen Yang's phone soon brimmed with new contacts. The discussion then shifted to bioenergy injection solutions and temperature-regulating batteries. Initially, the participants felt somewhat at ease. But as the dialogue deepened, they found themselves at a loss for words. It can be approached this way? Alas, I am getting old. Such a line of thought. I must admit, you are indeed onto something. Genius. The younger generation is truly surpassing the older. Mr. Chen, you are a true scientific genius. No, a prodigy. A marvel. It is a travesty that you are engaged in business when your talents are sorely needed in academia. Our academy would greatly benefit from someone of your caliber. Indeed, if you would consider joining us, I would gladly relinquish my position to you. You? Are you worthy of being a deputy? Professor Chen, let us discuss this further. The conference room buzzed with excitement, while the security personnel outside, responsible for the safety of these esteemed figures, stood in stunned silence. And the students accompanying the dignitaries gazed in awe, as if witnessing celestial beings descend to earth. It may be said that to the uninitiated, one can merely utter that Chen is remarkable, engaging in cutting-edge technology. However, to those who comprehend, he appears as a celestial being descended upon us. A departure from the ordinary. If you are not involved in scientific research, encountering him is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Conversely, if you are engaged in research, meeting him resembles an ant attempting to comprehend the vast sky. It is truly daunting. The peaks of mountains inspire awe. Yet, Chen Yang merely chuckles in silence. When you inquire about other matters, I remain entirely uninformed, responding only with laughter and silence. However, should you pose questions regarding these two fields of technology, do not blame me for indulging in pretentiousness. Chapter 74. The end of capital lies in lending. The end of hegemony lies in borrowing. In a modest conference room, several dignified figures sat in silence, observing the surveillance footage while smoking. Let us discuss. The chief executive broke the silence. What more is there to say? The facts have confirmed that this young man is indeed a genius. Not a trap set by the West, spoke the gaunt elder with a slightly hoarse voice. Incredible! Someone exclaimed. The ability to transcend boundaries in research and achieve groundbreaking technological advancements across various fields. Such a figure has emerged from our East, and at such a young age. In the depths of the mountains, tigers and leopards are concealed. In chaotic times, heroes arise. Remarked another with a smile. It is indeed fortuitous that amidst this unprecedented upheaval, such a person has emerged. Others nodded in agreement, yet one shook his head, wryly smiling. But this young man is rather cunning. The group fell silent at this observation. Perhaps he has his own schemes, the gaunt elder mused. If the culmination of capital is lending, then the culmination of hegemony is borrowing. While that may be true, our paths diverge, someone countered. And what of it? The elder replied with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. He represents only himself. The room descended into contemplation. If he grows too powerful, how shall we address it? Someone raised a concern. This young man is no simpleton. He is quite shrewd. Holding a 100 stake, all financed through borrowing. What does that imply? It suggests he has secured ample escape routes for himself, should he choose to depart. There would be no hindrance, for many in the West would gladly assist in settling his debts. Let us consider a more optimistic perspective. Another suggested. Debt is a double-edged sword. As long as he owes enough and his enterprise is substantial, he cannot easily extricate himself, ultimately leading to ruin. If he merely takes the core technology, that alone would spell disaster. Another retorted. Once again, silence enveloped the group. Indeed, every step had been meticulously calculated. He can manipulate others, yet if unable, he can still retreat, a perfect equilibrium. Is this young man truly so astute? Seated at the helm, the esteemed leader set the tone by stating, one must presume innocence in the accused. We cannot cast doubt upon our own nor indulge in baseless conspiracy theories. Judging by the interest he offers, it is evident that he harbors little fascination for wealth, yet he remains unwaveringly persistent in his pursuit of loans. Clearly, this young man harbors his own ambitions, likely aspiring to establish a form of hegemony that stands in stark contrast to Western ideals. Thus, the possibility of his alignment with Western interests is nearly non-existent. The West stands to gain nothing from him, only a burden of debt. After all, If he were truly one of their own, why would they deploy their technologies in our domain? As he brings forth new innovations for us, it is imperative that we extend our support. My implication is that we should allow him to develop further. Reasonable loans may be granted, but we must never increase risks for mere interest. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances and nodded in unison, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action. In dealing with such a cunning individual, one cannot afford to turn a blind eye, yet we find ourselves with limited options. What of the technological aspect? A voice hesitated. For under different circumstances, there would be no room for doubt. Yet Chen Yang's methods are exceedingly shrewd. The reality is that in any nation and civilization, the state supersedes the individual and national interests must always take precedence. This is only just. Technologies that benefit the state should be prioritized for national use, as it safeguards the interest and dignity of all. In matters of this nature, patents, trade secrets, personal interests, and regulations must all take a backseat, barring exceptions akin to those in the West. However, such a model is not commendable. It is a deeper form of malfeasance. They proclaim personal property to be inviolable. Yet in truth, the assets of capital magnates are merely extensions of their dominion. If even the state bows to capital, one must ponder whom the rules set by capital truly serve. Allow me to speak with him, the frail elder interjected, bringing the meeting to a close. That evening, after the members of the academy departed with lingering thoughts, Lu Qiming returned, accompanied by the elderly gentleman. Elder Ning, Chen Yang greeted, ushering both into the room. Akin to a presidential suite, complete with a sitting area where they settled down. Indeed, you are quite the accomplished young man, Elder Ning remarked, clearing his throat and observing Chen Yang with a hint of admiration. You flatter me, sir, Chen Yang replied, feeling a surge of excitement. Such high-caliber interactions were rare in his lifetime. I hear the visitors from the afternoon were thoroughly impressed by you. Have you considered a position at the academy? Elder Ning inquired. Absolutely not, Chen Yang responded without hesitation, dismissing the notion outright. What purpose would it serve to engage in such an environment? Not to mention, the flawed system would render any effort futile. Prolonged involvement would surely reveal his true intentions. You possess conviction and vision, Elder Ning acknowledged with a slight nod. Smiling as he continued, I heard from young Lu that your assets surpass your debts. What are your thoughts on this? I have a dream. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately began his performance, speaking with considerable depth. When I was studying, I harbored a dream to transform life through technology, to change my country, to alter the world. Thus, I attended a polytechnic university and self-studied numerous disciplines, all in pursuit of my aspiration. But what exactly is your dream? Ning Lao and Lu Qiming exchanged glances, both bemused. To change the world, Chen Yang articulated profoundly. What I mean is to alter the world I can influence in my own way. As an orphan who has endured the hardships of life, I firmly believe that technology should serve humanity, and everything should center around human beings. I do not wish to see technology veer off course. For instance, the technologies of today, if it were up to me, would not be so crude. They could replace many things, but should not displace people as livelihoods. Although it is said that what you consume nourishes you, and learning to feed oneself leads to great wealth, I still hope for a better world. Ning Lao hesitated, then smiled wryly, saying, I understand your sentiment. In truth, development is not initially positioned at the forefront. We always prioritize humanity. However, you must grasp the complexity of the current situation. If we lag behind, they will surge ahead. Moreover, the new energy sector is one of the core elements in breaking hegemony, and its development is essential. Since the advent of agricultural civilization, every significant transformation has been accompanied by pain. This is unavoidable. At this point, Lu Qiming interjected, Chen Yang represents the future, embodying more advanced productive forces. This is a fact. It is a revolution in industry that we cannot impede. This is an inevitability of historical and societal progression, and the outcome will undoubtedly be positive. However, all nations are racing against time, feeling their way across the river, so temporary suffering is unavoidable. We can only accept it, guide it, and regulate it. But we cannot halt it. Chen Yang understood their meaning. He discerned that even among the upper echelons, opinions varied. Lu Qiming's faction held a radical perspective, while another faction sought stability. Chen Yang, however, was neither radical nor conservative. He was indeed ambitious. With a smile, Chen Yang replied, I can resolve this issue. What? Lu Qiming and Ning Lao were taken aback. Chen Yang cautiously suggested, it's quite simple. Let them lend me the money, with interest compounding. In due time, there will be no shortage of funds, and I will lead them to rapid development. directly evolving into an extraterrestrial civilization. We shall usher in the interstellar era and sustain all of humanity. The resources of the entire galaxy, or even the river system, would be trivial in comparison. Lu Qiming and Ning Lao were taken aback, their foreheads creased with disbelief. Be serious, Lu Qiming stated, exasperated. Though this is a private conversation. Is this how you choose to engage? Have you gone mad with your desire to borrow money? Are you trying to pull a fast one on us? Chen Yang felt helpless. Indeed, there was no possibility. He knew that such a ridiculous proposition was beyond belief for others. However, this is indeed a method. And a commendable one at that. Not to mention the global scale, if the entire nation were to lend him money, he could lead the country into an extraterrestrial civilization. Old Ning chuckled and remarked, "Your idea is quite splendid. Let us proceed with your thoughts. Even if your research capabilities are boundless. Do you genuinely believe that supporting all of humanity is a noble pursuit?" Chen Yang fell silent. Such matters are not conducive to profound contemplation. What is human nature? It knows no boundaries. It can encompass both benevolence and malevolence, extreme virtue and extreme vice. Why adhere to a constrained freedom? Why impose moral virtues upon oneself? It is precisely because desires are infinite. Human aspirations will never find fulfillment. Unlimited freedom coupled with boundless support will ultimately lead to the demise of human civilization. People tend to envision a brighter future. If machines and intelligence were to replace humanity, and if the state provided financial support, relieving individuals of labor while offering free healthcare, education, and elder care, many would believe that people could finally live the lives they have always desired. But what of reality? Initially, it may seem beneficial. Yet, over time, the ambitious will strive relentlessly to ascend. Why should the pinnacle not be occupied by me? Meanwhile, the unambitious will devolve into beasts governed by their desires, seeking the most primal of thrills. As their cravings expand, even the most basic stimulation becomes insufficient. They may resort to any number of reckless acts. Should technology continue its advance, humanity might attain longevity, perhaps even immortality, liberating itself from the burdens of healthcare and elder care. Eventually, they might question the significance of education, given that they are sustained by others. Ultimately, this would lead to a complete moral decline and self-destruction, a foregone conclusion. It appears you are aware of this. Old Ning sighed, stating, fundamentally, the emergence of this phenomenon is driven by market demand and is inexorable. The challenges we face are both daunting and straightforward. The labor market is limited. When a portion is replaced, some old labor forces are displaced, leading to unemployment. In essence, the world continues to evolve, perhaps even at a faster pace. But the old workforce has been rendered obsolete and stagnant. This is the core reason for the resistance many exhibit. It concerns their fundamental interests, their livelihoods. If they could secure new employment with wages equal to or surpassing their previous jobs, they would naturally not oppose it. While the service industry may appear to be the most viable option, it does not require a vast number of workers. If individuals are caught in the throes of the service sector, their existence would lack the dignity afforded to even pigs and dogs. Unless absolutely necessary, the service industry will not be the primary choice. Thus, we urgently require an outlet, an avenue through which the outdated labor force can transition into a new, irreplaceable workforce. In fact, this is not just our plight, it is a global concern. Nations worldwide are in search of this outlet, this new source of substantial employment that cannot be supplanted. The virtual realm, Chen Yang exclaimed, a spark of insight illuminating his thoughts. Old Ning was momentarily taken aback. Pondering before he remarked, this indeed presents a possibility, yet humanity is currently incapable of surmounting this technological barrier. The brain-machine interface technology is, after all, one of the preliminary technologies for the virtual realm. However, we have yet to fully conquer the brain-machine interface itself. Lu Qiming's eyes sparkled as he interjected. If it were truly feasible, it would resolve numerous issues. In fact, current technology has made significant progress. The reason for its limited large-scale implementation lies in the inability to accommodate the existing labor force. Once the virtual world comes into existence, technology will experience an explosive advancement, allowing many fundamental tasks to be entrusted to machines and intelligence. Most importantly, we could harness the virtual realm for the redistribution of wealth, providing substantial income to the impoverished through a virtual labor model. By employing the cyclical nature of the virtual world, akin to seasons in games, we can continually devise methods to offer emotional value to the affluent, thereby extracting their wealth to benefit the less fortunate. However, as he spoke, Lu Qiming's expression dimmed. If such a thing existed, it could effortlessly siphon the wealth of other nations, but alas, This technology remains far too distant. Is it truly distant? Chen Yang mused. Glancing at the system marketplace, the technologies required for the virtual world are numerous. First, we need so many. We must start with chip lithography technology to manufacture biological chips. We also require advanced brain model technology to program these chips, enabling the human body to absorb the chips and awaken a secondary consciousness, which is essentially the subconscious becoming a biological intelligence. Subsequently, this biological intelligence would convert human consciousness into data, which would then be transmitted through brain-machine data transfer technology. Following that, vast amounts of data would be uploaded to a light brain-level server that hosts the virtual world via the Internet of Everything, converging and subsequently relaying feedback back into the system. This feedback would traverse the Internet of Everything, brain-machine data transmission, and biological intelligence, ultimately transforming back into human consciousness. Goodness. Light brain-level computing server technology, virtual world construction technology, Internet of Everything technology, brain-machine data transmission technology, advanced brain model technology, and biological chip lithography technology. There are 6 essential technologies, not to mention the foundational material technologies. These are not inexpensive. To truly create a virtual world would require at least several 100 million points, which translates to a debt of several trillion. Well, Chen Yang remarked. Indeed quite distant. Perhaps I should borrow several trillion and give it a shot. Are you really pondering the creation of a second world with just several trillion? Lu Qiming rolled his eyes, saying, You need to be serious. Today, the teacher wishes to discuss something more substantial with you. Please, go ahead. Chen Yang turned his gaze towards Old Ning. Old Ning chuckled. Qiming, don't be so solemn. This isn't a formal occasion. Why be so tense while chatting privately? He then looked at Chen Yang and inquired, Are you considering developing abroad? No. Chen Yang did not hesitate. This simple dialogue would profoundly influence the future of the Shanghai Group, and he indeed had no intention of pursuing opportunities abroad. He spoke with remarkable candor. I possess a flaw. While I do not harbor racial prejudice, I harbor an aversion to those who speak in foreign tongues. Such a reason was undeniably assertive, even more so than outright racism, marking him as an extreme patriot. Elder Ning and Lu Qiming exchanged a glance, both relieved. Chapter 76. I can cure cancer. What I mean is, the Shanghai Group remains under your stewardship, and you may develop it as you see fit. However, in terms of technology, I hope you will grant access to special patents. The state will provide a substantial fee for the use of these technologies in specialized fields. Elder Ning pondered momentarily before explaining, Rest assured, we are aware of your general intentions. The technology will not be employed for civilian or commercial purposes, but exclusively in military and specialized domains. Absolutely no problem. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. This outcome far exceeded his expectations. Although profits from patents may be minimal, technological sharing was inevitable. He needed to incur debts to exchange for advanced technologies. What would happen if he exhausted his funds? The only solution would be to enhance productivity, explore new sectors, and thereby enrich the nation and humanity at large, which would enable him to borrow more. Some technologies would eventually become obsolete in his hands, necessitating their deliberate release to expand market scale and global wealth. He aimed to establish a positive feedback loop, a strategy that required foresight. Gaining the support of the state would indirectly bolster national strength and depth, facilitating a more stable development for him, an invaluable opportunity. This would foster deep cooperation and mutual trust, at the very least increasing his future loan limits. To put it bluntly, he would feel uneasy occupying a high position while overseeing a company mired in debt, especially one that held core technologies. The most alarming aspect was that this company was not in dire straits by necessity, it was deliberately seeking loans. And the snowball effect was growing ever larger. Should it collapse, it would not merely be a snow avalanche, it would be akin to a cataclysmic landslide. Suddenly, Elder Ning, about to speak with a smile, was seized by a violent coughing fit. Doctor! Quickly, a doctor! Lu Qiming exclaimed anxiously, and a physician rushed in upon hearing the commotion. What is going on? Chen Yang, bewildered, watched as Elder Ning was escorted away by the medical team, his heart sinking. Do not be afraid, it's just an old ailment. Lu Qiming sighed, furrowing his brow as he reassured Chen Yang before taking his seat. He is not a doctor and cannot assist with subsequent matters. The situation is not severe, merely requiring the help of a medical team for alleviation. What on earth is happening? Chen Yang inquired softly. Lu Qiming hesitated for a moment, then sighed, recounting, last year, when my teacher visited Africa, he suddenly came down with a cold and fever, incessantly coughing. although he recovered upon returning home. It wasn't long before he was diagnosed with lung cancer. How is that possible? Chen Yang expressed disbelief, remarking that someone like him must undergo regular checkups. Thus, Lu Qiming's expression grew grave as he solemnly stated, after consulting the experts, it was nearly confirmed that the cancerous cell mutation was triggered by some external factor. The think tank suggested a high probability that the West has been deeply involved in the development of biological gene weapons. Terrifying. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Biological gene weapons? Do they dare to develop such things? Are they intent on dragging all of humanity into mutual destruction? A sense of inexplicable urgency surged within him. If they truly possess such weapons, there is a substantial likelihood they would use them against him after his rise. Chen Yang could not remain composed. I can treat cancer. What? Lu Qiming was taken aback. I said, I can treat cancer. Chen Yang asserted, his voice steady. The Biomedical Research Institute had remained in a closed state, but he had previously utilized the technology from the cancer cell suppression solution he exchanged to manufacture a batch of such solutions. Yet, he had kept this to himself. The implications of this discovery were immense. Once revealed, it would disrupt the trillion-dollar global tumor market, affecting the entire medical industry. With hundreds of individuals and related hospitals facing unemployment, not to mention the pharmaceutical companies producing anti-cancer drugs and equipment, the emergence of this solution required an exceptionally opportune moment. One that could stabilize the market's backlash and allow those in related fields to transition smoothly. Otherwise, rather than achieving a golden reputation, he risked being vilified and demonized in the public sphere by those in the industry. You must be joking? Lu Qiming gazed at Chen Yang incredulously. First, it was bioenergy microbial groups, then temperature-regulated battery technology, and now a cancer treatment? Are you serious? The leap is astounding. One beverage, one battery, and now a medical breakthrough, spanning 3 industries. But then, Lu Qiming recalled the bioenergy injection solution and abruptly stood up, exclaiming, is it related to the bioenergy microbial groups? Indeed. Chen Yang nodded. He had reviewed the biological gene technologies in the exchange market. Many were based on the special microbial groups of bioenergy. In essence, the bioenergy microbial groups serve as the foundational structure upon which many biological gene technologies are built. If various technologies are likened to towering skyscrapers, then the bioenergy microbial groups are akin to the steel and concrete, forming one of the essential foundations of these edifices. I have conducted in-depth research on bioenergy microbial communities and believe that bioenergy represents an entirely new foundation for genetic science. My intention is to uncover the secrets of human evolution. I have even privately engaged in gene-related studies. However, while other techniques have yet to be developed, I unexpectedly obtained a cancer cell suppression solution. Chen Yang explained, the principle behind this substance relies on stimulating one's own genes to inhibit mutated cells, causing them to naturally die and shed. This process necessitates the stimulation of one's own genes, which requires a bioenergy supply far beyond that of an ordinary person. Therefore, when utilizing this solution, one must administer bioenergy injections continuously for approximately a week to replenish their bioenergy reserves. Is this reliable? Lu Qiming expressed both surprise and concern. For an ordinary person, he would certainly consider trying it. However, for Elder Ning, who is currently very busy, taking risks is not an option. He has too many matters to attend to, and any unexpected event would necessitate a complete revision of numerous plans. It is indeed dependable, Chen Yang affirmed, stating, much like how the human immune system combats viral infections through fever, the significance of this solution lies in its ability to activate the entire genetic system, maintaining it in a peak state. This allows the body's genetic data to accurately distinguish between normal cells and mutated cancer cells, prioritizing normal cells over cancerous ones. Consequently, this triggers the body's self-circulation and self-repair mechanisms, preventing cancer cells from accessing bioenergy, which leads to their gradual demise and eventual breakdown into cellular fragments, ultimately being expelled from the body through metabolic enzymes, thus curing cancer without the need for surgery. Lu Qiming was entirely convinced. He believed that Chen Yang would not speak falsely about such a significant matter. Wait for me. I will inform the teacher. Chapter 77. We are the true civilization. That evening, a private jet arrived in Yong City. Following Chen Yang's instructions, Zhang Lihai retrieved a temperature-controlled box from the core laboratory of the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute's temperature-controlled safe and handed it over to a special task force. The team departed on the private jet. Half an hour later, They arrived at the Yuan State guest house in the capital. Relevant experts extracted one vial of the cancer cell suppression solution for analysis but ultimately found nothing conclusive. The new technology could not be validated under Elder Ning's directive. And with the approval of the State Council, they proceeded with the drug injection, administering the bioenergy solution via an intravenous drip. Elder Ning's spirit visibly improved, and everyone was filled with excitement. Yet Chen Yang shook his head and remarked, "The effects of the bioenergy solution are immediate. However, the effects of the cancer cell suppression solution will take time to manifest, so no results will be visible in the short term. We may see some developments by tomorrow." These are all remarkable substances. Elder Ning lay on the hospital bed, smiling warmly and kindly, saying, "Not to mention anything else, this bioenergy injection you created is truly exceptional. The reason I am still able to work during this period is that I consume several vials daily." Upon hearing this, those around him fell silent. Despite the affliction besieging his body, he resolutely endured the pain, striving to maintain a state of utmost clarity for the sake of his work. It is crucial to understand that, in the absence of cancer cell inhibiting agents, the utilization of bioenergy injection solutions by cancer patients, while it may impart a semblance of vitality, inadvertently energizes the malign cells, causing them to proliferate at an alarming rate, ultimately spiraling into an irretrievable state. This is akin to bartering one's fragile existence for mere working hours. Rest assured, my esteemed elder, this time, I guarantee success, Chen Yang declared confidently, his assurance casting a wave of relief over those present. "I believe in you," Elder Ning responded with a smile, gesturing dismissively. "However, you've already spent a considerable amount of time here. You should all return to rest. I am fine and shall remain here for the week. Just visit me whenever you have the time." With that, the crowd dispersed. Upon returning to the suite, Lu Qiming was aflame with excitement. "How on earth does your mind operate? Moreover, your fortune is remarkable. The serendipitous discovery you made could revolutionize the entire medical field." He held the empty vial of the inhibiting solution, battling the urge to taste it himself. "A genius." Chen Yang reclined on the couch, pointing at himself without a hint of modesty. This time, Lu Qiming did not retort but nodded in agreement. "You are indeed a genius. If the West truly develops biological gene weapons, your discovery will obliterate years of their research. I eagerly await to witness their expressions once this product hits the market." "Will it be available for sale?" Chen Yang inquired. "It must be released," Lu Qiming replied, taking a seat, his expression resolute. "We are not like the West. Regardless of the potential market turmoil this may cause, it must be made available." At this juncture, Lu Qiming turned, imparting with earnest gravitas, "Your perspective has shifted. You must no longer approach matters with an ordinary mindset, but elevate your thoughts to a higher plane. Regardless of the tumult of public opinion, remain steadfast in your convictions. There may be corruption within, yet that is a facet of human nature, unavoidable in any era. Our original intent remains unchanged. Those who have faltered cannot ascend. We prioritize the people, and we shall inevitably reclaim our place at the summit. Universal harmony is an unattainable dream, yet we are dreamers. Perfection is a pursuit, albeit one that may never be fully realized. Utopias may not exist, but we shall persistently strive to construct our own. Should we abandon the impossible goals set by our predecessors? No, rather, they serve as the very foundation of our progress. The unattainable implies an endless journey forward. Even if the world consisted solely of ourselves, we would not recline in complacency. The ceaseless internal reforms and elusive ambitions will perpetually foster our growth. We are the true embodiment of civilization. The following day, Chen Yang accompanied Lu Qiming to visit Elder Ning. Within the medical center of the Yuan State guest house, an air of exhilaration enveloped everyone, for the test results had finally arrived. According to the report, the cancer cells appeared to be languishing, showing signs of withering. This revelation brought a profound sense of relief to all, and the news reverberated through the upper echelons. Lu Qiming, in high spirits, took Chen Yang on a trip to the Great Wall, and that same day he returned to Dongzhong by train. As he put it, with his busy schedule, managing to carve out 2 days was quite an accomplishment. Chen Yang remained speechless. However, Zheng Chong and Wang Gang had returned, and with their presence, there was no shortage of entertainment. Over the span of 5 days, Chen Yang explored the capital, and by the afternoon of the 7th day, he met with Elder Ning. The elder's vitality had been fully restored, although replenishing the energy depleted during his battle with cancer would require time and careful nurturing. The injection of biological energy would significantly expedite this process. That morning, Elder Ning had just finalized several international collaborations and was in excellent spirits. inviting Chen Yang to share a few drinks with him. We thought we had placed enough importance on you. Yet we were utterly unprepared for the fact that you possess technology to treat cancer. Now, there's a tumult above regarding how to ensure a smooth market introduction of the product while minimizing its impact, Elder Ning remarked with a smile. Chen Yang found it difficult to connect with the elder, glancing at the assortment of vegetarian dishes on the table, his appetite waning. This drinking session was proving to be rather challenging. Just then, a small cart was wheeled in, presenting 3 meat dishes. Instantly, his spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, "In fact, this technology has been around for a while now, and I've been contemplating the best approach to take. Do you have any ideas?" Elder Ning inquired. "I have a few." Chen Yang pondered before continuing. "I personally believe that for the relevant enterprises in the medical sector, it would be prudent for the pertinent departments to intervene, allocating a certain amount of funds to establish a special subsidy fund for those displaced by high-tech advancements. This fund would provide long-term support to individuals whose livelihoods have been affected by technological unemployment until they can find new employment post-regulation. Of course, at this stage, it should not be open to all industries. My suggestion is to limit it to the medical sector for now." "Where would the funds originate?" Elder Ning asked. "Every penny has its purpose, and even before it is collected, a plan should be in place. While diverting a portion of funding might be feasible, it is not a sustainable solution. Medical insurance can contribute a part, as can tax-related revenues," Chen Yang contemplated. "This approach seems viable," Elder Ning nodded. "If we can resolve cancer, the savings from medical insurance would be substantial, so it is only natural for them to contribute. But what about the tax contributions? Do you have further thoughts on this?" Elder Ning gazed at Chen Yang with curiosity, sensing an inkling of insight. Chapter 78. Is another miracle about to unfold? At the dining table, Chen Yang took a sip of his drink and savored a piece of authentic For Happiness meatballs. Chen Yang smiled and remarked, "I'm not merely selling this to the domestic market. I intend to authorize the Hu family to distribute it abroad as well. The pricing will undoubtedly be quite high. But I cannot afford to set a lower price domestically than internationally, as that would invite unwelcome scrutiny and potential backlash. My proposal is to price each injection at 1 per million, with 980,000 reimbursed by medical insurance. I certainly do not wish to take advantage of the state. We could privately establish a tax specifically for the cancer cell suppression medication, where I would remit 95 of the revenue as tax, retaining merely 3 from insurance and 2 from the patients. What do you think?" Old Ning gasped in astonishment, regarding Chen Yang with wide eyes. "What is the production cost of this? It appears that this young man is set to profit immensely. Clearly, the costs are not exorbitant. He is quite shrewd. 1 per million translates to about $200,000, and it seems he intends to profit handsomely in America. Nevertheless, this is a positive development," Old Ning chuckled. "At 1 per million, patients would only need to pay 28,000, with the remainder covered by medical reimbursements. Moreover, with Chen Yang remitting 95 in taxes, the money would circulate back, effectively reducing the reimbursement to 42,000. The introduction of this medication will undoubtedly stimulate the populace's interest in purchasing health insurance. After all, at a price of 1 per million, how many can afford to go without insurance? Cancer can be cured, albeit at a steep price, but with insurance covering a substantial portion. Who would not invest in it?" "Excellent," Old Ning proclaimed with delight. "This approach resolves numerous issues within the healthcare sector, secures special funding, facilitates product launch, stimulates insurance purchases, and enhances public trust in the government. You can also command high prices overseas, truly a multifaceted victory." As he spoke, Old Ning shook his head in disbelief, adding, "Old Hu is indeed fortunate. Had I known that self-detonation could lead to such business opportunities, I would have volunteered." "You? Surely not." Old Hu's self-detonation left the chief steward in a daze. "If you went, wouldn't he roll his eyes and faint on the spot? Our company can sign a permanent priority purchase authorization with the healthcare department." Chen Yang contemplated before continuing, "Of course. I believe you could also capitalize on tariffs for the export of specialized medications. I imagine there would be little opposition from abroad." "That is indeed the case." Old Ning nodded, saying, "Currently, the comprehensive tax rate for pharmaceuticals is around 17. For your drug, let us set it at 30. I have another suggestion." Chen Yang suddenly became serious. Old Ning, recognizing Chen Yang as sharp intellect, promptly inquired, "What is your suggestion?" "The high-tech unemployment subsidy fund is distributed monthly. Why not lend me some? I would offer a 24 annual interest rate, and perhaps the interest alone would suffice for issuing the subsidies. Chen Yang stated earnestly. Old Ning was momentarily speechless. This young man certainly had a knack for discussing loans. However, upon reflection, it might indeed be feasible. The healthcare pension fund is untouchable. Such resources cannot endure any risk and are never lent out, even for investment purposes, as numerous professionals oversee the most secure investments. Yet, this special fund, one might consider it. It appears that this approach may indeed be viable. Firstly, the total amount is not substantial. Secondly, it was originally devised by Chen Yang, thus rendering this method reasonable and justifiable. Most importantly, the interest provided by Chen Yang is exceedingly generous. Lending money to this young man is akin to engaging in usury. After concluding their serious discussions, the two began to indulge in a meal accompanied by wine. With a pleasant mood, Old Ning partook of several additional glasses. As the alcohol coursed through him, paternal affection welled up within him. He regarded Chen Yang, brought by Lu Qiming, as likely to become Lu Qiming's son-in-law in the future, akin to his own grandson, who had also rendered him life-saving assistance. They conversed amiably, prompting him to caution that you have now become the small tyrant of Dongjiang. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. This path becomes increasingly arduous, the mountains grow ever steeper, so you must remember to exercise caution. Your current strategies, supported by technology, allow you to proceed without restraint. However, should an unforeseen complication arise, recovery will be exceedingly difficult. I understand. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Nonetheless, my approach is not easily susceptible to collapse. Consider the situation in America. Countless individuals long for its downfall, yet those nations dependent upon it? Who among them genuinely wishes for its demise? They would rather sacrifice their own interests to sustain it. The community of interests forged through hegemony and lending has indeed established a solid foundation. Old Ning nodded slightly but then shifted his tone, adding, have you contemplated what might occur if your research encounters a bottleneck? Much like the stagnation of the American economy, this would expose numerous vulnerabilities, and former advantages could swiftly transform into disadvantages, leading to chaos. Chen Yang nodded in understanding. Old Ning's words resonated with him as if they echoed Lu Qiming's counsel. Many fail to comprehend his perspective. After all, this model appears flawless at first glance. Yet the core challenge lies in ensuring that the speed of profit generation surpasses that of interest accrual. Should this balance falter, collapse is inevitable. Presently, the presence of groundbreaking technology affords some leeway, but what of the future? Yet, Chen Yang could not articulate his assurance of having a system that guarantees a continuous influx of innovative technology. He merely pondered aloud, I comprehend that for ordinary individuals, money represents life, sustenance, and the foundation for maintaining oneself and one's family. For someone of my wealth, however, money symbolizes power and status. On a national level, money serves as a tool, a form of energy, the manifestation of consensus, and a measure of credibility in economy. Yet, as you have mentioned, we are currently amidst an unprecedented era of change. To participate, one must possess sufficient strength. My aspiration to alter the world necessitates my involvement, yet at my age, I find myself lacking the authority to engage. Therefore, this method holds significant importance for me. In this endeavor, money transcends its conventional value. It embodies the expression of my will. Through wealth and debt, I aim to influence every facet of humanity. Colliding my intent with Western capital from a position of financial strength, rapidly aggregating unconscious capital through lending, thereby imbuing that capital with my vision. This encapsulates my undertaking. This cannot possibly cease, nor is it likely to do so. Old Ning remained silent, lost in thought for an extended period. His heart was profoundly shaken, even stunned. What extraordinary ambition this reflects. Perhaps his research capabilities are exceptionally strong, even surpassing many renowned scientists. Yet it is his audacity and intellect that are truly rare in this world. In undertaking such endeavors, does he not comprehend the consequences? Surely, he is aware. When new inventions elude him, his best outcome would be to settle all debts, concluding everything with nothing to his name. Should he stubbornly persist against the odds, the outcome would be dire, leaving him without a place to rest. This implies that all his research would ultimately yield naught. Is it worth it? He could have effortlessly enjoyed boundless wealth and achieved global renown as a distinguished scientist and billionaire. Yet he chose this perilous path. He gambles everything, all for the dream that resides within his heart. To change the world, what grand aspirations and ambition this entails. Is it possible that our ancient nation, the illustrious Huaxia, is on the verge of producing yet another miracle? Chapter 79. Maintaining the delicate balance. On the following morning, at Yongqing International Airport, Chen Yang along with Zheng Chang and Wang Gang, disembarked from the plane. They brought back a considerable number of local specialties, with Wang Gang and Zheng Chang burdened by numerous bags. Chen Yang, donning sunglasses, walked ahead, the two trailing closely behind. This journey to the capital had concluded splendidly. Beneath the surface calm lay unimaginable collisions and struggles. The fate of Shanghai remained uncertain until Chen Yang boarded the plane. Throughout, Chen Yang had only encountered Old Ning. Both were astute individuals, and their contest had begun. If the Academy of Sciences was a platform for self-validation, Chen Yang had excelled, demonstrating his irreplaceability. Before departing, Old Ning had remarked on his cunning. Clearly, his method of play allowed for both advancement and retreat, leaving others feeling quite helpless. The introduction of the virtual realm was an escalation. The declaration of debt hegemony signified a stance, and the cancer suppression solution delivered a heavy blow. The special patent represented a compromise. While the 95 tax was a collaborative win-win, ultimately he achieved self-preservation and safeguarded Shanghai. The outcome was favorable. Chen Yang attained his desires, including the provision of various firearms and ammunition for the subsidiary Shanghai Security Company. Such matters cannot be categorized as wins or losses. Each party made their own compromises, ultimately traversing different paths toward a shared goal, maintaining everything within a controllable range, converging at the finish line without interference. Both sides were intent on preventing the situation from deteriorating, diligently upholding that delicate balance. Entering the underground parking garage to retrieve their vehicle, Wang Gang went to drive while Chen Yang and Zheng Chang waited. However, unexpectedly, two individuals appeared before Chen Yang, catching him off guard. "Let go of me, you scoundrel! Why? Why on earth did you go abroad? How dare you even ask me?" With fury boiling over, he exclaimed, "I swear I'll make you pay." A crisp sound pierced the air, followed by a woman's piercing scream, a roar, and a struggle. Qi Yuming and Jin Yalan, what on earth is happening? Chen Yang was taken aback, while Zheng Chang, with a lollipop in his mouth, dropped it in shock. "This is utterly captivating." Qi Yuming wore a grim expression, his hands laden with bags which he tossed aside, reaching out to strike Jin Yalan, who had a firm grip on his arm. Her pale face turned red and swollen from the blow, yet she screamed defiantly, unwilling to let go. "Take me with you. Get the hell away." Qi Yuming retaliated with a kick. "You are nothing but a shameless wretch. Everything I did was for you. It's you who undermined our relationship. Otherwise, why would I have left him? Now that you fear losing him, you want to abandon me? What about everything I sacrificed?" Jin Yalan shouted passionately. Qi Yuming, nearly breathless from her words, found himself utterly confounded. Was pursuing women not a common endeavor? For someone of his privileged status, marrying Jin Yalan was inconceivable. It was merely a fleeting dalliance with a pretty face. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter such a formidable challenge? First, Chen Yang rose to prominence, slapping him in the face, though the latter remained indifferent, ignoring him entirely. Yet everyone around him regarded him with disdain, mocking him behind his back. Now, Qi Yuming found himself utterly alone, devoid of friends as they all deserted him. He could no longer remain at home, where each passing day felt like an unending torment. If he stayed any longer, he felt he would perish there. Little did he realize, this wretched woman was intent on marrying into wealth, more relentless than the toughest of challenges, and even in her quiet escape, she had somehow caught wind of his plans. Despair consumed him. Why hadn't he met with an accident on the road? It would have been a merciful end. "Damn you," he thought, "we could perish together. You wretch." In a fit of rage, Qi Yuming's eyes bulged as he inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash a roar, only to catch sight of Chen Yang, who stood nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. "Chenggu, what brings you here?" His tone softened unexpectedly, transforming into one of liquid tenderness, his facial expressions shifting so rapidly that he nearly cramped. He awkwardly shrugged off Jin Yalan, hastening toward Chen Yang, bowing slightly as he fished out a cigarette and offered it to him. "Brother, I heard you went to the capital. Was it enjoyable? Are we that familiar?" Chen Yang replied coolly. At that moment, Wang Gang drove up. Zheng Chang opened the car door, and Chen Yang entered without casting a glance at either of them. As the vehicle departed, it left behind the silent figures of Qi Yuming and Jin Yalan. "Don't follow me anymore," Qi Yuming, now seething with rage, surprisingly calmed himself and spoke in a low voice. "If you insist on following me, fine, let us buy a ticket. Once we arrive, I'll kill you. I'll stab you to death." Jin Yalan was horrified, shaking her head vigorously. "I want to go, but you must give me money." "How much?" Qi Yuming sighed in relief. 10 million. What a bold demand." Qi Yuming sprang to his feet, incredulously exclaiming, 10 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? That amount could buy your family's lives. I have recorded it. Jean Yalin raised her phone, scoffing. I don't care. Either you pay me, or you can buy my life. In a fit of rage, Chi Yuming struck the nearby load-bearing column with his fists, landing 3 blows until his knuckles began to bleed. Damn it, I must be blind. 10 million is impossible. I sneaked out. Look at my mobile banking. I've only got 2 million at most. I can give you 100,000. You're that poor? Jean Yalin frowned, ultimately resigned to accept reality as she instructed Chi Yuming to transfer the money. After seeing the transaction notification, she shook her head. You really are pathetic. Claiming to be the young master of the Chi family. How embarrassing. I thought you were enjoying life, but with such meager funds, how dare you think of going abroad? Aren't you afraid of being robbed there? You bastard. Chi Yuming was infuriated. How dare you say that after taking my money? Is there anyone like you? You wretched creature. What is wrong with me? Jean Yalin scoffed disdainfully, grabbing her bag and turning to leave, muttering, had I known you were this poor, I wouldn't have bothered to chase after you. Damn it, I've taken a few slaps for nothing. Ah. Chi Yuming was driven to madness, wishing he could stab her. You shameless harlot. I want to curse you, but you lack the depth and warmth. You are nothing but a wretched being. At the Lu residence, the car came to a halt. Chen Yang alighted and instructed Zheng Chong and Wang Gang to find their own place to eat. He then pushed the door open and entered, where Lu Qiming had been waiting. Back already? Lu Qiming smiled, then added with a hint of helplessness. Don't blame me for leaving early. It was the teacher's orders. I know. Chen Yang replied as he took a seat. Where's your fine wine? Bring it out. Lu Qiming shook his head in silent disbelief, rising to have the meal prepared and retrieving a bottle of Matai from beneath the bed. This is the only bottle I have left, and I had to hide it while moving. You really are quite rude. Is that all? Then it seems I have struck gold, Chen Yang replied, grinning as he uncorked the bottle and poured 2 glasses. Are we drinking straight? Lu Qiming was taken aback. It seems you've had quite the harvest this time. Not bad. The outcome is satisfactory. Chen Yang recounted all that had transpired in the conversations he had with Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming pondered, reflecting, demonstrating value, leveraging strengths, retreating to advance, maintaining boundaries. Seeking common ground while accommodating differences, inflating promises, and negotiating benefits. Last time I intended to teach you this, yet you have become increasingly adept with this series of tactics. Even I would find myself bewildered. At this point, Lu Qiming suddenly chuckled ruefully. My teacher will be held accountable for your future mischief. He'll have to share the blame for any chaos you cause. After all, it's a matter of saving grace, Chen Yang dismissed nonchalantly. Besides, what kind of chaos could I possibly create? Trust me, though our paths may differ, the destination remains the same as striving for universal harmony. Universal harmony, my foot. Lu Qiming cast a peculiar glance at Chen Yang. The entire world is your creditor. Everyone has profited, yet who is not obliged to support you? Is this what you call harmony? What are your thoughts moving forward? Lu Qiming inquired further. Nothing. Chen Yang shook his head. From this moment on, Shanghai will truly become Shanghai. I doubt I will ever return to the capital. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to securing funds and advancing technology. Lu Qiming's expression grew even more bizarre. So, you intend to strengthen yourself while the situation is stable? By not going back, are you suggesting that next time they will come to seek you out? What a clever lad. Are you playing a game of offense and defense then? Do not be overly audacious. Chapter 80. Little did the boss know, he even organized events. After indulging in some drinks, Chen Yang took his leave. Lu Qiming, having returned home specifically to gather information, felt relieved and then busied himself with his own affairs. Thanks to the biological energy injection, he could now drink at any time without hindering his work. However, it was unfortunate that his daughter had adamantly refused to let him drink since his return. Chen Yang arrived at the headquarters of Shanghai Group. Observing the increasingly prosperous commercial center and the throngs of people at the company headquarters, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. From humble beginnings, the towering edifice of Shanghai had finally secured its foundation. Hello, President Chen. Greetings, Chairman. The greetings from those approaching prompted Chen Yang to nod slightly. This was the exclusive elevator for executives, filled with either high-ranking officials or secretarial assistants, all of whom recognized him. Boss? You've returned? Lu Yun, who was standing in the elevator and perusing documents, looked up at the mention of his name and promptly set aside her papers to greet him. Chen Yang nodded again, smiling as he asked, Are General Gu and General Jiang at the headquarters? Yes, Lu Yun affirmed, smiling as she explained. The most significant matters for the company recently have been the acquisition of Hanhai Group and the internal competitions. Other issues will be addressed step by step. General Gu and General Jiang are currently in the large conference room. The finals are underway. Oh, Chen Yang's interest was piqued at her words. Let us go and take a look. Certainly, boss. Lian pressed the button for the floor of the large conference room and continued, boss. The acquisition of Hanhai Group is practically complete. We have coordinated with the government, and the final price has been determined. Would you like to take a look? Chen Yang accepted the documents from Lu Yun's hands. According to the information, the acquisition of Hanhai would proceed in 3 phases. The first phase involved acquiring Hanhai's primary mineral resources, amounting to 112 billion. The second phase pertained to Hanhai's oil and gas resources, totaling 89 billion. And the third phase encompassed various chemical enterprises, summing up to 79 billion. The grand total was 280 billion. That price is rather low. Chen Yang expressed his astonishment, as he had anticipated the acquisition of Hanhai Group would cost at least 300 to 400 billion. After all, it was an enterprise with total assets between 7 and 800 billion. With adept management, it could boast assets exceeding 1 trillion. He was taken aback to discover that the principal assets were merely valued at 280 billion. This is primarily because many of the assets hold little utility for us. Lu Yun elucidated. In accordance with your stipulations, we have meticulously reviewed these segments of assets multiple times, eliminating numerous industries that hold no utility for us. Although Hanhai Group is vast, the majority comprises investments in various companies and monopolies over certain industries across different cities in Dongjiang. Chen Yang suddenly understood, realizing why the old man who claimed that Dongjiang no longer required Hanhai. The principal value Hanhai holds for Dongjiang lies in its diverse energy assets. However, this segment constitutes merely 1/3 of Hanhai's total assets. It is evident how much endeavor was required to amass such wealth after Hanhai reached its pinnacle. In its later stages, Hanhai has transformed into a capital behemoth, voraciously consuming everything in sight, growing ever larger, ultimately culminating in its current predicament. Shaking his head, Chen Yang remarked, "The funds are in the account. We shall have them signed this afternoon." Additionally, informed Zhao Chunlei that we require a mortgage loan. Swift action is essential. We aim to acquire Hanhai today. Understood, boss. Upon hearing Chen Yang mention Zhao Chunlei, Lu Yun instinctively glanced at Zheng Chang. Yet, Zheng Chang showed no interest in the older woman, his gaze fixated on the nearby secretarial assistants. Lu Yun scoffed inwardly, dismissing him as a shallow man devoid of depth. Boss. As the group arrived at the main conference room, Gu Xinhong, spotting Chen Yang with keen eyes, promptly rose. Chairman, good day. Boss, greetings. The surrounding crowd stood in unison, and Chen Yang gestured for them to take their seats, positioning himself in the front row. Gu Xinhong, one of the judges, sat beside Chen Yang and inquired, "Was everything smooth for you this time?" "Quite successful." Chen Yang responded with a smile, alleviating the concerns of the senior executives nearby. At that moment, Gu Xinhong began his introduction. Following several days of internal competitions, 10 spots had been determined through applications from various subsidiaries, culminating in a best-of-3 format at the headquarters. Now, all events had concluded. For those of us lacking personnel, selections have also been made. We are now at the final and most critical stage, the spokesperson for the new product you designated. Only 1 spot is available, and competition is fierce. Perhaps you should make the decision, boss? Let's observe first, Chen Yang replied with a slight nod, as the vigorous competition unfolded on stage. For the product spokesperson, the essential qualities include eloquence, high emotional intelligence, quick wit, and the ability to respond adeptly to inquiries from the media and clients, articulating the myriad advantages of the product with clarity and measured pace. While individuals possessing such skills may not be frequently encountered, they are indeed plentiful for a large enterprise. What is lacking is merely an opportunity to shine. At that moment, a group stood on stage, taking turns to deliver speeches, introducing 2 new products, a bioenergy injection and a temperature-regulated battery. Each speaker was allotted 10 minutes. The competition continued well into the evening, with all participants performing admirably. The audience, including Gu Xinhong, found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, as the choices were all quite similar. However, one individual stood out distinctly. Throughout the event, he refrained from excessive product promotion, instead speaking fervently of dreams and aspirations. His repeated mentions of the cutting-edge technology from Shanghai left a profound impression, punctuated by his candid exclamations of "truly remarkable." Had it not been for the slight crudeness of his expressions, he might have easily claimed victory. Chen Yang observed the rotund figure under the stage lights, puzzled as to how this fellow had secured a position at Shanghai. "Boss, what do you think?" Gu Xinhong expressed his frustration. Let it be him, Chen Yang declared, pointing at the plump man. I will withdraw early. You announce the results and escort him to my office. I have matters to arrange. Understood, boss. The others nodded in agreement, relieved by Chen Yang's decision. As they were at a loss themselves. Half an hour later, the competition concluded and the attendees dispersed. Gu Xinhong swiftly led the individual to Chen Yang's office. At that moment, Lu Washu was brewing tea, and Chen Yang's return granted her some respite from her duties as the executive president. As Chen Yang settled into his office chair, he reviewed the work logs that Lu Washu had organized, documenting the recent happenings within the company. Boss, I've brought him, Gu Xinhong announced, ushering the man into the office. Chen Yang raised his gaze to the rotund man, who grinned broadly. Big brother, I wish to be your right-hand man. What nonsense, Chen Yang retorted, realizing the implication of their shared past in prison. Indeed, this was the fellow who had been incarcerated for selling rock candy. And it was surprising that he had found his way to Shanghai and shone during the speech competition. No wonder he had been involved in such a business. He truly was an unconventional talent. Please introduce yourself and showcase your abilities, Chen Yang prompted. Well, boss, how about I perform a piece? The man quickly adopted a serious demeanor, understanding the importance of making a lasting impression. Perform a piece? What do you mean? Chen Yang was taken aback. Gu Xinhong and Lu Washu, who had been watching the scene unfold, were equally astonished. The man, seemingly well-prepared, took a deep breath and began to jump in place. Keeping rhythm. Boss, my name is Lu Xindong, a graduate from Yang University, hailing from Hanzhong. 3 years as a runner honed my eloquence. And 5 years in sales thickened my skin. At 35, it has been quite a journey. Pursuing my dreams and participating in competitions has often led to defeat. The harshness of reality is undeniable. I sought glory through selling rock candy, only to find myself lost and in tears after being caught, weeping and suffering. In my moments of anguish, the support from you, boss, is invaluable. Joining Shanghai, working in sales, the environment is splendid and the salary sufficient. No longer do I live like a dog or play the fool. This alone is enough. Yet, the boss is generous, even organizing events. Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? Chen Yang exclaimed, utterly astonished. Lu Washu, while pouring water, had spilled it all over the table, and Gu Xinhong was left dumbfounded. The three individuals stared blankly at the rotund El Shadong. Chapter 81. Surely, I cannot allow him to move into my vehicle. Is this still not acceptable? El Shadong lowered his head, a hint of dejection in his demeanor, murmuring, I knew it. This will ruin my life. Chen Yang's expression shifted, hesitatingly suggesting, You may step out. I need to converse with Manager Gu. Understood, boss. El Shengdong rose and exited. Chen Yang cast an odd glance at Gu Xinhong, seemingly questioning. Is this truly the promising candidate you selected from the competition? Gu Xinhong returned the peculiar look, implying, Isn't this the champion you handpicked, boss? Just this? Ahem. Chen Yang cleared his throat and inquired, What do you think of him? Lu Wangshu held her tongue for a moment before stating, He certainly possesses a thick skin. God knows how awkward it was just moments ago. As an onlooker, she nearly felt the urge to claw her way out of the room. Gu Xinhong hesitated for quite some time, finally articulating his thoughts with reluctance. Boss, you possess a discerning eye. This individual has a way with words, an unyielding demeanor, and is not easily intimidated. Most importantly, he appears to recognize and appreciate your leadership. That alone assures his loyalty. You two have begun to speak with a lack of integrity? Chen Yang cast a strange glance at Gu Xinhong. However, considering that this was his chosen champion, he realized that retracting his endorsement would severely undermine the man's credibility. Very well, let it be him, Chen Yang decided, pinching the bridge of his nose, and instructed Gu Xinhong to summon the candidate back in. Boss. The eager El Shigdong looked up at Chen Yang with anticipation. Go ahead, from now on. You shall be the spokesperson for our product launch. Embrace your unique qualities. Do not falter. Our product is robust enough. Now, share a few words. Remember, let your true self shine. Chen Yang encouraged, albeit with an undercurrent of threat. Yes, boss. The enthusiastic El Shadong nodded vigorously, his tone brimming with newfound confidence as he proclaimed, Shanghai black technology is truly remarkable. Now, that is more like it. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. This rotund fellow exuded more confidence in his boast than even Chen Yang himself. That sufficed. After El Shadong exited, shortly thereafter, a charming and delightful young lady knocked on the office door and entered. She was one of the new assistants and secretarial team members recruited by Lu Washu. Chairman. Manager Lu, Manager Gu. The Financial Department's Director Lu has informed us that representatives from the bank and Hanhai have arrived and are being received in the conference room by the legal and financial departments. Let us proceed. Chen Yang and the others rose. Upon arriving at the conference room, they found several attendees already seated, and refreshments had been served. Manager Chen, Boss Chen. The crowd stood to greet them, particularly Zhao Chunlei, who was notably enthusiastic. He was no longer the director of the bank's investment department, but had been promoted to deputy minister. Welcome, everyone. Chen Yang greeted with a smile, shaking hands with each individual before they took their respective seats. Congratulations, Manager Chen, on elevating your career to new heights. The representatives from Hanhai, being public officials, were exceedingly courteous and amiable, maintaining smiles throughout the interaction. However, compared to him, Zhao Chunlei exuded even more enthusiasm. With a wave of his hand, Zhao discarded his previous solemn and composed demeanor and exclaimed with unabashed joviality, "Everyone knows why we are here today, so let us dispense with the formalities. There is no need for pleasantries. General Manager Chen is a straightforward individual, and we at the bank are equally forthright. We hold complete trust in General Manager Chen. No matter the price quoted by Hanhai, our bank will meet it." What a transformation. It seems that the earlier air of composure was merely a facade. The representatives from Hanhai were left speechless. Well, you've already said all the nice things. What more can we add? They thought, resigned to proceed with their quotations. Let us first finalize the principal mineral resource agreement, one of the Hanhai representatives suggested, bringing forth a hefty stack of contracts that had been meticulously prepared in advance. Wang Defa took his seat and promptly began to affix his seal, while Chen Yang was so disinterested that he authorized Lu Washu to sign on his behalf. The funds were on their way. The Hanhai representatives soon received word that the payment was being made by Chen Yang. Shortly thereafter, a second contract was presented. Zhao Chunlei picked up the phone and ordered, "Transfer the funds." The third contract was then brought forth, and without even hanging up, Zhao continued, "Keep the money coming." Before long, all contracts were duly signed. Chen Yang found himself with just over 300 billion left in his pocket. Congratulations again, General Manager Chen. The bank and Hanhai representatives rose to express their congratulations. Chen Yang shook hands with everyone, smiling as he said, "There is no rush to leave, gentlemen. Although I have other engagements tonight, General Manager Gu and the others will surely see to it that you enjoy yourselves. Thank you for your hospitality, General Manager Chen." They replied, not declining the invitation. Initially surprised, they had hoped Chen Yang would join them, but quickly realized their expectations were misplaced. Nonetheless, the gesture was significant, considering that Shanghai now boasted total assets exceeding 300 billion, firmly establishing itself as the second Hanhai group. Not only Gu Xinhong, but even senior executives like Wang Defa had become highly sought-after figures in Dongjiang. After concluding the business at hand, Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu returned to the top-floor office. "What are you doing?" Lu Wangshu queried, puzzled by Chen Yang's sudden stop and turn. That Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, saying, "You know what I mean." Lu Wangshu sighed in resignation, a frown crossing her face as she beckoned him to follow her. The two made their way to the underground parking lot. Boss Ding Yi and Zhou Feng, the two personnel assigned to surveillance, quickly exited their vehicle upon seeing them. "Thank you for your hard work." Chen Yang responded with a smile, recognizing their efforts as vital for their safety. "It's not too taxing. After a few days of rest, I feel my bones have grown rusty." They both waved off the compliment. At that moment, Lu Washu pointed to her parking space, where a charming little electric car resembling a beetle was parked. Under her remote control, the trunk slowly opened, revealing its contents. A box of Mautai, 2 unfamiliar packs of cigarettes, and half a box of tea leaves. Chen Yang picked up the tea leaves, unable to contain himself. "What do you need the tea for?" Lu Wangshu scoffed. "He only gave it to me after I mentioned wanting to drink it. Is he out of stock?" "Yes." "How embarrassing." Chen Yang felt a genuine pang of embarrassment this time. "It's nothing." Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes and said, "His teeth have turned yellow from drinking it. I've long lost the desire for him to have it. Isn't it better to use the bioenergy injection for a pick-me-up? I've moved several boxes into the fridge." "That does sound reasonable." Chen Yang nodded. "You are indeed very filial, but how do I drink this tea?" "We can boil some tea eggs later." Without turning her head, Lu Washu retrieved the 2 packs of cigarettes from the trunk and handed them to Chen Yang, saying, "This will help him quit smoking, and this one is for you. You really are your father's precious darling." Chen Yang accepted the cigarettes with delight, then glanced at the liquor. "Why is there only 1 box? I couldn't carry more. Last time, you did the heavy lifting. I can't keep asking him to load my car." Lu Wangshu replied calmly. Of course not. I'll go and get more later. Chen Yang quickly interjected. This matter must not reach old Deng, or there would be a confrontation. Boss. At that moment, Zheng Chang and others hurried over. Yes. Chen Yang nodded and directed. Place the liquor in my car, and then we shall pay a visit to someone. Understood, boss. Chapter 82. How could such a fine girl turn out like this? You're planning to give a gift? Lu Washu was displeased. She was unhappy with how Chen Yang intended to use the items she had painstakingly acquired. For Old Hu. Chen Yang explained. Old Hu has helped us quite a bit this time. Without him, we wouldn't have passed so easily. Giving him your father's liquor is a gesture from both our families. Upon hearing this, Lu Washu tilted her head in thought and nodded. That's true. Anyway, my father will have more next quarter, while Old Hu likely want tea. Your words are truly hurtful. Chen Yang grimaced, speechless as he looked at Lu Washu. Has no one told you that your manner of speaking can be quite harsh? I know what you mean. Lu Washu shot him a glance and replied coolly, I'm not foolish. I would never say such things in front of outsiders. Fine then. You are indeed refreshingly straightforward. Chen Yang shrugged and asked, Are you coming? No, I'll help you boil some tea eggs and then head home. I've been quite busy lately with you away. I'm nearly exhausted and finally able to catch a good sleep. Lu Washu shook her head and stretched her arms in a languorous manner. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. This woman appeared as a child who had not grown up, yet she was surprisingly capable. I'm leaving. Lu Washu shut the trunk and prepared to depart. Would you like me to get you a different car? Suddenly, Chen Yang rubbed his chin. It seems we haven't purchased any large items since the company was established, and the executives don't have assigned vehicles either. What kind of car do you prefer? No need. Lu Washu shook her head and said, Let us save some money. My car is perfectly fine. And given my father's position, it would be inappropriate for me to drive a luxury vehicle. What's inappropriate about it? Chen Yang laughed. The company provides the cars uniformly. They're not specially purchased for you. Nonetheless, it still feels unsuitable. Lu Washu continued to shake her head. Our company possesses battery technology, and in the future, we will definitely collaborate with various automotive enterprises. At that time, you can simply acquire one without any expense. Goodness, you truly are something, Lu Washu. Chen Yang was left in shock. Was she really veering further down the path of unscrupulous merchants? Should he refrain from praising her with a clear conscience in the future? Watching Lu Washu's departing figure, Chen Yang fell into contemplation. He still recalled her clever and spirited demeanor from their first meeting. The girl next door blossoming into a radiant young woman, stunning and unconventional. How had such a delightful girl transformed into this? At 7:30 in the evening, at the Old Hu residence, Old Hu welcomed Chen Yang at the entrance, flanked by another elderly gentleman and a group of family members. Chen Yang was utterly taken aback by the warm reception. How gracious, he thought. As they brought down the cigarettes and liquor, Old Hu's face lit up with joy. Excellent. I truly appreciate this. It's clearly from Chairman Liu, which makes it even better. Come, let us go inside and chat. Hu Guangyu also approached. And together they returned indoors, where the atmosphere was lively and engaging. The conversations flowed with artistic finesse, each word thoughtfully considered to ensure no one felt discontented. With an abundance of knowledge and diverse topics, the discussions were exceedingly enjoyable. Dinner was shared, and afterward, Old Hu and Hu Guangyu led Chen Yang into the study. Was your trip to the capital smooth? Old Hu inquired. Very smooth. Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. We've finalized the negotiations for the cancer suppression liquid. You want to be able to intervene in domestic affairs and will have to focus on export business instead. Old Hu chuckled nonchalantly. Even if you did give us a chance, we wouldn't dare engage. Without national-level backing, anyone who ventures into this business is doomed. This situation is actually a blessing. Seeing Old Hu's indifference towards domestic business, Chen Yang understood. The old man likely anticipated this outcome, or at least could make an educated guess. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. The domestic price is set at 1 per million, while the basic export price is 200,000 USD. With comprehensive tariffs, it comes to 300,000 USD in total. How much do you plan to sell? Never mind how much you sell it for. My price per unit is 200,000 USD, Chen Yang stated, directly naming his price without any pretense. He would not allow himself to forego exorbitant profits abroad while trying to accommodate everyone domestically. Chen Yang had formulated his strategy: earn more abroad, earn less domestically, with a cost of several hundred for the agents, profiting 70,000, of which 42,000 would be reimbursed through medical insurance. This approach served both collaboration and the creation of a solid foundation. However, obtaining that product required an ID and a prescription from a top-tier hospital to apply for medical reimbursement. It is virtually impossible to acquire in the market. The sole avenue for purchase lies firmly in the hands of the Hu family, who undeniably possess the power to dictate prices. The elder Hu and his grandson, Hu Guangyu, exchanged glances, both succumbing to contemplation. With a factory price set at $200,000 and taxes at 30, the more exorbitantly priced the item, the higher the tax. However, once the factory price of $200,000 and taxes are deducted, the remaining amount constitutes pure profit. $400,000, $800,000. They spoke in unison. Yet their valuations diverged sharply. Simultaneously, they turned to each other and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Good heavens! Are these two figures of virtue and vice in our contemporary society? One is benevolent, while the other is particularly unscrupulous." The proposal of $400,000 came from the elder Hu, whose reasoning was sound. Let us earn a little less and sell a little more. We are in it for the long haul and must uphold our reputation. We cannot be so unscrupulous. Conversely, Hu Guangyu advocated for $800,000. His rationale equally compelling. Let us earn more and sell less. If we are to conduct a single transaction with each customer, why concern ourselves with reputation? We might as well act as scalpers, with no obligation to establish a company. The fate of foreigners is of no consequence to us. Goodness gracious! This old Hu must have been a fervent youth during his school days. Chen Yang marveled in astonishment. However, when one considers it, this business is indeed a one-off venture. Who could possibly endure cancer twice? How did the Hu family produce such a heartless individual as you? The elder Hu gazed at Hu Guangyu, incredulous. Yet, Hu Guangyu stood his ground, asserting, "You are no longer a public servant. What need have you for reputation? The imperative is profit, and if we earn $1 billion. Lending to Brother Chen for a year yields over $20 million in interest. Old sir, with all due respect, your thinking is outdated. The time to earn is now. Are you completely foolish?" The elder Hu, shedding his shoes, was ready to confront him, exclaiming, "The state has set the price at $1 million. It is normal for export prices to rise. Yet your proposals are utterly outrageous. You wish to evade all pressure, merely seeking profit while offloading the burden onto the state. Do you truly believe that few envy this exclusive business?" Upon hearing this, Hu Guangyu was instantly awakened, rendered speechless for a moment. "Damn it. I have indeed been blinded by greed. I was wrong." The elder Hu snorted, then turned to Chen Yang, smiling, "Apologies for the spectacle, my young friend. No need for worry, my brother. Take your time. There will be future business." Chen Yang waved dismissively, stating, "Let us settle this. I will offer you the factory price of $200,000. As for how much you sell it for, that is your affair. I shall not interfere. We will require a week to construct the factory for mass production, and after that, we can commence shipping. However, we must prioritize the domestic market. Your high selling price will likely hinder initial sales, so I will provide you with 1/10 of the goods. We will take it slow." "Agreed." The elder Hu replied with a smile, "I shall see you off." The three exited the study, engaged in conversation as they made their way to the door. In 3 days, our Shanghai Association will host a product launch for new energy batteries and bioenergy injectables, during which there will also be a subtle disclosure regarding the cancer suppression liquid. Should you find it of interest, do consider attending. Chen Yang raised his hand, signaling that he had said enough, and then entered the car. "I must show my support." Old Hu and Hu Guangyu waved goodbye, their expressions almost foolishly joyful. It was only after Chen Yang had walked away that their expressions shifted. Goodness, did he really call me brother after I addressed him as little brother? Old Hu murmured to himself. What should I do now? Hu Guangyu looked blankly at Old Hu. You're really putting the grandson in a tough spot, aren't you? Chapter 83. Behold my kingdom. Upon returning to Dongyuan, Chen Yang spent some time scrolling through short videos before retiring for the night. Not only was Lu Wangshu feeling fatigued lately, but Chen Yang felt similarly. Despite appearing to have done little, the mental exertion of the past few days far exceeded that of physical labor. He slept soundly until he awoke naturally, rising unusually early due to having gone to bed early. With a multitude of tasks awaiting him at the company, he hastily consumed a light breakfast before heading to work. Wang Gang drove the car while Chen Yun read, and Chen Yang sat in the back, resting his eyes. As they arrived at the company entrance, Chen Yang unexpectedly spotted a familiar vehicle, Jiang Lihai's Maybach. Currently, the company executives had yet to be assigned cars. and he was the only one arriving in such luxury. Peering closely, he observed that Jiang Lihai, leisurely driving with the window down, appeared in high spirits. His complexion rosy and demeanor vibrant. However, this was not the focal point of his attention. In the back seat sat a middle-aged man, dressed formally, with a calm expression. Gazing pensively out the window, lost in thought. Is a major client arriving? Chen Yang murmured, somewhat astonished. Could it be that there is some business necessitating an in-person contract signing? Jiang Lihai is quite capable. Just then, Chen Yun, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, unexpectedly let out a chuckle. What is the matter? Chen Yang inquired, puzzled. Boss. Chen Yun closed his book and whispered, that is Jiang's driver. Driver? Chen Yang replied incredulously. Are you joking? What kind of driver is so impressive that he lets the boss relax while he drives? Indeed. Chen Yun explained softly, recently. The boss has been quite busy with company affairs, and since Jiang Lihai travels frequently between Weixian and Yongcheng, he hired a driver. However, he enjoys driving himself. So when he is busy, the driver takes the wheel, and when he is not, he drives. That is outrageous. Chen Yang exclaimed, astonished. Is he truly that fond of driving? That I cannot say, Chen Yun replied, shaking his head. But this is common knowledge within the company. And outsiders have caught wind of it too. Many say that Jiang's dream is to become a race car driver. It's a pity he became a professional manager instead, or he would surely be living a life of speed. Goodness, has he brought such embarrassment upon himself? Chen Yang remarked, shaking his head. He had little interest in such personal quirks. After parking his car and taking the elevator upstairs, Chen Yang arrived at his office. Good morning, Chairman. At that moment, the charming presidential assistant knocked and entered, placing a schedule on Chen Yang's desk. In a hushed tone, she said, Chairman, this is the schedule that General Manager Liu asked me to give you. He will be here shortly. Please take a look. Chen Yang nodded and glanced at the schedule. In the morning, from 9 to 10:30, there was a blank space. From 10:30 to 11:30, there was an internal meeting. From 11:30 to 12:30, lunch, and from 12:30 to 2:30, personal leisure time. In the afternoon, from 2:30 to 4:30. There was an inspection of Shanghai Energy Company, followed by a mobilization meeting from 4:30 to 5 o'clock. Then it was time to clock out. Oh, is it really this simple? Is being a boss this enjoyable? Chen Yang mused, examining the formal work schedule. He couldn't help but inquire. I remember that other company leaders are perpetually busy. Why is my agenda so sparse? The charming presidential assistant, a recent graduate from the class of 2000, with clear eyes and a straightforward demeanor, replied, there were many tasks originally, enough to fill 3 or 4 pages, but General Manager Liu said you likely wouldn't attend. So we had them removed. Is that truly my reputation? Chen Yang's expression darkened. Unable to restrain himself, he pointed to the empty slot at 9 o'clock and asked, what is this about? Why is it blank? The assistant blinked her innocent, clear eyes and replied candidly. General Manager Liu suggested that you probably won't be awake by then. If you arrive, you can fill it in yourself. At this point, the assistant looked at Chen Yang with curiosity. Was the chairman really so unreliable? After all, wasn't Shanghai Group currently the most sought-after company in Dongjiang? It must be a facade. If the boss were truly that untrustworthy, how could such a large enterprise possibly be built? She had heard internal news that the company had acquired a portion of Hanhai, with total assets now exceeding 300 billion. With such wealth, how could the boss have earned it without capability? In the company, he was regarded as a legendary figure, having risen from nothing to the pinnacle of success in a remarkably short time, almost godlike in presence. As she pondered, she saw Chen Yang pick up a pen and write in the blank space, 9 o'clock, watch short videos. The assistant asked, what is your name? Without lifting his head, Chen Yang took out his phone and began to play. Chen Yujing. She quickly responded. Oh, Xiaoyu, could you please fetch me a glass of water? Chen Yang requested. Water? How about a tea egg? It's very fragrant. General Manager Liu made it yesterday, the assistant inquired, blinking her eyes. Half an hour later, Liu Wangshu arrived. Chen Yang glanced at the time. It was only 8:30. Truly unexpected. Liu Wangshu discarded her keys and bag, picking up Chen Yang's work schedule. Upon glancing at it, her expression darkened, and she exclaimed, is it truly absurd to be scrolling through short videos? Is there truly nothing for me to do? Chen Yang retorted nonchalantly, if I have to do all the work, why did I hire them in the first place? Fair point, Liu Wangshu conceded, left speechless. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, shall we inspect the company? While you may neglect your duties, you cannot overlook matters concerning personnel. Let us proceed and behold my empire. Chen Yang rose at her words, recognizing the validity of her statement. As a leader, he need not engage in the minutiae of work. Yet he must adeptly manage people and comprehend their thoughts. The two descended the stairs. Due to their infrequent appearances, aside from the secretarial and assistant teams, as well as the executives and seasoned employees familiar with Chen Yang's visage, the vast majority had no idea what he looked like. Perhaps they had searched for his photographs. Yet few could recall his image at a glance. As they traversed the office building, observing the bustling employees hastily entering their workstations or heading to departmental meetings, Chen Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of such industriousness. Suddenly, he noticed a cluster of individuals lounging in a manner distinctly different from their diligent counterparts. Leisurely reclining in chairs, brewing coffee, pouring water, and even one receiving an intravenous drip. What on earth are they doing? Chen Yang inquired. You're Jinui, Lu Washu chuckled, explaining. Did you not suggest creating several large groups to send messages and see who does not respond? They are tasked with monitoring who has not replied, with 2 individuals assigned to each large group, tallying responses, noting how many times they replied, and determining rewards and penalties. Chen Yang understood. Realizing that while the groups had indeed been formed, he had yet to send any messages, having been overwhelmed with work lately. If you don't send a message soon, they might be on the verge of being dismissed, Lu Washu jested. The announcement received unanimous support from the staff, and now everyone across the subsidiaries, including the headquarters, is awaiting your message. Some have even begun to grumble, claiming you are stringing them along over the trifling $30. Really? Now it's my fault? Chen Yang responded, incredulous. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the group huddling together, whispering amongst themselves. One of them glanced around, extracting a mysterious item from their pocket. And after a brief exchange, they all began transferring money to him. Chapter 84. Are you kidding me? They have even started a small business? Chen Yang pondered, leaning in for a closer look, discovering it was a bioenergy injection. He then witnessed a woman pouring concentrated coffee into ice water, followed by the bioenergy injection, mixing it, and taking a sip, instantly revitalized. Goodness, Lu Jia, are you truly the unparalleled champion of invigoration? Is it really that effective? One person inquired, astonished. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia nodded lightly and remarked, the boss has returned. I have a premonition that he will address the group today. We must be prepared. If our inaugural task is poorly executed, we may find ourselves unemployed. Is that true? I am already bracing myself for dismissal, came a voice of disbelief. It is highly probable that he will make an announcement. Lu Jia chuckled. Since an official notice was issued and we were specifically recruited, this project will, if only for the sake of appearances, continue for a while. So, rest assured. I trust your judgment, Lu Jia. At that moment, the person reclining remarked. For our first task, let us leave a favorable impression on the boss. We should not skimp on the bioenergy. We can utilize it freely, as a simple response can earn us a vial. This way, we won't have to seek out scalpers for supplies in the future. Why don't you use it? Someone queried, reluctant to part with a costly injection. The reclining individual pointed to the 4 drip and replied with a grin, well, what do you think I'm hooked up to? Goodness, there are indeed people using the injections. Chen Yang exclaimed, astonished, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Wangshu. These individuals are quite remarkable. Where did they come from? Lu Wangshu shrugged. She was unaware, as her role was merely to oversee approvals. The two fell silent, entering quietly and departing quietly, surveying the entire headquarters. Although the atmosphere remained tranquil for the most part, they were recognized on several occasions. Soon, whispers spread through the small groups within the company, signaling that the chairman and general manager Lu were conducting an internal inspection. This revelation sent ripples throughout the company, prompting everyone to immerse themselves in their work, striving not for excellence but to avoid any poor performance. The salary at Shanghai is quite attractive, and to be dismissed would be a significant loss. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, now back in the office, gazed at the numerous group chats, uncertain of what to convey. After some contemplation, he inquired, what do you think I should post? Lu Washu pondered before responding. Didn't he mention wanting to instill a sense of belonging among the employees? Posting something along those lines should suffice. What exactly should I say? Chen Yang pressed. Lu Washu fell silent, unsure as she lacked experience. They exchanged glances before summoning their assistant, Chang Yujing. Xiaoyu, do you feel a sense of belonging to the company? Chen Yang asked. Absolutely. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. When I joined, I heard so much about how impressive the company was and how rapidly it was rising. After hearing all this, I naturally became enamored. Once I joined, The atmosphere was pleasant, and the benefits were generous, so of course, I feel a sense of belonging. Chen Yang and Lu Washu exchanged knowing looks, and Chen Yang continued, what do you think could enhance employees' recognition and sense of belonging? That's simple. Xiaoyu laughed. Look at Gui and Dami. Those companies either promote the chairman or the company itself. When the company or the chairman's reputation spreads far and wide, everyone naturally feels a sense of belonging. That makes sense. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. You, young lady, are quite astute. Hand me your phone. Huh. Xiaoyu hesitated, then obediently handed her phone to Chen Yang. Chen Yang rummaged through and found several large groups. After entering, he modified his nickname and declared, from now on, your account will be known as the chairman's alternate account. You will handle the communications in the group. Feel free to post anything as long as it does not harm the company. Share whatever you believe will enhance the employees' recognition of the company and myself. Xiaoyu hesitated. Do not worry. Lu Washu interjected with a hint of exasperation. The boss has ample resources. Post as you wish. Even if you send 100 messages a day, it would not amount to much. It is less than the interest the boss pays for a minute of short video content. She was acutely aware of the cost of biological energy injection fluids and figured no one in the company would refuse 30 yuan. Everyone desired the biological energy injection. Therefore, it was practically a no-cost endeavor. All right then, I will certainly perform well. Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Seeing the time, Chen Yang instructed her to return and then walked with Lu Washu to the conference room. Inside, Gu Xinhong, Jiang Lihai, and others were already seated, waiting for the internal meeting to commence. Once seated, Chen Yang wasted no time and stated directly, send out invitations to the media and relevant industries. We will hold a product launch conference the day after tomorrow. It is time for our company to step into the public eye. Understood, boss. Everyone eagerly took notes. And then numerous questions were raised. Chen Yang addressed each inquiry and made decisions, and by the time the meeting concluded, it was nearly noon. What's going on? As the meeting ended and everyone began to relax, Jiang Lihai suddenly spoke up, holding his phone and looking anxiously at Chen Yang. Boss, someone is impersonating you in the group, sending 5 consecutive messages, and now all the major groups are going wild with responses. The room fell silent, and then everyone was left in stunned disbelief. They quickly pulled out their phones to check. What the heck? Indeed, it was impersonation. The boss was right here. Not even on his phone. Who sent those messages? This was a serious incident. Panic ensued among the group. Chen Yang waved his hand and said, I do not have time to send those. I had someone else do it. Let us keep this under wraps. Yes, boss. The team finally felt reassured. Chen Yang glanced at his phone and couldn't help but smirk slightly. The messages read, Chen Yang's family history, exploring the moonlit lake in Waste Inn. Is the water truly beneficial for health? A commercial miracle. Dongjiang rises again with a colossal enterprise. It is said the company owner possesses extraordinary skills. Overview of Xinghai Group's salaries, in stark contrast to other companies in the industry, far surpassing them. Does Xinghai's salary disrupt the market? Insiders reveal that before Chen Yang's rise, he worked tirelessly, having experienced the struggles of laborers, determined to transform the workplace. The first 4 were merely forwarded sensational news. The 5th was absurd. Poll, what do you wish to eat for lunch today? Goodness. The flood of replies was akin to a barrage. Not a single ordinary response among them. They were all sycophantic praises, with flattery reaching heights of 999. Chen Yang was astounded. Could such brainwashing truly be effective? Upon exiting the conference room, I overheard the departing employees engaged in hushed discussions. Goodness, I never realized our boss was so formidable. Their methods are impressive, and their research capabilities even more so. We truly have the opportunity to excel at Xinghai. It seems I must dedicate myself to work diligently and seize this chance. I had previously wondered why our company offers such superior compensation compared to others. It turns out our boss has experienced hardship and genuinely cares for us. Indeed, our company's remuneration is unparalleled, and combined with a boss who is both exceptional and empathetic towards their subordinates, I must ensure I retain this job. Everyone, please bring me a meal. I need to return to work. What about you? The voting results are already out, and I've heard the cafeteria has temporarily added numerous delectable dishes. Are you joining? Ah, but eating takes precedence.